Shucheng Number 3 Senior High School, Stadium. Thousands of 16-year-old students gathered together in orderly formations, resembling a fortress ready to unleash its power. They wore uniform school attire, but their expressions varied in nervousness, anticipation, unease intertwined on their faces, as if a storm was imminent. Their eyes were fixed on the 3-meter-tall pure white stone monument at the center, the Awakening Monument. Awakening rate, 1 in 100,000. 90% result in ineffective abilities. 9.9% awaken ordinary abilities or those with potential yet to be developed. Truly powerful or strategic level abilities account for only about 0.1%. The air was heavy with tension, as if the calm before a tempest. Next, Class 7 of Senior Year 3, Yu Chunxiao. The broadcast voice resounded like the beat of a war drum, breaking the silence. A tall and composed young man stepped forward. As he moved, the surrounding students instinctively made way, as if an invisible barrier around him repelled all commotion. Yu Chunxiao, a name almost legendary within the school. It wasn't due to his family background, but because in the 3 years he had been at the school, he dominated in academics, physical training, and actual combat, maintaining an unshakable first place. Even his appearance was unanimously considered the best. At this moment, only one thought dominated his heart. It has been 16 years since I transmigrated to this world. 10 years ago, my parents died on the battlefield defending humanity, leaving no remains. This blood feud, this responsibility to protect, must be carried on by me. I need power. Look, it's Yushin, A-class. He'll definitely awaken an A-class ability. Nonsense, for someone as exceptional as Yushin, even an S-class is possible. His deskmate, the chubby Wang Fugui, waved his fists in excitement, as if it were himself stepping onto the stage. Although the two barely exchanged words in a semester, Wang's admiration for Yu Chunxiao was beyond measure. Silence, the head teacher reprimanded from the front, his gaze also fixated on Yu Chunxiao, filled with anticipation. Among this year's students, Yu Chunxiao was the most likely to produce an S-class talent. All hopes were pinned on him. Yu Chunxiao stood firmly before the Awakening Monument, his heart beat like thunder. He extended his right hand and pressed it against the cold surface of the stone monument. Buzz. The monument hummed softly, and brilliance surged from its base. F-class, white. E-class, orange. D-class, yellow. The light ascended so quickly it was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. C-class, green. B-class, blue. A-class, purple. When the purple light appeared, the stadium was filled with the sound of gasps. A-class. This alone was enough to guarantee him a high-ranking position in the city, his future limitless. However, the light didn't stop. It broke through the purple boundary and turned into a dazzling silver white. S-class. S-class. The head teacher was so overwhelmed he almost fainted. Yet the light still didn't stop. The head teacher's breath hitched, his eyes glued to the monument. The silver light continued to rise, deepening in color, transforming into a brilliant gold, like a miniature sun rising within the monument. SS-class. The highest talent level ever recorded in human history. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Everyone forgot to breathe, to think, leaving only a trembling reverence deep within their souls. But this was not the end. The golden radiance grew even brighter, trembling violently. An indescribable, terrifying pressure emanated from the monument. Crack! A faint sound echoed as a thin crack formed on the once indestructible surface of the Awakening Monument. Boom! At the exact same moment, a deafening explosion far louder than thunder erupted from the direction of the school gates. Piercing alarms shrieked through the air. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Members of the Cult Alliance of Heaven's Chosen detected. Repeat, enemy attack. The voice from the broadcast was distorted with urgency. The students and teachers in the stadium erupted into chaos. The Alliance of Heaven's Chosen? Those lunatics. Stay calm. The head teacher was the first to react, an imposing aura surging from his body. It was clear he was a martial artist at the chi condensation realm. All teacher guards, follow me. Other teachers immediately organized the students to enter the underground shelter. Understood. Dozens of figures dashed out of the stadium, following the head teacher fearlessly toward the source of the flames and chaos. They were the school's final line of defense. In an instant, the stadium's combat strength was entirely drained. But at that moment, no one noticed the edge of the stadium, where a pool of viscous, dark red liquid was silently writhing. It coalesced into a creature over 2 meters tall, its skinless body exposing twisted tendons and muscles. An elite-class alien race blood demon. It ignored the fleeing ordinary students, its crimson eyes locked onto Yu Chunxiao in the center of the field. The battle on the front lines was merely a diversion. Killing this awakening prodigy was its true mission. The blood demon bared its fangs, its hind legs suddenly propelling it forward. Corrosive slime burned a hole into the ground as its massive body transformed into a scarlet streak, hurtling toward Yu Chunxiao. Ah, an alien. A student spotted it and screamed in terror, plunging the crowd into further chaos. But in the blood demon's eyes, there was only the boy standing before the awakening monument, bathed in radiant light. At this moment, the power within Yu Chenxiao had reached its boiling point. The golden brilliance compressed to its limit on the monument underwent its final transformation. A deep, domineering crimson erupted, as if to drench the heavens and earth in blood. SSS class. An unprecedented level, surpassing all history. A crimson pillar of light shot into the sky, overshadowing even the explosions in the distance. An invisible force field expanded outward from Yu Chenxiao, radiating with immense power. Gravity domination. Thud, thud. Thousands of fleeing students around him were suddenly pinned to the ground as if struck by an invisible mountain, unable to move. Wang Fugui's face was planted flat against the ground. The blood demon charging toward Yu Chenxiao froze mid-air, as if it had plunged into solidified cement. Its speed was forcibly reduced to zero, its body suspended and immobilized. For the first time, its crimson eyes revealed an emotion, fear. The force field receded as quickly as it had expanded. Yu Chenxiao slowly opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were they? There was no confusion from awakening, no panic in the face of danger, only an abyss of cold indifference and lethal intent. He didn't even glance at the blood demon frozen mid-air. His gaze pierced through the chaotic crowd, across the battlefield, and toward a distant point beyond the school gates, as if locking sights with an unseen presence. Then, he slowly withdrew his gaze, turning his head, his icy eyes finally landing on the immobilized blood demon. Trash! He raised his hand. An invisible surge of oppressive force erupted suddenly, and the energy in the air surged like a tidal wave. On Yu Chenxiao's palm, a radiant glow condensed into a dazzling energy sphere, resembling a star on the brink of detonation. At that moment, everyone's heart seemed to pause under the oppressive weight of this power, heavy as though about to stop beating. Go! He shouted lowly, thrusting his palm forward. The energy sphere shot through the air like a meteor, hurtling directly toward the blood demon with unstoppable destructive force, tearing through every obstacle in its path and targeting the demon's heart. 5 fingers clenched lightly. Buzz. The world fell into complete silence at that instant. An intangible might pressed toward the blood demon from all directions, and the air groaned under the unbearable weight. Ripples visible to the naked eye began to spread. Crack, crackle. The sound of bones being ground and dislocated inch by inch echoed sharply. On the grotesque head of the blood demon, its massive maw opened and closed furiously, yet no sound escaped. Every sound wave was erased by the terrifying pressure. Only endless fear spread wildly in its blood-red solitary eye. Its body was collapsing inward, twisting, and compressing in an unnaturally eerie manner. Tough fascia tore apart inch by inch. Foul blood, before it could splatter, was forced back into its body by an even more horrifying pressure. Put! A barely audible sound resonated. The elite-grade blood demon, which had driven thousands of students to despair, failed to leave even a handful of intact flesh and blood. It had been crushed alive into a mist of blood. Mixed with the finest bone powder, it drifted gently to the ground. Deathly silence. The entire stadium plunged into an eerie stillness. Everyone froze in place, whether they had fled far or fallen to the ground, their eyes fixed on the figure at the center of the stadium with an expression as if witnessing a deity or demon. The young man stood there. Beneath his feet was ground split like a spider web. Not far away lay the remnants of the blood demon. He slowly withdrew his fingers, turned his head, and his gaze swept over his stunned classmates before finally settling on Wang Fugue, who had collapsed to the ground in terror. Wang Fugue shivered violently, a wave of heat spreading in his pants. Yu Chenxiao's gaze lingered on him for half a second, as if discerning something, then indifferently shifted away. He looked toward the school guards who had just rushed into the stadium. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. So slow. W.O. Wang Fugue, who had been pinned to the ground by the earlier gravitational field, was just now struggling to lift his rotund body. His face, brimming with fat, trembled uncontrollably. Why God? What sort of divine ability is this? Area suppression, remote annihilation. How the hell is this a beginner's skill? Yu Chenxiao withdrew his hand, sensing the ceaseless flow of power within him, along with a trace of emptiness. The foundation of the Qi initiation realm was still too shallow. The attack just now had nearly drained his newly awakened ability. Yet the dormant martial blood within him was ignited as a result, surging like a great river, rapidly circulating through his limbs and replenishing his energy. Martial arts and abilities, within him, they were already beginning to merge. While Shucheng High School was thrown into chaos and ecstasy over the sudden attack and the birth of an SSS-level genius, higher dimensional beings also sensed this faint yet unique ripple of laws. The demon realm, blood-bone abyss. On a throne constructed from the bones of billions of beings, an indescribable demon god slowly opened its third vertical eye. That eye contained no pupil. Only endless stars were being born and destroyed within it. SSS-Level, the embryonic form of laws, in the ancestral land of the humans. A cold, merciless will crossed the boundless void and resounded within the souls of all high-ranking demons. At all costs, find him and obliterate him. Divine court, peak of the holy light. The angelic choir abruptly fell silent, sensing a domineering will so overwhelming that even the holy light trembled. An angel with 12 wings on its back cast its gaze toward the blue planet, now millions of times larger than it once was, a trace of solemnity in its eyes. The humans. Another disruptor has emerged. Relay my divine decree, dispatch the judgment. Purify him before he has a chance to grow. Dragon nests, deep seas, insect hives. One ancient and terrifying will after another awaken from their slumber across eras. To these ancient progenitors and primal entities who stood at the pinnacle of all races, an ordinary genius, even an S-class, was nothing more than a slightly stronger ant. But an SSS class was different. It was a monster that had touched the essence of laws. A being of infinite potential, capable of altering the destiny of an entire race once it fully matured, a spark. The humans must not be allowed to possess such an existence. An invisible net, woven by countless powerful alien factions in targeting Yu Chenxiao, quietly descended upon Blue Star. Xinxia Federation, Supreme Command Center. Shrill alarms echoed through the massive war room. Report: an ultraspec energy eruption has been detected in the Xuchang area. Level: indeterminate. Energy fluctuations match SSS class standards. At the center of the war room, a towering figure suddenly stood. Clad in a dark green military commander's uniform, with dazzling stars on his shoulders, his square face and firm features exuded an aura of authority without anger. This was Long Zhan, Supreme Commander of the Xinxia Federation War Zone, known as the Iron Wall of Humanity, and the strongest of the human race, a pinnacle 9th-rank powerhouse of the myriad phenomena realm. SSS class? His voice boomed like thunder, sending a tremor through everyone present. Long Zhan's voice rang out sharply, as if it could shake the entire command center. Is the intel confirmed? Absolutely. This is top priority data relayed by the Awakening Monument. There's no chance of error. The subordinate's voice was impassioned and firm. The command center erupted instantly, cheers surging like a tidal wave. Heavens bless humanity. An SSS class has truly been born. Quick, confirm the identity immediately. Activate the highest level kindling protection protocol. Long Zhan's eyes shone with barely contained excitement, but his battle-hardened experience quickly restored his composure. He knew that if humanity could detect this, so could the other races. Order: Commander Li Qingtsong of the Demon Suppression Army is to be airdropped into Xuchang immediately. Lock down the entire city militarily, don't let a single fly escape. His voice was resolute, issuing commands for humanity's future. Order: Xuchang City Defense Army is to escort the target to the S-class military base immediately. Before Li Qingtsong arrives, no one is permitted to make contact. Long Zhan's commands cut through the tense atmosphere like a blade. Yes. The subordinates responded swiftly, moving with the speed of the wind. Long Zhan's gaze fell on an inconspicuous figure in the corner of the war room. This individual, similarly high-ranking and responsible for intelligence coordination, kept his head down, his expression unreadable. Ming Chonlu, Long Zhan said gravely. He understood this man was no ordinary figure. Mobilize the Skyseer division at full capacity. I want to know everything that happened in Xuchang today, including that perfectly timed enemy attack, every single detail. The man known as Ming Chonlu slowly raised his head, revealing a round and amiable face. With a respectful tone, he replied, "Rest assured, Marshal, Chonlu guarantees the completion of the mission." Yet, in the instant he lowered his head, a glint of coldness and malice flickered in his eyes, completely at odds with his gentle appearance. Hidden within his sleeve, his fingers silently transmitted an encrypted message through a miniature device. Target: Yu Chenxiao. Location: Shu City No. 3 High School. Talent: SSS Class Gravity Control. Mission: Capture Alive. The recipient of this message was none other than the most notorious traitor organization of humanity, the Destiny Alliance. His son had awakened to the SS Class ability, Energy Plunder. If Yu Chenxiao, this perfect divine elixir, could be captured and exploited, his son might have the chance to become the second SSS class. As night fell, Shu City was placed under martial law. The skies were torn apart by patrolling fighter jets, and a chilling atmosphere of death shrouded the entire city. Yu Chenxiao was immediately taken into custody by the Shu City military. Awakening his powers and subsequent combat had left him utterly drained, and he was in desperate need of rest. The military arranged for him to be placed in a special care ward within an S-class underground base, buried 3 floors below the surface. This was considered the safest location in all of Shu City. A military armored vehicle quietly departed from the military district under the cover of night, attracting the attention of every prying eye. This was a decoy released by the military. The real Yu Qinxiao remained within the ward, silently awaiting the test of fate. At midnight, Yu Qinxiao's eyes suddenly snapped open in the darkness of the ward. He didn't turn on the lights. His eyes glowed piercingly in the gloom, as though they could cut through the shadows. A sensation, like being stared at by a venomous snake, caused every hair on his body to stand on end. Killing intent. The door to the ward was silently pushed open. No footsteps, no breathing. 3 ghost-like figures entered the room. Their pitch-black combat suits seemed to devour light itself. The leader wore a ghastly white fox mask, standing motionless as the oppressive aura of a chi-permeating realm expert swept through the room like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami raging. The air in the space instantly grew as thick as mercury, suffocating anyone within. The 2 figures behind him exuded sharp, chilling presences, like unsheathed blades. These were the invisible killing intents of warriors at the peak of the bone-refining realm. Impressive reflexes, kid. From beneath the mask came a hoarse voice, tinged with an amused sneer. An SSS class indeed. This beast-like intuition is truly, deliciously tempting. Before the words had fully landed, the 2 bone-refining realm assassins lunged like leopards, flanking and pouncing toward the empty hospital bed. Yes, empty. Yu Qinxiao's figure had already appeared on the other side of the room, his back against the cold alloy wall. He was still dressed in the loose-fitting patient's gown, but his jet-black eyes were colder than the bone-chilling night outside the window. Dogs of the Destiny Alliance. Yu Qinxiao spoke slowly, stating it as a fact. His tone was calm, yet brooked no argument. The masked leader paused momentarily, his eyes narrowing beneath the mask. Oh, it seems you know quite a bit. Our young master is very interested in your perfect little body. Why don't you come with us for a while? Dream on. Yu Qinxiao spat out the words coldly. The next second, he moved. Without hesitation and without assuming a defensive stance, he chose to attack. With the strength of a 9th-stage chi-condensing realm warrior, he charged headfirst into a seemingly inescapable death trap formed by 2 peak bone-refining realm assassins and a chi-permeating realm expert. To anyone who understood the disparity between realms, this was no different from a moth flying into a flame, seeking its own death. But Yu Qinxiao never did anything he was not confident in. His target was the bone-refining assassin on the left. He charged directly at the assassin on the left. A flicker of cruel disdain flashed in the assassin's eyes as his massive fist, capable of smashing steel plates, swung down toward Yu Qinxiao's head with crushing force. In his mind, killing a newly awakened brat was no harder than squashing an ant. However, just as his fist was about to connect with Yu Qinxiao's face, the assassin's pupils abruptly contracted. He felt as though his fist had plunged into an invisible yet incredibly dense quagmire. The speed of his strike came to an instant halt. The violent power of his punch was dismantled and crushed layer by an eerie, heavy force field. Gravity distortion. In that thousandth of a second of stagnation, his fate was sealed. A hand chop, quick, precise, ruthless, landed squarely on the assassin's throat. A faint but supremely concentrated gravitational force was fused with Yu Qinxiao's vital energy, forming an invisible blade. Crack! This was not the sound of bones breaking, it was the dull, horrifying noise of his throat and cervical vertebrae being pulverized into dust by a shockwave of terrifying force. The assassin clutched his collapsed neck, his eyes filled with unending terror and disbelief as he fell backward, lifeless. The other assassin was struck with fear and instinctively reacted, but his feet suddenly felt like they were being pulled downward. A massive, irresistible force surged from beneath him, as though 2 invisible hands had grabbed his ankles, dragging him into an abyss. Gravity intensification. The sudden increase in weight caused a brief moment of rigidity in his movements. Yu Qinxiao launched himself off the nearby wall, his body rebounding like an arrow loosed from a bowstring. His knee became a battering ram, crashing into the assassin's temple with the force of a thunderclap. Bang! The skull caved in instantly, and blood and brain matter burst from the other side of his ear canal. Another corpse hit the ground with a heavy thud. In the span of just 2 breaths, 2 so-called elite bone-refining realm warriors had been instantly slain by a boy at the chi-condensing realm. Beneath the fox mask, the leader's playful smile froze entirely, replaced by shock and a growing flame of greed. The boy's mastery of his ability, the combat instincts ingrained into his very soul. This was no novice. He was a monster wearing the skin of a youth. Interesting, so very interesting. The fox-masked man let out a suppressed, sinister laugh as the full might of his chi-permeating realm aura erupted without reservation. Kid, the game is over. He transformed into a blurred shadow, his 5 fingers clawing through the air with a piercing sonic boom, aiming straight for Yu Qinxiao's crown. This claw strike was imbued with the entirety of his small cycle energy flow, enough to pierce through tank armor. Yu Chenxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze turning icily indifferent. He squeezed out the last remnants of his ability, layering invisible gravitational barriers in front of him. It was as though an unseen fortress silently rose between him and the oncoming attack. Bang! 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 The fox-masked man's claw shredded through the first, second, and third barriers. With each rupture, his strength and speed diminished under the bizarre resistance of the force field, like swinging a blade in deep water. The increasing drag stoked his fury to a boiling point. When he finally broke through all barriers and closed in on Yu Chenxiao, 70% of the momentum behind his claw strike had dissipated, rendering it no longer lethal. However, Yu Chenxiao neither dodged nor retreated. Facing this strike, one that could spell death for anyone, he chose the most reckless and consequential counterattack. Boom! A violent burst of energy exploded in the room. The entire alloy wall was instantly covered in web-like cracks, horrifying and earthquake-like in their impact, shaking one to the core. Yu Chenxiao was struck by an irresistible force, sent flying backward, slamming hard into the wall. Blood spurted wildly from his mouth, the hot liquid marking the battle like a badge of honor. The physical body of someone at the Qi induction stage couldn't possibly withstand a direct confrontation with a Qi convergence level expert. But the man in the fox mask fared even worse. He felt as though he had grabbed not a human fist but a small meteor hurtling toward him. The immense impact caused him unbearable pain. Crack! Before the excruciating pain from the fracture of every bone in his fingers could even reach his brain, a cold, oppressive, and domineering force surged madly into his body. That force was like a precision grinder, crudely shattering the microcosmic energy circulation within him, leaving him in agony. What terrified him even more was the sensation that his heart was gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Each beat became excruciatingly difficult, as if it could be crushed at any moment. Fear and fury filled his voice as he spat out a mouthful of blood. This brat, at the very moment of their clash, had managed to implant a sliver of his gravity manipulation ability core into the masked man's qi and blood circulation like a nail. Yu Chenxiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, slowly rising from the dent in the wall. His battle intent not only remained undiminished but burned even more fiercely, as if igniting a roaring fire. He had to hold out. Even if it cost him his life, he was determined to drag this hound down with him. He understood that such a massive commotion would never escape the notice of the guards outside. Sure enough, a piercing, frantic alarm shattered the base's earlier silence, echoing madly through the third underground level like a herald of death. The man in the fox mask paused, realizing that the mission had failed. He shot Yu Chenxiao a venomous glare, forcibly suppressing the turmoil within his body, and turned to smash through the wall in an attempt to escape. But just as he turned, a barely noticeable metallic patch on the back of his neck suddenly flashed with an eerie red light, like the descent of death itself. No! Deep fear and despair filled the eyes of the fox-masked man. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The next moment, his head exploded like a watermelon struck by a sledgehammer. With a deafening blast, his brains and blood splattered across the ceiling, filling the air with an overwhelming stench of blood. Yu Chenxiao watched as the headless corpse crumpled weakly to the ground. The taut string of his nerves finally slackened, and an overwhelming wave of exhaustion swept over him. His vision darkened, and he lost consciousness completely. In the last moment before he fainted, he seemed to glimpse a towering, ink-green figure crashing through the alloy door, like a turning point of fate. When consciousness floated back from the abyss, the first thing Yu Chenxiao noticed was the pungent, overwhelming scent of disinfectant. He opened his eyes. What greeted him was not the sterile white ceiling of a hospital but a dim, cold metallic dome. The dome was intricately engraved with countless complex and mysterious patterns, intertwining to form a massive diagram resembling an ancient formation. It rotated silently, emanating an oppressive and unsettling aura. He lay on a simple military cot. The earlier sense of being utterly drained of strength had receded like the tide. In its place was an unprecedented feeling of fullness and vitality. His qi and blood coursed like quicksilver through his limbs, and his mental strength had sharpened considerably. That life-or-death battle had not left him with hidden injuries. Instead, it was like a hammer that had roughly forged and fused his martial arts and abilities together. His injuries had clearly been treated with the utmost care. Awake? A deep, resonant voice echoed in the room. Yu Chenxiao turned his head to see a man. The man sat quietly in an antique redwood chair, his massive frame like a dormant prehistoric beast. His ink-green military uniform, immaculately pressed, bore shimmering stars on the shoulders that dazzled the eye. His face was chiseled, with sharp, rugged features. His tiger-like eyes, opening and closing, radiated the iron-blooded authority forged in a sea of corpses and blood. Though he emitted no pressure, his mere presence made the air dense and heavy. The commander of the Demon Suppression Army, Li Song. Yu Qinxiao's mind immediately conjured the name that existed only in the highest levels of military news, along with the face that symbolized the iron fist of the nation. You saved me. Yu Qinxiao sat up, his voice hoarse from disuse, speaking in a declarative tone. Li Song did not respond. Instead, he raised his hand and flicked something. A fragment of metal, stained with dark red blood and flesh, zipped through the air and shot directly toward Yu Qinxiao's face. Without changing expression, Yu Qinxiao extended his right hand and caught it firmly. It was a shard of metal, still attached to scraps of flesh, with edges scorched black from high heat. A cranial self-destruct device, embedded in the gap of the third cervical vertebra, Li Song said flatly, as though discussing something trivial. If the mission fails or capture is imminent, it triggers a high-temperature explosion. It can liquefy the entire cranial cavity, along with the brain tissue inside, into a pool of scalding mush, eliminating any possibility of soul-searching or interrogation. The death warriors of the Tianza Alliance certainly don't hold back. Yu Qinxiao's fingertips brushed over the cold fragment, his gaze icy and steely. The chill in his eyes seemed to condense into frost. Kid, you've got a tough life, Li Song said, his tiger eyes, capable of piercing through one's soul, revealing a rare, open admiration for the first time. Chi induction stage, 9th level, killing 2 peak-level bone refinement experts in retaliation and crippling a 3rd-level Chi convergence expert head-on. That record alone would silence even the most arrogant monsters of the Emberlight Academy. When he arrived at the scene, the utterly destroyed VIP ward looked as though it had been ravaged by a furious war beast. Web-like cracks spread across the walls, a human-shaped dent over half a foot deep marred the alloy door, and the 3 mangled corpses each told of the battle's madness and brutality. Most striking of all was the headless corpse of the Chi convergence expert. At a glance, Li Song could tell that the opponent's microcosmic energy cycle had been forcibly disrupted and his heart meridian shattered by a power far more refined and domineering than his own. Even without the self-destruction, the man would have been left crippled, his cultivation wasted. Fighting the strong while weak, trading life for life. This boy before him wasn't some sheltered genius, he was a born warrior. Meanwhile, in the Xinxia Federation's Supreme Command Center, in the massive war room, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt almost solid. Every staff member kept their heads bowed low, their breathing instinctively shallow, fearing that the slightest sound might provoke a catastrophe. At the center of the war room, a holographic projection looped, displaying live footage transmitted by Li Song from the secret base in Shu City, along with a high-definition close-up of the remnants of a self-destruct device. Good. Very good. Long John's voice wasn't loud, yet it struck like an invisible 10-ton hammer, slamming into the hearts of everyone in the room. He slowly stood up. His towering figure cast a shadow so vast it seemed to engulf the entire command center, suffocating everyone within. The only SSS-level talent in the history of humanity, his deep voice reverberated like thunder, almost extinguished by a bunch of gutter rats slinking in the shadows, right under the highest military security of an S-class underground base. He suddenly turned, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing straight into the corner where a figure remained with his head lowered, seemingly indifferent to the chaos around him. Ming Chonlu. The man addressed as Ming Chonlu shuddered slightly. He raised his head slowly, revealing a rounded, gentle face with a scholarly air, now filled with shock, rage, and a profound sense of guilt. Marshal, this matter is a colossal failure of my division of celestial insight. It is my incompetence. Chonlu bears the blame and deserves death 1,000 times over. He abruptly bowed low, his posture so humbling it seemed as if he wished to bury his head into the ground. Death 1,000 times over? Longzhan strode toward him, his towering presence looming over, his gaze devoid of fiery rage, replaced instead by a chilling, soul-freezing dead calm. I don't want your life. I want an explanation. An explanation that I can accept. Sweat beaded instantly on Ming Chonlu's forehead. A terrifying aura, like a predator locking onto its prey, fixed unerringly on him. The Federal Supreme Commander at the pinnacle of myriad phenomena stage was genuinely harboring murderous intent. He knew that any attempt to defend himself now would only fan the flames. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a voice filled with extreme remorse. We completely underestimated the infiltration capabilities of the Heaven's Chosen Alliance. They managed to turn the inner third-layer guards of the base and exploit a fatal 15-second gap during a shift change to infiltrate. This is the most disgraceful, most comprehensive intelligence failure since the founding of the Division of Celestial Insight. I request the Marshal's permission to personally lead a team to Shu City immediately to investigate this matter thoroughly. I promise you, I will hunt down every rat hiding in the shadows of Shu City, one by one, and before the eyes of all Federation citizens, I will execute them by dismemberment. His words were heartfelt, filled with tears and conviction. Not only did he take full responsibility, but he also proposed the swiftest and most decisive solution, instantly shifting himself from the role of a prime suspect to that of an avenger and a redeemer. Long John's deep, cold eyes locked onto him for a full 10 seconds. Finally, the crushing, mountain-toppling aura slowly recoiled. Shu City, from this moment, will enter the highest level of wartime control, with Li Qingsong taking full command, in coordination with the military law department. Your division of celestial insight will cooperate fully. Even if it's just a fly, I want to know its entire ancestry and what its surname is. Yes, I swear to complete the mission. Ming Chonglu secretly let out a long breath, only now realizing that his general's uniform was already soaked through with cold sweat. He respectfully lowered his head, hiding the fleeting flash of madness and icy malice deep within his eyes. You Qin Xiao, you should not exist. So, my current situation is very dangerous. After hearing Li Qingsong's summary, Yu Qinxiao's tone was unnervingly calm, more like he was stating an unrelated trivial matter than recounting a life-and-death battle. It's not just dangerous, it's a 1 in a million chance of survival, Li Qingsong corrected him bluntly, his voice as heavy as iron, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's, as though trying to pierce through Yu Qinxiao's soul. For the heavens-chosen alliance to deploy assassins of this caliber shows that your existence has already struck at the core of certain forbidden truths. This time they failed. Next time, the assassination attempts will be even more frenzied, even more reckless. Every word Li Qingsong spoke carried a chilling killing intent. In fact, next time, the ones coming for you might be Lord-class or even Calamity-class monstrosities taking action personally. They will not rest until they have completely erased you from this world. As the words fell, the air in the sealed room seemed to freeze, yet Yu Qinxiao only raised an eyebrow slightly, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. So, you want to hide me away? His gaze met the legendary federal powerhouse known as the nation's Iron Fist with calm determination. A flicker of astonishment crossed Li Qingsong's tiger-like eyes. This boy's composure and insight, it was utterly unlike a 16-year-old. He seemed more like a centuries-old monster in a young body. Taking a deep breath, Li Qingsong slowly nodded. Then, from his military jacket, he retrieved a gilded admission letter and gently placed it on the metal table. Xinhua Academy, Special Recruitment Order, Li Qingsong said in a deep voice. The highest academy of the Xinxia Federation, and the last cradle of hope and inheritance for all of human civilization. We will forge a brand new identity for you. An orphan with grade A talent, no parents, no background to attract attention. His voice was like a war drum, stirring the soul. Then, we'll send you into the academy, into what is claimed to be an absolutely safe war fortress. There, you will grow quietly until you possess the power to protect yourself, or even sweep away all enemies. This was the only feasible plan, determined after an entire night of deliberation by the military high command, including Marshal Longzhan. Li Qingsong looked at the young man before him, at his deep and profound eyes, waiting for his response. Would he choose to accept protection, to lie low like a hidden dragon, and rise in one grand flight? Or, however, Yu Qinxiao didn't even glance at the coveted recruitment order that would drive any genius in the Federation mad with jealousy. He lifted the thin blanket off his body, stepping barefoot onto the cold metal floor, walking step by step to the center of the sealed room. The aura of a 9th-level Qi condensation practitioner burst forth without reservation, though this aura was as insignificant as a firefly compared to the full moon of Li Qingsong's intent realm's 7th stage cultivation. The overwhelming dominance and resolute will imbued within it made the battle-hardened iron-blooded general's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. I refuse. 3 words, clear, cold, and resounding. Like 2 hammers, they struck fiercely at Li Qingsong's heart. Li Qingsong's brows instantly furrowed into a sharp crease, and a terrifying pressure, like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami roaring, threatened to erupt. His voice turned stern and commanding. This is not a negotiation. This is an order. An order? Yu Qinxiao laughed. That laugh carried a trace of bone-chilling mockery and an unyielding defiance that seemed to stem from the depths of his soul. My life, does it belong to you? He turned to face Li Qingsong directly, staring into the man's imposing tiger-like eyes, and enunciated every word with precision. Both of my parents were domain-level powerhouses. They didn't hide in the safety of the rear to enjoy their reverence. His voice was like a raging tide, shaking the air around them. They died on the very front lines resisting the invasion of myriad races. Their bodies were never recovered. Their souls returned to the battle flag. What they protected with their lives and blood were the smiles of billions of compatriots under the sun, the brilliance and peace of countless homes. His voice grew louder and more impassioned, as if an invisible force was surging through the chamber, causing the ancient and intricate array patterns on the dome to faintly glow and hum. And you want me to hide? His gaze burned like fire, his momentum surging like a tidal wave. Wait until one day I've mastered divine techniques before emerging to save the world, acting as some kind of savior? Sorry. He let out a cold laugh, his eyes gleaming with unrelenting determination. I'm not that noble, and I don't have such a cowardly spine. Yu Qianxiao took a step forward, his entire aura ascending once again. Don't they want to stifle me in the darkness? His voice thundered like rolling lightning. Then I'll step into the brightest place, he roared. Aren't they afraid of me growing stronger? Then I'll break all their schemes under the watchful eyes of all humankind, even the myriad races, step by step. His voice was like a battle cry, brimming with unstoppable power. I will go to Xinhua Academy, but it will absolutely not be through this so-called special recruitment that reeks of charity. Yu Qianxiao raised his head to look at Li Qingsong, his eyes blazing with twin infernos, so scorching that it seemed they could ignite and sear even Li Qingsong's spirit. I will take the university entrance exams. With the highest, most indisputable score in the history of the Xinxia Federation, I will claim the title of national top scorer. I will make sure everyone knows my name, Yu Qianxiao. I will become the brightest, most blazing flame of humankind's future. A flame capable of burning every monster lurking in the shadows, every demon, ghost, snake, and fiend into ashes, incinerating them until their souls are utterly obliterated, the undying fire. Arrogant, unbelievably arrogant, so arrogant it defied all reason and restraint. Li Qingsong gazed at the young man before him, into those eyes that seemed to burn with raging fire, feeling the overwhelming and domineering will that almost devoured him. He looked at Yu Qianxiao's face, twisted with the release of extreme emotion yet brimming with unparalleled conviction and determination. In his eyes, this was not a 16-year-old boy, but a ferocious beast that had broken free from all shackles, poised to roar at the heavens and earth. In Li Qingsong's mind, a particular evaluation from Dragon Marshal Longzhan, sent via top-secret communication on his way here, suddenly flashed to the forefront. This child is no ordinary being, he has the ambition to swallow the heavens and the courage to shatter the earth. If used, he may bring boundless fortune to humankind, ushering in an age of glory. If discarded, he may lead our race to unimaginable calamity, heralding the end of days. To harness such a wild dragon, one must possess the means to bind it, and even more so, the courage to release it into the seas and let it stir the winds and rain. For a long while, the muscles on Li Qingsong's perpetually expressionless, icy face twitched slightly. Then, slowly, he pulled out a smile, a stiff, awkward, and almost unbearably ugly smile. Very well. In his voice was a trace of relief he himself hadn't realized, along with a subtle excitement and anticipation. As expected of their child, Yu Qianxiao did not question who they were. He understood, it referred to his parents, who had died for the nation and whose remains were never recovered. At this moment, any excessive words would have been utterly pale. Li Qingsong retracted that rare, almost rigid smile, his expression once again becoming cold and commanding, exuding an air of natural authority. Since you've chosen the most difficult, yet most honorable path, he said in a deep voice, then from today until the end of the university entrance exams, all your training will be personally overseen by me, Li Qingsong. He paused, his voice laced with an undeniable, iron-blooded authority. As for the special recruitment order from Xinhua Academy, I'll hold on to it for now. If you fail the exams, he paused briefly, his eyes flashing with pressure. There will be no if. Yu Qianxiao decisively interrupted him, his tone filled with unwavering resolve. I will not fail. Li Qingsong stared deeply at the young man before him, sighing inwardly. He understood that for this boy, whose soul burned with an undying flame, any goading or pressure was unnecessary and laughable. Follow me. Li Qingsong turned and walked toward one side of the chamber. A seemingly ordinary, heavy alloy wall slid silently open when his palm pressed onto an inconspicuous, ancient-looking pattern. It revealed a deep, dark passage that seemed to lead to the heart of the earth. The interior of the passage was not the high-tech laboratory Yu Qianxiao had imagined, filled with intricate instruments. Instead, it exuded an ancient, desolate atmosphere, carrying a weighty, almost primordial aura. The walls were constructed from some unknown dark stone, marked with primitive, chiseled scars. The air carried a unique mixture of metallic rust and dry dust. This is the lowest level of this S-class military base, Li Qingsong explained in a low voice as he led the way, his voice echoing faintly through the long passage. It is also the most core, most secretive training area of the entire base. He continued, when this base was constructed, the engineering team accidentally discovered a rare subterranean magnetic vein 10,000 meters underground. The energy emitted by this vein is immeasurably beneficial for tempering martial blood energy and stabilizing and cultivating core abilities. At the end of the passage, the space suddenly opened up. What unfolded before Yu Qianxiao was an expansive underground chamber that could only be described as a massive plaza. The ground and ceiling of the plaza were constructed from the same dark stone, inscribed with countless intricate, arcane energy circuits that glimmered faintly. At the center of the plaza stood dozens of colossal black metallic pillars, each engraved with densely packed, complex runes. These runes seemed almost alive, with immense energy faintly circulating within them. This is the gravity training field, Li Qingsong said, gesturing gesturing toward the black metallic pillars, his gaze intense. These dragon-subduing pillars can precisely simulate gravity environments ranging from 0.1 times to a terrifying 100 times. He turned his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, and fixed it on Yu Qinxiao. Your ability is gravity manipulation. This place is the best environment for you to familiarize yourself with and master your power. Yu Qinxiao's eyes fell upon the grotesque metal pillars, a flicker of eagerness flashing within them. He could even distinctly feel a faint yet undeniable resonance between these cold, menacing metal pillars and the crimson ability core within his body. Your current martial realm is at the 9th stage of the Qi-gathering realm, and your ability is only in its initial awakening stage. You haven't truly mastered it yet, Li Qingsong continued, his tone grave. Ordinary martial artists in the Qi-gathering realm can barely begin to mobilize their Qi and blood to enhance their physical strikes, and that's already considered decent. As for those with newly awakened abilities, they can only barely release the most basic manifestation of their power once before exhausting their mental strength and falling into a state of collapse. But Yu Qinxiao, Li Qingsong's tone carried a subtle trace of admiration. On the day of your awakening, not only did you instinctively slay an elite-level blood demon, but you also managed to clash head-on with a killer at the Qi Connection realm, severely injuring and counter-killing them with just your Qi-gathering realm body. That alone is a miracle. However, such instinctual outbursts come at a great cost and are unsustainable. Li Qingsong's voice suddenly sharpened, becoming piercing. Your control over your ability is still at the most crude and primal stage of instinctual release. You have ample explosive power, but your precision and nuanced control are severely lacking. Yu Qinxiao nodded slightly, fully aware of his current state. A burning, unyielding determination ignited within him as he silently vowed to push beyond his limits in this mysterious and challenging training field, mastering his power and achieving unparalleled greatness. In his previous battles with the Blood Demons and the Heaven's Selection Alliance assassins, Yu Qinxiao had relied on the combat instincts he had honed over 2 lifetimes, coupled with a reckless tenacity that disregarded life and death. His fierce onslaught had left his enemies trembling with fear and shock. So, the first thing I want you to do is to achieve precise control over your ability in a 5 times gravity environment. Li Qingsong's voice boomed like thunder, striking directly at Yu Qinxiao's heart. He pointed to a corner of the plaza, where a pile of metallic spheres of varying sizes glimmered under the light, as though waiting for their master's command. From fist size to as large as a millstone, each metallic sphere radiated an invisible air of challenge. Use your gravity manipulation ability to suspend them in midair, move them, and rotate them according to my commands. Li Qingsong's gaze was as sharp as a blade, resolute and unwavering. Remember, there must not be even the slightest deviation, not even by a single micrometer. Without hesitation, Yu Qinxiao took a deep breath and stepped into the central area surrounded by the dozens of dragon-suppressing pillars, his fighting spirit blazing within. Li Qingsong raised his hand and lightly pressed a subtle control panel on the edge of the plaza. Bzzz. A formless, crushing pressure descended instantly, like an invisible mountain slamming down with incredible force. Yu Qinxiao's body involuntarily sank slightly, and his bones emitted faint creaking sounds, as though protesting against the immense pressure. 5 times gravity. This was the external gravitational force applied by the training field, immense and daunting. It was entirely different from Yu Qinxiao's gravity manipulation ability, which delivered precise, cellular-level oppression. The latter was like the embryonic form of a universal law, an extension of his will. An ordinary person under this gravity would be flattened into a pile of flesh in an instant. Even a typical Qi-gathering realm martial artist would move as sluggishly as a snail. Yet Yu Qinxiao merely furrowed his brows slightly, his resolve unshaken. The martial Qi and blood within his body surged automatically the moment the pressure descended, like a roaring river into which a massive boulder had been plunged, rushing with unstoppable force and vigor. He took a deep breath, his focus as sharp as a blade, and his consciousness dove into the depths of his mental sea, attempting to connect with the dormant core of his abilities. The crimson core floated quietly in the center of Yu Qinxiao's mental sea, seemingly carrying the trajectory of countless stars being born and destroyed. It had been compressed and refined by the great forces of heaven and earth upon his awakening. At this moment, it hung there, radiating an unsettling and profound aura. Guided by his thoughts, faint, imperceptible ripples unique to his gravity manipulation ability began to emanate from the crimson core. The smallest metal sphere, Li Qingsong's voice echoed in the vast underground plaza, carrying an undeniable authority. Control it to hover 1 meter above the ground and rotate clockwise steadily at 3 revolutions per second. Yu Qinxiao concentrated, silently vowing to complete the challenge perfectly. He carefully controlled the faint, nascent gravity ripples, like invisible mental tendrils, precisely enveloping the small, black, fist-sized metal sphere in the corner. The sphere quivered slightly, followed by a violent shake, as though it could lose control and fall at any moment. Stabilize it. Your output field is extremely unstable. Your control is far too coarse. Li Qingsong's voice suddenly became harsh, exploding like thunder in Yu Qinxiao's ears. Beads of sweat appeared on Yu Qinxiao's forehead. In the terrifying environment of 5 times gravity, maintaining his own balance was already consuming immense mental strength, let alone trying to precisely manipulate an external object. Focus your mind. Feel it with your soul, perceive every subtle change, and stop trying to force it into submission with brute strength. Li Qingsong's voice rang out again, this time carrying guidance, like a beam of light illuminating Yu Qinxiao's heart. He closed his eyes, and countless fragments of memories from his past life surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Those memories of executing top-secret missions in extreme environments as the king of all soldiers had honed his perception of every muscle in his body, every breath, and every slightest movement to an extraordinary level. Deep within his soul, something seemed to stir quietly, awakened by the immense pressure and intense focus. He didn't know exactly what it was, but instinctively, he referred to it as the soul of time and space. With the mysterious soul of time and space enhancing him, his sensitivity to every subtle fluctuation in the surrounding gravitational field and every energy flow within his ability core reached an extraordinary level. The entire gravity training ground, under his soul's gaze, became orderly and vividly clear. The once trembling metal sphere was no longer just a simple lump of iron in his mind, but a complex energy construct composed of countless fine, dynamic gravitational nodes. What he needed to do was to use that faint yet incredibly pure gravitational ability to gently nudge, skillfully influence, and ultimately gain perfect control over these gravitational nodes. A flash of enlightenment streaked through his mind like lightning. When Yu Qinxiao reopened his eyes, they gleamed with sharp focus. The previously trembling metal sphere suddenly stilled, hovering steadily 1 meter above the ground. Then, it began to rotate clockwise at a visibly stable pace, precisely 3 revolutions per second, without the slightest error. Standing at the edge of the field, Li Qingsong's deep, well-like eyes flickered with a barely perceptible trace of shock. This kid's comprehension is simply terrifying. The second one, the bronze one, 2 meters off the ground, counterclockwise rotation, 5 revolutions per second. The largest one, the obsidian millstone, half a meter off the ground, maintained absolute stillness. Li Qingsong forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart, issuing increasingly stringent commands in rapid succession, giving Yu Qinxiao no chance to catch his breath. Yu Qinxiao's expression remained unchanged as he executed the commands methodically. From his initial slight unfamiliarity to gradually mastering the actions with ease, and eventually to a state of effortless precision, it was as though he had found his rhythm within the challenge. In just half a day, he had already managed to simultaneously control over a dozen metal spheres of varying sizes and materials under tenfold gravity, performing intricate and precise movements, such as flying, rotating, and colliding, all with pinpoint accuracy. Such an astonishing rate of improvement left Li Qingsong, who observed from the side, deeply shaken and even somewhat unnerved. This was no longer something that could merely be described as genius. This was a monster. By evening, Yu Qinxiao finished his psychic ability training. His entire body was drenched in sweat, as though he had just been fished out of water. His face was pale from the immense strain on his mental energy, yet his eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance, akin to a lantern in the dark night. "How do you feel?" Li Qingsong handed him a clean towel, his voice still steady, though a trace of complex admiration flickered deep in his gaze. "Not bad." Yu Qinxiao took the towel and wiped his sweat, his tone calm. "My control over the power has grown more refined, but the consumption is significant. My mental energy is nearly depleted." "That's only natural." Li Qingsong nodded slightly, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Psychic power draws from mental energy, while the foundation of martial arts lies in blood and qi. You are still at the initial stages of both, requiring extensive tempering and accumulation. Next, we move on to martial arts training. Li Qingsong led Yu Qinxiao to the other side of the square. Here, there were no gravity pillars, only massive dark green rocks and some humanoid metal targets. A boundless fighting spirit ignited within Yu Qinxiao, as though he was about to face an unprecedented challenge. The 9 realms of martial arts begin with the Qi induction stage. You are already at the 9th level of Qi induction. The next step is to open up the meridians throughout your limbs and body, allowing the flow of Qi and blood, and stepping into the muscle and bone realm, Li Qingsong said in a deep voice, his tone carrying a hint of both assessment and encouragement, as though lighting a flame of hope for the journey ahead. For ordinary martial artists, even with the aid of Qi and blood potions or natural treasures, it takes 3 years of arduous cultivation for those with exceptional talent to achieve perfection in the Qi induction stage. For those with scarce resources or average aptitude, it might take over a decade, or even remain unattainable. Li Qingsong's words were like thunder, shaking Yu Qinxiao to his core. I've reviewed your records, and there are no signs of extra resources being allocated to you. Yet, not only are you undeniably the best at Shu City 3rd High School, but your realm is firmly at the 9th level of the Qi induction stage. What's even rarer is the extraordinary quality of your Qi and blood, condensed and terrifyingly pure. I will teach you a basic military body tempering boxing technique, 100 battles body refining art. This is not just about strengthening the body, it is the key to unlocking your path in martial arts. Li Qingsung's voice was like a war horn, awakening Yu Qinxiao's inner fighting spirit and igniting his fearless determination. Clenching his fists, Yu Qinxiao's eyes burned with unyielding light. Good. I will push beyond my limits and become stronger. This boxing technique was bold and domineering, focusing heavily on the circulation and tempering of qi and blood. It was not to be underestimated. Watch carefully, Li Qingsong concluded, taking a deep breath as his aura suddenly changed. Though he merely stood there, he seemed to transform into a towering mountain that commanded respect. There were no earth-shattering displays of power, no dazzling special effects. He simply raised his hand and struck. Every move and form was simple and unadorned, yet they carried an inexplicable depth. It was as though every punch could stir vibrations in the air, and every step resonated with the earth itself. Yu Qinxiao watched intently, his entire focus immersed in the demonstration. Thanks to the extraordinary perception granted by the soul of time and space, he could see with perfect clarity the surging river of qi and blood within Li Qingsong's body. As the boxing technique unfolded, this energy efficiently circulated, stimulating every subtle acupoint and tempering every inch of his muscles, bones, and skin. When the set was complete, Li Qingsong stood still, his breathing steady and undisturbed. How much did you grasp? He turned to Yu Qinxiao, his eyes filled with expectation. 70 to 80%, Yu Qinxiao replied calmly, though his inner world was already in turmoil. He knew this 100 battles body refining art appeared simple on the surface, but it actually contained the profound essence of qi and blood circulation. For an ordinary person, understanding even 10 to 20% of it after one viewing would already indicate remarkable comprehension. Then demonstrate it for me, Li Qingsong commanded, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Yu Qinxiao complied, quickly recalling every detail of Li Qingsong's movements and the rhythm of qi and blood circulation before beginning his practice. At first, his movements were slightly stiff, but as the technique unfolded, his actions grew more fluid, more precise, and increasingly aligned with the spirit of Li Qingsong's demonstration. What shocked Li Qingsong even more was that Yu Qinxiao's qi and blood were being mobilized at an unimaginable speed. If the qi and blood of a typical qi induction martial artist flowed like a gentle stream, Yu Qinxiao's qi and blood at this moment was like a rushing river, brimming with boundless vitality and vigor. As the technique progressed, this robust qi and blood seemed to be guided by some mysterious, transcendent force, aggressively breaking through the blocked and delicate meridians in his limbs and body. This is… Li Qingsong's breath quickened, his eyes fixed on Yu Qinxiao as though he were trying to see through him completely. Yu Qinxiao, however, was oblivious to everything around him, fully immersed in a profound and indescribable state. He could feel his body, like a parched sponge, greedily absorbing the pure energy drifting between heaven and earth. No, it was more than mere absorption. It was as if his essence was assimilating and merging with this energy on a fundamental level. His body had an innate, almost instinctual affinity for the primordial qi of the world, as though he himself was constructed from the purest and most primordial essence of qi, forming a perfect Tao body. This sensation had existed within him for as long as he could remember. From the time he was still in his mother's womb, relying on the transcendent nature of the soul of time and space, he had instinctively absorbed and refined the most precious and pure innate qi to nourish himself and reshape his foundation. Over time, his body had undergone an unimaginable, transformative evolution beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. This was one of the greatest innate trump cards. He was born with innate Tao embryo. His affinity with qi was unparalleled, his cultivation speed tenfold or even 100-fold that of ordinary people, and theoretically, he faced no bottlenecks in his path of cultivation. His body could perfectly assimilate and merge with any form of energy, laying down an unparalleled foundation for the ultimate integration of martial arts and supernatural abilities in the future. After completing one round of the 100 battles body tempering technique, Yu Qinxiao felt a warm sensation spread throughout his body, filling him with strength. The mental energy he had previously exhausted during supernatural training had also been significantly replenished. He could even clearly sense that certain tiny meridians within his body had shown faint signs of loosening during this short round of practice, and the flow of qi and blood had become increasingly smooth. You must do it again. Li Qingsong's voice carried a trace of disbelief, trembling slightly, his eyes shining with an uncontainable astonishment. Yu Qinxiao, though puzzled, complied without hesitation. The second round, the third round. By the time Yu Qianxiao had practiced the 100 battles body tempering technique for the 5th time, a sudden transformation occurred. The qi and blood surging like a dragon within his body abruptly converged into an unprecedentedly violent torrent, forcefully breaking through an invisible yet resilient barrier. Boom! A surge of energy far stronger and more condensed than when he was at the 9th level of the qi introduction realm exploded from his body, sweeping across the entire underground plaza. His qi and blood thoroughly coursed through his limbs and bones, and his skin and muscles emitted crisp, jade-like sounds, exuding immense resilience and power. Muscle and bone realm. He had made it. From the 9th level of the qi introduction realm to the 1st level of the muscle and bone realm, even a martial genius praised as extraordinary would require months or even a year of arduous cultivation and refinement, even with the limitless resources of their family. Li Qingsong stood motionless, as if struck by lightning. His mouth was slightly agape, his mind completely blank, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Throughout his life as a warrior, guarding vast territories, he had witnessed countless brilliant and monstrous talents, but someone like Yu Qianxiao was utterly unheard of, unseen before. This was nothing short of a miracle. He had seemingly transcended the boundaries of humanity. This is the legendary innate Tao embryo. Li Qingsong muttered to himself, his gaze filled with indescribable shock and ecstasy. The heavens have not forsaken our human race. Heaven blesses our kind. At last, he fully understood why Dragon Marshal had placed such high hopes on this mere 16-year-old boy, why he had uttered such weighty and hopeful words. If utilized, he could bring fortune to humanity for millennia, ushering in an era of unparalleled brilliance. With such talent, such a physique, if he could not lead humanity to glory, then who could? Yu Qianxiao felt the nearly doubled strength surging within him, and the smooth, unhindered flow of qi and blood through his limbs and bones. The feeling of wielding and controlling his power so freely brought an unmistakable smile of satisfaction to his lips. The innate Tao embryo truly lived up to its name, finally allowing him to experience unparalleled strength and potential. Kid, it seems I've underestimated you after all. Li Qingsong finally recovered from his extreme shock, his gaze sharp and fervent, as if he were looking at a treasure capable of reshaping the entire era. From today onward, your training plan will need a complete overhaul. This iron fist of the nation had but one thought in his mind. At all costs, with every resource and ounce of effort, refine this rare, untamed gem into a weapon capable of slicing through the darkness of millennia and illuminating humanity's future, a supreme divine blade. Innate Tao embryo. These words detonated in Li Qingsong's mind like twin stars. Having lived for nearly 5 centuries, fighting his way through the savage era of spiritual energy resurgence, leading the demon suppression army, and guarding the nation's borders, he had seen countless so-called geniuses and prodigies, more than the words in history books. But in front of this living innate Tao embryo, those people were not even worthy to be called fireflies. Li Qingsong exhaled a long breath of turbid air, as though releasing all the weight, unwillingness, and faint despair he had carried in his chest for 500 years. When he looked at Yu Qianxiao again, his gaze had completely transformed. It was no longer the scrutiny of an elder toward a junior, nor the admiration of a general for a promising talent. It was the gaze of a gambler seeing his only hope for a comeback, a gaze filled with madness, fervor, and a resolve capable of toppling the heavens and earth. It was as if he were looking at a future comrade in arms, a man destined to stand above him, someone he would revere and even follow, the future king of men. Li Qingsong's voice grew incomparably deep, each word squeezed out through clenched teeth, suppressing the volcanic excitement and trembling within. From this moment, forget that you are in the muscle and bone realm. Forget that you are merely a 16-year-old boy. From now on, you are the last celestial iron and divine steel of our human race, and I, Li Qingsong. He grinned with a ferocious and maniacal expression. I am the blacksmith responsible for forging you. I will use the most extreme flames and the heaviest hammer to forge you into a weapon capable of breaking all the chains binding our kind, and slaughtering every enemy race. A peerless, ferocious blade. Yu Qianxiao's eyes suddenly lit up, like 2 ignited stars in the darkness. There was not a trace of fear, only an endless battle spirit burning within. All right, one word. Firm and resolute. Li Qingsong laughed wildly, striding toward the control panel. His fingers danced swiftly over the controls, his eyes filled with unyielding determination. Buzz! The entire underground plaza trembled violently. On the surface of the dozens of menacing dragon suppression pillars, the originally faint runes instantly erupted with dazzling brilliance. Torrential energy surged within, roaring like the simultaneous roar of 10,000 thunderclaps. An oppressive force, far more terrifying than before, descended abruptly. 30-fold gravity. Crack, crack. Yu Qianxiao's bones, newly tempered and rendered incomparably resilient by the muscle and bone realm breakthrough, groaned under this unbearable pressure. His body buckled violently, and his feet sank into the hardened special alloy ground with a soft pop. Blood sprayed from every pore on his body, forming a mist of scarlet. Merely standing felt as though the heavens themselves were pressing down upon him. His lungs seemed filled with molten lava, and every breath felt like swallowing blades heated to a fiery red. This was the true power of the dragon suppression pillars. Ordinary muscle and bone realm practitioners can barely move under tenfold gravity. At 20-fold, their bones shatter. Lee Ching-sung's voice was cold, though a hint of madness flickered in his eyes. I want you to practice the 100 battles body tempering technique 100 times under 30-fold gravity. If you can't finish, then die here. This was not training. This was murder. Anyone else hearing such an order would think Lee Ching-sung had gone mad, but Yu Chenshao grinned instead. His blood-covered face wore the same hint of madness. He bit down hard on the tip of his tongue, the sharp pain jolting his spirit. Rise! A guttural roar, more beast than human, erupted from his throat. The blood and energy that had just coursed through his limbs and meridians were compressed to the extreme under the terrifying pressure, like boiling magma burning wildly within his veins. Enduring 30 times the crushing gravitational force, he slowly, inch by inch, assumed the opening stance of the 100 battles body refinement technique. His movements were slow and labored. With every motion, the muscle fibers across his body tore apart, and his bones groaned in agony. Yet, the flames in his eyes burned ever more fiercely. The extraordinary perception bestowed by the soul of time and space allowed him to clearly sense that, under this extreme pressure, his innate Tao embryo did not crumble. Instead, like a primordial beast, it devoured ravenously, absorbing the surrounding magnetic energy along with the crushing force capable of annihilating everything, swallowing it all into his body. Destruction and repair occurred simultaneously. Shattering and reformation went hand in hand. Pain and growth resonated in a strange yet perfect harmony at this moment. Once, twice, 10 times, by the 30th repetition, Yu Chenshao was drenched in blood, his entire body transformed into a figure of crimson. Yet, the speed of his punches, imperceptibly, grew a fraction faster than when he first started. Standing outside the training field, Lee Ching-sung's fists had unknowingly clenched tightly, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. The anguish he bore in his heart was no less than the grueling ordeal Yu Chenshao was enduring in the arena. This unpolished gem was far too precious. Yu Chenshao felt a gnawing anxiety deep inside. He yearned to refine it with the harshest methods but feared that an overly aggressive strike might shatter it completely. Every round of tempering felt like walking on the edge of a blade, both exhilarating and nerve-wracking. Finally, after 100 repetitions, Yu Chenshao let out a thunderous sound and could no longer hold on. His knee crashed heavily to the ground, denting the alloy floor beneath him, as though the ground itself was awestruck by his perseverance. His entire body seemed as if it had been dredged out of a pool of blood, his breaths ragged, and beneath him pooled a viscous puddle of crimson, bearing testimony to his grueling struggle and effort. The gravity field dissipated silently. In an instant, Lee Ching-sung appeared before him, tossing him a vial of potion that shimmered with a radiant green light, as if it were a lifeline. Military-grade advanced repair serum. Drink it, he commanded, his voice low and resolute. Yu Chenshao grabbed it without hesitation, unscrewing the cap as though it were his final hope. A torrent of cool, overwhelming vitality flooded into his body, coursing through his limbs and meridians like a heavenly river, rapidly healing his injuries at a speed visible to the naked eye, akin to a rebirth. How do you feel? Lee Ching-sung asked gravely, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes. Still alive, Yu Chenshao rasped, his voice hoarse but carrying a newfound vigor, as though life itself had been rain-fused into him. Feels like my body is filled with lead and mercury, heavy but solid. He could clearly sense that, through this hellish trial, the strength of his physical body had grown at least 30% stronger than when he had first broken through, as though he was advancing toward a higher realm. Good. Lee Ching-sung nodded, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes. But then his tone shifted, sharp as a blade. But what you just did was merely using your martial arts, your physical body, to passively resist the gravity. He pointed to a nearby target column designed to measure force. Made of special memory alloy, it gleamed with a cold luster. Go. Use your current maximum strength to punch it. Yu Chenshao stood up, a fearless determination igniting in his heart. He walked to the target column, took a deep breath, steadied his core, and channeled the full power of a first-level muscles and bones realm practitioner into his right fist. The energy surged like a flood, as though the heavens and earth themselves were cheering him on. Ha! He roared, throwing his fist forward. The air exploded with a muffled boom, as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. Boom! The sturdy target column shook violently, leaving a clear imprint 3 inches deep on its surface. The surrounding alloy reddened slightly from the immense impact, resembling the mark of a battlefield hero. Not bad. The power of this punch already rivals the full force of an ordinary third-level muscles and bones realm practitioner, Li Qingsong commented lightly. Though his tone was calm, it carried a trace of recognition, as if he were acknowledging Yu Qinxiao's hard work. Yet, he then fixed his gaze on Yu Qinxiao, his eyes suddenly sharpening like blades, challenging his very limits. And your special ability? Yu Qinxiao froze. Special ability? He instinctively stared at the right hand that had just left the 3-inch imprint, his thoughts churning wildly. That punch had embodied all of his essence, energy, and spirit. It was a manifestation of pure martial strength forged through excruciating pain and unyielding willpower under the 30-fold gravity. Li Qingsong's question was like a sharp needle, piercing through the assumptions he had taken for granted all this time. You mean, to combine them? Yu Qinxiao's voice carried a trace of uncertainty, one he himself hadn't realized. Not combine. Li Qingsong's gaze was as cold and unyielding as ice. Fuse. Adding martial arts to your special ability is something only fools do. Fusing martial arts with your special ability, that is the path a true strongman must take. Li Qingsong said no more. He simply stared at Yu Qinxiao with eyes as sharp as an eagle's, as though scrutinizing a divine iron cast into a furnace, waiting to see whether it would emerge as steel or melt into worthless slag. Yu Qinxiao fell into silence. He approached the target column once more, resuming his stance. This time, he not only mobilized the blood and energy within his body but also sank a portion of his consciousness into his sea of awareness, fiercely activating the crimson core of his special ability, which exuded an aura of dread. Buzz! An invisible gravitational field instantly enveloped the alloy target column in front of him. Ha! The wind from his fist howled, and the energy of his strike erupted. At the very moment his fist was about to touch the column, the gravitational field around it surged violently. Boom! A sound several times more deafening than before reverberated across the underground plaza, shaking the entire space as if the world itself trembled in awe. The sturdy target column let out a pained hum, shaking violently, as though it might be uprooted at any moment. This time, the imprint left by his punch was more than 5 inches deep. The alloy surrounding the imprint had turned scorching red from the extreme pressure and impact, even emitting wisps of smoke as if showing signs of slight melting. The power had undoubtedly increased. Yu Qinxiao panted lightly and turned to look at Li Qingsong, a trace of expectation in his eyes. However, Li Qingsong's face bore no trace of approval, only raw, unfiltered disappointment. Trash. A single word, cold as frost. Is this what you call fusion? Li Qingsong's voice carried a mocking tone. Using gravity to suppress the target, then punching it? How is that any different from digging a pit, waiting for your enemy to fall in, and then smashing them with a rock? Your martial arts are just martial arts. Your special ability is just your special ability. They're like two unrelated parallel lines, nearly acting on the same target at the same time. You call this fusion? Yu Qinxiao's cheeks flushed slightly. He knew Li Qingsong was right. This was nothing more than a crude stacking of two forces, awkward and ugly. But, how exactly does one achieve fusion? Martial arts rely on the power of qi and blood, a honing of the body, an inward search for strength, with power emanating from within outward. Abilities, on the other hand, are the power of the mind, manipulating the laws of the world, manifesting externally, with power flowing from without inward. At their very roots, the two were fundamentally different. As if seeing through his confusion, Li Qingsong's icy voice rang out again, like a heavy hammer smashing into the depths of his soul. Gravity, does it have only the singular application of pressure in your hands? Answer me. An SSS-level gravity manipulation, if all it can do is make things a little heavier. Li Qingsong abruptly stepped forward, his entire aura erupting with a roar, his voice thundering into Yu Qinxiao's very soul. Then what right does it have to be called SSS-level? The final word boomed like thunder, making the entire space hum and vibrate. That sentence was like a bolt of lightning, violently cleaving through the fog clouding Yu Qinxiao's mind. Yes, gravity, it's not just pressure. Ever since he awakened his ability, whether it was killing the blood demon in an instant, counter-killing the death squads of the Heaven's Choice Alliance, or even the training just now, he had instinctively equated gravity with increasing pressure, intensifying weight, applying force. His thoughts had trapped him in a narrow cage of his own making. Deep within his soul, that mysterious soul of spacetime was completely ignited by this roar. In that instant, Yu Qinxiao's perception was elevated infinitely, stretched infinitely. In his vision, the world underwent a seismic transformation. He could see how, as he threw a punch, qi and blood flowed through his meridians, how his muscles exploded with power, how his bones transmitted this force layer by layer. And what about gravity? Gravity is the pull of all things, the foundation of mass, the curvature of spacetime. It can distort space, grant acceleration to all objects. Why can't my fist have its own gravity? Why can't my punch become an independent gravitational source. Why can't I, at the moment of impact, cause the small area of contact on the target to experience gravity being infinitely magnified, pulling itself toward my punch, collapsing into it madly? This is suppression. This is control. This is what martial arts and abilities, truly fused, should be. This is my unique path of suppression. A thought so extreme and audacious took form in his mind like a roaring storm. Yu Qianxiao closed his eyes. 1 second. 2 seconds. When he opened them again, his entire demeanor had undergone a monumental transformation. In those deep eyes, there was no longer any trace of confusion, only a profound calmness that came from understanding the very essence of things. He walked up to the training pillar again, slowly raising his right fist. There was no overwhelming aura, no surging chi and blood. He simply, unremarkably, extended his fist, a slow, casual motion, like a friendly, harmless tap between acquaintances. However, standing on the sidelines, Li Qingsong's calm, tiger-like eyes suddenly contracted into the sharpest pinpoints of danger. He saw it. As a 7th-stage Law Realm master, someone who had already touched the level of fundamental principles, he saw it. With the terrifying perception of the Law Realm, he saw it. On Yu Qianxiao's seemingly unremarkable fist, a microscopic force field, compressed to the extreme, invisible to the naked eye and nearly undetectable by mental power, was rapidly taking shape. It wasn't a field of pressure. It wasn't a gravitational field. It was a singularity, a point where the concept of gravity had been compressed to its absolute limit. When Yu Qianxiao's fist lightly touched the surface of the alloy training pillar, in that instant, time seemed to stretch. Space seemed to solidify. There wasn't even the faintest tremor. Pop. A barely audible sound echoed. It was like a wet sheet of paper being gently pierced by a fingertip. Yu Qianxiao withdrew his fist. The training pillar remained intact, without even the faintest scratch to mar its surface. But Li Qingsong's expression changed drastically. At the exact point where Yu Qianxiao's fist had made contact, the internal structure of the alloy pillar, a fist-sized region, was silently, impossibly, collapsing inward in a way that defied all known physical laws. At that moment, time itself seemed frozen as everyone held their breath, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Yu Qianxiao's power had transcended their comprehension. It had entered an entirely new realm. The incomparably durable special memory alloy, now fragile as weathered sand. Its internal structure, its metallic properties, everything about it, was utterly destroyed, crushed, and compressed beneath that horrifying gravitational singularity. Clink, clink. A handful of fine, silvery metallic powder, so exquisite it seemed unreal, poured out from the inside of the pillar, forming a small heap on the ground. And on that once indestructible training pillar, there remained a smooth, deep, laser-like void. The edges of the void were as smooth as a mirror. Li Qingsong's Adam's apple bobbed uncontrollably as he swallowed hard, producing an audible gulp. In his mind, only 2 words were roaring madly. Monster! No! This punch was no mere act of destruction. This was the embryonic form of a path. This was what an SSS-level ability was truly meant to be, world-shattering in its dominance. Ahem! Li Qingsong forcibly suppressed the tempestuous waves in his heart, disguising his near loss of composure with a dry cough. Acceptable. But deep inside, he was already screaming in disbelief. Back then, I nearly got flattened to a pulp by a Lord-level star beast on the battlefield of the myriad races, barely brushing against death to grasp the rudiments of integrating intent into my fists. But this kid, this monster, this freak, I only gave him a couple of pointers, and he figured it out? And it's something that directly touches on the essence of laws? And I dared to call it only acceptable? Yu Qianxiao pouted slightly, muttering inwardly. He was beginning to grow immune to Li Qingsong's almost perverse standards of strictness. At this moment, he finally felt like he had touched the gateway to the path of suppression. Don't get too full of yourself. Li Qingsong's voice, like a bucket of icy water, doused his fleeting joy. That punch just now, how long did it take you to prepare? 3 seconds? In real-life battles to the death, do you think your enemies will give you 3 seconds to stand still and charge up? Li Qingsong's eyes reignited with that familiar, frenzied flame. Pointing to the wrecked gravity training arena, his voice turned cold and devoid of emotion. Starting tomorrow, 50 times gravity. I want you to move at high speed within the training ground, dodging energy blasts I fire at you from every angle without dead zones. Simultaneously, every punch, every kick, must replicate the effect of what you just did. He paused, enunciating each word with bone-chilling clarity. If you fail, then you'll die in there. The following day, when Yu Qianxiao stepped into the gravity training field once again, he was greeted by 50 times gravity, as if it intended to crush his very soul. The moment he crossed the threshold, his body sank heavily. His robust physique, forged in the first stage of the muscle and bone realm, let out a series of cracking sounds under the unbearable weight. His alloy military boots pressed into the ground, leaving 2 deep imprints, and this was only the beginning. Buzz! On the walls surrounding the training field, dozens of gun barrels emerged silently, glowing with a dangerous, bluish light. Are you ready, future guardian of humanity? Li Qingsong's voice echoed from the speakers, laced with a hint of malicious mockery. The next second, his answer was a barrage of energy beams tearing through the air. Zap! 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 Dozens of energy cannons formed a web of death, sealing off every possible space Yu Qianxiao could use to evade. His pupils contracted sharply, and his entire body's blood essence was squeezed to its utmost limit. Yet, under 50 times gravity, his body felt as heavy as if it were welded to the ground. Every movement was agonizingly slow. He could only twist his body with all his might, barely dodging the lethal beams aimed at his heart and head. ZZZZT. An energy beam grazed his arm, the high temperature instantly scorching his combat suit, leaving a charred wound so deep that bone was visible. The pain was excruciating, drilling straight into his bones. Too slow. Your reaction speed is worse than a turtle's. Your body is nothing but a hunk of rusted scrap metal. Li Qingsong's merciless taunts struck his nerves like a whip. Yu Qianxiao gritted his teeth, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He forced himself to calm down, his brain racing frantically under the extreme pressure. No! At this rate, he wouldn't last 10 seconds before being turned into a sieve. There was no way to dodge. Traditional evasion was laughable under 50 times gravity. The power of martial blood energy, the manipulation of gravity through his ability. Gravity! Gravity! A sudden flash of inspiration struck Yu Qianxiao. Gravity was attraction. But what about the reverse? Repulsion. If he could use gravity as a weapon, why couldn't he use repulsion to move? The moment this thought emerged, it grew uncontrollably like wildfire. Deep within his soul, the soul of time and space trembled faintly, as though responding to this audacious, jaw-dropping idea. It provided him with a theoretical possibility and direction. As the energy cannon barreled toward his face, death looming over him like a shadow, a glimmer of madness flashed in Yu Qianxiao's eyes. There was no time to test this. This was the moment of life or death. With a single thought, he didn't direct his ability outward but instead channeled a weak yet incomparably pure repulsive force beneath his left foot. Boom! A muffled explosion resounded like thunder. Yu Qianxiao's left foot seemed to be struck by an invisible bomb, launching him sideways in a bizarre movement that defied the laws of physics, shifting him half a meter in an instant. The deadly energy beam grazed past the tip of his nose. It worked! Although his control over the repulsion was still crude, nearly twisting his ankle and causing his blood essence to churn, it worked. He had avoided a fatal strike. Standing at the control panel, Li Qingsong, who had been prepared to intervene, froze mid-step. His deep, tiger-like eyes locked onto Yu Qianxiao's unbelievable lateral movement. This is spatial repulsion stepping? Li Qingsong was shocked, unable to believe his eyes. What kind of joke is this? This brat actually used repulsion as if it were a stepping stone beneath his foot? This application of an ability was a technique that only domain-level warriors could begin to explore. Yet he, a mere novice in the muscle and bone realm, had actually pulled it off? Though it was ugly, crude, and clumsy, like a monkey imitating humans, the effect was undeniable. Li Qingsong felt as though an invisible hand was gripping his heart tightly. 5 centuries of martial common sense were being repeatedly shattered and ground into dust by a 16-year-old boy. Interesting. Li Qingsong slightly retracted his foot, his eternally cold and stoic expression unchanged, but his fingers moved without hesitation, increasing the energy cannon's firing frequency by another 30%. In the field, Yu Qianxiao quickly immersed himself in this new method of movement after the initial excitement. From initial clumsiness and frantic dodging, he gradually began to grasp the knack of it. Boom! 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 His figure flickered like a ghost within the dense web of energy beams. Each movement was accompanied by a muffled explosion, and each landing point was beyond comprehension. Gradually, he even found the capacity to counterattack amid his evasions. At this moment, he was no longer merely running but challenging. The burning fighting spirit allowed him to find his rhythm in the battle. In a breathtaking zigzag movement, Yu Qianxiao dodged 3 beams like lightning and followed through with a punch aimed at a newly installed alloy target post. No preparation, no buildup of power, pure instinct. A barely discernible gravitational singularity formed the instant his fist connected with the target post, as if time itself had momentarily frozen. With a muffled pft, the top of the post imploded as if struck by an invisible force of immense magnitude, collapsing into a pile of silvery dust that drifted to the ground. Having landed a clean hit, he didn't hesitate to unleash another burst of repulsion under his feet, propelling himself 10 meters away. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, a perfect blend of brutality and finesse, showcasing an unparalleled, raw beauty. By dusk, as the final energy cannon shot narrowly missed him, Yu Qianxiao, bloodied and battered, his clothing in tatters, finally collapsed onto one knee, gasping for breath. His body bore dozens of wounds, scorched marks scattered across him, with many injuries caused by his unrefined repulsion steps tearing his muscles apart. But he was still standing. He had survived, and the light in his eyes burned brighter and more terrifying than the day before. Like a phantom, Li Qingsong appeared before him, tossing 2 bottles of restorative liquid. One to drink, one to apply. Yu Qianxiao grabbed them without hesitation. Tilting his head back, he downed one bottle and poured the other over his wounds, feeling the searing chill and the rapid mending of his injuries. "Old man, this stuff isn't cheap, is it? Military exclusive. One bottle is worth the 10-year tax revenue of a small city," Li Qingsong replied expressionlessly. Yu Qianxiao froze mid-motion. "If I join the military, will my salary cover this?" No. Li Qingsong glanced at him, his gaze akin to someone appraising a personal asset already branded with his own mark. "So, you'd better pray you live long enough to become a marshal and repay it with your military merits. Otherwise, your entire life, including your soul, will be working for me for free." "Well, that's just perfect," Yu Qianxiao grinned, his blood-stained teeth gleaming. "Saves me the trouble of wanting to switch sides." The corner of Li Qingsong's perpetually icy lips twitched slightly, betraying a rare hint of exasperation at the boy's thick skin and rapidly growing strength. "Stop with the nonsense." He restrained the faint, barely perceptible ripple of emotion, his voice returning to a cold, hard tone. "Your progress has exceeded my expectations, but the sudden surge in power can easily disrupt your state of mind, enslaving you to the power itself. In the end, you'd become nothing but a madman who knows only slaughter." Yu Qianxiao stood up, quietly gazing at him, waiting for what came next. Li Qingsong pulled out a set of ancient, rustic writing tools from some unknown place, along with a small booklet made of an unfamiliar beast's hide. "What is this?" Yu Qianxiao was taken aback. "To calm your mind," Li Qingsong tossed the items to him. "From today onward, after every training session, copy this once. Use a brush, in regular script." A trace of profound meaning flickered through Li Qingsong's eyes. "The day you can, right after extreme training, with your blood surging and spirit heightened, write characters that are unified in form and spirit, without a ripple of disturbance. That will be the day your state of mind has begun to take shape." Yu Qianxiao looked at the slender brush in his hand, so delicate it seemed it might snap at a touch, then down at his own hands that trembled slightly from exertion yet could crush steel with ease. For the first time, a crack appeared on his expression. He was supposed to do this? This was 10,000 times harder than dodging artillery shells under 50 times gravity. Opening the beast-hide booklet, the first page bore ancient, majestic script conveying profound truths, the Tao Te Ching. In the underground training ground, the air pressure, which usually sufficed to freeze the atmosphere, no longer emanated from Li Qingsong but from Yu Qianxiao. He stared intently at the writing tools before him. The brush's shaft was smooth and warm, its tip snowy white, exuding in elegance. The inkstone was rich, in black hue, fine in texture, emitting a faint fragrance. The stack of paper was pristine as snow, its fibers clearly visible and undoubtedly priceless. Everything was perfect except for one problem. He had to use these hands, capable of crushing steel barehanded, to grip this brush so fragile it seemed. It might crumble with a mere tap, and then write on this paper, cleaner than his own conscience. To write, in regular script, to write the Tao Te Ching. Yu Qianxiao took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, trying to calm the surging, roaring blood within him. He felt as though he was facing not a brush but something far more terrifying than any alien foe. Li Qingsong stood a short distance away, arms crossed, his face as stoic as ever, his gaze devoid of any emotion, as though watching a silent drama whose ending he already knew. Yu Qianxiao closed his eyes, gritting his teeth internally, and extended his hand. What kind of hand was it? It had torn through the air under 50 times gravity, unleashing the shock of gravitational collapse. It had seized a sliver of hope amidst a web of energy cannons, creating miracles. This hand, soaked in blood and etched with scars, was packed with explosive power in every fiber of its muscle. And now, this hand, in an awkward and stiff manner, carefully, as though extracting a detonator from a minefield, pinched the slender brush. He strained to recall the faint impressions he'd seen in history textbooks in his past life and clumsily dipped the brush into the ink. Then, the brush tip touched the paper. SSSS. A faint sound. It wasn't writing, it was tearing. The force hadn't been controlled, and the brush tip had torn straight through the paper, leaving a jagged gash. A drop of thick ink seeped through the tear, spreading like an unsightly blot of blood. A vein on Yu Qinxiao's temple throbbed uncontrollably. The fury within him surged like a volcano on the verge of eruption, unbearable. Unwilling to admit defeat, he quickly adjusted his breathing, forced his muscles to relax, and tried again. This time, the paper didn't tear. But what appeared on it was a crooked, unevenly inked, structurally broken character for Dao, as though it had been hit by a truck 7 or 8 times. It didn't look like a character. It looked more like a squashed black spider, twitching its twisted limbs in agony on the paper. Put! A faint, suppressed chuckle came from nearby. Yu Qinxiao snapped his head up to see Li Qingsong quickly turning away, his shoulders shaking subtly, rhythmically. Although he quickly restored his ever-unchanging icy demeanor, Yu Qinxiao was 300% certain this old man had just laughed, and he was laughing at him. A strong sense of humiliation surged to Yu Qinxiao's head, as though it would set him ablaze. He, Yu Qinxiao, a man who had lived 2 lifetimes, with SSS-level abilities, an innate Dao body, and the soul of spacetime. In cultivation, combat, or theoretical assessments, he was always undeniably, overwhelmingly the best. And today, he had been utterly defeated by a mere brush, and mocked on the spot by this cold-blooded, ruthless drill instructor. Unforgivable. Yu Qinxiao's eyes turned red in an instant, fury surging like a tidal wave. A stubborn determination ignited within him. He refused to believe it. For the next hour, the underground training ground echoed with just 2 sounds. One was Yu Qinxiao's increasingly heavy breathing, suppressed with agitation and rage. The other was the sound of crumpled paper being tossed heavily to the ground. Soon, a mountain of discarded paper balls had piled up at his feet, each a testament to his unyielding will. At this moment, Yu Qinxiao's fighting spirit burned at its peak, vowing to rise above this challenge. Each sheet bore a masterpiece akin to ghostly scribbles. Some pierced through the paper, others were a mess of smeared ink, and some were simply blotches of ink. The more he tried to control his hands, the more they trembled. The harder he tried to write well, the fiercer the nameless fire burned in his chest. The immense blood and energy within him, which should have settled after extreme tempering, were instead stirred again by this exasperation, rampaging through his meridians like wild horses. Put! A heaviness pressed against Yu Qinxiao's chest, and a faint metallic taste rose in his throat. Useless! Li Qingsong's cold voice finally cut through like a sharp blade, piercing straight into Yu Qinxiao's fragile nerves. He walked over, casually picking up one of the crumpled papers and unfolding it. On it, a fractured, hideous, death virtue character seemed to mock him. The ridicule in Li Qingsong's eyes was undisguised. Your hands can precisely control repulsive forces, altering directions within 0.01 seconds to avoid fatal attacks. Your mind can condense gravitational singularities, annihilating everything within an inch of space. But your heart can't even hold a slender brush steady. He tossed the paper ball back at Yu Qinxiao's feet, his voice like a blade tempered with ice. Strength isn't just about brute force, destruction, or killing. When you can channel the power to shatter mountains into carving dragons and phoenixes on a block of tofu, then you'll truly grasp the essence of control. If you can't even control your own heart, what right do you have to control greater power? And what right do you have to subdue all clans? Yu Qinxiao suddenly looked up, staring intensely at Li Qingtian. His chest heaved violently, and his eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to refute, but he found himself unable to utter a single word. Indeed, he had always been relentlessly pursuing greater power, faster speed, and more extreme destruction. But he had never considered how to restrain, how to gather this earth-shattering, heaven-destroying power and refine it within, applying it with precision down to the finest details. His dominance, his aggression, were laid bare under the light of a small brush. It was not the confidence-born dominance. Rather, it was a kind of insecurity born from the inability to perfectly control his own strength. Seeing Yu Qinxiao fall into a dead silence, Li Qingtian turned away and tossed over another thick stack of rice paper and a fresh bucket of ink. Continue. If you can't complete an entire piece, don't even think about eating or sleeping today. After saying this, he truly walked to the side, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began resting, paying no further attention. Yu Qinxiao looked at the growing mountain of shame at his feet and then at the steady, mountain-like figure in the distance. The bloodshot redness in his eyes slowly faded. In its place was an almost obsessive, absolute calmness. He did not immediately pick up the brush. Instead, he sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. This time, he did not suppress the surging energy and blood within his body, nor did he attempt to dispel the agitation burning in his heart. He simply observed them calmly. Using the extraordinary perception of the soul of time and space, he watched the flow of his energy and blood and felt every fluctuation of his thoughts. The power of martial arts flows from within outward. The power of special abilities flows from the outside inward. What about writing? The intent precedes the brush, strength arises from the heart, and finally manifests on the paper. It is a process that moves from the internal to the external, and then to an even finer external. Why must I rely solely on my hands to control? My hands cannot achieve such fine precision, but my ability can. A flash of inspiration struck. Gravity, it is pressure, repulsion, attraction, distortion, collapse. At its core, it is a force. I can use it to move 10,000-ton boulders and distort space. Why can't I use it to control a small, almost weightless brush tip? When Yu Chenxiao opened his eyes again, his entire aura had transformed. He picked up the brush once more. His hand was still the same hand, but this time, his wrist and fingers completely relaxed, serving only as the most basic support. His true hand was his will. It was his SSS-level ability, gravity manipulation. A thread of mental power so faint it was almost imperceptible yet incomparably pure extended silently, enveloping the soft wolf hair bristles of the brush. It did not exert pressure or attraction. Instead, it constructed an exquisitely intricate absolute control domain around the brush tip, containing countless minute force field vectors. With a single thought, he moved. The brush tip dipped into the ink, no more and no less, perfectly saturating 2/3 of the bristles. As he lifted the brush, not a single drop of ink spilled. Constrained by the perfection of the gravity field, he lowered the brush. This time, there was no sound at all. The brush tip began to glide effortlessly across the rice paper, as smooth and fluid as flowing water. Horizontal strokes, vertical lines, downward sweeps, upward flicks. Each stroke was as precise as if printed by the most advanced machinery. At that moment, Li Qingtian's closed eyes abruptly opened. His gaze, sharp as a blade, instantly locked onto Yu Chenxiao's brush tip. He saw it. The micro-force fields dancing at the brush tip, like invisible tides, swirling subtly around Yu Chenxiao, delicate to the point of suffocation. He saw the first character Yu Chenxiao wrote, Dao. Neat, standard, flawless, like printed text from a textbook. Yet, Li Qingtian's brows furrowed slightly. This was merely form, devoid of spirit. But when Yu Chenxiao wrote the second character, Ko, a change occurred. That, though still neat, carried a faint trace of flavor within its strokes, as if imbued with the essence of the universe. The subsequent characters were even more striking, the third character, Dao, the fourth, Fei, the fifth, Chang. With each character flowing from his brush, Yu Chenxiao's expression grew calmer and more focused. He was fully immersed in this spiritual practice, feeling the refinement of micro-force field manipulation. The mental strain and sharpening were even more grueling than high-intensity combat under 50 times gravity. This was no longer mere calligraphy but an ultimate practice, a fusion of soul and script. Each character seemed to hold a soul within, and the strokes exuded a profound and weighty aura, as if capable of suppressing all things. This was not the artistic conception of calligraphy, it was Yu Chenxiao's unique way of suppression. When he finished writing, the Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao, the name that can be named is not the eternal name. He finally stopped. His forehead was drenched with fine beads of sweat, and the mental exhaustion surpassed anything he had felt the day before. He raised his head, locking eyes with Li Qingtian. Li Qingtian's gaze was like lightning, piercing straight into Yu Chenxiao's soul. At this moment, his face, one that had remained unperturbed even in the face of armies besieging humanity over the past 5 centuries, showed a faint twitch in its muscles. He had imagined countless ways Yu Chenxiao might overcome this obstacle, through indomitable willpower, through extraordinary comprehension, through relentless effort. But never had he imagined that this kid would use an SSS-level strategic ability, capable of altering the tide of battle, to write calligraphy. This might very well be the most expensive and extravagant piece of writing in human history. Ahem. Li Qingtian forcefully suppressed the storm raging in his heart, stood up, and meticulously examined the paper. After a long time, he slowly spoke 2 words, "Do it again." Why? Yu Chenxiao frowned, puzzled. Your writing is too domineering, Li Qingtian's voice rang out, firm and resonant like a bell, and it has lost the essence of the Tao Te Ching, tranquility and not action. I asked you to copy the Tao Te Ching to calm your mind, not to oppress it with your brush. Li Qingtian placed the paper down, his tone growing heavier, each word striking Yu Chenxiao's mental state like a hammer. Listen, kid. His gaze was sharp, locking onto Yu Chenxiao's eyes. When you can write with the dominion to suppress all things and simultaneously embody the non-action of the highest good like water, that is true mastery. Dominance and non-action, suppression and flowing like water. These two completely opposite, even contradictory concepts, how could they perfectly coexist in a single stroke? This was not merely a contradiction but a profound paradox. Yu Chenxiao stared at the rice paper before him, feeling for the first time a pressure heavier than 50 times gravity. This was not an external physical burden but a vast chasm in his inner understanding. This time, he did not rush to write. Instead, he sat cross-legged, picking up the beast-hide book of the Tao Te Ching and began reading it word by word. In the past, He had only regarded these ancient texts as a task, a lingering cultural memory from a previous life. However, under Li Qingsong's seemingly unreasonable demand, he had no choice but to fully immerse his mind and spirit into this millennia-old wisdom. Supreme goodness is like water. Water benefits all things but does not contend. Water, though it does not contend, can unleash devastating floods, destroying worlds without leaving a trace. The softest thing in the world overcomes the hardest. Softness can overcome hardness. He understood these principles, but understanding did not equate to mastery. In Yu Qinxiao's mind, countless thoughts surged, yet he could not find the point of integration. Suddenly, he was struck by an epiphany. Why do I seek outwardly? He abruptly closed his eyes, directing his mind inward, plunging into his consciousness to feel the innate power within him. SSS-level ability, gravity manipulation. What is gravity? It is the unchanging trajectory of planetary motion over billions of years, the eternal order of galaxies. It never roars, never flaunts itself, it simply exists silently. This is its non-action. And gravity is also the singularity that consumes light during a star's collapse, the absolute force capable of crushing all matter. This is its domination. Non-action and domination, softness and hardness, these are but two facets of the same entity. They are rooted in my soul and my power. True suppression does not lie in trampling everything beneath one's feet with deafening roars but in establishing rules. To allow all things to operate within my rules, not daring to overstep them by a hair's breadth. I am here, and thus this place is my domain. Though I remain non-active, all things must submit. This is the ultimate form of the way of suppression. This is the true essence of SSS-level gravity manipulation. Upon realizing this, the confusion and frustration in Yu Qinxiao's eyes faded entirely, replaced by boundless clarity and calmness. He stood up, walked to the desk, and picked up the brush again. Not far away, Li Qingsong, sitting cross-legged, had a barely perceptible twitch in his eyelid. Something's off. He sensed that the atmosphere of the entire underground training ground had changed. Previously, when Yu Qinxiao wrote, whether in agitation or concentration, the aura he exuded was like an unsheathed sword, sharp and piercing. But now, that sharpness had vanished, replaced by an indescribable stillness. It was as if the entire space had been infused with mercury, becoming viscous and heavy. Yu Qinxiao began to write. His hand still trembled slightly, but this trembling was no longer from lack of control. Instead, it was a peculiar rhythm, imbued with the highest order of resonance. He was writing the 8th chapter of the Tao Te Ching. The first character, Shang, supreme. The strokes were smooth, the brushwork concealed its sharpness at the start and ended subtly. It appeared ordinary, even somewhat soft. However, in Li Qingsong's perception of intent and law, the moment this Shang character was formed, the ground seemed to sink suddenly. No, it wasn't the ground sinking, it was the weight of the entire space that had inexplicably increased. The second character, Shan, goodness. The brushstrokes flowed like a gentle stream, smooth and harmonious, full of inclusiveness and tranquility. Yet Li Qingsong felt his blood and energy circulation slow slightly. The surrounding air seemed to solidify, with every particle of dust firmly nailed in place by an invisible force. The third character, Ruo, like. The fourth character, Shui, water. When the final stroke of the last Shui character fell like a droplet of water, Yu Qinxiao stopped writing. On the entire sheet of rice paper, there were only 4 characters. Supreme goodness is like water. The handwriting was gentle, restrained, even somewhat clumsy. There was no trace of arrogance, nor did it display profound calligraphic technique. Li Qingsong slowly stood up and walked step by step to the desk, staring intently at the paper. In his pupils, what was reflected was not 4 black characters but a bottomless abyss, calm yet unfathomable. These 4 characters seemed to have gained life. When looked at, they were as gentle as water, tranquil and non-contentious, as if capable of cleansing all killing intent. But should one dare to harbor even a hint of provocation, every stroke on the paper would instantly transform into a terrifying gravitational force capable of crushing stars. Domination was perfectly concealed beneath the facade of non-action. Suppression became the backdrop of the natural order. This was no longer writing. This was creation. It was using the most basic ink and brush to articulate the embryonic form of laws. Li Qingsong's heart was no longer in turmoil. It was experiencing the birth and death of the universe, the explosion of stars. A genius, a monster, no. This is a domain that only those at the myriad phenomena realm can touch, yet he's only at the bone refinement realm. He is forging a path that has never been tread before, one that belongs solely to him, his own Tao. He extended his hand, intending to pick up the sheet of paper, but his hand stopped 3 inches above the surface. That same hand, capable of tearing apart Lord-level alien beings, felt a hint of weight. This thin sheet of rice paper, in his perception, was as heavy as a mountain. After a long while, Li Qingsong slowly withdrew his hand, casting Yu Qinshiao a look filled with complex emotions, like he was gazing at something entirely beyond comprehension. He slowly uttered 4 words, just barely acceptable. With that, it was as though he had expended all his strength. He turned abruptly, refusing to look again at the paper that could shake the very foundation of any master of intent. He feared that if he continued to look, his martial heart would waver. This child's heart needs no further tempering. To continue is a waste of his time. His cultivation realm must quickly match his state of mind. His voice regained its usual cold hardness, as though the earlier lapse in composure had never occurred. The tempering of your mind ends here. To continue would be a waste of your time. Your realm must immediately catch up to your state of mind. Yu Qinshiao looked at him upon hearing this. The college entrance exams are soon. Li Qingsong, with his back to him, let his voice echo across the vast training ground. For you, that should have been a boring formality, but some people want to make it bloody. His voice suddenly turned icy, carrying a chill that reached the bone. Why? Yu Qinshiao asked. There are those who will stop at nothing to see you die either on the exam stage or on the way there. Yu Qinshiao frowned slightly. With the talent he had displayed, he should have been regarded as a treasure of humanity, protected at the highest level. Who would dare to defy the world to harm him? Because some people don't want to see a top scholar with the surname you return to the eyes of the world. Li Qingsong's voice was filled with a murderous intent so intense it nearly became tangible. Your parents were too dazzling back then, their brilliance blinding countless self-proclaimed geniuses. They personally severed many black hands in filthy deals threatening humanity. They died in battle, their bodies barely cold. And some people, instead of being grateful, felt relieved that the 2 mountains pressing on them had finally collapsed. They couldn't wait to crawl out of the gutters and run amok. Li Qingsong slowly turned his head. His sharp eagle-like eyes now burned with a sunlight capable of incinerating everything. He fixed Yu Qinshiao with a stare, speaking each word as if it were a command rather than a suggestion. Go to Yindu, go to the capital, claim the title of top scorer like a crown, and place it on your own head. With your name, with your fists, let the world know. The glory that belonged to your parents, you shall inherit. The path they couldn't finish, you will walk. The enemies they couldn't defeat, you will destroy. Li Qingsong's gaze seemed to pierce through the dense layers of the earth, seeing the sky outside, shrouded in dark clouds. The sun, it is about to rise. The air in the underground training ground grew scorching and heavy because of Li Qingsong's final words. The sun, it is about to rise. This powerful statement struck like a spark, finding its way into Yu Qinshiao's mental wasteland of coldness and obsession. It ignited a deep, long-buried desire within him. There was no fervent response, no rousing shout. Yu Qinshiao simply stood there in silence, his profound eyes reflecting the blazing sun in Li Qingsong's gaze. He slowly folded the sheet of rice paper inscribed with the words "Supreme goodness is like water," carefully tucking it into his chest. This subtle action was his silent reply. The flames in Li Qingsong's eyes gradually receded, returning to their usual state of calm, like a deep, undisturbed pool. He tossed over a black metal wristband and a palm-sized identity token embossed with a dragon and a sword. A new communicator, a top-level military clearance pass. His voice remained cold and commanding, leaving no room for doubt. The clearance is sufficient. If you encounter trouble even this can't solve. He paused, his icy gaze slicing toward Yu Qinshiao like a blade, carrying a warning. Then handle it yourself. Erase the source of the trouble, along with everything behind it, completely from this world. And one more thing. Li Qingsong threw over a spatial storage button filled with military-exclusive restorative liquids and high-energy nutrient pastes unavailable on the market. Don't die on your way to the examination venue. His tone was as frigid as ice. That would make my investment seem incredibly foolish. Yu Qinshiao caught the items and, sparing his words, simply said, "Understood." With that, he turned and walked toward the elevator, without hesitation. Just as the elevator doors were about to close completely, Yu Qinshiao's detached voice carried a hint of warmth for the first time. "Thank you, Teacher Li." Buzz, the elevator ascended rapidly, blinding sunlight filtering through the cracks above. When the doors opened at ground level and Yu Qinshiao stepped out, an intense feeling of weightlessness suddenly overwhelmed him. It was as though his entire body had instantly lost all weight. No, it wasn't him that had become weightless, it was the world beneath his feet that had turned insubstantial, as fragile as a layer of thin ice. The ground beneath him was no longer solid but soft, like cotton candy. He felt as though with just a little effort, he could collapse the entire block beneath his steps. It was then he realized that normal gravity, just 1g, felt so light that it was almost non-existent. It took Yu Qinshiao a few seconds to recalibrate his control over his body's strength. He forced his terrifying physique, capable of sprinting under 50 times Earth's gravity, to adapt to this fragile and absurdly weak normal environment. As he walked down the street, his steps made no sound. Each step landed like a cat's paw, perfectly dispersing any force that might cause damage. A passerby, head down and engrossed in their phone, collided with him hard. "Ow!" the pedestrian cried out, sounding as though they had slammed into a high-speed maglev train. But Yu Chunxiao remained unmoved, not even budging. He glanced down at the dazed pedestrian sprawled on the ground, his brows furrowing slightly. Troublesome. With a flash of his figure, he melted into the crowd, disappearing down the street in just a few breaths. Left behind, the pedestrian, clutching their shoulder with a ghost-stricken expression, kept rubbing their eyes, wondering if they'd just crashed into a T-Rex wearing human skin. Back in the cramped and shabby apartment in the old district, the first thing Yu Chunxiao did was head straight to the bathroom, washing away the mix of blood, sweat, and medicinal odors clinging to him. In the mirror, a brand new body was reflected back at him. Every inch of muscle was smooth and understated, like a perfect work of art crafted for slaughter. The gruesome wounds from training had all healed under the effects of the military-grade restorative liquid, leaving behind only faint pink scars. The most significant change was in his eyes. They were still as cold and deep as an abyss, but at the bottom of that abyss, a star seemed to be slowly forming, ready to erupt with light and heat capable of incinerating everything. He stepped out of the bathroom, casually grabbing a bottle of milk from the refrigerator. As his fingers touched the glass bottle, crack, a faint, crisp sound echoed. A delicate crack appeared on the sturdy glass. Yu Chunxiao froze for a moment, staring at the crack in silence for 3 full seconds. Then, with extreme care and gentleness, he placed the bottle of milk on the verge of shattering, back into the fridge. The sudden surge in strength had left him deeply unaccustomed to daily life. He sighed, opening the new communicator. A virtual screen unfolded in the air, an overwhelming stream of information flooding in. The top headline featured a flawlessly handsome face. The man in the picture wore an opulent family ceremonial suit, his gentle and perfect smile tinged with a trace of aloof compassion, like a god walking among mortals. The headline was striking: "The perfect prodigy Ming Shijun, the top scholar title is merely a speck of dust on my crown." The article lavished praise on Ming Shijun, a descendant of an ancient martial arts family, elevating him to the heavens. Words like once-in-a-century talent, martial genius, and hope of humanity were heaped upon him. Yu Chunxiao scrolled past expressionlessly. His gaze didn't linger on Ming Shijun's face for even a second. Soon, in an inconspicuous corner, he spotted his own name. An article analyzing dark horses used the most disparaging tone to describe him as a pitiful orphan who, by sheer luck and the remnants of his parents' legacy, awakened a decent ability. The text was laced with condescension and disdain. Although his parents made remarkable contributions to humanity back then, their overbearing conduct offended too many powers. Now that the twin stars have fallen, their son Yu Chunxiao may have talent, but his temperament is unsteady and his foundations weak. It is doubtful he can bear great responsibilities, let alone rival a prodigy like Ming Shijun. The article ended with a kind-hearted reminder. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. We hope, student, you can recognize reality, lie low, and avoid repeating his parents' tragic fate of dying prematurely. This was no longer a veiled suggestion. It was a blatant death threat cloaked in the guise of advice. A cold smirk slowly curved Yu Chunxiao's lips. He closed the news and tapped lightly on the screen. An old, slightly yellowed electronic photo appeared in the center of the display. In the photo, a heroic man and an extraordinary woman stood side by side. They wore blood-stained battle armor, with the shattered cosmos and alien corpses behind them. The man laughed heartily, wrapping his arm around the woman's shoulders. The woman's smile was gentle yet radiant, as if it could illuminate the entire universe. Between them stood a small child, barely reaching their knees, who was tiptoeing earnestly, trying to make himself appear taller. That child was him. Looking at the photo of his parents' brilliant smiles, Yu Chunxiao took a deep breath, a surge of anger and determination rising in his chest. Li Qingsong said the sun is going to rise. No! In Yu Chunxiao's eyes, the star that was condensing suddenly exploded. The sun will not rise on its own. This sky, shrouded in dark clouds for too long, this land, soaked in blood for too long. Their sun has long since fallen. A new sun will be lifted by my own hands. The flames of justice and honor ignited in his heart, and Yu Chunxiao's eyes burned like raging fire, vowing to transform all humiliation into strength. His destiny would no longer be dictated by others. He would personally write his own legend. Chapter 16, The Appetizer. The morning of the university entrance exam. Sunlight pierced through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the luxurious hotel, illuminating every speck of dust. 3 days ago, Yu Chunxiao had arrived in Yendu, where Li Qingsong had already arranged everything for him. Yu Chunxiao stood in front of the sink, staring expressionlessly at the mirror. In the mirror, his right hand gripped a toothbrush handle, snapped in two. In his left palm lay a handful of fine white powder mixed with toothpaste foam. It had once been a ceramic rinsing cup. He sighed. This was already the third one in 3 days. Ever since leaving Li Qingsung's underground base, he felt like a professional demolition company every single day. When he reached out to open a door, the handle would come off easily, along with the internal lock mechanism. When he bent down to put on his shoes, the sturdy shoelaces would snap like weathered spider silk. Walking down the street, he constantly had to divert 99% of his focus to suppress the destructive power unconsciously emanating from his terrifying physique. It felt like forcing an ancient beast capable of crushing mountains to learn how to embroider a flower with the finest needle. Every movement was filled with a subtle sense of tearing. Yu Qinshiao discarded the broken remnants, casually wiped his teeth with a wet finger, and then retrieved a brand new black combat suit from the wardrobe. It was the only set of clothes he hadn't accidentally torn yet. Once he was dressed, he hung the military badge, engraved with a dragon pattern and sword, that Li Qingsung had given him on his chest. He stepped out. Creak. This time, he finally controlled his strength perfectly. The heavy solid wood hotel door only let out a groan, barely holding together. Downstairs at the hotel, a fully black, sleek hover car, exuding a futuristic design and blending seamlessly into the shadows, was silently hovering by the roadside. The car bore no family or corporate logo. Yet, the understated aura of menace and authority it emitted left the surrounding 100-meter radius utterly deserted. A driver in a black suit, his face sharp and cold as if carved from stone, was already waiting by the car door. Upon spotting Yu Qinshiao, he immediately bowed respectfully, his movements textbook precise. "Mr. Yu, on General Li's orders, I am here to take you to the first examination site." Yu Qinshiao nodded slightly, saying nothing, and directly opened the car door to step inside. The interior was astonishingly spacious. As the door closed, all external noise was completely sealed away. The hover car started silently, ascending vertically with perfect stability before merging like a drop of ink into the orderly aerial traffic lanes above the city. Leaning into the absurdly soft leather seat, Yu Qinshiao closed his eyes. He appeared to be resting. In truth, his mental focus was razor-sharp, observing the world from a perspective incomprehensible to others. Through the perception of the soul of time and space, this massive city of steel and glass was no longer a cold collection of structures. He could see countless pulses of life energy, some strong, some faint, flickering like stars across the city. He could feel the revival of spiritual energy deep within the earth veins, surging rhythmically like tides. The entire city felt like a colossal, breathing organism, and he was an unusually powerful cell within it. At that moment, his calm perception suddenly detected several threads of disharmonious, malevolent energy. 3 mixed and chaotic blood energy waves were forcefully cutting into the flight path of his vehicle from a rear track, in an aggressively brazen manner. They had arrived. Yu Qinshiao's eyelids didn't even twitch. The next second, a flamboyantly designed, fiery red hover car resembling a wild beast in heat violently shoved aside normal vehicles to drive alongside Yu Qinshiao's black hover car. Its window lowered, revealing 3 young and arrogant faces. Leading them was a youth with glaringly dyed golden hair. With a cultivation level of stage 3 in the bone refinement realm, he was already considered exceptionally talented for his age. A sneer played on his lips as his disdainful gaze swept over Yu Qinshiao's understated black hover car. Well, if it isn't our famous orphan of the twin stars, Yu Qinshiao, the great prodigy." The golden-haired youth spoke mockingly, his voice amplified through a speaker, loud and clear. "What's the matter? Too scared to step out? Hiding in such a pitch-black turtle shell, how pitiful." His 2 lackeys burst out laughing. "Brother Hao, keep it down. He's the offspring of heroes, after all. If we scare him into crying, wouldn't it disgrace his parents? Ha ha ha. That orphan loser thinks he can compete with young Master Ming for the top spot? I nearly died laughing when I saw the news yesterday. Does he even deserve it?" Yu Qinshiao's gaze sharpened like a blade, and a fierce anger ignited within him. These brats dared to belittle him so openly. He slowly opened his eyes, a cold smirk tugging at his lips. "Do you really think the likes of you can flaunt arrogance before me?" In an instant, his aura surged like a rising tide, as if a ferocious beast had awakened, intimidating all around him. "Come on, I'll give you a chance. Show me just how foolish you truly are." His voice was deep and magnetic, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The golden-haired youth froze for a moment, then a cruel grin spread across his face. "Fine, today I'll show you what real strength looks like." At that moment, the cityscape outside the car windows seemed to hold its breath, anticipating the clash. This entrance exam was not just an academic competition, it was the pinnacle showdown of strength and intellect. An unyielding fighting spirit burned within Yu Qinshiao. He knew this was his moment to rise. Yu Qinshiao finally opened his eyes fully, his resolve unwavering. His pair of indifferent eyes, so cold they bordered on heartlessness, gazed through the thick, bulletproof car window, landing icily on the face of the blonde youth. That gaze, calm, unwavering, and devoid of any emotion, was like looking at an inconspicuous stone on the roadside. sending a chill straight to the soul. The blonde youth burned with fury under that gaze, feeling as though all his provocations had been thrown into a vacuum, not even eliciting an echo. This feeling of being utterly ignored, treated like air, was more humiliating and infuriating than being cursed at directly. "What the hell are you looking at?" he snapped, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his anger flaring up instantly. He shouted, "A worthless piece of trash living off compensation after losing your parents, you really think you're someone important?" Before the words even finished, a faint, nearly imperceptible low-frequency hum suddenly resonated through the air. It was as if, in that instant, the entire world had come to a halt. The blonde youth was about to continue his tirade, but suddenly he felt the steering wheel in his hands grow as heavy as if it were filled with tons of liquid mercury, sinking down violently. He mustered every ounce of his strength, unleashing the full power of his third-rank physical cultivation, just to barely keep the car's nose from crashing. "Damn it! This damn car always breaks down at the worst time," he cursed, entirely oblivious to the nightmare that was about to descend upon him. But in the next moment, something even more bizarre happened. The lackey sitting beside him, the one laughing the loudest, suddenly had his laughter freeze in his throat, turning into a piercing, inhuman scream of agony. "Ah, my hand! My hand! It's broken! It broke on its own!" The lackey's right arm, which had been casually propped against the car window, now bent downward at an utterly unnatural, anatomically impossible angle. The grotesque sight of stark white bone shards piercing through his skin and exposed to the air sent shivers down everyone's spine. This wasn't the result of any external force. It was as if the lackey's own weight had abruptly multiplied dozens of times in an instant, crushing his arm bones under his own body. The air around them froze, thickening with an oppressive atmosphere of fear. The blonde youth could no longer maintain his composure. His inner thoughts churned like stormy seas as he frantically searched for a way to escape. "What's going on?" he shouted in terror, his voice filled with disbelief as his eyes brimmed with unbridled fear. Even Yu Qinxiao's indifferent gaze seemed to have transformed into a haunting curse in his mind. Another lackey, whose sneer had yet to fade from his face, had his pupils shrink to pinpricks in the grip of overwhelming terror. The blonde youth's expression changed drastically as he finally realized something was terribly wrong. An invisible, horrifying force, like a giant beast of darkness, suddenly blanketed their entire car. The blonde youth felt as though he had been hurled into the depths of a 10,000-meter abyss. The crushing pressure from all directions left him gasping for breath. Every inch of his skin, every bone in his body, seemed to bear the weight of unimaginable fear. He tried to cry out for help, but even the simple act of opening his mouth was beyond him. All he could manage were faint, wheezing gasps, like a broken bellows. Their red hover car began to tremble violently. The sturdy alloy frame groaned under the strain, emitting creaks of protest as the car's altitude plummeted uncontrollably. Absolute panic, like a black plague, spread wildly through the hearts of the three inside. They didn't even know who their enemy was or where the attack was coming from. Inside the black hovercar, Yu Qinxiao remained reclined in his seat, his deep gaze not even bothering to glance at the red hovercar outside the window. His eyes rested instead on his own pale, slender, and knuckle-defined right hand. He slowly curled his outstretched fingers, as though merely loosening stiff joints. Boom! It wasn't the deafening explosion of a blast, but rather the mournful cry of some fundamental law being forcibly shattered. The red hovercar instantly froze mid-air, then, as if seized by an invisible giant hand, was hurled mercilessly toward the ground. There was no tumbling, no smoke, only a straight descent in perfect defiance of all physical laws. It was as though from the moment it existed, its fate was already sealed, to return to the earth. Inside the car, the extreme terror rendered the blonde youth and his two lackeys utterly blank. They felt as if they weren't falling but rather that the entire sky, the entire world, was rushing upward to crash into them. Bones groaned, internal organs shifted, and that oppressive force pressed down on every single cell in their bodies. In the final moment before their consciousness plunged into eternal darkness, they saw, through their distorted vision, the black hovercar glide smoothly and elegantly past their falling trajectory. Behind its window, the cold, indifferent profile of the young man bore a smile as chilling as the reaper's. So there was no enemy after all. No attack. From beginning to end, it was just a single thought. The cultivation they prided themselves on, their family backgrounds, they so loved to flaunt. Before this existence, they were less than specks of dust. This was not a fight, nor even a crushing defeat, it was merely a casual clean-up. Inside the pitch-black hovercar, the silence was so profound one could hear their own heartbeat. The driver, staring through the rearview mirror, fixed his gaze on the mangled flower of twisted metal and glaring blood in the greenery below. His hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles pale from exertion, veins bulging along the backs of his hands. Cold sweat drenched his expensive tailored suit, the icy fabric clinging to his back and sending shivers through him. He hadn't even seen how Mr. Yu had acted. No, Yu Chenxiao hadn't moved at all. Was this the future of humanity personally recognized by General Li? A detour. Yu Chenxiao's voice, cold and detached, shattered the suffocating silence like a thunderclap. Ah, why yes. The driver flinched, instinctively responding, thinking it was an order to avoid the bloody accident scene. To where? He asked cautiously. Yu Chenxiao finally lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing through the thick, specialized glass of the car window, gazing distantly at a grand building bathed in the morning light. It was the location of the upcoming national exam, drawing the most intense attention from the entire city, and even the entire country. A cold and cruel curve tugged at the corner of his lips. To the exam venue. His voice was calm, as though merely stating a fact. Take the most conspicuous main route. He paused, his tone like the edge of a blade slicing through the air. Trash is just an appetizer. I want every rat hiding in the shadows to see how the sun rises. The driver's palms were soaked with sweat, feeling as if he was gripping not a steering wheel but a one-way ticket to hell. This command, delivered in a calm, indifferent tone, sent deeper shivers through his soul than any roar he'd ever heard from the lords of myriad races. That wasn't a road ahead, it was a divine ascent covered in knives and flames, leading to the focal point of the entire city's gaze. Yu Chenxiao left no room for hesitation. An invisible yet gentle force, imbued with absolute will, quietly took over the control of the hover car. The pitch-black vehicle, like a shadow, tearing through the light, silently yet resolutely merged into the central main thoroughfare that symbolized the absolute core of the capital. In an instant, they became the most conspicuous anomaly. On this aerial track, every passing vehicle was part of a luxurious convoy adorned with emblems of the council, the military, or top-tier noble families. Their entirely black, unmarked phantom car was like a black crow intruding into a flock of swans, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Warning! Warning! Unknown vehicle, immediately vacate the central air lane. Repeat, vacate immediately. The cold and urgent mechanical warning from the traffic control system echoed through the public channel. Several patrol hover bikes stationed on both sides of the track immediately turned their direction, flashing blinding red and blue lights, speeding toward them like sharks scenting blood. Yu Chenxiao remained leaning against the seat, not even lifting his eyelids. He simply rested his right hand casually on his knee, his index finger lightly tapping downward. The driver's breath nearly stopped. He could already imagine that in the next second, they would be locked onto by high-energy electromagnetic cannons and mercilessly blasted into a burning heap of scrap metal. At this critical moment, an unforgettable and bizarre scene unfolded. The imposing patrol vehicles, as they approached within 100 meters of them, seemed to be crushed by an invisible giant mountain. All the engines simultaneously emitted piercing, overloaded alarms. Unable to bear the strain, the vehicle's forward momentum came to an abrupt halt, as if frozen in amber, then plummeted uncontrollably. Several meters in an extremely awkward manner before barely stabilizing themselves, no longer daring to approach even an inch closer. The piercing warning sounds in the public channel abruptly ceased, and the entire world seemed to have been muted. This eerie silence was more unsettling than any intense conflict. More rats finally couldn't hold back and crawled out from the gutters. This time, it was no longer the low-grade provocations of street thugs. 3 heavily modified armed hovercrafts, covered in menacing rams and external weapon modules, formed a triangular formation and locked onto Yu Chenxiao's vehicle. From 3 directions. On their bodies, a unified emblem of a venomous scorpion intertwined with a sharp sword was branded, a bloodthirsty insignia belonging to the infamous mercenary group active in the city's gray zones, Scorpion Sword. Rumor had it that as long as the price was right, they would even dare to assassinate military officials. Target confirmed, executing elimination plan. A steady and icy voice echoed through the communication channel. Position 3, ready. Gauss sniper cannon fully charged. Target, rear car window. A ghostly blue beam of destruction frantically condensed at the muzzle, emitting a teeth-gritting buzzing sound. Roger. Positions 1 and 2, provide suppressive fire. Fire synchronously in 3 seconds. The cold command descended like the arrival of death, instantly igniting the flames of battle. Take action. No unnecessary words. No arrogant shouting. Cold commands swiftly circulated through their internal channels. In the next moment, it was death. Inside the black hover car, Yu Chen remained motionless. He merely lifted the right hand resting on his knee, slowly raising it and extending one index finger. That slender, fair finger gently drew a circle in the air, facing the void ahead. and action as casual as could be. It was as if a child had casually drawn a doodle on a car window covered in white mist. Open fire! The captain of the Scorpion Sword Squad issued an attack command. However, the metal storm he had envisioned, capable of shattering the target along with the entire street, did not appear. His pride, the electromagnetic main cannon, at the very moment before the energy burst forth, had its thick and menacing barrel seemingly gripped by an invisible divine hand, forcibly twisted into a corkscrew-like shape, turning a full 180 degrees. The dark barrel was now precisely aimed at his own cockpit. The captain's pupils, in that instant, shrank into a single dot due to extreme terror. A faint, inarticulate, desperate gasp managed to escape his throat. No! Boom! Blazing flames consumed everything. On the other side, the third vehicle, tasked with the fatal sniper shot, encountered an even more bizarre and worldview-shattering horror. The sniper, through the high-magnification scope, had already locked the crosshair firmly onto Yu Chenxiao's head. At the very moment he pulled the trigger, his vision, along with all the physical laws he understood, underwent a cataclysmic distortion. The target in the scope remained unchanged. What changed was his bullet. The hypersonic armor-piercing round, at the moment it left the barrel, traced a brilliant and graceful, perfect arc. Then, with unparalleled precision, it shot back to where it had originated. Put! The sniper lowered his head in disbelief, staring at the bull-sized hole in his chest as his vision was swiftly swallowed by darkness. As for the last vehicle, its fate was the most straightforward and the most tragic. An irresistible, incomprehensible force of terror descended out of nowhere. It was like a soda can thrown into a universal shredder. Not even a metallic wail had time to be heard. In midair, it was forcibly crushed into an irregular, sparking, twisted metal sphere. From start to finish, that black hovercar did not sway in the slightest. It continued steadily, at a constant, one might even say leisurely, speed, driving forward along the center of the main road. It was as if the brief and brutal clash just now was merely a few moths crashing into an eternally burning star. The first examination venue, the top-level VIP viewing room. In front of the massive floor-to-ceiling window, Ming Shijun, dressed in luxurious attire and as handsome as a divine being, held a glass of red wine, a gentle and flawless smile gracing his lips. Behind him, on the giant holographic screen, the eerie and tragic scene on the central main road was silently playing. A follower quickly approached, whispering a report in his ear, his tone suppressing extreme shock. Young Master Ming, the Scorpion Sword, has been completely annihilated. Ming Shijun's motion of swirling the wineglass paused ever so slightly. His smile remained flawless. Got it. He gazed at the black vehicle moving forward alone on the light screen, a trace of coldness flashed deep in his eyes, as sharp as a scalpel. The roar of the beast is indeed loud. He took a gentle sip of wine, his voice warm yet devoid of any warmth. After all, it's something that can't be brought to the table. Gulp! The driver swallowed hard, feeling as though his throat was so dry it might catch fire. Through the rearview mirror, he secretly glanced at the young man in the back seat who seemed both godlike and demonic. Yu Chenxiao had unknowingly already opened his eyes. He was tilting his head, gazing at the rapidly passing cityscape outside the window, his expression calm. How much farther? Yu Chenxiao asked. Reporting to Mr. Yu, soon. We'll be there very soon. The driver shuddered and quickly sat up straight. It was finally coming to an end. He swore that he never wanted to experience such a thrilling journey again in his life. The pitch-black hovercar slowly descended in altitude. Finally, it steadily stopped at the massive square in front of the main entrance of the first examination venue. Here, it was already a sea of people. Examinees, parents, media, instructors, guards. Countless gazes instantly focused on the hovering vehicle the moment it landed. On many people's personal terminals, the tragic fireworks from the central main road earlier were still being played. Everyone knew that inside this car sat a harbinger of doom. The car doors silently opened upwards. Under the dead silence of countless gazes, Yu Chenxiao stepped out. He was dressed in a sleek black combat uniform, the military insignia on his chest, featuring a dragon pattern intertwined with a sword, reflecting a dazzling and icy light under the morning sun, like a war god descending. Ignoring the gazes around him, he looked up at the towering examination building that symbolized the glory of humanity's highest academy. Then, he stepped forward and walked into the crowd. The crowd parted like Moses dividing the sea, quickly retreating to both sides to make way for him with a wide passage. Fear, hatred, curiosity, fanaticism, various complex emotions intertwined in the air, forming an invisible web that enveloped him. He paid it no mind, his heart focused solely on his goal. At that moment, his gaze was drawn to a scene not far away. There, a group of so-called prodigies surrounded a figure, as if stars orbiting the moon. That man was none other than Ming Shijun. Ming Shijun smiled as he looked at Yu Chenxiao, his face adorned with a flawless and gentle smile, like a divine being descending to the mortal world. He even raised the goblet in his hand high, making a pleased gesture, as if inviting a destined loser to witness his coronation ceremony. Yu Chinxiao's gaze finally shifted from the cold examination building and landed on Ming Shijun. Did not pause, not even a glance. Just a fleeting sweep, as if unintentionally. That one look made Ming Shijun's mask-like smile freeze instantly. The prodigies behind him, full of mockery and disdain, seemed struck by lightning. Their expressions changed drastically. It was a terrifying will capable of crushing stars and shattering divine souls, like an invisible avalanche and tsunami, instantly engulfing their souls. Their breathing halted in an instant, and their hearts skipped a beat. The blood energy they prided themselves on was forcibly suppressed within their bodies, unable to be mobilized even in the slightest. Yu Chinxiao's steps did not pause as he walked straight past those prodigies who seemed petrified. An extremely indifferent voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, drifted over. The voice was not loud, yet it was like a cold steel needle, piercing precisely into the eardrums of Ming Shijun and all his followers. Pathetic and weak. Click. With an extremely faint cracking sound, the expensive crystal wineglass in Ming Shijun's hand revealed a spiderweb-like crack on its surface. His smile remained gentle, but deep within his eyes, a flash of volcanic fury and murderous intent swept through. Yu Chinxiao's figure had already moved toward the deep entrance of the examination hall. He didn't even turn back for another glance, as if everything was unworthy of his attention. At the entrance of the examination hall stood a massive alloy gate spanning 100 meters, exuding an invisible sense of oppression. The cold, heavy metal radiated an aura of solemnity and killing intent. Behind the gate was a gigantic preparation hall capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people. The dome was so high it seemed boundless, with countless beams of light illuminating the space as brightly as daylight. The air was filled with a tense mixture of disinfectant, metal, and sweat. When Yu Chinxiao's figure stepped alone into this vast space, the previously noisy hall instantly fell silent. Tens of thousands of gazes focused on him simultaneously, some filled with awe, some with curiosity, some with envy, and some with hatred, as if the air had frozen. Is that Yu Chinxiao? Damn, was the chain explosion on the main road just now really his doing? I heard the Scorpion Sword mercenary group try to ambush him, but in the end, their vehicles are gone, and so are their people. Madman. He's simply a madman. That's the main avenue of the capital. Shoo, keep your voice down. Do you have a death wish? Didn't you see how even young Master Ming's men were scared stiff like quails by just one word from him? Whispers surged, but they were quickly suppressed by an even greater sense of awe. Yu Chinxiao paid no attention, long accustomed to filtering out meaningless noise. He walked straight to the candidates' waiting area, casually found an empty corner, leaned against the wall, and closed his eyes. His demeanor was as if he wasn't here to take a national exam that could decide his fate, but rather waiting for a delayed bus in a park. This extreme calmness formed a stark contrast to the faces of the other candidates around him, which were filled with tension and anticipation. Soon, another powerful presence swept into the hall. Ming Shijun had arrived. He was still the picture of perfection, dressed in an expensive aristocratic combat uniform, with a gentle yet distant smile on his face, as if the earlier unpleasantness in the square had never occurred. The followers behind him, though pale-faced, quickly adjusted their composure upon seeing their young master's unruffled demeanor, straightening their backs once more. Ming Shijun's gaze accurately landed on Yu Chinxiao, who was sitting in the corner. He didn't walk over but stood where he was, speaking in a tone that was audible to everyone yet remarkably gentle. Student Yu, what an impressive display of authority. His voice drew the attention of the entire room. However, it's good for young people to have a fiery spirit. I hope that later in the examination hall, you can maintain this momentum and slay a few more alien races for humanity, so as not to disgrace the illustrious name of your parents. His words were impeccably crafted, simultaneously pointing out Yu Chinxiao's impropriety while attributing it to the fiery nature of youth, and then seamlessly elevating it to the noble cause of earning merit for humanity and honoring the name of his parents. Instantly, he occupied the moral high ground. The examinees who had previously held Yu Chinxiao in awe now had more complex expressions in their eyes. That's right, no matter how gifted you are, you can't act so lawlessly, can you? Young Master Ming is right. If you have skills, you should use them to kill the alien races. Yu Chinxiao didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. Such a low-level verbal trap didn't interest him enough to respond. At that moment, a crisp and gentle voice, tinged with a hint of concern, sounded beside Yu Chinxiao. You were too impulsive just now. Yu Chinxiao opened his eyes and turned his head to look. A tall girl dressed in a white combat uniform was standing next to him. Her jet-black, silky long hair and eyes, as clear as a mountain spring, made her particularly striking. Yu Chinxiao recognized her, Yi Qingtang, the possessor of the S-level support type ability Heart of Life. Yu Chinxiao looked at her without speaking. Yi Qingtang seemed a bit uneasy under his gaze but still mustered the courage to say another sentence. Ming Shijun is a very dangerous person. By embarrassing him in public like that, he won't let it go easily. She had noticed the venomous coldness that flashed beneath Ming Shijun's perfect smile as he turned away, as well as the crack that appeared on the empty wineglass he was holding. They shouldn't have mentioned my parents. Yu Chinshao finally spoke, his voice still indifferent, yet it sounded like the declaration of an undeniable truth. Yi Qingtang was slightly startled and, suddenly, understood. The cold young man before her, all his outward dominance and sharpness, was merely to protect the shattered softness deep within his heart that no one was allowed to touch. She took out a piece of candy from her pocket, emitting a faint glow and a milky fragrance, and handed it over. Specially made energy. Candy by the military, it can quickly restore physical and mental strength. Later, do your best, but don't overexert yourself. Yu Chinshao looked at the candy, remained silent for 2 seconds, and then took it. Thanks. Amid this rare moment of warmth, a rough voice rudely interrupted. Hey, are you Yu Chinshao? A burly young man, as robust as a bear and sporting a neat buzz cut, strode through the crowd with large steps and stopped in front of Yu Chinshao. His entire body radiated explosive vitality, his eyes gleaming like lightning, filled with the purest and most direct fighting spirit. He was an S-class enhancement type ability user, the son of Long Shuai, who possessed the dragon blood battle body Long Junjiang. He sized up Yu Chinshao from head to toe, grinned, and revealed a set of gleaming white teeth. Are those messes outside your doing? You've got guts. After the exams, fight me. My name is Long Junjiang. He extended his fist, as large as a casserole, not as a provocation but more like the most direct form of recognition and respect between warriors. Yu Chinshao glanced at him and thought to himself, as expected, a strong one. From him, I can sense a pure, untainted strength. Okay. Receiving an affirmative response, Long Junjiang burst into hearty laughter, turned around, and left, as if he had already obtained the long-awaited duel invitation, looking utterly satisfied. This scene instantly transformed the previously eerie atmosphere in the hall into one that was relaxed and lively. From a distance, Ming Shijun, with a gloomy expression, stared at Yu Chinshao, who had been consecutively befriended by Yi Qingtang and Long Junjiang, his jealousy deepening further. At this moment, the giant light screen at the front of the hall lit up. A middle-aged examiner dressed in a military major general's uniform, with a stern expression, appeared on the screen, his voice firm and powerful. Attention, all examinees. The rules for this year's college entrance examination practical test are as follows. Test location, Alien Ranch Number 3. Internally houses over 100,000 minion-level alien terror claw beasts, as well as randomly deployed elite-level aliens. Test objective, do everything possible to hunt aliens and earn points. Killing one minion-level terror claw beast earns 1 point. Killing an elite-level alien earns points ranging from 10 to 50, depending on its strength. Test duration, 8 hours. Final ranking will be based solely on point totals. This test allows candidates to compete against each other, but malicious acts causing death or disability are strictly prohibited. All candidates' wristbands are equipped with life monitoring. If any life-threatening situation occurs, they will be immediately teleported out of the field. However, please note that points will be reset to 0 and the test will be considered a failure. Now, the test begins. The voice fell. The entire floor of the hall instantly lit up with tens of thousands of densely packed teleportation arrays, as if heralding an unprecedented bloodbath about to unfold. The light engulfed the figures of all the examinees, and the space twisted and folded violently. When their feet touched solid ground again, a thick, suffocating stench of blood and decay, mixed with the earthy smell of soil, rudely filled Yu Qinshao's nostrils. Before him stretched a boundless, dim wasteland. On the gray-black earth, jagged rocks protruded, and low, twisted shrubs resembling ghostly claws were scattered everywhere. In the sky hung a dark red, seemingly bleeding false moon, casting an ominous hue over the entire land. This was the alien pasture, a hellish arena of blood and death designed to sift out future warriors. Howl! A sharp screech, like the prelude to death, shattered the silence. A dozen terror claw beasts, creatures resembling skinned hyenas but with side-like bony claws on their limbs, were the first to spot this newly arrived, fresh prey. Their crimson, beastly eyes gleamed with greed and bloodlust. Foul saliva dripped from their sharp teeth, corroding the ground with a sizzling sound. In the next instant, they transformed into a dozen scattered black shadows, silently pouncing from all directions. These are the lowest-level minion-class alien species. In the armies of myriad races, they are the most numerous and cheapest cannon fodder for any ordinary chi refinement. Realm examinee, facing one alone would require full concentration and cautious maneuvering. A single mistake could lead to claws piercing the heart, ending up as food. Yet at this moment, in Yu Qinshao's perception, these dozen or so ferocious terror claw beasts moved as if they were playing a frame-by-frame slideshow. Every muscle twitch, every claw swipe, was infinitely slowed down in his senses. He didn't even bother to look at them. His gaze passed over this noisy group of cannon fodder and focused deeper into the wasteland. There, a presence far stronger than these minions by 100-fold, filled with brutality and chaos, was slowly awakening, like a giant beast disturbed from its slumber. That presence seemed to have caught the scent of a gourmet meal, locking onto him with a hint of curiosity. Yu Chinxiao's lips finally curled into a cold smile, tinged with a trace of hunting anticipation. The appetizers were all served. Now, the main course should make its appearance. He casually raised his right hand and lightly clenched it in midair toward the nearest charging terror claw beast. Pfft. A faint sound, like fabric tearing, echoed across the wasteland, insignificant yet profoundly shocking. The most ferocious terror claw beast froze mid-charge in the air. Immediately after, its tough flesh and bones, capable of tearing through steel plates, collapsed and compressed inward under an invisible force in an instant. No violent explosion, no blood splattering everywhere. It was like a balloon that had been punctured, with all its life essence forcibly compressed into the very center of its body. Finally, in midair, it was crushed into a fist-sized, writhing mass of dark red flesh and blood. Splat! The lump of flesh fell to the ground, making a sticky, faint sound. Deathly silence, a silence as still as death. The remaining dozen or so terror claw beasts froze, their strong limbs seemingly nailed to the ground, halting their charge. For the first time, their bloodthirsty beastly eyes reflected an emotion called fear. Their chaotic and simple minds couldn't comprehend what had just happened. No energy fluctuations, no traces of martial techniques. That insignificant human hadn't even moved, yet their companion was dead. Dead, so casually, so completely. The hunt had begun, in a way they could not understand. Yu Chinxiao had no interest in paying attention to this group of one-point tools that had already been scared out of their wits. He withdrew his hand, even disdainfully wiping it on his combat suit, as if he had just crushed something filthy. He stepped forward, heading straight toward the source of the aura of the battle beast level peak exotic beast. His movement completely snapped the taut nerve of fear within the terror claw beast pack. Howl! One terror claw beast finally couldn't withstand the invisible pressure, letting out a mournful wail before turning to flee. The instinct to survive overcame its bloodthirsty desire. With one leading the way, the rest followed like a flood bursting through a dam, abandoning all will to fight as they scrambled to turn and flee madly in all directions. However, Yu Chinxiao merely cast them a cold glance. Noisy. A single word, as if pronouncing their death sentence. Buzz, an invisible force field, centered on him, rippled outward in an instant. It was not merely gravity, but a composite force field that combined traction and crushing. All the fleeing terror claw beasts suddenly froze, as if bound tightly by invisible chains. Immediately after, they seemed to be entangled by countless invisible threads of gravitational force, completely losing control as they were forcibly dragged back toward Yu Chinxiao. Desperate howls echoed across the sky, their limbs frantically clawing at the ground, carving deep trenches, yet utterly unable to resist that overwhelming and unreasonable power. A dozen or so terror claw beasts were mercilessly pulled together by that force, gathering in midair like an ugly meteor made of flesh and blood, teetering on the brink of collapse. Then, Yu Chinxiao's 5 fingers slowly clenched once more. This time, his goal was not just to crush them, but to utterly pulverize them. Thud, 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 a series of dense muffled sounds of bones and flesh being forcibly ground into powder echoed in the air, like a symphony of destruction. Dark red dust filled the sky, raining down like a storm of blood and flesh, splattering onto the ground behind Yu Chinxiao. In the span of just 3 breaths, the entire world fell into silence. On Yu Chinxiao's personal terminal, the points column flickered slightly, displaying points 14. He didn't even spare it a glance. Such a trivial score was meaningless to him. He simply lifted his head, sensing the increasingly distinct and violent aura emanating from the depths of the wasteland. The cold curve at the corner of his mouth grew even sharper. Finally, a worthy opponent. He rolled his neck, the crisp cracking of his bones resounding like the beat of war drums. That long dormant, terrifying body, capable of sprinting under 50 times gravity, began to hum with excitement, yearning for battle. In a flash, Yu Chinxiao transformed into a blur too fast for the naked eye to follow, vanishing instantly from where he stood. On the ground, only a shallow footprint remained, along with the fresh blood and flesh dust slowly being absorbed by the ashen-black soil around it, as if heralding an even fiercer battle to come. In the depths of the wasteland, the wind carried a pungent stench of blood, as if foretelling an imminent battle. Yu Chinxiao stopped behind a jagged boulder, blending into the shadows like a ghost in the night. His breathing was steady and prolonged, forming a stark contrast to the chaotic and violent aura of the land. Less than a kilometer ahead, in a valley, Yu Chenxiao locked onto the aura of a beast-level exotic creature. Unexpectedly, as he approached, the aura did not grow more violent but instead became more concealed, like a cunning predator quietly waiting for its prey to step into the trap. The thrill of the hunt grew stronger in Yu Chenxiao's eyes. His figure shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, transforming into a pitch-black streak heading straight for the Valley of Death. The ground trembled slightly beneath his feet, the terrifying power of his body creating fine cracks as if swept by a storm. The moment he stepped into the valley's entrance, a thunderous roar erupted, tearing through the air and striking directly at the soul. Deep within the valley, the terrifying Shadowclaw blood demon suddenly rose from the shadows. Over 10 meters long, its entire body was covered in a dark purple carapace, resembling a monstrously magnified predator. 6 razor-sharp limbs gleamed with a ghostly blue light, like battle blades, while its thick tail arched high, the venomous stinger at its tip dripping a dark green liquid, capable of corroding rock. Most horrifying of all, its head bore 8 compound eyes that glimmered with a cruel and cunning light. Beast-class exotic beast, Shadowclaw blood demon. At the same time, in the central observation room on the top floor, the air instantly froze. Tens of thousands of massive holographic screens were broadcasting real-time footage from the examination field, and more than half of the screens automatically switched to the same scene, Yu Chenxiao confronting the Shadowclaw blood demon. What kind of monster is this? The young monitor operator exclaimed in shock, his face turning as pale as paper. No, data mismatch. This is absolutely not elite class. The military major general seated at the chief examiner's position suddenly sprang to his feet, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes. Shadowclaw blood demon. Impossible. How could such a beast, which only appears deep within the Scarlet War Zone, show up in the ranch? His voice was hoarse with shock, even carrying a slight tremor. The scene before him was no longer an accident but an assassination attempt, targeting the nation's top candidate for the imperial examination. The clawed beasts at the minion level were merely tests to screen for geniuses, while the war beast level Shadowclaw blood demon was a weapon of war designed to slaughter armies. It would take a well-equipped squad of 100 bone-strengthening realm fighters, paying a heavy price, to possibly eliminate such a true ferocious beast. Immediately, right now, investigate the teleportation logs. Who let it in? The Major General roared into the communicator, veins bulging on his forehead. It's too late, General. The technical supervisor's voice was filled with despair. The space around it is being disrupted by a violent energy field. Our emergency teleportation system cannot lock onto that candidate. It's over. These 2 words surfaced in everyone's minds. In the valley, the 8 compound eyes of the Shadowclaw blood demon were locked tightly on Yu Chenxiao. It did not immediately launch an attack but instead evaluated the seemingly insignificant human before it. The aura emanating from Yu Chenxiao, which filled it with both intense desire and extreme danger, caused its chaotic, bloodthirsty instincts to experience, for the first time, a feeling called dread. Yu Chenxiao moved. He simply took a step forward, as if stepping onto the trigger of war. Swish! The massive figure of the Shadowclaw blood demon vanished instantly from its original position. It wasn't high-speed movement but rather a bloodline ability akin to spatial teleportation. In the next moment, it eerily appeared behind Yu Chenxiao, with 6 blade-like limbs striking from 6 cunning angles, sealing off all his avenues of escape. This strike was powerful enough to slice a 100-meter-tall steel skyscraper into countless smooth fragments within 0.1 seconds. However, Yu Chenxiao didn't even turn around. Buzz, an invisible, immensely heavy force field erupted violently, centered on his body. The blurred figure of the Shadowclaw blood demon suddenly froze, less than half a meter away from Yu Chenxiao's back. It felt as if it was no longer crashing into a person, but plunging into a deep sea made of mercury. The terrifying gravity that emerged out of nowhere instantly turned the Shadowclaw blood demon's proud speed into nothingness. Its powerful limbs now found it incredibly difficult to even lift, as if they were being suppressed by an invisible giant boulder. What kind of power is this? In the beastly eyes of the Shadowclaw blood demon, confusion and fear appeared for the first time. At the moment of its hesitation, Yu Chenxiao finally turned around. In his cold and indifferent gaze, the ferocious ghostly face of the Shadowclaw blood demon was clearly reflected. Too slow. He calmly uttered 3 words, then lifted his right foot and delivered a simple kick. This kick contained enough power to shatter mountains and rivers, perfectly combining the terrifying physique under 50 times gravity with the SSS-level gravity control ability, like an electromagnetic projectile fired from a cannon. Boom! The air was instantly instantly blasted apart, forming a visible white shockwave. The massive body of the Shadow Claw Blood Demon was struck as if hit by a heavy hammer, and it was sent flying in an instant. Its dark purple carapace cracked open in an instant, and blood spurted out like a fountain. Roar! A piercing wail echoed through the skies. Its body uncontrollably slammed into the rocky wall of the valley 100 meters away, creating a pit several meters deep in the hard rock. Fragments of stone poured down like a torrential rain. One kick, just one kick, and the Shadow Claw Blood Demon was severely injured, completely losing its ability to fight. Inside the central observation room, there was dead silence, so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. This is impossible. Yu Qianxiao slowly withdrew his foot, his gaze still as calm as a deep pool. Looking at the giant beast struggling in the pit, he shook his head slightly, seemingly a bit disappointed. Is this all you've got? Then, let's end this. He raised his right hand, spread his 5 fingers, aimed at the struggling Shadow Claw Blood Demon in the distance, and then clenched his fist tightly. Gravity pull. Roar! The Shadow Claw Blood Demon let out a terrified roar, feeling an irresistible suction locking onto it. Its massive body was forcibly dragged out of the pit, flying toward Yu Qianxiao. In midair, it frantically flailed its limbs, trying to break free, but all was in vain. In front of Yu Qianxiao, it was like an iron ball attracted by a magnet. Just as it closed in within 100 meters of Yu Qianxiao, he moved. Facing the incoming giant beast, he advanced instead of retreating, his right hand clenched into a fist. The energy of his blood and gravitational powers surged wildly, a terrifying aura condensed at the tip of his fist, resembling a meteor about to tear through the heavens. Die! Heavy pressure meteor. Fist and beast collided with a thunderous crash, as if collapsing into an all-consuming void in an instant. The body of the Shadow Claw Blood Demon began to collapse inward, compressing and annihilating madly from the point of impact. Its shell, flesh, and bones were all crushed into fundamental particles under this punch. A second later, Yu Qianxiao's figure passed through where it had originally stood and landed steadily. Behind him, countless fragments of flesh and blood rained down like a torrential storm. The once arrogant Shadow Claw Blood Demon was completely obliterated, vanishing from this world. In the central observation room, everyone seemed to have been petrified, staring blankly at the light screen showing the young man standing alone in the valley, with blood and flesh powder scattered behind him, yet his battle attire remained spotless. The communicator in the Major General's hand fell to the ground with a snap, while the technical director stared at the frantically jumping data and stammered as he read it out. Examinee, Yu Qianxiao, score, instantaneous, increase, by 50 points, total score, 64. Currently ranked, first nationwide. Xinxia Federation, Supreme Command Center. Dead silence. On the central main screen, the figure of the young man standing alone amidst the dust of flesh and blood was deeply etched into the depths of the eyes of everyone present. Investigate. The Supreme Commander Long Zhan uttered a single word. The sound was so soft it was like a pin dropping, and the temperature in the entire command center plummeted abruptly, as if time had frozen, with an air of tension permeating the atmosphere. He did not roar, nor did he question. He simply stood there quietly, his eyes as deep as the stars, reflecting the cold and stern profile of Yu Qianxiao. Ming Chonglu stood to the side, his face deathly pale, as a storm raged in his heart. Forcing down his fear, he spoke in a dry and trembling voice, "Commander Long, please calm your anger. Perhaps it's just that the ranch barrier encountered some unexpected issues. The Heaven Inspection Division will definitely conduct a thorough investigation and provide an explanation to you and all the examinees." The Heaven Inspection Division? Long Zhan slowly turned his head, his gaze as sharp as a blade, directly piercing Ming Chonglu. There was no killing intent or anger in that gaze, only an expansive indifference, as if overlooking an insignificant ant. Ming Chonglu's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and his back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. The Jin Tian Division was the department he personally oversaw, responsible for the intelligence security of this year's college entrance examination. At this moment, all the responsibility weighed on his shoulders, like a burden of 1,000 pounds. Yes, Dragon Commander, I. Before he could finish his words, Long Zhan had already raised his hand. No surging blood energy, no fluctuation of laws, just a simple, straightforward slap. Smack! A crisp slap echoed through the command room, shaking everyone to their core. Ming Chonglu, the head of the Ming family, a first-stage law-intent realm cultivator, a member of the Human Council, and a figure of immense power, was sent flying like a paper doll. He was lifted off the ground by the slap, spinning like a top and hurtling over 10 meters away. Boom! He slammed hard against the cold alloy wall, producing a muffled sound, then collapsed and slid down. Half of his cheek had already caved in, and the blood seeping From the corner of his mouth was mixed with shimmering fragments of gold. Those were the fragments of laws belonging to a strong practitioner of the realm of intent. The embryonic form of his martial domain, which he had been so proud of and had just stabilized, instantly collapsed under the merciless and terrifying will contained in that slap. The entire scene fell into dead silence. Everyone stared in shock at what had just happened, not even daring to breathe. Long John looked at his slightly reddened palm, as if he had merely swatted an annoying fly. Then, his cold gaze fell on Ming Chong-lu, who was sprawled on the ground, his aura weak like a dying dog. Jian division, you don't need to interfere. In light of the fact that you once fought to the death for the human race, this time, I'll spare your life. His voice remained calm and emotionless. Shin Pujun, present. From the shadows, a towering figure of a general with a ferocious scar on his face stepped forward, his voice booming like a bell. From now on, you will take over the Heaven Inspection Division. Yes. Shin Pujun did not hesitate, a vicious smile appearing on his face, his pale teeth gleaming coldly under the light. What's the first thing to do after taking office? Long John asked. Shin Pujun grinned, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. A bloodbath to ensure it's clean. Nearby, a young civilian staff officer's hand trembled violently, spilling scalding coffee all over his pants. Yet, he bit his lip hard, not daring to make a sound. Long John nodded, his gaze returning to the light screen, never sparing another glance at Ming Chong-lu on the ground. It was as if crippling the cultivation of a key parliamentary figure and dismissing the head of a critical department were merely trivial matters. Yendu, the residences of several martial arts families with centuries of heritage. A figure tore through the sky like a thunderbolt, descending upon them. Scarlet energy visibly surrounded him, and his overwhelming aura caused the alarm formations of the entire estate below to emit a piercing wail. Commander of the Demon Suppression Army, Li Ching-song. Zheng family old dog, get out here and face your death. A thunderous roar exploded in everyone's ears like a heavenly thunder. The next second, a massive crimson fist aura descended from the sky. The grand formation that had protected the Zheng family for 300 years shattered like glass in less than a second. Li Ching-song, how dare you? An elderly man with white hair and beard roared furiously as he soared into the sky, his face filled with terror and rage. In response, Li Ching-song unleashed an even more ferocious second punch, leaving no room for retreat. 15 minutes later, 3 earth-shattering pieces of news spread like a magnitude 12 earthquake throughout the upper circles of Yendu. The heads of the Zhang, Wang, and Sun families were cornered at their respective doorsteps by Li Ching-song and killed on the spot. Reason? These 3 families all have juniors working in the Heavenly Appraisal Division, and are involved in the maintenance of the teleportation array for this year's college entrance examination. No evidence is needed. Long John's fury is the most compelling evidence. The entire upper echelon of Yendu is as silent as the grave, everyone trembling in fear, as the impending storm is about to sweep through. Everyone understood. The man standing at the pinnacle of human martial power overturned the table for the sake of that young man named Yu Qianxiao. The alien pasture, above the wasteland. After crushing the Shadowclaw blood demon to death, Yu Qianxiao did not stop his steps. The 50 points were no different from the previous 14 points in his eyes. He was merely cleaning up trash, and in the meantime, waiting for another dish to be delivered to his door. He could feel a cold, sinister gaze fixed on him from the moment he entered the examination field, like a shadow that wouldn't leave. The owner of that gaze was now slowly emerging from behind a hill. Ming Shijun. He was still wearing that immaculate and luxurious battle attire, his face still adorned with that gentle and perfect smile. It was as if the bloodshed and slaughter of the outside world were completely out of place in the picture he inhabited. Behind him followed 7 or 8 followers, each exuding a strong presence. Student you truly surprise me. Ming Shijun looked at Yu Qianxiao, gently clapping his hands, his demeanor as graceful as if he were appreciating a splendid opera. To easily slay even a Shadowclaw blood demon of the battle beast level, it seems I have underestimated you. The few followers behind him looked at Yu Qianxiao with eyes full of mockery and schadenfreude in their eyes. So what if Yu Qianxiao is skilled at fighting? Young Master Ming had already joined them. As long as Yu Qianxiao's points were reset to 0, the top scholar position would be beyond doubt. Yu Qianxiao finally stopped in his tracks. He looked at Ming Shijun, his gaze calm. It's you who let it in. This is not a question. It is a statement. Ming Shijun's smile remained unchanged as he spread his hands. Classmate you can eat recklessly, but you can't speak recklessly. You understand. Yu Qianxiao slowly walked toward him. You just didn't expect that the toy you sent over was too fragile to play with. With each step he took, the aura around him grew more solid. An invisible, mountain-like oppressive force began to spread. A trace of solemnity finally flashed deep within Ming Shijun's eyes. The followers behind him felt their breath catch, as if a small mountain had suddenly pressed down on their shoulders, even causing the flow of their blood and energy to become sluggish. "Looks like, classmate, you want to settle the score with me here?" The atmosphere instantly froze, as if even the air had grown heavy. Yu Chinxiao's gaze was like two sharp blades, piercing straight into Ming Shijun's heart. "You think you can easily control everything?" Yu Chinxiao's lips curled slightly, revealing a cold smile, like a hunter locking onto its prey. Ming Shijun was momentarily stunned, then forced himself to appear calm. "I have no intention of wasting time here, classmate Yu." "Then come on, give me a quick end." Yu Chinxiao's voice was like thunder, shaking the surroundings. The air instantly turned scorching hot, as if foretelling the impending storm. Ming Shijun's gaze suddenly darkened, and the followers behind him began to tense up, realizing that this duel would be a matter of life and death. "You will pay the price for your arrogance," Ming Shijun said coldly, and the atmosphere around them instantly became charged with tension. "Come on, Ming Shijun, I will show you what true power really means." Yu Chinxiao faced forward fearlessly, his head held high, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. Sparks of battle erupted in the air, tension spreading like wildfire. Everyone held their breath, waiting for this moment to unfold. Ming Shijun's face still bore the gentle, flawless smile, yet in this instant, it seemed so ironic. He slowly raised his hand, preparing to unleash his formidable power. However, the terrifying force of his peak 9th stage muscle and bone realm vitality, combined with the SS-level ability Energy Plunder, had already sealed his fate as it converged in his palm. The surrounding air was scorched and distorted by the intensity of the power, emitting a sizzling lament, as if even space itself was bowing to this future king. At this moment, he brimmed with confidence, believing that even though Yu Chinxiao possessed an SSS-level talent, he was ultimately only at the first stage of the muscle and bone realm. Meanwhile, he had reached the peak of the 9th stage. The gap of 8 minor stages was like an insurmountable chasm, filling him with anticipation for victory. The followers behind him also revealed cruel and mocking smiles, as if already anticipating a one-sided slaughter. However, Yu Chinxiao did not give Ming Shijun any chance to gather momentum or continue his performance. When he was still 10 meters away from Ming Shijun, he decisively stopped in his tracks, raised his right hand, and made a grasping motion in the void. A casual gesture, yet it struck like thunder. A cold, indifferent, and emotionless voice echoed in everyone's ears, "Too weak." Boom! In an instant, the heavens and earth seemed forcibly overturned. An indescribable, terrifying gravity suddenly descended, precisely enveloping Ming Shijun and everyone behind him. The perfect smile on Ming Shijun's face froze instantly, then was torn apart by unspeakable horror and pain. The SS-level overwhelming power gathered in his palm, like a dazzling bubble, was struck by an invisible iron hammer. With a muffled sound, it immediately disintegrated into the most primitive energy particles. Ugh! The power of his proud 9th stage peak of the bone refinement realm was brutally suppressed by a savage and merciless terrifying will, forced back into his limbs and bones, leaving him unable to mobilize even the slightest bit. Meanwhile, the 7 or 8 prodigies behind him didn't even have time to scream before being instantly crushed into pulp under the horrifying pressure. The emergency teleportation's white light didn't even have time to flash before they had already lost all signs of life. Yu Chinxiao's gaze remained fixed solely on Ming Shijun from beginning to end. The other followers were nothing more than ants in his eyes. Only Ming Shijun, relying on cultivation far beyond the ordinary and the resilient physique granted by his SS-grade talent, continued to struggle under the terrifying pressure. Crack, crack. The bones in his legs emitted chilling sounds of distress as they could no longer bear the strain. The hard ground around his feet fractured inch by inch, and his entire body was uncontrollably sinking into the earth, inch by inch. At this moment, the face that always bore a perfect smile was flushed from ruptured capillaries and twisted in extreme agony, grotesque like a demon from the abyss. Humiliation. Unprecedented, extreme humiliation burned into him like a red-hot branding iron, searing him mercilessly. What kind of power is this? This is impossible. His eyes were about to burst, blood seeping from the corners, as he stared madly at the figure walking calmly toward him, a beast-like roar squeezing out from his throat. Yu Chinxiao walked step by step to Ming Shijun, looking down at him from above with a cold gaze. "I said," he paused, his voice calm as if stating an undeniable truth, "you are too weak." As the words fell, the gravity in the space increased tenfold. Thud! Ming Shijun could no longer hold on, his entire body was forcibly pressed into the ground. "I'll kill you, Yu Chinxiao. I swear I will kill you." He roared madly, completely losing control, as if he had lost his sanity. Yu Chinshao slowly lifted his foot and gently placed it on Ming Shijun's head, applying slight pressure. That once proud head, revered by countless people as a symbol of hope and perfection, was mercilessly, bit by bit, pressed into the cold mud by him. Noisy, crack, a crisp sound of breaking, the sound of a skull unable to withstand immense pressure. Finally, the emergency teleportation system activated at the last moment, sending away the Star of Hope, now left with half a life, dignity, and spirit crushed altogether. At the scene, only a pit remained, pressed deep into the ground, filled with utter humiliation. Yu Chinshao didn't spare it a glance, slowly raising his head. His gaze swept across the wasteland and locked onto a hovering drone not far away. A cold smile appeared on his face, as if hinting at an even greater storm brewing. Those cold, profound phoenix eyes were etched deeply into the hearts of every citizen of the Shinsha Federation. A voice, calm to the point of cruelty, spread across the entire Shinsha Federation through the drone. Humanity's hope? The corner of his mouth curled into a merciless sneer. If this is the hope you have chosen, then this hope is not worth having. This extremely cold declaration cut like a blade, instantly spreading to every corner of the Shinsha Federation. As soon as the words fell, all live broadcast signals were forcibly cut off by the military, and billions of screens plunged into a dead, pitch-black silence. The next second, the entire Shinsha Federation erupted. Online, a tsunami of public opinion was instantly ignited, surging into a monstrous wave. Madman. He's a complete madman. How dare he say such things? Is he denying the will of the Federation? Monster. He struck so ruthlessly against Ming Shijun, who was also a prodigy, and even said such words. This is outright anti-humanity. He must be severely punished. Idiot upstairs, didn't you see that Ming Shijun made the first move? Besides, if your skills are inferior, isn't it only natural to kneel and take the beating? I only see one word, satisfying. Too domineering. I've never seen someone so domineering. I'm trembling all over, my blood boiling. That's right. Every day we hear those aristocratic airs talking about hope and the future, but has the number of deaths on the battlefield decreased? What we need is this kind of power that can trample both the aliens and traitors into the mud. This is the true hope. Countless debates, curses, and fervent worship intertwined and collided madly in the virtual world. In the end, two completely different yet equally resounding titles were bestowed upon that young man. Supporters called him the one who tore through the hypocritical night. Light of dawn. More people, intimidated by his terrifying power and will that disregarded all rules, whether in reverence or fear, used a more fitting title. Tyrant King. 3 days later, the final results of the college entrance examination are announced. A massive golden light screen hovered in the sky above the city, with the first name shining like a meteor streaking across the night, stirring up a magnificent wave. National overall ranking first place, Yu Chinshao. Score, 10854. This score had long surpassed the shackles of history, turning them to dust. It made the second place score seem utterly laughable. National overall ranking second place, Long Junjiang. Points, 971. Support class ranking first place, Yi Qingtang. Xinhua Academy, New Student Plaza. Long Junjiang ignored the congratulations and flattery around him, charging straight into the depths of the crowd like an enraged beast. His gaze was fixed on the isolated figure in the corner. Yu Chinshao. This shout was full of power, brimming with battle intent. Yu Chinshao raised his eyes to look at him. Long Junjiang revealed an arrogant smile, his eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. He leaned closer and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. I heard that Ming Shijun, that pretentious sissy, got stomped into the mud by you, to the point of losing all face? Truly well done. I've disliked him for a long time. His smile looks worse than crying. Before the words had even finished, he suddenly stepped back, his blood boiling instantly. The S-Class Dragon Blood battle physique caused faint dragon scale shadows to appear on his skin, and his fighting spirit surged sky-high like flames. However, the fight we agreed on still has to happen. Come on, let me see just how strong the top scholar in history really is. With an imposing aura, the ground beneath his feet instantly shattered. His entire body shot forward like a cannonball, carrying the explosive force of his fist wind straight towards Yu Chinshao face. That punch carried his proud strength, ready for a true showdown. Yu Chinshao stood firmly in place, not moving even an inch. He simply raised his right hand calmly, clenched his fist, and met the massive, dragon force-infused fist with an effortless motion. Bang! A dull thud echoed, and all the power seemed to be swallowed completely by an invisible black hole in an instant. In the next moment, the arrogance on Long Junjiang's face froze instantly, replaced by unprecedented shock and confusion. He felt as if he hadn't struck a fist, but had punched into water. His mountain-splitting, stone-crushing strength vanished without a trace, like a clay ox sinking into the sea. Instead, an irresistible, pure, and ultimate destructive force surged back along his fist. His burly figure was struck as if by lightning, sent flying backward at 3 times the speed he had charged forward. He traced a pitiful arc through the air before crashing with a loud bang into an artificial lake dozens of meters away, sending up a towering spray of water. The entire scene fell into dead silence. All the freshmen who had been ready to enjoy the spectacle felt as though an invisible hand had gripped their throats tightly. That's Long Junjiang, an S-rank enhancer, the son of Dragon Commander. One punch? No, it couldn't even be called a punch, it was just a block. Splash! Long Junjiang emerged from the lake, wiped the water off his face, and instead of being angry, his eyes sparkled with extreme excitement and astonishment. Monster. What he felt was a pure, untainted crushing force, an absolute suppression on the level of life itself. He admitted defeat wholeheartedly. Long Junjiang climbed out of the lake, water dripping all over him, and ran to stand before Yu Qinshao. For the first time, he restrained all his arrogance and solemnly extended his hand. I, Long Junjiang, admit defeat. From now on, you are my big brother. Anyone who dares to touch you will have to step over my corpse first. Yu Qinshao glanced at him, then looked toward Yi Qingtang not far away, who was holding a towel with a helpless yet amused expression on her face. He finally extended his hand and shook Long Junjiang's wet hand. Okay. A simple command secured a valiant general who would fight for him until the very last moment in the future. At the same time, in the Supreme Council chamber of the Human Race Parliament within the Xinxia Federation, the atmosphere was as cold as a blade. I object. An elderly council member with white hair slammed his palm on the table, and the aura of a strong practitioner in the realm of law surged forth like a raging tide. Long Zhan, Li Qingtsong, killing 3 fellow council members without cause and massacring the Jin Tian division. Are you trying to coerce the council and stage a coup? Not bad. Another council member immediately stood up, his face full of grief and indignation. And that Yu Qinshao. This young man is shockingly ruthless and violent in his methods. To inflict such harm on Ming Shijun, a fellow prodigy, is nothing short of demonic. Such a brute is unworthy of being the hope of our human race. I propose that we immediately strip him of his top scholar title, imprison him in the heavenly prison, and conduct a thorough investigation of his crimes. This young man is ruthless, perverse, and violent. During the nationally broadcast college entrance examination, he dared to inflict such cruel harm on Ming Shijun, a prodigy of our human race. It's utterly inhumane. How can such a demon become the hope of our people? I propose that his top scholar qualification be immediately revoked and that he be detained for investigation. Instantly, the conference room was filled with outrage, countless fiery and wary gazes converging on the military seats. On the military side, only 2 people were present today. The Supreme Commander, Long Zhan, leaned leisurely against the back of his chair, his eyes slightly closed, seemingly lost in thought, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Beside him, the commander of the Demon Suppression Army, Li Qingtsong, slowly raised his eyelids, his gaze sweeping over the most vociferous members like icy blades. Li Qingtsong's gaze was slow yet steady, carrying a profound pressure. Those locked in his sight felt as if they were being stared down by an ancient beast, their voices instantly choking in their throats, cold sweat breaking out on their backs. The entire venue fell silent in an instant. Li Qingtsong finally spoke, his voice low yet as sharp as a blade, piercing straight into everyone's hearts. The Zhang, Wang, and Sun families are just the beginning. Anyone who dares to reach for Yu Qinshao again, I will personally pay them a visit. His threat was blunt and chilling, sending shivers down spines and silencing the entire room. No one dared to utter a single word in rebuttal. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, dressed in a sleek black trench coat. The sinister scar on his face made his otherwise formulaic smile appear particularly chilling. He was Qin Pajun, the newly appointed chief of the Heaven Inspection Bureau. He gently placed a thick stack of documents in the center of the conference table. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. His voice was warm and polite, yet his words were as chilling as ice, making everyone present feel as though they had fallen into a frozen abyss. The actions of Commander Long and General Li may still require evidence and justification. He pointed to the documents, the smile on his face exuding an eerie and terrifying aura. From today onward, the Heaven Inspection Bureau will operate solely on suspicion. We will conduct the highest level risk assessments on everyone present here, as well as the families behind you. As long as your risk level slightly exceeds that line, he paused briefly and sincerely added, I guarantee that my subordinates will use the most rigorous and professional procedures to cleanly remove you from this world. Madmen. A group of complete lunatics who crawled out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The council members turned pale, finally realizing that the era had truly changed. They understood that the time of rules and interests was over. The military, this slumbering lion, had completely revealed its fangs capable of tearing everything apart for Yu Qinxiao. Yandu, Ming family ancestral residence, underground secret chamber. Ming Chonglu sat quietly, the precious rosewood table before him instantly turning into fine powder, drifting into the air. His face showed no anger, only a twisted, lifeless pallor of despair. His cultivation crippled by Long Zhan in public, his son trampled into the mud and reduced to a laughingstock of the world, and further humiliated by 2 warriors in the council. The Ming family's century-old reputation was utterly destroyed in a single day. Endless resentment and madness burned like tangible flames deep within his murky eyes. With trembling hands, he took out a pitch-black token from his bosom. On the token were 2 ancient, twisted characters that seemed alive, Heaven's Choice. He forced a drop of blood essence from his brow and let it fall onto the token. Buzz, a cold, sinister, and terrifying will that spanned infinite voids descended in an instant. In my name, Shadow. His voice was hoarse, like a vengeful ghost from hell, filled with endless curses and venom. Issue a kill order to the Heavens Selection Alliance. At all costs, by any means necessary. Bring Yu Qinxiao back alive. The Ember Academy, on the shaded path beneath towering ancient trees. Long Zhenjiang had just changed into a dry combat uniform, his excitement burning like a raging fire, impossible to quell. He followed closely beside Yu Qinxiao, his gaze sharp as a falcon's, his face practically shouting 2 big words, "Little brother, big brother, that punch of yours was absolutely stunning." He waved his arms, as excited as a diehard fan who had just met their idol. It felt like punching into a black hole, with all the power being swallowed up. Truly incredible. From now on, if anyone dares to mess with you, I'll twist their head off and use it as a chamber pot. He gritted his teeth and said fiercely, his eyes gleaming with fervor, whether it's those hypocritical freaks from the Ming family or that old geezer in the council who hogs the seat and does nothing, I won't let them off. Yi Qingtang followed behind the 2, listening to the increasingly outrageous remarks. She couldn't help but rub her forehead and quickly stepped forward. Long Zhenjiang, say less. She glanced helplessly at this battle maniac, then turned her gaze to Yu Qinxiao. A trace of concern flickered in her clear eyes. Yu Qinxiao, the titled Tyrant Lord, it's too much. This will put you at odds with everyone. She disapproved of Yu Qinxiao's nearly fanatical declaration during the national broadcast. That domineering attitude, disregarding all rules, instinctively made her feel uneasy. However, Yu Qinxiao's steps remained firm, not even lifting his eyelids. They are not qualified to stand against me. This calm statement was even more arrogant than Long Zhenjiang's shouting. Yi Qingtang was momentarily at a loss for words. The internet had already dug up every detail of his background and experiences. She knew that in this man's world, the words compromise and concession had never existed. She could only let out a soft sigh. I'm not talking about strength. I'm talking about people's hearts. You crippled Ming Shijun, slapped the face of the entire family group, and now you've been given such a title. The road ahead will be very difficult. Her voice carried a hint of helplessness. Hey, Yi Qingtang, what you're saying is wrong. Long Zhenjiang immediately objected, shouting at the top of his lungs, my big brother is showing dominance. In this chaotic world, we need a tyrant like my big brother to suppress all those who refuse to submit. Those timid old geezers should have been swept into the trash heap long ago. Yi Qingtang glared fiercely at Long Zhenjiang, about to retort. Just then, Yu Qinxiao's always calm and indifferent gaze suddenly sharpened. His left hand grabbed the back collar of Long Zhenjiang beside him, while his right hand lightning fast wrapped around Yi Qingtang's slender waist. Long Zhenjiang hadn't even reacted when, in the next instant, a terrifying force suddenly erupted from behind, dragging both him and Yi Qingtang several meters backward. Swoosh! A barely audible sound of something slicing through the air flashed past the spot where Yu Qinxiao had just been standing. It was a pitch-black, needle-thin poison dart. It stirred no airflow, as if it hadn't been shot but had seeped directly through the cracks of space. The poison dart missed its target and silently embedded itself into the trunk of an iron birch tree towering tens of meters high. There was no explosion, no sound. That massive tree, renowned for its hardness and imperviousness to ordinary blades, began to disintegrate from within at a speed visible to the naked eye, all within a single second. It wasn't withering, nor was it decay, it was a complete breakdown and annihilation at the most fundamental particle level. In the end, it turned into a handful of black ash finer than dust, scattering into the wind. Long Zhenjiang and Yi Qingtang's faces turned deathly pale in an instant. An assassination. A silent assassination targeting the nation's top scholar, right within the Spark Academy, reputed as humanity's most secure fortress with the highest level of defense. If Yu Qinxiao hadn't pulled them aside just now, Long Zhenjiang couldn't imagine the consequences, and his back was instantly soaked in cold sweat. He roared, "Who? Get out here!" The S-Class Dragon Blood battle physique erupted fully, and the violent power of his blood surged outward like a storm. However, the surroundings remained silent, with only the rustling sound of wind blowing through the leaves, and no trace of anyone's presence could be sensed. The assassin, having missed the strike, had already fled far away. It's useless. Yu Qianxiao released his hand, his voice as cold as ice. He's already gone. His gaze fell on the rooftop of a teaching building several hundred meters away. Just moments ago, his soul of time and space had captured a faint, almost imperceptible trace of malice that seemed to merge with the very rules of space. It wasn't energy, nor was it blood power, but a pure curse targeting life itself. The opponent's cultivation level wasn't high, perhaps only at the Qi convergence realm, but their stealth and assassination techniques, in another domain, might not necessarily be inferior to his own. Gone? Just let him escape like that? Long Junjiang was so furious that his eyes turned red, his feet constantly stomping as if he was ready to rush out and give chase at any moment. He won't get away. Yu Qianxiao coldly uttered 3 words, his tone brimming with absolute confidence. He slowly raised his right hand, spreading his 5 fingers, pointing directly at the empty rooftop. Buzz! An invisible ripple surged from his palm, instantly spanning hundreds of meters and precisely enveloping that area. Gravity field lockdown. In the next moment, his 5 fingers clenched tightly. Gravitational collapse. Hundreds of meters away, on the rooftop of the teaching building, the previously empty air suddenly twisted bizarrely, as if torn by some powerful force, forcing the black-clad assassin out of his concealed state. His face was covered by a mask of extreme fear, and his eyes revealed an expression of disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend how he had been discovered. He wants to escape, but the surrounding space was like solidified cement, completely sealed, unable to move. An invisible pressure surged from all directions, as if every atom, every particle, was madly compressing toward the center of his body. No, he only had time to let out a desperate roar. Puff! A soft sound. The assassin, along with the equipment on him, was crushed by the terrifying gravity directly at the molecular level into an unrecognizable mass of powder mixed with flesh and metal. A gust of wind blew past, and the rooftop instantly returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Long Junjiang and Yi Qingtang stared blankly at the scene, their throats dry and hearts shaken. From nearly a kilometer away, a precise lock-on and effortless annihilation. Is this SSS-level gravity control? Is this the power of the Overlord? Yu Qianxiao withdrew his hand, as if he had just crushed a fly with utter indifference. He turned around and walked toward the black ashes that symbolized death. He squatted down, extended his finger, and gently stirred the ashes. A pitch-black, ink-like token, cold to the touch, neither metal nor iron, lay there quietly. On the front of the token, 2 twisted ancient characters were engraved, as if formed by countless wailing souls. Heaven's choice. In Yu Qianxiao's eyes, that cold abyss finally rippled with a trace of emotion. Not anger, not surprise, but a kind of, almost pleasurable, icy killing intent. Tianza Alliance. He pinched the token between his fingertips and applied slight pressure. The incredibly hard token crumbled like a biscuit, turning into fine dust that slipped through his fingers. So this was the true first lesson of the Ember Academy. He slowly stood up, his gaze fixed on the distance. That is the direction of Yendu, where countless noble families and powerful clans are entrenched. Very good. The corner of his mouth curved into an extremely cold arc. I'll be waiting for you to come and kill me, or be killed by me, every last one. On the shaded path of the Emberfire Academy, the air still carried a trace of chilling coldness, as if a thrilling assassination had just taken place. The delicate handful of black ashes was the only trace left by the assassin in this world, silently recounting the bloody and eerie ambush that had just occurred. Yi Qingtang was still shaken, her delicate face pale, her gaze fixed tightly on Yu Qianxiao. Her clear eyes were filled with worry, as though that fear was about to overflow. This is too crazy. They actually made a move inside the academy. Her voice trembled slightly, filled with helplessness. Long Junjiang, on the other hand, was seething with rage. He paced back and forth beside the pile of ashes, like a young dragon thoroughly provoked, his blood boiling all over. Tianza League? They are utterly arrogant. He stomped heavily, and the stone-paved road instantly cracked, as if venting his fury. Dare to touch my big brother? I'll take people right now and tear down the Ming family's lair to see if they're behind this. His voice echoed across the empty campus, full of defiance and fearlessness. At that moment, an aged and steady voice suddenly came from behind the 3 of them, like a towering mountain, instantly solidifying the air. Stop shouting. Long Junjiang's body stiffened, and his soaring battle intent was instantly extinguished. He turned around abruptly, and upon seeing the newcomer, the arrogance on his face collapsed in an instant, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Xiao, Principal Xiao? The newcomer was none other than Xiao Qingtian, the principal of the Xinhua Academy. He was dressed in an old-fashioned military jacket, standing as steady as a pine tree. The scar on his face appeared particularly striking under the glow of the sunset, exuding a sense of weathered resilience and an iron-blooded aura. Xiao Qingtian paid no attention to Long Zhenjiang, nor did he glance at the handful of ashes. His calm gaze fell upon Yu Qinshao, and in his deep brown eyes, there was neither surprise nor anger, only a sense of understanding that seemed to have long grasped everything, along with a complex emotion interwoven with scrutiny and admiration. "It seems your first lesson of the semester has come even earlier than I expected," Xiao Qingtian said slowly. His voice was not loud, yet it struck the hearts of the three like thunder. Yu Qinshao met his gaze, silent and wordless, yet he could sense that deep within this old man lay a volcano, one that, if erupted, could burn the heavens and destroy the earth. Heaven's Choice Alliance. Xiao Qingtian withdrew his gaze, finally glancing at the handful of black ashes on the ground. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold sneer, the purest disdain for rats lurking in the gutter. A bunch of rats hiding in the gutter dare to bare their teeth under the sun. He extended his calloused hand and patted Yu Qinxiao's shoulder with steady force, as if conveying a belief. "Your path is destined to be paved with the corpses of your enemies. The Emberfire Academy is a place to train warriors, not a greenhouse for flowers." Xiao Qingtian paused, his tone suddenly shifting, his gaze revealing an undeniable iron will, sharp as a blade. "Therefore, I won't intervene in this matter. I will only give you one thing." He took out a pitch-black token engraved with a ferocious beast from his chest and tossed it directly to Yu Qinshao. "This is the highest execution order of the scavenger. Before midnight tonight, within Yendu, you can mobilize all the action units under the jurisdiction of the Jin Tian Division." His voice was like a war drum, resonating in the hearts of every young person. "Whether you choose to investigate the mastermind bit by bit or erase everyone involved from this world, it's up to you. This is your war." Xiao Qingtian's gaze was piercing, directly confronting Yu Qinxiao's soul. "And it's also your lesson." Long Zhenjiang and Yi Qingtang were completely stunned, their minds blank. This wasn't just backing him up, it was clearly handing over an extremely sharp blade and an unrestricted license to kill. Yu Qinxiao caught the token, the icy touch sending a shiver through his heart. He watched Xiao Qingtian's departing figure, that silhouette seemingly conveying to him that true strength lies in never relying on others, acting solely on one's own will. Without a moment's hesitation, he directly infused a trace of spiritual energy into the fierce beast token. Instantly, an encrypted communication of the highest authority was swiftly connected. Xinxia Federation, Yendu, the newly established headquarters of the Jin Tian Division, exuded a chilling atmosphere, resembling a cold and precise war machine. The newly appointed chief, Qin Pujun, sat firmly in the central command seat, the scar on his face making him look even more like a beast ready to pounce and tear apart its enemies at any moment. Suddenly, the communication channel representing the highest authority emitted a piercing alarm, with red lights flashing. This was the first time this level of authority had been triggered since he took office. Qin Pujun's pupils suddenly contracted, and without hesitation, he connected the communication. The light screen lit up, yet no image of anyone appeared. Only a cold, indifferent voice directly sounded in his ear. "Jin Tian Division?" "Yes." Qin Pujun instinctively straightened his body and responded in a deep voice. "Qin Pujun, Chief of the Sky Monitoring Division." That voice ignored his official title. "Emberfire Academy, Heaven's Choice Alliance." That voice only said these 7 words. No explanation, no cause or effect, only an unquestionable command. "I want everyone involved to disappear from this world before sunrise." Understood. Qin Pujun didn't even ask who the other party was, because the authority of that token had already explained everything. Communication interrupted. Qin Pujun slowly raised his head. On the light screen in front of him, the intelligence regarding the assassination incident at Xinhua Academy had just refreshed to the first line. "Leftover evidence, Tianzi League token." The scar on his face twitched slightly, and a chilling smile slowly spread. "I see. That old man, that unyielding shield who had protected the human race for a century, ultimately handed over the sharpest, bloodiest blade to the most unruly, most lawless young man. The era has truly changed." He did not call anyone for a meeting. No investigation orders were issued. He simply extended his finger and gently tapped a few times on the light screen in front of him. A massive, intricate network covering the entire Yin capital instantly emerged. Countless nodes represented different families, enterprises, and individuals. Countless visible and hidden threads connected them, like a spider web waiting for its prey. Qin Pujun's gaze swept across the entire network like a hawk. His finger finally rested on a node that seemed to be several levels removed from the Ming family and completely unrelated. Zhao Group. In an instant, several cold pieces of intelligence automatically popped up, flashing with deadly red light. Zhao Group, 3 instances of overseas fund transfers, trajectory overlap with the Tianzi Alliance Southeast Asia base at 97.3%. Zhao family's third son, Zhao Wenquan, secretly met 3 times with Ming Shijun's followers at the Black Nest. The shadow mercenary group secretly funded by the Zhao family has assassination energy models with an 83.1% similarity to this assassin. Qin Pejun's smile carried a chilling and eerie undertone. He raised his head and, speaking into the communicator, issued a command in a tone so gentle it was almost polite. Relay my order. Sweepers, mobilize everyone. Target, Zhao family. Seal off, then, clean up. He paused for a moment and added with utmost sincerity, I don't want to see any news about the Zhao family in tomorrow's newspapers. Half an hour later, Yendu, Zhao family estate. This family estate, with a legacy spanning nearly 200 years, was suddenly shrouded in an eerie silence. Zhao Lide, the head of the Zhao family, was sitting in the study, savoring fragrant tea and envisioning future profits, when he suddenly noticed that all the signals on the optical brain in front of him had turned red. Communication was completely cut off, and the network vanished in an instant. What's going on? His expression changed drastically as he stood up abruptly, his heart filled with vigilance. Buzz. A faint hum echoed, as if the very space was trembling. An invisible energy shield, like an overturned giant bowl, instantly enveloped the entire estate, isolating everything inside from the outside world. The next second, the study's door, crafted from century-old agar wood, unexpectedly disintegrated into powder and ashes. Dozens of figures, dressed in black combat uniforms and wearing masks that blocked all forms of detection, appeared like phantoms in every corner of the manor. They were the most elite execution unit of the Tianjin Division, Scavengers. Who are you? Do you know where this is? Zhao Lide roared in a mix of shock and anger, unleashing the aura of a fifth-tier domain realm, almost overturning the entire study. However, what responded to him was a black streak of light, faster than his aura and swifter than lightning. Put! A short blade of pure annihilation law ignored his protective energy shield, ignored his domain, and precisely pierced through his back, the tip emerging from his chest. The special energy flowing on the blade instantly shredded his heart veins. The divine light in Zhao Lide's eyes dimmed rapidly, like a candle flame snuffed out. He struggled to lower his head and saw the energy blade tip dissipating from his chest, his face full of disbelief. He hadn't even caught a clear glimpse of the opponent's movements. The entire process had no screams, no explosions, no intense battle, only an efficient, precise, and ruthlessly extreme unilateral cleanup. In less than 20 minutes, when those black phantoms retreated like a tide, the luxurious Zhao family estate was left without a single living soul. Everything remained as it was, as if the people here had simply fallen into a deep slumber, a slumber that would last forever. As the first hint of dawn appeared on the eastern horizon, the heads of countless aristocratic families in Yendu almost simultaneously received a chilling message that froze them to the core: the Zhao family was gone. In one night, the entire family was wiped out, completely erased from this world. Everyone recalled the words Qin Pejun had spoken at the council. 3 days ago, I guarantee that my subordinates will use the most rigorous and professional procedures to cleanly remove you from this world. They had thought it was merely a threat from the military, but now they finally understood in terror it was a promise. The slumbering lion had not changed the rules, it had simply acquired a younger, more domineering, and more ruthless new master. Starting today, in Yendu, in this Xinxia Federation, there is an unwritten law personally written by the newly ascended tyrant lord with the blood of the Zhao family. Doubt is a capital crime. The next day, at dawn, the atmosphere at the Emberfire Academy was shrouded in an invisible layer of frost. Those once confident and proud prodigies now tread cautiously. They gathered in small groups, lowering their voices as they discussed news shocking enough to shake the entire upper circle of Yendu, their gazes involuntarily drifting toward the same direction. Have you heard? The Zhao family is gone. Not bankrupt, not seized, completely vanished. From top to bottom, 137 people disappeared overnight without a trace. It was the work of the Jin Tian division. I heard they didn't even damage a single floor tile. It's terrifying. What Bureau of Heaven inspection? Haven't you figured it out yet? That is, the will of the dominating sovereign. The two words dominating sovereign seemed to carry a certain magic, causing the surrounding air to momentarily stagnate. Last night, the Zhao family's annihilation was like a cold lightning bolt, tearing apart the false veil of rules in the hearts of all the noble scions. For the first time, they clearly and fearfully realized that the boy of their age already possessed the terrifying power to define rules, and even to become the rules themselves. Doubt is a capital crime. This law, written in the blood of the entire Zhao family, chilled them far more than any federal code ever could. In the cafeteria, when Yu Qinxiao's figure appeared, the originally noisy environment instantly fell into an eerie silence. Everyone's movements froze, and then, as if repelled by the same pull of a magnet, the crowd panicked and silently retreated to both sides, voluntarily making way for a wide path leading to the central dining seat. The entire path was empty. Humph, a bunch of cowards. Long Zhenjiang followed behind Yu Qinxiao, a flamboyant smile on his face, as if savoring the feast of victory. He walked with his chest out and head held high, like a triumphant general, striding boldly down the road paved with reverence. Big brother, that move of yours is incredible. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey. I bet, right now, in the entire Yin capital, anyone with bad intentions will have to think twice about whether their neck is tough enough, he said in a low voice, his excitement evident. This is so much better than my dad's wishy-washy approach. This is how it should be done. Walking on the other side, Yi Qingtang furrowed her delicate brows, her clear eyes filled with worry. She looked at Yu Qinxiao's handsome yet cold profile, a trace of unease rising in her heart. Unable to hold back, she softly asked, Yu Qinxiao, the Zhao family, was it really your order? They wanted to kill me. Yu Qinxiao interrupted her, his tone calm as if stating something trivial. But, Yi Qingtang's voice trembled slightly, but among them, are there truly no innocent people? Those children who don't even know what's happening, and the elderly. Yu Qinxiao's footsteps stopped for the first time. He turned his head, his deep phoenix eyes quietly gazing at Yi Qingtang, as if seeing through every doubt in her heart. He did not answer, but instead asked in the same calm tone, when my parents died, did the aliens ask if they were innocent? This sentence was like an invisible heavy hammer, striking fiercely at Yi Qingtang's heart. Her face instantly turned pale, and all the reasoning, persuasion, and compassion she wanted to express vanished in that moment, stuck in her throat, unable to utter another word. What she saw in those eyes was not violent madness, not the thrill of killing, but a desolate wasteland long since dried up, scarred and battered, as if it buried all a young boy's trust in kindness and reason. The three of them took their seats, the surrounding tables still completely empty, as if separated by an invisible chasm. Amid this deathly silence, a discordant voice suddenly broke through. Classmate Yu, a young man with a square face and a scholarly air in his gaze, leading 7 or 8 equally indignant classmates, walked straight to their table. My name is Wei Zhang. The young man took a deep breath, facing the complex gazes of the crowd, and said word by word, we admire your strength and thank you for bringing glory to our Ember Academy. However, his tone suddenly shifted, his voice rising sharply like thunder tearing through the night sky. In the name of suspicion, you mobilized the Heaven Inspection Division and wiped out an entire family overnight. Such atrocities, how are they any different from those of demons? His voice, as loud as a bell, stirred waves in the deathly silent cafeteria. All eyes turned toward him, their expressions varied. Some admired his courage, some secretly cheered, but most looked at him with pity, as if watching a dead man. What kind of thing are you, daring to lecture my big brother? Long Zhenjiang exploded on the spot, slamming his palm on the table, standing up abruptly, his entire body surging with energy and blood. Yu Qinxiao didn't even lift an eyelid. He simply, unhurriedly, used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of meat from the plate, placed it in his mouth, chewed it carefully, and then swallowed. Throughout the process, he treated the young man named Wei Zhang, along with the group of so-called righteous men behind him, as if they were non-existent air. This extreme disregard was more suffocating than any humiliating words. Wei Zhang's face instantly turned the color of pig liver, and the few people behind him began to shrink back, not daring to meet that calm figure's gaze. Finally, Yu Qinxiao put down his chopsticks, gently wiped the corner of his mouth, and slowly raised his head. For the first time, his calm eyes fell upon Wei Zhang. Law? He seemed to have heard something amusing, the corner of his mouth curling into a faint arc devoid of any trace of humor. When that assassin from the Alliance of Heaven's Choice tried to kill me with a poison annihilation needle, where was the law you speak of? This sentence made Wei Zhang's breath hitch. When they colluded with cults, sold out the interests of the human race, and stabbed us in the back, where was the law you speak of? Then, Wei Zhang's face turned pale under his questioning, and he forced himself to argue that should be judged by the council, determined by the law, not by you. Judgment? Yu Qinxiao stood up. Though he was about the same height as Wei Zhang, the moment he rose, an invisible pressure as heavy as a mountain made Wei Zhang and everyone behind him feel a sudden difficulty in breathing, instinctively taking a step back. Yu Qinxiao walked step by step to stand before Wei Zhang. I'll tell you where the law is. He raised his hand and pointed to his fist. It's in the fists that protect the human race. Then he raised his hand again, pointing out the window, toward the northern front lines. It's in the walls that defend against the myriad races. His voice remained calm, yet every word was like a blade, carving deeply into the hearts of everyone present. He walked to Wei Zhang's side and, in a voice only audible to the few of them, softly said, "The law you speak of couldn't even stop an assassin who wanted to kill me, yet you want to use it to judge me for killing that assassin. Don't you think that's ridiculous? A law that cannot protect the weak is merely an accomplice to the strong." Leaving these words behind, he walked straight past the dumbfounded Wei Zhang without sparing him another glance. A declaration as cold as ice exploded in the minds of Wei Zhang and the group behind him. From this moment on, I am the new law. The entire cafeteria was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Wei Zhang and his companions behind him turned pale, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. The black and white, idealistic worldview they had constructed in their sheltered environment was utterly torn apart and ground into dust by Yu Chenxiao in the most brutal and direct manner. They finally understood, they and Yu Chenxiao lived in two completely different worlds. At this moment, a dignified and weighty voice echoed through every corner of the academy via the broadcasting system. It was the voice of the Dean of Discipline. When Siyuan, attention all freshmen, 1 month from now, the grand competition of the Xinhua Academy will officially commence. This competition has no rules and no restrictions on life or death. The final rankings will directly determine your resource allocation and secret realm access for the next 4 years. This is your battlefield to prove yourselves, and also, the beginning of seeing reality clearly. Make the most of it. As the broadcast ended, the dead silence in the cafeteria was instantly ignited. In the eyes of countless people, the flame of ambition was rekindled. The fall of the Zhao family and Yu Chenxiao's dominance, these were temporarily cast aside. Resources, authority. This is the most tangible ladder to the path of the strong. Long Zhenjiang's face was flushed red, his excitement causing him to pound his fist heavily on his chest, his voice resounding like thunder. Big brother, the grand competition. Crush them all. Take everyone down. First place is yours, and second place will definitely be mine. Yu Chenxiao stopped in his tracks, turning back to gaze at the roaring crowd. That eternal, unchanging icy abyss within him finally stirred with faint ripples. Not because of the title Grand Competition, but because of those two words. Resources, authority. That is the fuel that will allow him to climb to the peak at an even faster pace. Outside the cafeteria, the sunlight was just right, and a lively atmosphere filled the air. Long Zhenjiang was still immersed in the exhilaration of "My big brother is the new law," striding forward fearlessly with an air of defiance. "Big brother, did you see that?" That guy named Wei Zhang's face turned green. "I bet he's regretting it so much now, daring to reason with you. He's not even worthy." Yi Qingtang followed on the other side, her delicate brows furrowed as she let out a soft sigh. She looked at Yu Chenxiao's back, that figure clearly right in front of her, yet it felt as distant as if separated by mountains of corpses and seas of blood. She wanted to say something, but then remembered the phrase, "The aliens never asked if my parents were innocent," and all her words got stuck in her throat, turning into a helpless sigh. At that moment, Yu Chenxiao's steps came to a halt. It wasn't because of Long Zhenjiang's taunts, nor because of Yi Qingtang's concerns. He raised his head, his gaze fixed ahead. At the end of the tree-lined path, two people stood. The one on the left had a burly figure resembling a humanoid giant bear, bare-chested, with bronze-colored skin covered in ferocious scars and knotted muscles. Just standing there, he exuded an overwhelming and violent aura, making the surrounding air unbearably hot. The one on the right was completely different. He wore a loose white robe, his figure tall and thin, lazily leaning against the tree trunk, holding a book in his hands. Half of his face was hidden in the shadows, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. However, within 3 feet around him, the sunlight twisted bizarrely, giving off an inhuman, otherworldly sense of dislocation. The excitement on Long Zhenjiang's face, that "my big brother is the best in the world" look, instantly froze. A chill surged straight from his tailbone to the top of his head, making his entire body stiffen. He instinctively stood up straight, his Adam's apple bobbing, and even his voice got stuck. "Dean, Dean Ko? Dean, Dean Mo? Dean of the Battle Academy, Ko Jinshan. Dean of the Ability Academy, Mo Wu. In the Emberfire Academy, 2 living, walking calamities. Ha ha ha, kid, not bad, really damn good." A loud, hearty laugh echoed as Ko Jinshan's towering, iron-like figure strode forward with great strides. His fan-like large hand unceremoniously patted Yu Chenxiao's shoulder, producing a muffled bang-bang sound. "I just like you like this." Ko Jinshan grinned, revealing a mouthful of sharp white teeth, his eyes filled with undisguised fervor and admiration. "Dominant, full of power, This is what the future of my human race should look like. Those sissy parliamentarians who are afraid of biting their tongues while arguing should have been punched one by youngsters like you, all thrown into the cesspit. He kept saying damn it, yet his eyes were filled with undisguised admiration and fervor. Big brother, don't listen to his nonsense. Long Junjiang quickly leaned close to Yu Qinxiao's ear and whispered hurriedly in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. This old lunatic is a pure martial arts fanatic, his brain is all muscle. Apart from fighting, it's just fighting. An S-class dominant body, known as the hardest bone in Xinhua, with an exceptionally stubborn head. Yu Chunxiao remained expressionless. He let Kojinshan's palm, strong enough to shatter gold and stone, fall on his shoulder without moving an inch. An interesting specimen. At this moment, another voice drifted over. The voice was lazy, ethereal, devoid of any human emotion. The headmaster of the Academy of Abilities, Mo Wu, who had been lounging lazily against the tree trunk, finally lifted his head from the book. The way he looked at people was very peculiar, like observing a rare mineral, or examining a never-before-seen insect worthy of dissection. An original gravitational singularity, encased in a fragile carbon-based shell. Inside, however, resides a soul so noble it feels almost offensive. Your very existence is a paradox. He closed the book, his figure seemingly weightless as he leisurely walked through the air, a chillingly playful smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. A delicious paradox that makes one irresistibly want to cut it open and taste it. Long Junjiang was utterly confused by what he heard, but the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. He muttered under his breath, "This charlatan always talks like this, no one can understand him. He is an SS-level conceptual type analysis reconstruction, the most mysterious guy in the academy. My dad says he's 10,000 times more dangerous than Crazy Co because you'll never know whether he wants to have tea with you in the next second or take you apart to see what your internal components are made of." Yu Qinxiao's gaze finally shifted slightly. He could sense that the two people before him were true powerhouses. Kojinshan is like a living volcano, always ready to erupt, violent and straightforward. And this Mo is a silent black hole, unfathomable. Kid, your suppression path is quite interesting. Kojinshan withdrew his hand, grinning to reveal a mouthful of white, gleaming teeth. But it's too wild, too rough. It's like a newly forged divine weapon, without even a scabbard, hurting itself before it can harm the enemy. Your current body simply cannot bear the overwhelming dominance that crushes everything. Mo Wu closed the book and leisurely added, "Your soul is the same. It is like an endless starry sky, yet your mental strength has merely struck a trivial match beneath it. Waste, an extreme waste." The two deans, working in tandem, dissected Yu Qinxiao thoroughly with just a few words. "Cut the damn nonsense, Mo Wu." Kojinshan impatiently waved his hand. "Get straight to the point." He turned back to look at Yu Qinxiao, his gaze becoming unprecedentedly serious. "Kid, do you want to learn something real? The ultimate secret of the human race. A method that can truly transform you, this savage beast, into a world-dominating divine demon." Without waiting for Yu Qinxiao's response, his voice carried an almost fanatical reverence as he spoke word by word. "The path of martial arts begins with body refinement as its foundation. Ordinary body refinement techniques are no different from drinking water or eating food when faced with your innate Tao embryo. But there is a cultivation technique specifically tailored for monsters like you. The primordial magnetic divine demon body refining scripture. It harnesses the power of the nine heavens' primordial magnetism to temper the body and absorbs the earth's vain baleful energy to forge the muscles and bones. Once perfected, you will transform into a divine demon, capable of manipulating stellar magnetic fields with every breath. Every punch and kick will embody the might of heaven and earth. It is the perfect match for your gravity ability. Long Junjiang gasped in shock beside him, his eyes almost popping out. He was utterly shaken in his heart. This was the primordial magnetic god and demon body refining scripture. One of the three supreme body refining methods of the human race, legendary for its unparalleled dominance and extreme danger. A forbidden technique that no one had mastered in hundreds of years. It was simply unimaginable. Having a strong body alone is nothing more than being a slightly stronger brute, Mo Wu interjected lightly, as if discussing something trivial, his tone exuding absolute confidence. "You need a lamp," he continued, his gaze piercing. "A lamp that can illuminate the starry sky of your soul." He paused, then mysteriously added, "The luminous soul see scripture. It doesn't teach you how to use mental power, it only teaches you how to see." His words struck Yu Qinxiao's heart like a bolt of lightning. "See every inch of your soul, see the essence of your abilities, see the flow of energy and the trajectory of laws in this world." Each word was like a heavy hammer, pounding on the listener's soul. "When the day comes that you can see with your own eyes the supreme law star representing gravity in your sea of soul." A gleam of wisdom flashed in Mo Wu's eyes. "Only then will your SSS-level ability truly be considered as having entered the door. A divine body refining technique, a sacred soul observing method, martial arts and supernatural abilities, two magnificent paths leading to the pinnacle, were casually laid before Yu Qianxiao by two mad Dean figures, stirring his heart to its core. Yi Qingtang listened on the side, her heart pounding. She clearly understood what these two cultivation techniques represented. They were the cornerstone of human civilization, the highest of the highest secrets. These two things are not in the Academy's library. Kojinshan crossed his arms and snorted, his tone carrying a hint of disdain. Nor do the two of us have the authority to decide to give them to you. A trace of helplessness appeared in his eyes. Then who should I look for? Yu Qianxiao finally spoke, his voice calm yet filled with determination. An old stubborn, an old relic, an old undying fellow. Kojinshan curled his lips, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure, but more so a helpless respect. Imowu's lips curved into a meaningful smile, his eyes playfully fixed on Yu Qianxiao. Go find the person who handed you the license to kill with their own hands, the true king of the Emberfire Academy. His voice was deep and powerful. The principal. He paused, his tone growing heavier. Shao Qingtian. These three words were like thunder, exploding in Yu Qianxiao's heart, as if they were the key to a door leading to the unknown, filling him with immense anticipation. At the end of the tree-lined path, the figures of Kojinshan and Imowu had long disappeared. In the air, however, it seemed as if the shock they left behind, called the Supreme Legacy, still lingered. Primordial magnetic divine demon body refining scripture, luminous soul sees scripture. Long Zhenjiang's breathing was heavy like an ox, his face flushed bright red. It wasn't anger, but extreme excitement, envy, and fervor. He pounded his drum-like chest forcefully, so excited he almost jumped up. Big brother, let's go. Let's find Principal Xiao right now. He wished he could pick up Yu Qianxiao right now, smash open the principal's office door, and seize the opportunity. Yu Qianxiao said nothing, his gaze resolute. He simply turned around and started walking. His destination was the tallest administrative building in the academy. Yi Qingtang watched his back, her lips moved slightly, and all her words of concern ultimately turned into a barely audible sigh. She knew that from the moment Kojinshan and Mo mentioned the names of those two techniques, any persuasion would be redundant. That beast named Yu Qianxiao had already caught the scent of blood that could make itself stronger. Principal's office. Unexpectedly, there was no luxurious decor, nor any displays symbolizing power. There was only a scarred ironwood desk and a few hard-backed chairs, and, occupying the entire wall, rows upon rows of densely packed, silent black memorial tablets. This place did not resemble the core of the highest academy but rather a mausoleum that had buried countless heroic souls. Shao Qingtian sat behind the desk with his back to the door. He wasn't handling any documents. Instead, he lowered his head and gently, repeatedly polished the roughly carved wooden kite in his hand with a soft piece of linen. His movements were slow and delicate, as if he were caressing the most cherished, long-lost moments of his life. Yu Qianxiao and the other two walked in, but he still did not turn around. The young one from the Long family, and the little girl from the Yi family, you two go out first. An aged yet steady voice sounded, carrying an undeniable authority. Long Zhenjiang shrank his neck, instinctively straightened his posture, and didn't dare utter a word. Pulling along the still somewhat reluctant Yi Qingtang, he obediently retreated like a frightened rabbit, even thoughtfully closing the door behind him. In the room, only Yu Qianxiao and that mountain-like figure remained. That brute Kojinshan and that charlatan Mo, they both told you? Shao Qingtian still didn't turn around, and his voice revealed no emotion. All right. Yu Qianxiao's reply was just one word, loud and resolute. You want it? All right. It was still just one word, as if declaring his determination. Shao Qingtian's action of wiping the wooden kite finally came to a halt. He slowly turned around, those deep eyes reflecting mountains of corpses and seas of blood, for the first time formally scrutinizing the young man before him. Why? He asked, his voice deep yet filled with an oppressive force. For greater power? For revenge? Or is it to stand at a higher place, making all races kneel at your feet? Yu Qianxiao met his gaze. In that cold abyss, there was no desire, no hatred, not even the slightest ripple. The human race is weak, filthy, and chaotic. My parents gave their lives because of it. I want the human race to become stronger, clean, and tidy. The simplest answer, without grandiose words or passionate fervor, yet it struck like a heavy hammer, fiercely pounding on Shao Qingtian's heart. Shao Qingtian fell silent, his gaze growing profound, as if through this young and cold face, he saw himself from years ago, standing before the crying soul pass, vowing to use his own corpse to build the final wall for millions of his compatriots. After a long while, he exhaled a deep, deep breath. That tone seemed to exhale centuries of loneliness and exhaustion. All right, He stood up and walked to stand before Yu Qianxiao. That calloused hand, which had once torn apart calamity-level alien races, heavily pressed on Yu Qianxiao's shoulder, as if passing on a weighty responsibility. From today onward, you are the one and only personal disciple of me, Xiao Qingtian, in this lifetime. He did not mention those two cultivation methods, because when he uttered this sentence, it was equivalent to opening the doors of the most core treasure trove of human civilization to Yu Qianxiao. Martial arts for refining the body, supernatural abilities for observing the soul, these are the foundation, the body. But if you only have form without function, you're just a beggar carrying a mountain of gold, destined to be beaten to death. Today, I will first teach you 3 methods of function. Xiao Qingtian led Yu Qianxiao to a spacious training ground made of special alloy behind the principal's office. Watch closely. He slowly raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and the air seemed to freeze at that moment. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no dazzling light effects. But the moment the fist tightened, Yu Qianxiao's soul of time and space suddenly trembled. He saw that the surrounding space seemed to be gripped by an invisible giant hand, forcibly frozen. At this moment, the true essence of power awakened in his heart, and the journey of the future had already begun. Air, light, energy, everything fell into absolute stillness. This punch seemed like a prison that confined all things. This punch is called prison suppressor. Xiao Qingtian slowly threw a punch, and wherever the fist passed, the space emitted a mournful cry as if it could no longer bear the weight, leaving behind a black trail that seemed to trap even light. That was the deep scar left after the space was forcibly suppressed. Your gravity control is domineering but lacks focus. Master this punch, and every ounce of your strength can transform into a divine prison, suppressing all enemies before you. Yu Qianxiao had not yet processed all this when Xiao Qingtian's steps already moved. With one step forward, his figure instantly became blurred. It was not merely a simple accumulation of speed, but a profound mystery that transcended speed itself. It seemed as though he was not moving, but rather the space beneath his feet actively folded and converged toward him, delivering him to wherever he wished to go. Within a single step, the stars shifted, as if the trajectory of the celestial bodies was beneath his feet. This step is called Zhou Tian. When martial artists travel, they rely on the burst of their vitality and blood that is inferior. A true powerhouse makes heaven and earth yield the way for them. Before the words had faded, he had already returned to his original position, his hands slowly coming together in front of his chest to form an ancient and profound seal. Buzz. An aura even more majestic and imposing than the prison-suppressing fist descended with a roar. Yu Qianxiao felt as if he was no longer in the training ground but had been thrown into a newly formed chaos. Above him was the sky, beneath him was the earth. And Xiao Qingtian's seal is the only fulcrum supporting this world. This seal is called Heaven and Earth. The fist of suppression dominates slaughter, the step of the cosmos governs maneuvering, while this Heaven and Earth seal is both the strongest shield, protecting oneself, and the strongest spear, overturning the heavens and earth. After demonstrating the 3 techniques, Xiao Qingtian stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Yu Qianxiao, who seemed deep in thought, and said in a deep voice, "These 3 techniques are what I have comprehended over hundreds of years from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and they are the most suitable methods for your path of suppression. A month from now is the Grand Academy competition. As for those 2 mental cultivation techniques, they will be given to you as rewards after you win the championship. I don't care what method you use, within a month, you must cultivate these 3 techniques to the minor accomplishment level. Your realm must at least reach the 7th stage of the tendon and bone realm." A trace of stern cold light flashed in Xiao Qingtian's eyes. "If you can't do it, then get out of the Xinhua Academy." A month passed in the blink of an eye. The exclusive training ground behind the principal's office. Xiao Qingtian stood with his hands behind his back, silently observing the young man opposite him, whose posture was as upright as a spear. A month ago, he had set a goal for Yu Qianxiao, mastering 3 moves to the minor accomplishment level and reaching the 7th stage of the tendon and bone realm. This was no longer just demanding, it was a miracle that was fundamentally impossible to achieve. But now, ready? Xiao Qingtian's voice was calm, yet it seemed to stir the energy of the entire space. An invisible pressure bore down on Yu Qianxiao. "Yes." Yu Qianxiao nodded, his voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The next moment, Xiao Qingtian moved. Without any warning, he instantly appeared in front of Yu Qianxiao. Simply, a punch was thrown. Prison-suppressing fist. Before the fist arrived, its intent had already descended. The air, light, and even the free-flowing energy within the entire training ground were forcibly drained and stagnated under this punch, transforming into an invisible divine prison that firmly locked Yu Qianxiao in place. This was a casual strike from a powerful being of the myriad phenomena realm. However, Yu Qianxiao's gaze showed no trace of fluctuation. He didn't even move his steps in the slightest. Yu Qianxiao's hands, unhurriedly and calmly, gently folded together in front of his chest. Buzz. A soft chirp. A translucent, ancient and mysterious aura-surrounded prototype of a seal quietly took shape in front of him. Heaven and Earth Seal. The fist struck solidly against the seal. There was no earth-shattering roar, no explosion of rampant energy. The terrifying fist intent, capable of suppressing an entire space, was like snow in spring, melting under the blazing sun. It was silently devoured, dissolved, and smoothed out by that tiny seal. Not even a ripple was stirred. Xiao Qingtian's pupils suddenly contracted. He sensed that the power he unleashed was not blocked, but forcibly smoothed out by a higher-level principle. Perfection. Xiao Qingtian slowly withdrew his fist, and for the first time, a gentle smile appeared on his ancient, emotionless face of hundreds of years. Prison suppression fist, perfected. Zhou Tian step, perfected. Heaven and Earth Seal, perfected. The three techniques, which he spent hundreds of years and countless efforts to comprehend from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, this kid mastered in just 1 month. All cultivated to perfection. What shocked him even more was the surging blood energy emanating from Yu Qinxiao at this moment. Refined like mercury, vast like rivers and seas. Bone and muscle realm, 9th stage peak. The distance to achieving the small circulation, where energy flows throughout the body, was now only separated by a paper-thin barrier, as delicate as a cicada's wing. Monster. Even Xiao Qingtian, this living fossil who had witnessed countless prodigies and extraordinary talents, could only think of these 2 words at this moment. For a long time, he slowly exhaled a breath. Very good. Excellent. The peerless fierce weapon of the human race is finally about to emerge in this world. Unsheathed. 3 days later, Yen Capital, Firmament Arena. This magnificent structure, capable of accommodating millions of spectators, was packed to capacity. The crowd roared, the heat surged skyward, almost overturning the heavens. From the various universities of the Xinxia Federation, tens of thousands of prodigies who passed the brutal preliminary selection gather here like fish crossing a river, about to commence the final showdown of the National Freshman Competition. On the high podium, a representative from the federal parliament is passionately delivering a fervent speech. Honor, rules, friendship, these are the core values of our competition. You are the future of the human race, the spark of civilization. Here, you will compete fairly, sweat profusely, and forge the truest bonds of camaraderie in battle. His voice echoed above the arena, eliciting waves of thunderous cheers from below. In the VIP seats, Xiao Qingtian closed his eyes to rest, turning a deaf ear to everything, as if he had already fallen asleep. Beside him, Ko Jinshan was truly snoring lightly, his large fan-like hands crossed over his chest, sleeping soundly. Only Imowu gazed down with great interest at the excited, thrilled, and nervous young faces below, a playful curve tugging at the corner of his mouth. What a grand ceremony indeed. He adjusted his glasses and murmured softly, such vibrant, such pure soul and emotional energy, truly captivating. At this moment, the council representative's long-winded and tedious speech finally came to an end. A cold, emotionless electronic synthesized voice echoed throughout the venue via the amplification system. The first round of the tournament, the points elimination match, officially begins. Competition venue, simulated myriad races frontline Black Forest ruins, with a diameter of 300 kilometers. Competition duration, 24 hours. Scoring methods, 1. Defeat opponents and seize half of their points. 2. Hunt simulated alien races within the venue. 3. Find and obtain hidden tokens. Competition rules. The electronic voice made an almost imperceptible pause here. No limits on life or death, no rules. All means permitted. The AI referee will only determine loss of combat ability or death. Those judged will be immediately teleported out of the field. Cold and ruthless rules, like a basin of icy water, instantly extinguished most of the noise and fervor in the arena. The so-called glory rules, friendship appears so pale and ridiculous in the face of the 7 words, no limits on life and death, no rules. This is not competition. This is a simulated jungle, a brutal hunting game. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the center of the arena, hundreds of massive teleportation arrays lit up simultaneously. Tens of thousands of new students, randomly grouped by the system, turned into streaks of light and vanished from where they stood. With a flash of light, Yu Qinxiao, Long Junjiang, and Yi Qingtang appeared in a dark and damp forest. Ha ha ha, it's finally starting. Long Junjiang excitedly clenched his fists, his whole body emitting crackling sounds as his joints popped. The S-Class Dragon Blood battle physique was passively activated, causing him to exude a scorching and ferocious aura. Big brother, which direction should we charge? How about we head straight to the center and take everyone down? Split up. Yu Qinxiao calmly uttered 2 words, stopping the overly excited Long Junjiang. He closed his eyes. The soul of time and space quietly began to operate. In an instant, his vast spiritual power, far surpassing that of martial artists of the same level, spread out endlessly in all directions like an invisible spiderweb, with him at the center. He was neither listening nor perceiving. Instead, he was using his soul from a higher dimension to directly read the underlying information of this space. Trees, rocks, streams, and those energy light points, representing living beings, some strong and some weak. A vast, precise, and real-time updated three-dimensional map was instantly constructed in his mind. Within a radius of several kilometers, the exact location and energy intensity of every living being were clearly displayed on this map. Let's go. Yu Qinshao opened his eyes, chose a direction, and started walking. His target is not random hunting, but the most efficient sweeping. He performed the Zhoutian step, moving through the forest like a phantom. His speed was not particularly fast, and he even appeared to stroll leisurely with composure. But every step he took landed precisely on the most effortless and harmonious points in space, his figure drifting without stirring a hint of wind, as if he were inherently part of this forest. Soon, 3 freshmen hiding in the bushes, holding their breath and focusing intently, ready to ambush those who came after, appeared in his line of sight. Yu Qinxiao's steps did not pause in the slightest. He didn't even spare them a glance, just calmly walked past the bushes where they were hiding. An invisible, immensely heavy and terrifying fist intent descended with a roar. Prison-suppressing fist intent. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 froze completely, feeling as if their hearts were gripped by an invisible giant hand. The surging blood within them instantly stagnated, their vision went black, and before they could even let out a groan, the AI referee declared them incapable of combat, turning them into white light and vanishing. Yu Qinxiao's personal score instantly increased. From beginning to end, he didn't even glance at the 3. From beginning to end, Yu Qinxiao did not stop, nor did he look back. It was as if he had unintentionally crushed 3 ants blocking his path. This is the symbol of power, the coldness of the strong. In this hunting game, Yu Qinxiao was destined to become a legend. Most of them came from noble families and, to varying degrees, had some connection to the fallen Zhao family. Leading the group was the prodigy of the Yanduli family, Li Tang, whose cultivation had reached the 3rd stage of the Qiguan realm, making him one of the top talents among the new students. Everyone, Yu Qinxiao is a cruel and heartless person who treats human lives as worthless. He wiped out an entire family overnight. Such atrocities are no different from those committed by demons. Li Tang, with an air of righteousness, spoke passionately. He is a cancer to our human race. Today, we shall form the Justice Alliance to uphold the will of heaven. During this competition, we will ensure he is the first to be eliminated. Brother Li is right. If we join forces and set up an inescapable trap, he will surely have no way out. For the future of humanity, for justice. A group of people were filled with righteous indignation, as if what they were about to undertake was some great endeavor. They quickly took action, carefully selecting a narrow pass, using a precious formation to conceal their presence, and setting up a formidable energy trap, brimming with confidence as they awaited Yu Qinxiao to walk right into it. Half an hour later, a figure appeared at the end of the narrow pass. It was Yu Qinxiao. Li Tang and the others instantly held their breath, their hearts pounding with excitement. Here it comes. However, that figure was just walking leisurely, and when it was still 100 meters away from their trap, it suddenly turned and bypassed the pass where they were located, as if they were nothing but a pile of non-existent air. The excitement on Li Tang and the others' faces instantly froze. The extreme sense of humiliation made their minds go blank for a moment. He noticed us? Impossible. This is an advanced concealment formation. Damn it! He's ignoring us. Li Tang's face turned as red as pig liver, unable to endure the humiliation of being treated like roadside trash any longer. He roared, "Charge out! Kill him!" A dozen righteous warriors, blinded by rage, rushed out from their hiding spots together, their various martial techniques and supernatural abilities flashing brilliantly as they charged toward that solitary figure. Yu Qinxiao's steps remained uninterrupted, not even turning his head. An invisible, heavy, and terrifying fist intent, as if capable of imprisoning gods and demons, quietly descended as he passed. That was not gravity. That was the will of prison suppression. Thud, thud, thud. Charging at the forefront, Li Tang and the others felt as if their souls were gripped by an invisible giant hand, ruthlessly dragging them into the depths of hell. Crack, crack. The teeth-grinding sound of bones shattering echoed through the silent forest, forming a continuous cacophony. More than a dozen people, unable to even scream, were crushed under the terrifying pressure, their muscles and bones completely shattered. They were instantly deemed incapable of combat and transformed into streaks of white light, disappearing in humiliation. Yu Qinxiao did not look back or speak from beginning to end. He simply continued forward. It was as if he had merely crushed a nest of ants blocking his path. At the other end of the arena, roar! Long Junjiang, like a humanoid tyrannosaurus, punched a simulated elite-level saber-toothed tiger into a sky full of light particles, letting out an excited roar toward the heavens. Refreshing, so refreshing. Behind him, Yi Qingtang pressed her hands lightly, and a gentle emerald green halo spread out, enveloping several injured followers from the battle. S-level ability, Heart of Life. The wounds on those followers healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and their depleted vitality quickly recovered. Their gazes toward Yi Qingtang were filled with gratitude and fervor. An S-class support-type ability, in team battles, is like a moving spring, a guarantee of immortality. Relying on Long Junjiang's unparalleled combat power and Yi Qingtang's terrifying endurance, their team quickly gathered a large number of followers, becoming another formidable force on the battlefield that could not be underestimated. Meanwhile, in another corner of the battlefield, the atmosphere was completely different. Ming Shijun, dressed in white as pure as snow, unstained by even a speck of dust, walked gracefully through the forest filled with mud and bloodstains. A simulated war beast-class black-armored giant rhinoceros roared as it charged toward him, its momentum terrifying. Ming Shijun did not make a move. He simply smiled and extended his hand toward the giant rhinoceros from afar. A bizarre scene unfolded. The ferocious giant rhinoceros's energy glow dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its charging momentum grew slower and slower until, finally, it let out an unwilling wail just 10 meters away from Ming Shijun. Its massive body turned into points of light and dissipated into nothingness. SS-level ability, Energy Plunder. Overbearing, eerie, yet elegant. A follower quickly stepped forward and respectfully reported, "Young master, the leaderboard has been updated. Also, Yu Qinxiao just single-handedly took down more than a dozen of Li Tang's men." Ming Shijun raised his head and looked at the energy-constructed, real-time updated leaderboard in midair. The overwhelming leader, far ahead in first place, was none other than Yu Qinxiao. He was not angry at all. Instead, he revealed a gentle and refined smile full of admiration. He looked at that name as if appreciating a perfect piece of art and softly said to himself, "You've become even stronger, haven't you? Truly, more and more desirable. Such nourishment is truly delicious." 24 hours passed in the blink of an eye. When the bell signaling the end of the competition echoed throughout the simulated ruins, all the survivors were transported back to the celestial arena. A massive leaderboard projection hovered above the arena. Countless people raised their heads, and when they saw the ranking at the top, the entire venue fell into a dead silence. First place, Yu Qinxiao, points, 58,000. Second place, Ming Shijun, points, 35,000. Third place, Long Junjiang, points, 31,000. Between the first and second place lies a chasm as insurmountable as the heavens, a gap that inspires despair. After a moment of dead silence, the VIP seats erupted in a storm of fury. Li Tang's father, the head of the Li family, suddenly stood up, pointing angrily at the leaderboard and roaring at the council representatives and committee members, "Punishment! Yu Qinxiao must be severely punished. This is a competition, not a massacre. He broke every bone in my son's body and those of over a dozen compatriots. Such brutality is no different from that of foreign races. I second that. His qualification for the competition must be revoked. If this boy is not eliminated, he will become a great scourge to our human race." The heads of over a dozen noble families united in shared outrage, collectively pressuring the council. The overwhelming pressure instantly converged on the area where the Xinhua Academy was located. Faced with this surging wave of voices, Xiao Qingtian, who had been sitting with his eyes closed in meditation, finally opened them slowly. He did not look at the clamoring family heads but instead spoke a single sentence indifferently. The competition rules were set by the council. If you can't afford to lose, then go home. Xinhua Academy does not nurture the useless. The aged voice was not loud, yet it was like an invisible mountain, instantly silencing all the noise and anger. At the same time, his gaze passed over the crowd and locked onto Ming Shijun, who was watching the scene unfold with a smile from another VIP section in the distance. In Xiao Qingtian's eyes, a flash of icy killing intent, cold to the extreme, appeared. He had no interest in meddling in the disputes of the younger generation, but certain prominent families, who repeatedly overstepped their bounds, needed to have a few chickens slaughtered as a warning. The aftermath of the first round of the grand competition quickly fermented into a nationwide storm of public opinion on Skynet and various major media platforms. Overnight, Yu Qinxiao's name was firmly nailed to the pillar of shame labeled brutal, bloodthirsty, and tyrant. The video of him breaking the bones of more than a dozen family heirs without even lifting a finger was repeatedly broadcast, with every sound of bone fracturing deliberately amplified to stimulate everyone's nerves. In stark contrast was Ming Shijun. With an elegant demeanor that harmed no one, he effortlessly secured second place on the leaderboard. His gentle smile when facing opponents and his composed posture after absorbing energy were packaged by countless media outlets as the true kingly style. Look at Ming Shijun. This is the demeanor our human race's prodigies should have. Power is meant to protect, not to slaughter our own kind. Yu Chinchao is a madman, a walking nuclear bomb. If such a person is not restrained, he will undoubtedly be a disaster for humanity. In the future, I support Ming Shijun. He gives me hope and shows me the future of unity for humanity. The support rate in Skynet's polls showed a crushing disparity. Ming Shijun's followers were at their peak, while Yu Chenshao had become a rat scorned by everyone. Inside the celestial arena, amidst the thunderous discussions, the second round of the competition, a one-on-one elimination match, officially began. Next, match, Yu Chinchao vs Wang Che. When the matchup appeared on the central light screen, the atmosphere in the arena reached a small climax. Wang Che, the grandson of the Soul Guard Army's General Wang, had awakened an A-grade top-tier speed ability. Known for his exceptional speed among the new generation, he was nicknamed Lightning. With a cultivation level at the second stage of Qi condensation, he could look down on 99% of the newcomers. Wang Che, take down that tyrant. Lightning, show him what true speed is. Amid the cheers of his supporters, Wang Che stepped onto the arena. He looked at the boy opposite him, whose calmness resembled a still pool of water, and a confident smile curved at the corner of his mouth. The bell signaling the start of the match rang out. Screech! Wang Che's figure instantly transformed into a blinding streak of lightning, disappearing from his original spot. The next second, dozens of his afterimages appeared on the massive arena. He circled around Yu Chinchao, moving at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, as arcs of lightning, like sharp blades, launched probing attacks at Yu Chinchao from various tricky angles. Yet, from start to finish, Yu Chinchao simply stood there quietly, completely motionless. He didn't even lift his eyes, as if he couldn't react at all. In the audience, Wang Che's supporters erupted into even more enthusiastic cheers. In their eyes, Yu Chinchao's terrifying strength, which he prided himself on, had become a joke in the face of Wang Che's absolute speed, the lightning flash. If you can't even touch your opponent, what use is your immense power? Now's the time. After circling hundreds of times and confirming that Yu Chinchao was unable to keep up with his rhythm, a cold glint flashed in Wang Che's eyes. He concentrated all his power into a single point, transforming himself into the brightest and most condensed streak of lightning, like a divine arrow released from its bowstring, aiming straight at Yu Chinchao's forehead. This was his ultimate strike. However, just as he was only 3 meters away from Yu Chinchao, with the smile of victory about to bloom on his face, he was horrified to discover that the surrounding space seemed to freeze instantly, as if someone had pressed the pause button on time. Everything became incomparably viscous. The speed he had always prided himself on became a colossal joke at this moment. He was like a fly caught in a spider's web, unable to move, forced to watch helplessly as his body, in slow motion, struggled to inch forward. A figure appeared before him without any warning, as if teleporting. It was still that same expressionless face. Yu Chinchao didn't exert any force, he simply extended a finger and lightly touched Wang Che's forehead. Wang Che's eyes suddenly rolled back, and the electric light surrounding his body dissipated instantly, like a punctured balloon. He fell straight backward, and before hitting the ground, the AI had already determined him to be incapable of combat, teleporting him out of the arena in a flash of white light. The entire venue fell into dead silence. The deafening cheers came to an abrupt halt, as if someone had forcibly choked them off. No one understood what had just happened. In the VIP seats, Dean Mo Wu, who was lounging lazily in his chair, curled his lips into an amused smile. Adjusting his glasses, he murmured softly, "Oh, he didn't use gravity, but rather the fist intent of suppression to forcibly solidify space itself. He wasn't fighting, he was defining the rules." Delicious, absolutely delicious. Next up was Ming Shijun's match. His opponent was widely recognized as the top defensive talent of the new generation, a burly man who had awakened the S-class ability, Absolute Bastion. As the match began, the burly man let out a thunderous roar, and a massive energy barrier rose from the ground, firmly enclosing him within. He was full of confidence, ready to use this indestructible defense to exhaust Ming Shijun to death. Ming Shijun remained as gentle and refined as ever, smiling as he stepped toward his opponent. With each step he took, the indestructible energy barrier dimmed slightly, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared out of nowhere on its surface. Finally, when he was still 10 meters away from his opponent, the barrier, which had withstood multiple full-force attacks from beast-level alien creatures, shattered silently without making a single sound. The defensive genius turned pale, collapsing to his knees in exhaustion, his eyes filled with disbelief and fear. Ming Shijun walked up to him, even extending a hand to help him up, and said gently, "You are very strong." "Well done." The demeanor of a king was on full display. Two completely different victories pushed the conflict between tyranny and benevolence to its peak. On the Skynet, countless people began to argue passionately about which path represented the future of humanity. Yi Qingtang looked at the cold and aloof figure on the stage, then at the gentle and perfect man below the stage, and her heart fell into unprecedented confusion and conflict. During the break in the competition, Ming Shijun's most loyal follower, the genius Ming Lang from the Ming family's collateral branch, approached Long Junjiang. "Brother Long," Ming Lang said earnestly, "did you see it? You, Chen Xiao, will only make you live in his shadow, becoming his tool for wanton slaughter. But young Master Ming is the true king, he can lead everyone to glory. A true dragon like you, why serve as a hunting dog for a tyrant?" After listening, Long Junjiang was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter, laughing so hard he bent over. The next second, he swung his fist backward, sending Ming Lang flying sideways, half of his face instantly swelling like a pig's head. "My big brother is a tyrant, and I'm his #1 mad dog. So what?" Long Junjiang spat on the ground, his face full of disdain. "I bite hypocrites like you. Get lost." At the other end of the VIP section, several members of noble families, unable to suppress the killing intent in their eyes as they watched Yu Qinxiao's unfathomable strength, discreetly engaged in a silent transaction with the committee's officials. Moments later, the next round of matchups began to refresh on the big screen. Everyone's gaze instantly converged, then froze. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Yu Qinxiao versus Feng Ziyue, Wang Xuanwu, Lin Yu. When the matchup information appeared on the big screen, the blatant and undisguised targeting was like a loud slap in the face, ruthlessly mocking the words "fair competition." "Shameless. This is too shameless. This is a competition, not a gang fight. Has the organizing committee gone mad?" The Skynet and the scene instantly erupted. In the VIP section, Ko Jinshan slammed his palm on the armrest, causing the ally chair to emit a groan of strain. Just as he was about to stand up, a pale hand pressed down on his shoulder. "Don't rush." Imo Wu adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the light from the arena. "This isn't a beating, it's a sacrifice. A sacrifice offered for the coronation of a new king." On the arena, three figures stood in a triangular formation, facing Yu Qinxiao, the proud daughter of the Feng family, Feng Ziyue. Dressed in a crimson martial arts uniform, her slender figure was as passionate as flames, with stunning beauty and an S-level ability, Nirvana Fire. Wang Xuanwu, whose burly frame was as imposing as a mountain, stood with his arms crossed over his chest, silent and reserved, possessing an S-level ability, Xian Armor Barrier. The last person, Lin Yu. Wearing gold-rimmed glasses, he exuded a refined demeanor, yet he was the true core of this trio, with an A-level ability, Tactical Simulation. Facing the commotion in the crowd, Yu Qinxiao's expression remained unchanged. He slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing through a distance of 1,000 meters, passing over countless bustling heads, ignoring all the noise and anger, and precisely locking onto Ming Shijun in the VIP seats, who still wore a perfect smile. He spoke calmly to the broadcast cameras covering the entire venue, his voice as clear as thunder, reaching every corner. "Is this all you are capable of?" He paused, his gaze sweeping over the three people on the stage. "Why not come at me together? Cleaning up a few pieces of trash and sweeping away a whole group of trash makes no difference to me." Arrogant. Arrogant to the extreme. Arrogant beyond measure. The smile on Ming Shijun's face finally showed a faint, almost imperceptible stiffness. On the stage, Feng Ziyue's pretty face instantly flushed red, not from shyness, but from sheer fury. Looking for death. She no longer waited for the referee's command. A clear and melodious phoenix cry echoed throughout the arena, and blazing golden flames transformed into a pair of magnificent fiery wings behind her, as if a deity had descended. Xuanwu. Lin Yu adjusted his glasses, countless streams of data flashing rapidly across the lenses. Wang Xuanwu let out a deep roar and stomped the ground. A halo of earthy yellow energy spread outward, and the surface of the special alloy arena revealed a massive phantom of Xuanwu, firmly shielding the three within. Purple Moon, attack 3 steps to his left. Xuanwu, force field forward, compress the space. Countless streams of data flashed rapidly across Lin Yu's glasses, instantly formulating the most perfect attack plan. Flame Dragon Xian Armor Break. The three simultaneously exerted their strength, coordinating seamlessly. Feng Ziyue's Nirvana Fire transformed into a roaring flame dragon, while Wang Xuanwu's Xian Armor Barrier turned into a heavy rock armor attached to his body. The ferocity of the flames and the solidity of the earth combined perfectly, integrating offense and defense, with power enough to level a small mountain. The entire arena turned into a forbidden zone where a sea of fire intertwined with force fields, leaving ordinary freshmen feeling suffocated. Even while watching through the light screen, the audience, including the seasoned big shots in the VIP seats, instinctively sat up straight. They all believed that no matter how strong Yu Chenxiao was, facing such a level of perfect joint attack, he would inevitably be plunged into an unprecedentedly bitter battle. However, to everyone's surprise, from beginning to end, Yu Chenxiao stood quietly in place, without moving an inch, not even lifting his eyelids. That terrifying attack, capable of burning mountains and boiling seas, was completely ignored in his presence. At the very moment when the flame dragon clad in black armor, carrying the might to destroy heaven and earth, was about to devour him, Yu Chenxiao moved. He did not perform any dazzling techniques, nor did he unleash an earth-shattering surge of energy. He simply, slowly, raised his right hand, extending a single index finger, slender and clean. Just like that, he lightly pointed forward. A single word was uttered from his mouth, not loud, yet carrying an unparalleled majesty that made his words law. Suppress. No sound. Time, frozen. Space, under this single gesture, instantly solidified. The roaring flame dragon, the indestructible phantom of the black tortoise, the exquisitely intricate energy trajectories, everything came to an abrupt halt the moment his fingertip touched. The raging flames solidified into a lifelike glass sculpture. The heavy force field transformed into a stationary, translucent light screen. All the rampant energies on the arena seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, forcibly plunged into absolute stillness. An incomparably magnificent yet eerily strange scene suddenly unfolded before the eyes of billions of viewers across the entire federation. The expressions on Feng Ziyue, Xuanwu, and Lin Yu's faces froze completely: shock, confusion, and then a bone-deep terror. They realized that their internal vitality, spiritual energy, and even their connection to external forces had been forcibly suppressed by an indescribable, incomprehensible, and irresistible will. It was as if they were insects sealed in amber, unable to move even a single finger, let alone think, as their minds nearly ground to a halt. It was an absolute crushing of their very essence of life. In their eyes, at this moment, Yu Chenxiao was no longer just a person, but the embodiment of heaven and earth, an irrefutable and supreme law. Yu Chenxiao slowly withdrew his finger, never sparing them another glance from beginning to end. He turned around, stepped forward, and calmly walked off the arena. Behind him, the frozen flame dragon and the phantom of Xuanwu silently shattered, dissolving into countless points of light. The protective mechanisms on Feng Ziyue and the other two simultaneously activated, transforming them into three beams of white light that were swiftly teleported out of the arena. From start to finish, he only used one finger and said one word. In the VIP seats, Ko Zhinshan crushed the armrest of his chair without realizing it. Mo Wu took off his glasses and carefully wiped them with a silk handkerchief, as if trying to permanently preserve the delicious scene he had just witnessed. Xiao Qingtian, who had kept his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them wide, the brilliance in his gaze sharp enough to pierce the heavens. Beside him, Ming Shijun's flawless face, usually adorned with a gentle and refined smile, now appeared somewhat stiff. The entire celestial arena fell into a deathly silence, until the host's voice, trembling with shock and stammering slightly, echoed through the sound system. The winner, Yu Chenxiao. Now, I announce, the finals of this year's National Freshman Competition officially begin. Competing sides: Emberfire Academy, Tyrant Yu Chenxiao. Fight. Ember Academy, Hope of Humanity, Ming Shijun. When the names Yu Chenxiao and Ming Shijun lit up side by side on the central light screen, the atmosphere in the celestial arena instantly reached a boiling point. On one side was the radiant Hope of Humanity, carrying the expectations and admiration of countless people. On the other side was the fearsome Tyrant King, whose infamous reputation struck terror into everyone. This is not just a final match, it is the ultimate clash of ideologies, a life-and-death showdown between two paths. The thunderous cheers, like mountains and seas roaring, were almost entirely directed toward Ming Shijun. Countless people hysterically shouted his name, the fervent waves of sound as if he had already secured the champion's throne in advance. Ming Shijun, bathed in a sacred radiance, stepped onto the stage with his usual graceful demeanor, a gentle and confident smile on his face. He looked at the young man across from him, who remained expressionless, and took the initiative to speak. His voice spread throughout the venue via the amplification array. Student Yu, power requires restraint. Your path is too domineering. His tone carried a hint of regret, as if advising a younger generation who had gone astray. It harms others, but harms yourself even more. It won't take you far. The future of the human race requires unity and protection, not endless conquest and suppression. These words were spoken with grandeur and righteousness, instantly eliciting a wave of approval from the audience. Yu Chenxiao finally lifted his eyelids, coldly gazing at the man bathed in the spotlight, as if watching a clown performing desperately. He responded with just 2 words, noisy. The voice was not loud, yet it caused the entire venue to fall silent. The referee took a deep look at these 2 utterly different peerless prodigies, took a deep breath, and announced loudly with all his might, "The final match, begin." At the moment the bell rang, Ming Shijun did not move. He simply raised his hand gracefully and made a light grasping motion toward Yu Chinshao. Buzz. An invisible rhythm suddenly spread outward with him at the center. All the free energy within the entire celestial arena, whether it be light, heat, wind, or even the faint spiritual energy permeating the air, seemed to respond to the command of a sovereign, madly bowing and converging toward the center of the arena. A massive, visible energy vortex rapidly took shape above the arena. It carried no violent destructive force, yet it exuded an irresistible pull and repulsion. He actually intended to rely on his ultimate control over energy to mobilize the power of the entire arena, effortlessly escort Yu Chenshao out of the field without lifting a finger. Heavens, this is the true essence of SS-level energy plunder. All things exist for my use, to subdue the enemy without fighting. This is the true style of a king, so elegant. It's worlds apart from that tyrant Yu Chenshao. In the VIP seats, numerous members of prominent families clapped their hands in admiration, their faces full of appreciation. Yi Qingtang clenched her fists, her eyes filled with complexity. Even she had to admit that the methods Ming Shijun displayed at this moment aligned more closely with her definition of a hero. Everyone believed that Yu Chinshao was trapped in a desperate situation. Faced with such an open scheme, he had no choice but to confront it head-on with even greater strength. But in doing so, regardless of victory or defeat, his title of tyrant would become even more firmly established. However, facing the energy storm capable of instantly draining a condensed intent realm expert, Yu Chenshao remained unmoved, standing firmly in place. The fierce wind whipped his clothing, but he did not even blink. He finally spoke, his voice not loud, yet it clearly overpowered the howling energy and echoed throughout the scene. Your royal path is nothing but hypocrisy built upon the retreat of the weak. Today, I will let you see for yourself. In the face of absolute power, your so-called kingly way is worthless. The moment the words fell, he lifted his right foot and then gently stomped down. There was no earth-shattering roar, only 5 extremely muffled words softly uttered from his mouth. Gravity 10,000-fold. Boom! That was not a sound, but the terrifying resonance of the entire world collapsing. The sky arena, with a diameter of over a kilometer, along with its massive foundation below, was forced half a meter deeper into the earth in one single stomp, without the slightest resistance. The protective shield at the edge of the arena instantly overloaded, erupting with dazzling electric sparks before shattering inch by inch. The magnificent energy vortex meticulously constructed by Ming Shijun, under the absolute and unreasonable might of this force, was like a soap bubble being popped. It couldn't even last a second before disintegrating, turning into harmless specks of light scattered across the sky. And at the very center of the gravity, Ming Shijun's smile completely froze. A terrifying pressure, as if billions of mountains stacked together, pressed down on him fiercely from all directions, even from every spatial dimension. The protective energy he once prided himself on was torn apart like thin paper, utterly powerless to resist. His body, tempered through countless trials, let out a mournful cry under the unbearable weight. His bones creaked, as if they were about to be crushed into powder in the next second. He wanted to resist, wanted to stand tall, wanted to maintain that perfect image, but he couldn't. His knees buckled. Thud. A heavy, incredibly clear muffled sound reverberated through the live broadcast, shocking every corner of the Federation. The entire venue fell into dead silence. Across the Skynet, billions of rapidly scrolling comments eerily came to a halt at this moment. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared intently at the scene on the screen, unable to believe their own eyes. The one hailed as the hope of humanity, the perfect prodigy, the elegant figure representing the path of kings, Ming Shijun. At the very first moment of the battle, he knelt helplessly before the tyrant King Yu Chinshao. The impact of this scene was 1,000 times more terrifying than any previous fight. Aha! Ming Shijun, upon kneeling, was on the verge of collapse. He roared madly, his eyes bloodshot, channeling all the energy within his body in a desperate attempt to rise from the humiliating gravity pressing him down. Yet, the invisible force was like divine wrath, mercilessly pinning him to the ground. He exerted all his strength, veins bulging, but remained utterly immobile, his kneeling posture growing increasingly pathetic. A shadow loomed over him as Yu Chinshao slowly walked up to him, looking down at the hope of humanity who was now kneeling in disgrace. His icy voice, like the final judgment, echoed through the deathly silent arena. You dare speak of hope? With that, Yu Qianxiao spared him not another glance, as if even one more look would be a waste of time. He turned away and, under the silent gazes of the crowd, calmly stepped off the arena, which had already sunk half a meter. The champion's title was no longer in question. On the arena, the crushing pressure on Ming Shijun quietly dissipated. His body went limp, collapsing to the ground as he gasped for air, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins and boundless venom. Shortly after, a beam of white light transported him off the stage, stripping away his last shred of dignity. His flawless image, once held in the hearts of billions across the Federation, completely shattered with that earth-shattering kneel. In its place arose endless doubt, ridicule, and a fear that pierced to the bone. Under the gaze of countless spectators, the award ceremony reached its climactic moment. Two ancient jade slips, radiating a mysterious glow, hovered before Yu Qianxiao, as if beckoning him. He extended his hand and grasped the jade slips, which symbolized the primordial magnetic divine demon body refining scripture and the luminous soul sea scripture. He felt a cool aura and profound Tao resonance emanating from them. However, Yu Qianxiao merely weighed them casually in his hand, his expression utterly indifferent. To any martial artist, these would be treasures of unparalleled value, yet in his eyes, they seemed no more than ordinary stones. This indifferent attitude, like a thorn, deeply pierced into the hearts of certain individuals. "I object." With a furious shout, the entire venue instantly fell into dead silence. The head of the Li family, Li Tang's father, suddenly sprang up from the VIP seats, his eyes bloodshot, hair disheveled, resembling a mad tiger cornered with no way out. Pointing at Yu Qianxiao, his voice thundered, directly addressing the committee in the marshal's seat. "This boy is cruel and ruthless, treating his fellow humans like pigs and dogs. How is he any different from a demon? How can he be worthy of the supreme inheritance of the human race?" The Li family head's voice suddenly rose, sharp and hysterical. "I suspect he, Yu Qianxiao, has already been corrupted by the evil gods of foreign races, his soul eroded, his mind deranged. He is a madman. The reward must be revoked immediately. He must be detained on the spot and his soul origin thoroughly investigated." Beside him, more than a dozen family heads stood up almost simultaneously, their faces ashen, their eyes filled with anger and an uncontrollable fear. It was as if they had seen the bleak future of their families, and the endless shadow brought by this ominous star. Yu Qianxiao seconded. "Patriarch Li is absolutely right. For the future of humanity, such a tyrant must be severely punished. Please, Marshal, make a decision and uphold justice for us." For a moment, all the pressure, malice, and hostility were precisely directed at the lone young man, as if his death was the only way to prevent the collapse of the entire Federation. Just as this pressure was about to reach its peak, in the seating area of the Ember Academy, an elderly man who had been resting with his eyes closed all along slowly opened them. Xiao Qingtian finally made his move. Without releasing any astonishing aura, he stood up casually, took a step forward, and in the next instant, appeared at the center of the highest podium without any warning. He ignored the clamoring heads of the noble families, his gaze sharp as a sword, directly fixed on the towering figure at the top of the VIP seats. Long Zhan. The entire venue fell into dead silence, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. No one had expected that this living fossil of the military, the stabilizing force of the Xinhua Academy, would so calmly and directly call out the name of the Federation's supreme commander at this moment. The implications of this made some shrewd individuals break out in a cold sweat down their spines. Xiao Qingtian looked at Long Zhan, his tone devoid of joy or anger, yet carrying a bone-deep disappointment. "Back then, I entrusted the future of the human race to you, handed over the legacy of the flame to you, not so you could watch them play these filthy tricks in a greenhouse built with blood and bones." He paused, his voice still calm but each word striking like thunder. "I need an explanation." As his words fell, the air in the entire arena seemed to freeze. Countless people were struck with terror, never having imagined that anyone would dare to speak in such a questioning tone to Marshal Long Zhan, who held absolute power. Xiao Qingtian did not pause, continuing, "If today's human race has truly become like this, with idlers celebrating their positions, sycophants usurping high ranks, while the spark of humanity suffers attacks." His gaze swept over the family heads who were as silent as cicadas in winter. There was no anger, only a weariness and sorrow that came from seeing through the ways of the world. Then perhaps, the belief I upheld, the things I protected, when I stood with countless comrades at Crying Soul Pass for decades, shedding blood and sacrificing lives, were wrong. After speaking, he no longer looked at anyone, but turned his head and gazed deeply at Yu Chenxiao beside him. In those calm, unfathomable eyes, a faint trace of approval flickered, along with a hint of comfort and a sense of relief in passing on a legacy. He nodded slightly, as if acknowledging Shao Qingtian's resolve. In the next instant, his figure blurred and silently vanished from the spot. The entire celestial arena fell into a silence so profound that even a pin drop could be heard. The air was thick with tension. Only Dragon Battle Marshal remained at the place where Shao Qingtian had disappeared, his gaze sharp as a blade, as if brewing a terrifying storm. A full 10 seconds. For everyone present, these 10 seconds felt longer than a century. Each second sliced through their nerves, leaving them utterly suffocated. Finally, an indescribable and terrifying aura of oppression erupted from Long Zhan, instantly enveloping the entire scene. Under this oppressive force, everyone felt as if they had turned into mere ants, gazing up at a collapsing sky, with even breathing becoming a luxury. Those family heads who had been clamoring incessantly earlier now turned deathly pale, trembling, like leaves in the wind. Their legs gave out, and many collapsed directly to the ground in disgrace, making a spectacle of themselves. Only now did they realize whom they had been questioning and what kind of terrifying existence they were facing. Long Zhan slowly stood up, exuding an aura of suffocating majesty. His voice, imbued with ultimate authority, resounded through the heavens, through the Skynet, and into every corner of the Federation. 7 days from now, his voice boomed like thunder, the Supreme Human Council will convene in a format open to all of humanity. All council members, regardless of location, regardless of any reason, regardless of any position, must attend. His words, like a sharp blade, cut through all fear and unease. Latecomer. He paused slightly, and that invisible aura of slaughter seemed almost to tear the space apart. Treated as a traitor to the clan. The moment the words fell, Marshal Long Zhan's figure vanished without a trace, leaving only the command imbued with endless killing intent, echoing above the arena for a long time. A political storm sweeping through the entire upper echelons of humanity, one that could even shake the very foundations of the Federation, had already begun its bloody prelude. Meanwhile, in the deepest chamber of the Ming family in Yendu, Ming Chonglu, whose cultivation had been crippled, now aged and withered like a husk, stared fixedly at the screen showing the scene of his son being publicly humiliated and forced to kneel in disgrace. The almost tangible venom in his eyes made the surrounding air cold and distorted. Yu Chenxiao. He squeezed the name out through clenched teeth, each word dripping with searing hatred, as if chewing on endless pain. With trembling hands, he took out a pitch-black jade pendant engraved with a strange eye from his chest. Crack! The jade pendant was crushed forcefully by him, and black smoke rose, transforming into a blurry human figure. Ming Chonglu faced the shadow and whispered in a voice so hoarse it barely sounded human, Heaven's Choice Alliance. The flames of venomous hatred in his eyes burned even more fiercely. Activate the highest level kill order. No matter the cost, at all costs. With each word he uttered, the vitality in his body seemed to drain away, yet the flames of hatred in his eyes burned ever brighter. I want you, Chenxiao. He paused, as if summoning all his strength, and spoke his final, most venomous curse, word by word. Die, without a corpse. This curse, like a dark spell, was destined to unleash a storm of blood and chaos in the future. Emberfire Academy, Principal's Office. In the solemn room, Shao Qingtian abruptly pushed two ancient jade slips in front of Yu Chenxiao, his voice as cold as a blade, piercing straight to the heart. The primordial magnetic divine demon body refining technique harnesses the power of the world's primordial magnetism as a furnace, using one's own body as raw iron, forcibly tempering it. This method is domineering. If it loses control, it will collapse instantly. Since the emergence of the cultivation method, 4 people have mastered the first level. Luminous Soul Sea Sutra views the soul as a sea, uses willpower as a boat, and crosses the boundless sea of suffering. The process is inhuman, with the soul torn apart inch by inch, then fragments retrieved through sheer willpower and forcibly reassembled. One person has succeeded, but has gone mad. As the words fell, the room plunged into silence, as if even the air had frozen. Each word was enough to deter any prodigy in the world, yet it failed to stir even the slightest ripple on Yu Chenxiao's face. He reached out and picked up the 2 jade slips, cool to the touch, as if holding 2 ordinary stones. Facing Shao Qingtian, he nodded slightly, his tone calm enough to be startling. Thank you, Master. These brief 3 words caused a barely perceptible ripple to appear in Shao Qingtian's otherwise tranquil eyes. The bond of master and disciple required no further elaboration. Yu Chenxiao turned and walked straight toward the principal's office, heading to the exclusive cultivation room forged from deep-sea gold. The heavy metal door slowly closed, sealing off everything inside and out. Without the slightest hesitation, Yu Qianxiao sat cross-legged, his divine sense instantly immersing into the jade slip that contained the primordial magnetic divine demon body refining scripture. The moment the technique began to operate, the boundless primordial magnetic force of heaven and earth was no longer a gentle energy but transformed into a raging torrent of power. It emerged from the void, turning into billions of steel needles invisible to the naked eye, madly pouring into every pore and aperture of his body. Pain? No. This was beyond pain. It was a terrifying experience of having one's life form forcibly erased and disassembled from its very foundation. Skin, muscles, tendons, bones, every part of his body was being reduced to its most primitive particles by this violent primordial magnetic force. This was true purgatory. If it were anyone else, no matter how iron-willed, their soul would have already collapsed, and their physical body turned to dust. But Yu Qianxiao was different. At the critical point of bodily disintegration, his innate Tao embryo emitted an immortal, faintly glowing light, like an indestructible dam, firmly locking in the last thread of vitality, and his transcendent soul of time and space allowed him to maintain absolute, icy clarity amidst this disintegration storm. His will was not defeated by pain, instead, it was stirred into boundless ferocity. Suppress. A cold, undeniable thought surged from the depths of his soul sea. Others cultivate through guidance, reverence, submission, and cautious direction. But Yu Qianxiao? He suppresses. With his unparalleled, domineering will as the grindstone, he treated the raging magnetic force attempting to disintegrate him like an unruly beast, ruthlessly pressing it beneath the grindstone, forcibly crushing and taming it. Using his own flesh, blood, and bones as a furnace, he forged with brute force. This was the most insane, yet the most Yu Qianxiao method. The cultivation chamber was completely transformed into a hellish torture inferno. 7 days and 7 nights, the room was filled only with the sound of bones being crushed and forcibly restructured by the surging vitality, a sound as dense and unceasing as falling rain. When his physical body reached its limit, he switched to practicing the illuminated Soul Sea Sutra, allowing his soul to be torn apart and then reassembled in a stronger form amidst boundless agony. The collapse of the physical body became the blazing fire that tempered his soul. The exhaustion of his spirit turned into a sweet spring that stimulated the potential of his body. Between destruction and rebirth, he walked a tightrope leading to the realm of gods and demons. On the morning of the 8th day, all the disturbances in the training room abruptly ceased. After a long exhale, Yu Qianxiao slowly opened his eyes. The hideous scars on his body had completely vanished, and his skin now bore a dark golden hue, as if forged from divine metal, indestructible. As his eyes opened and closed, a flash of dark golden geomagnetic lightning flickered and disappeared, a mark of the geomagnetic force being fully subdued. He slowly clenched his fist, feeling the brand new power within him, surging like rivers and seas, heavy as mountains. The primordial magnetic divine demon body refining technique, first layer, succeeded. At the moment the technique succeeded, a vast and indescribable primordial magnetic energy and blood surged uncontrollably. Buzz, without an earth-shattering roar, an invisible primordial magnetic field, centered on Yu Qianxiao, suddenly spread out. Wherever the field passed, the metallic walls of the training room emitted a strained hum, and all metallic objects within the Emberfire Academy trembled violently in an instant, as if cheering for this newly risen powerhouse. Whether it was tables, chairs, lamps, or the weapons and badges worn by the students, all trembled intensely at this moment, as if bowing in worship to the newly crowned king. Above the academy, the winds and clouds shifted, the atmosphere tense and piercing, like a raging storm. In the pillar of light, a faint humanoid figure could be seen, its double pupils opening and closing, treading upon the Milky Way, gazing indifferently down at the mortal world, as if it were a deity transcending the mundane. Although it was only a fleeting moment, the wild, domineering, and ancient suppressing aura, like a star crashing into a tranquil lake, instantly alarmed all the top-tier experts in the entire Yin capital. In the principal's office, Xiao Qingtian abruptly stood up, his eyes blazing like torches as he looked in the direction of the cultivation room, the shock in his gaze surging like a tidal wave. 7 days, success. He muttered to himself, his voice carrying a trace of trembling that even he hadn't noticed, as if a strong sense of unease surged in his heart. This kid, what kind of monster is he? Meanwhile, in Yendu, the highest council chamber of the Human Federation, countless light screens broadcast the scene here live to every corner of the Federation, followed by countless anxious gazes. The Supreme Council Hall, usually filled with debates and roars, was now eerily silent, so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. On the massive circular council seats, the aristocratic council members who were usually lofty and imposing now sat upright and solemn, as silent as cicadas in winter, as if engulfed in endless darkness. Many had beads of cold sweat covering their foreheads, their clothes on their backs already soaked through, their hearts filled with unprecedented fear. Every subtle expression, every unnatural twitch, was magnified infinitely and displayed before billions of citizens, leaving no room for escape. Their gazes were filled with fear and unease as they stared intently at the opposite side. This was because, in the seats representing the military, there were no more and no fewer than 7 people seated. In the center sat a man with a figure as upright as a spear. He was none other than the Federation Marshal, Long Zhan, exuding an imposing aura of authority that was utterly unassailable. On either side of him, 6 figures sat silently, yet they resembled 6 active volcanoes ready to erupt at any moment, emanating a bloodthirsty aura so intense it seemed to distort the very light around them. Chief Officer of the Sky Observation Division, Chin Pijuan, dressed in black, exuded an aura as deep and unfathomable as an abyss, making it impossible to discern his true intentions. Commander of the Demon Suppression Army, Li Song, had eyes as profound as a sea of stars, as if capable of piercing through all illusions. Commander of the Soul Suppression Army, Wang Jinghua, or a face full of determination. The menacing bone spur on the knuckle of his right fist was a badge of honor from the time he punched through the skull of a Lord-level alien. This distinctive scar made countless veterans watching the live broadcast unconsciously straighten their backs. Commander of the Scorched Earth Army, Chu Xiaoyao, dressed in casual attire, leaned lazily, yet the ferocity hidden in the corners of his eyes and brows, as if ready to devour anyone, sent chills down the spine. Commander of the Shuiwei Army, Sherpan, towering and robust like a mountain, had not blinked once since sitting down, resembling a silent stone statue that inspired awe. Commander of the Bloodsteel Army, Chi Shintong, with striking red hair and a seductive yet fierce appearance, was leisurely scraping the alloy tabletop with her long nails, producing a teeth-gritting screeching sound. That sound, transmitted through the live broadcast, sent chills down countless spines, causing involuntary shivers. The highest intelligence agency of the human race, the supreme commanders of the 5 major human legions, the 5 who guard the borders, renowned for their fearsome reputations, protecting the human race to this day, the Scorching Suns. For today's council meeting, they all rushed back from the blood-soaked front lines, intending to dominate the scene. The military inferno has assembled. This is an unprecedented event since the brutal Weeping Soul Pass blood battle a century ago. Marshal Long Zhan did not speak. The atmosphere was heavy with tension as he simply extended his index finger and, unhurriedly, tapped lightly on the alloy table before him. Dong, dong, dong. Each sound, though not loud, struck like the hammer of judgment, precisely pounding on the hearts of all the aristocratic council members, as well as the heartstrings of billions of citizens across the Federation, filling them with an inescapable fear. The air had already solidified, as if time had frozen at this moment. A public trial, directed at all of humanity, determining the fate of countless lives, and possibly overturning the structure of the Federation, was about to begin. The deathly silence did not last long. In the live broadcast room of Skynet, billions of Federation citizens held their breath, and the barrage of comments eerily came to a standstill. Under the camera, the solemn dome of the Human Council, 7 figures exuded a bloody murderous aura, as if it were about to solidify, sending chills down one's spine. There are always some old folks who, having stayed too long in their greenhouses, forget whose bones have nourished the land beneath their feet. An elderly counselor with white hair and beard shakily stood up. An elder of the Yen capital Wu family, he had been a pivotal figure in the council even before Long Zhan rose to prominence. Relying on his seniority, his fingers trembled slightly with agitation, and his voice echoed through the hall. Marshal Long Zhan, the military oversees the front lines, while the council governs internal affairs. This has been the cornerstone of the Federation for a century. Today, 7 blazing suns gather, not to resist the enemy, but to be coerced by a mere brat into threatening the council. How is this different from a coup? Even if the committee acts unfairly, it should be investigated internally by the council. The military's brazen interference, where does that leave the federal law? He glanced around, attempting to awaken his colleagues gripped by fear. In the eyes of some aristocratic council members, a faint spark reignited. The Skynet barrage was instantly detonated. Old Wu is right. The military must not interfere in politics. Rules are rules, they can't be broken just because of Yu Qinshao. Nonsense. If it weren't for these aristocratic families' underhanded dealings, would the Liangs have returned from the front lines? In the eyes of some family council members, a glimmer of hope was rekindled. However, Long Zhan did not even lift his eyelids. In the military seats, Chu Xiaoyao, the commander of the burning wild army, leaned his chair back, producing a teeth-gritting creak. He grinned, revealing his sharp white teeth. "Commander Long, this old thing is too noisy, it's ruining my appetite for lunch. How about we deal with it?" Bang! Beside him, Wang Jingwa, the commander of the Soul Suppression Army, slammed his fist, covered in menacing bone spikes, onto the ally table, creating a deafening sound. Why waste words with these parasites? At Crying Soul Pass, anyone daring to spout such nonsense would have had their bones fed to the dogs by me already. The live broadcast from Skynet faithfully captured this scene, with the comment section refreshing like crazy. General Chu Xiaoyao is still so unique. General Wang Jingwa is mighty. He spoke my mind. The commander of the Blood Fiend Army, Qi Xintong, let out a tinkling laugh, her voice like silver bells. That fiery figure idly ran her fingers through her flame-like red hair, her eyes and brows exuding allure. "Old man, what you said makes so much sense." Her voice was charming to the core, causing the Wu family elder to pause in surprise and even straighten his chest. The next moment, Qi Xintong curled her index finger, painted with bright red nail polish, and flicked it casually in the direction of the Wu family elder. No roaring energy, no fluctuation of power. A barely visible blood-red thread silently and effortlessly crossed a distance of several hundred meters. Put! A barely audible soft sound. The impassioned expression of the Wu family elder froze, and his head rolled off his neck. A spray of warm blood mist splattered onto the council emblem behind him, symbolizing justice. The headless corpse swayed briefly before collapsing with a thud. The strong smell of blood filled everyone's nostrils. The Skynet live broadcast room exploded completely, countless people screamed, and the barrage turned into a white waterfall. She killed someone, in the council, during a live broadcast. How dare she? Good. Well done. These parasites should have died long ago. Qi Xintong extended her scarlet tongue, gently licking her equally scarlet lips, her gaze sweeping across the entire scene. Next, does anyone else have an objection? The entire place fell into dead silence once again. That newly ignited spark was completely extinguished by the handful of hot blood poured over it. They finally woke up, remembering what kind of existence these 7 people before them truly were. They are the military division Scorching Sunday. They are the fierce gods who can stop children from crying at night, the butchers who can make alien lords tremble in fear. Reason with them? Corpses are the only reasoning. Thud. Marshal Longzhan's finger tapping on the table came to a halt. He finally spoke, his voice devoid of any warmth. For this competition, all involved families, the heads, shall die. Within the families, all martial artists above the Qi drawing realm, regardless of age, must report to the abyss of 10,000 beasts within 3 days. They will be assigned to the suicide battalion and serve for 100 years. After 100 years, if you can survive, merits and faults will cancel each other out. Life and death, it doesn't matter. The entire council hall instantly sank into an even deeper despair. One of the family heads could no longer bear the pressure, his knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, his voice trembling with sobs. "Marshal, is this to wipe us out completely?" The commander of the Demon Suppression Army, Li Qingsong, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. He calmly gazed at the despairing family head, his tone indifferent. "This is giving you a chance to wash away your shame with blood." He paused for a moment and added the latter half of the sentence. "Or, you can also choose to die right now." The head of the family trembled all over, his face showing despair. He wanted to wail, but under the gaze of a pair of silent eyes, he remained utterly voiceless. Commander of the Shuyue army, Sherpan, that man as silent and imposing as a towering mountain, finally spoke. His voice was dry, like a cold blade. "Stay quiet." This cold statement instantly extinguished the last trace of hope in his heart. In the corner, Qin Pejuan, the chief officer of the Jiantian division dressed in black, remained silent. He calmly observed everything before him, his fingers lightly gliding over the miniature terminal he carried, as if reviewing a dossier about to be archived. The list of families to be executed was marked one by one in blood red, and his gaze exuded a chilling ruthlessness. Faced with the united will of the 7 giants of the military, no one dared to voice any objections. All the noble families, all the council members, bowed their once proud heads. At this moment, Longzhan slowly stood up, like a towering mountain casting a massive shadow that enveloped the entire council hall. He swept his gaze across the room, taking in every face filled with fear, despair, or numbness. His voice thundered like rolling clouds, announcing to the entire Federation a new, ironclad rule that would completely reshape the future structure of humanity. From this day forward, the struggles of the younger generation of humanity will be resolved by themselves, whether it is through arena duels or wilderness hunts, whether it is a clash of pride or a battle of life and death. Elders, families, any forces, dare to intervene, or carry out any form of retaliation. His voice suddenly rose, carrying an unparalleled majesty that seemed to tear through the heavens, will be regarded as declaring war on the 7 of us in the military department simultaneously. The The moment his words fell, a terrifying aura of slaughter, infused with the will of the seven, surged into the sky, shaking the entire council hall as if it would completely lift the dome. Across the Skynet, the four characters Iron Law of the Flame instantly flooded the screen billions of times, completely replacing all other comments. This law, recorded in the annals of history by later generations, was officially enacted today in the bloodiest and most domineering manner. Long Zhan turned and left with the other six, without looking back. The commander of the burning wild army, Chu Xiaoyao, lagged half a step behind, leaning close to Qi Xintong's ear and whispering in a voice only the two could hear, "The rules are set. Now, let's see how our little monster plans to play that so-called hope, Ming Shijun, to death." The storm in the council hall was ultimately brought to an end by the will of the seven blazing suns. The four words Flame Iron Law are engraved like a brand on the hearts of every upper echelon figure in the Federation. This law, issued by seven blazing suns through an indisputable bloody judgment, carries weight far beyond any written regulation. Overnight, countless aristocratic families accustomed to skirting the edges of rules felt, for the first time, the chilling sting of the sword hanging overhead. The entire upper society of the Federation fell into an eerie silence. At the absolute center of the storm, Yu Qinshao seemed like an outsider. The surging waves of the outside world did not stir even the slightest ripple in his heart. He walked through the academy's tree-lined path, and the surrounding students, as if avoiding a venomous snake, lowered their heads and made way for him. Those former feelings of awe, jealousy, and curiosity had now all settled into a pure fear. The Iron Law of the Flame, these four words were far less intimidating to them than the name Yu Qinshao. He turned a blind eye to it and went straight back to the principal's office, solemn as a cemetery. The room was as quiet as ever, with rows of neatly arranged memorial tablets standing silently. Xiao Qingtian was standing with his back to him. The old man was carefully and repeatedly wiping the roughly carved wooden kite with a clean white cloth. His movements were slow and gentle, as if it were not a lifeless object, but the most precious treasure in the world. It was only when Yu Qinxiao's footsteps came to a halt that he slowly turned around and placed the wooden kite back in its original spot with great care. "Your strength has improved too quickly." Xiao Qingtian's voice was calm. "The primordial magnetic divine demon body refining scripture has transformed you, and that's great. But tempered steel, when freshly forged, is also the easiest to break." He looked at Yu Qinxiao. "Your foundation is supported by the innate Tao embryo, making it unimaginably stable. But your fists, your will, still lack one thing, an aura of life and death. Fists grown in a greenhouse, no matter how heavy, are merely brute force. The will tempered in a simulated field, no matter how strong, is nothing but wishful thinking. Only when every muscle and every nerve in your body screams for the sake of survival can your strength truly fuse with your soul." Before the words had fully landed, a pitch-black file folder was casually tossed over, landing precisely on the table in front of Yu Qinshao. "This is your first practical combat lesson." Yu Qinshao picked up the file and opened it. There were only 4 large characters on the cover, Crying Howl Sansi. The contents of the file were extremely concise. Mission location, D-level restricted area, Crying Howl Sansi. Forbidden Zone background, ancient battlefield ruins. It is rumored that a Vientiane realm existence once fell here. The resentment of countless powerful beings after death intertwined with the special geomagnetic or veins underground, causing the spatial laws in this area to be extremely unstable, with physical rules frequently disrupted. Only those below the domain realm are allowed to enter, otherwise, the plane of the Forbidden Zone will collapse. The beasts within, affected by this, are frenzied, bloodthirsty, and combative, with actual combat power far exceeding others of the same level. Mission objectives: 1. Survive for 7 days. 2. Retrieve the heart of the Sansi. Mission notes: within the Forbidden Zone, interference with spatial laws will render all communication and positioning devices chaotic and disordered. There will be no coordinate guidance and no external support. A D-level Forbidden Zone is a perilous place where even those in the intent condensation realm face near certain death, let alone a newcomer in the bone refinement realm. Yu Qinshao closed the file and calmly looked at Xiao Qingtian. "Remember, inside, you have no support." Xiao Qingtian repeated. "The only thing you can trust is your own fists and will." "All right," Yu Qinshao responded with just one word. He took the file, nodded slightly at Xiao Qingtian. This simple gesture was both an acceptance of the order and an acknowledgement of his master's arrangement. Afterward, he turned around and walked straight out without the slightest hesitation or delay. Xiao Qingtian watched his departing figure, and deep within those calm, unruffled eyes, a barely perceptible ripple finally emerged. There was both the harsh scrutiny of an eagle toward its fledgling and a trace of expectation and concern that even he himself had not noticed. He he personally pushed his only disciple, the future hope of humanity, into the most perilous abyss, because he knew better than anyone that a true sovereign can only be crowned through the baptism of blood and fire. Yu Qianxiao walked along the tree-lined path leading to the school gate. In the distance, at the window of the academy's tallest clock tower, a figure quietly withdrew their gaze. The professor of martial arts theory, Xiao Yuanshan, was standing by the window. He adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, his face still adorned with that gentle and refined smile, as if he had just been admiring the campus scenery. He lowered his head and glanced at the seemingly unremarkable black communicator on his wrist. The eyes hidden behind the lenses flashed with a cold fervor completely at odds with the scholarly demeanor. A perfect genius like Yu Qianxiao should not waste his talents protecting those ignorant weaklings that would only tarnish his gifts. Only the supreme law of the Heaven's Selection Alliance, which upholds the rule of the strong over all, was his true calling. He extended his slender fingers and, unhurriedly, lightly tapped the screen of the communicator. A message, encrypted through multiple layers, was silently and imperceptibly sent to a dark corner hidden in the shadows of the Federation. The content of the message contained only 4 words: "The fish has left the abyss, the wailing sand sea." As the name suggests, the sky here is perpetually an oppressive, murky yellow. The raging wind sweeps up gravel, emitting a wailing shriek like ghostly cries. This sound is not merely a physical phenomenon but an attack that directly targets the mind, as if countless lost souls are lamenting in this place, attempting to drag every living being that steps here into endless madness. The moment Yu Qianxiao's feet touched this land, a bone-deep chill and frenzy surged from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. He frowned slightly, and the newly cultivated magnetic vital energy within his body rippled faintly before transforming into an invisible barrier, completely isolating this negative energy outside. Soul of time and space. With a single thought, that perception from a higher dimension spread outward like an invisible tide. However, the next second, his movements froze. The three-dimensional map he envisioned in his mind failed to materialize. Instead, it was like a shattered mirror, with the feedback filled with fatal distortions and erroneous delays. In perception, a jagged boulder lay 100 meters away, but to the naked eye, the spot appeared empty. The real boulder, however, was 50 meters to his left. The severe misalignment between the senses and higher dimensional perception was enough to cause any strong individual to make a fatal misjudgment in an instant. As he focused all his mind, attempting to forcibly calibrate the real world from countless erroneous fragments, 3 cold, viscous killing intents pierced through the chaotic flow of information, locking onto him with deadly precision. On the left, beneath the yellow sand, an aura perfectly synchronized with the magnetic field of the sand, like a hibernating venomous scorpion, poised to strike. On the right, in midair, an aura concealed by the swirling sandstorm, flickering unpredictably, as if it could merge into the chaotic space at any moment, sending chills down one's spine. Directly ahead, that killing intent was the strongest, sharp and unyielding like steel, making no effort to hide its presence, resembling a sharp blade aimed straight at his heart. A powerful will, like an invisible heavy hammer, fiercely pressed against Yu Qianxiao's mind. Concentrated intent realm. His heart ignited with fearless fighting spirit. Facing this oppression, his eyes sparkled with the flames of challenge, refusing to back down. Tianza Alliance. Shao Qingtian threw him into this desolate land with an obvious purpose, to temper him. As for the Tianza Alliance, they see this place as the perfect graveyard. This ambush is far more than just an assassination. It is also the most direct and brazen provocation against the newly issued Iron Law of the Flame, which has shaken the entire Federation. They intended to use his corpse to shatter the Iron Law forged by the blood and dignity of 7 blazing suns. Thinking of this, the smile on Yu Qianxiao's lips grew even deeper. Very good. It seemed his first practical combat lesson wouldn't be boring after all. Beneath the yellow sand, 3 dark figures suddenly burst out of the ground, forming a triangular formation that firmly trapped Yu Qianxiao in the center. They were dressed in uniform jet-black outfits, completely out of place in this dim yellow world, exuding a chilling aura that was suffocating. The leader wore a bronze ghost mask on his face, the patterns on the mask emanating an eerie aura under the dim light. His concentrated aura was as sharp as a blade, clearly a formidable expert at the 3rd stage of the condensed intent realm. The other 2 were equally sinister, like venomous snakes, both at the peak of the 9th stage of the Qi Conduit realm, evidently seasoned assassins. Heaven's Selection Alliance, Ghost Hand. The man wearing a bronze ghost mask was the first to speak, his voice hoarse and low. He raised his hand, holding a palm-sized bronze array disc covered with intricate inscriptions in his palm. The disc emitted spatial ripples that were difficult to discern with the naked eye. Yu Qianxiao. The voice of the ghost hand carried a teasing tone, like a cat playing with a mouse. To kill you, the Tianza Alliance has prepared the space-lock formation disc. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, the space has already solidified. This place is now an absolute death zone, at most almost a forbidden area for those at the peak of the condensed wool realm. No one can save you. His confidence was clearly not mere bluffing. This wailing desert of sand was already spatially chaotic, and with the reinforcement of the formation disk, it indeed formed a natural prison. Yu Qianxiao glanced at the three people, his gaze eerily calm, as if he were not facing three top assassins but merely three stones blocking his path. Just three? This question carried no provocation, only a cold indifference akin to stating a fact, yet it was more piercing than any mockery. Ghost Hand seemed to hear the biggest joke in the world and let out a sneer from behind the mask. To kill you, that's enough. As soon as the words fell, he made his move. Without moving his body, Ghost Hand simply struck forcefully, sending it towards Yu Qianxiao across the air. This palm strike was silent and without any wind pressure, not even disturbing the grains of sand. However, in Yu Qianxiao's perception, a ghastly pale ghostly hand, formed purely from a chilling will, lunged directly at his soul, completely disregarding the defenses of his physical body. This was precisely the hallmark killing move of the intent condensation realm, where intent moves, the killing intent follows, impossible to defend against. At the same time, the other two assassins at the chi penetration realm also made their move. Their footsteps were light, leaving no trace on the sand, their figures transforming into two blurred phantoms amidst the chaotic interplay of light and shadow. Two specters, attacking from cunning angles on the left and right, their short blades carving deadly arcs aimed directly at Yu Qianxiao's back and neck. Their coordination was flawless. A mental assault came first, drawing attention and focus. The ultimate physical strike comes last, delivering a fatal blow. This is a textbook example of encirclement and slaughter, capable of tearing a cultivator of the same level in the condensed intent realm to shreds in an instant. However, in the face of these three's ultimate attack, Yu Qianxiao's response exceeded all of Ghost Hand's expectations. He did not retreat, instead, he stepped forward. Clang, clang, two crisp clashes of metal rang out, piercingly sharp amidst the howling wind. The two short blades, sharp enough to pierce through alloy armor, struck precisely at Yu Qianxiao's back and neck. The anticipated scene of flesh being torn apart did not occur. The coldness on the faces of the two assassins instantly froze, replaced by pure horror. What came from the tip of the blade was not the sensation of piercing flesh, but a terrifying recoil as if crashing into an ancient divine mountain forged from celestial gold. A brute, heavy force surged violently back along the blade. Snap! Both of their wrists shattered simultaneously, their palms burst into a mist of blood, and the short blades in their hands nearly flew out of their grip. They stared intently at Yu Qianxiao's skin. At the point of impact, not even a trace of a white mark was left. Only rings of dark golden radiance rippled out like water waves and then disappeared. Primordial magnetic divine demon body refining technique, first layer. The body is like divine gold, impervious to all methods. Wow, what kind of monster is this? A chilling absurdity rose simultaneously in the hearts of the two assassins. The assassination techniques they prided themselves on were no more than child's play before a mere youth in the bone refining realm. And all of this happened in the split second before the ghostly spiritual hand was about to touch Yu Qianxiao's forehead. Faced with the Ghost Hand's spiritual attack, which was enough to obliterate an ordinary condensed intent realm soul, Yu Qianxiao didn't even lift an eyelid. He merely let out a cold snort. Poof! This cold snort was like thunder, exploding violently in his vast, starry sea of soul. The immersive soul sea scripture that had been quietly suspended in the center of the soul sea instantly activated, like an awakened dragon. A domineering and unreasonable will was instantly triggered, condensing into an invisible heavy hammer that fiercely counterattacked the pale ghostly hand. If the ghostly hand's mental impact was like a sharp dagger, then Yu Qianxiao's counterattack was like a star falling from the heavens, unstoppable. Ugh! Ghost Hand seemed to be struck by lightning, his entire body trembled violently, let out a muffled groan, and his face twisted instantly. His will, honed like a blade, seemed to collide with a star falling from the heavens, instantly crushed by that domineering, ancient, all-suppressing force. Not only that, the residual force of that will did not diminish and surged back into his sea of consciousness. Ghost Hand's vision went dark, his mind buzzed, his thoughts instantly plunged into blankness, and his soul seemed on the verge of being torn apart. Impossible! How could his spiritual impact be reflected back by a mere boy in the muscle and bone realm? What on earth is this kid's soul made of? One misstep, and the entire game is lost. The body's defense is impenetrable, and the soul's defense is even more unbreakable. The meticulously planned assassination by three killers was completely shattered in the very first moment of the battle, in a way they couldn't comprehend at all. And Yu Qianxiao, after blocking the attacks of the three, finally came to a halt. He slowly raised his head, and those cold phoenix eyes finally locked onto the pair of pupils behind the mask, filled with shock and disbelief. A chilling coldness surged straight up the spine of the ghost hand, reaching the crown of his head. He heard a voice like the Grim Reaper whispering in your ear. Now, it's my turn. Now, it's my turn. The icy words thundered through the wailing wind and sand, piercing into everyone's ears. Under the bronze mask of the ghost hand, his pupils suddenly contracted, and a soul-tearing pain caused his vision to darken. He forcibly suppressed the metallic taste surging in his throat and roared orders to the other two assassins, at all costs. Hold him off. Buy me time. His eyes were bloodshot as he frantically activated the bronze array disc in his palm, covered with intricate inscriptions. The disc glimmered with light. It was their final trump card for this mission. However, Yu Qinxiao's movements were faster than his roar, not even sparing a glance at the ghost hand, who was preparing for a desperate fight. Those deep, dark eyes locked directly onto the assassin on the left, who was still reeling in terror. In the next instant, his figure suddenly vanished. It wasn't the blurred afterimage left by extreme speed, but a true disappearance, as if merging into the void. Zhou Tianbu. In the crying sand sea, where the spatial laws are inherently chaotic and light and shadow are constantly distorted, Yu Qinxiao's steps defied all known physical principles and spatial logic. His trajectory transformed into a bizarre zigzag line completely imperceptible to the naked eye, flickering and leaping continuously through the twisted spatial crevices, instantly appearing behind the assassin. The assassin's battle-hardened instincts made his scalp tingle, and without hesitation, he twisted his body to counterattack. The poisoned short blade swept up a chilling arc of light, aiming to protect the vital spot on his back. However, Yu Qinxiao had no intention of clashing weapons with him from the very beginning. His left hand extended, fingers slightly spread, and gently grasped toward the assassin's head. Gravity pull. Buzz. The space around the assassin seemed to be gripped by an invisible giant hand, suddenly collapsing inward. His bizarre footwork and combat instincts completely failed at this moment. An irresistible and terrifying suction force locked him in place, his body utterly uncontrollable as it was dragged toward Yu Qinxiao's palm. The cold expression on his face was instantly replaced by fear, his blood surging in an attempt to struggle, but it was like a mosquito trapped in a spider's web. At that moment, Yu Qinxiao clenched his right fist. Prison-suppressing fist. The heavy, mountain-like power of the first layer of the primordial magnetic divine demon body refining scripture was fully infused into the edge of his right fist, and then, he struck with a punch. Bang! The fist landed squarely on the assassin's chest. There was no sound of bones shattering, nor a gruesome scene of flesh flying. Instead, an unreasonable, overwhelming force of primordial magnetism surged into the assassin's body like a flood, breaking through a dam. His body, like a piece of scrap metal thrown into an ultra-powerful magnetic field, underwent an incomprehensible distortion, pulling, and disintegration in an instant. His flesh, bones, internal blood flow, along with the specially made pitch-black combat suit, instantly transformed into a writhing, metallically gleaming mass of mangled flesh, which splattered onto the yellow sand below. This scene left another assassin, who was just about to pounce, utterly terrified. All his fighting spirit, all his killing intent, were crushed to dust under this single punch. Escape! This was the only thought in his mind. He abandoned his attack, forcibly twisted his body in mid-air, and turned to flee desperately in the opposite direction of Yu Qinxiao. Yu Qinxiao didn't even glance back at him. Instead, he casually extended his hand and, aiming at the fleeing figure, unleashed a heaven and earth seal from a distance. This seal was infused with the intent of the suppressing prison fist and the suppression will of the Yuan magnetic force, striking fiercely into the void. The fleeing assassin suddenly felt his vision blur, as if he had slammed headfirst into an invisible, intangible, yet indestructible wall. There was no sound of collision, nor any violent energy impact. The moment his body entered the space shrouded by the suppression intent, it was as if an invisible giant hand pressed in on him from all directions. In an instant, his body was compressed and disintegrated by an unstoppable force, ultimately reduced to a fine mist of blood and flesh. A breeze swept past, leaving not even a trace. In the blink of an eye, two top-tier assassins at the peak of the 9th stage of chi condensation were utterly annihilated, body and soul. Aha! Witnessing his companions turn to ashes in the blink of an eye, Ghost Hand let out a frenzied roar. The bronze array disc in his hand had finally accumulated enough energy, radiating a blinding light. Spatial annihilation. Buzzing. Centered around Yu Qinxiao, within a radius of 100 meters, hundreds of pitch-black cracks suddenly appeared in the dim sky and sandy ground. Each crack was a mark of space being torn apart, with its edges emitting tangible traces of rampaging laws, evoking a sense of dread. These spatial cracks resembled a massive net woven from death, slowly closing in from all directions toward Yu Qinxiao at the center, as if intending to annihilate him invisibly. This was a true kill zone. Even an ordinary high-level condensed intent realm expert would be doomed if caught within it. However, standing at the center of this lethal net, Yu Qianxiao remained motionless, his expression unchanged, showing no intention of evading. He simply raised his eyes, coldly gazing at the spatial cracks capable of severing everything. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he uttered a single, icy and weighty word, suppress. The sound was faint, almost inaudible amidst the wailing wind and sand, yet it seemed to embody the supreme law of the universe, the ultimate decree of this realm. It combined the absolute control of the SSS-level ability, gravity manipulation, infused with the domineering will of prison suppression fist, and carried the weighty, indestructible force of geomagnetic power brought by the geomagnetic god-demon body refining technique. This was the unique suppression path created by Yu Qianxiao himself. At this moment, this law was revealed to the world for the first time without reservation. As the words fell, an invisible absolute suppression domain seemed to form around Yu Qianxiao. The hundreds of ferocious and terrifying black fissures, representing the rampage of spatial laws, appeared to be frozen in midair, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Immediately after, a shocking scene unfolded. The fissures were not shattered but were forcibly and crudely smoothed out by an incomprehensible, overwhelming force. It was as if a wrinkled sheet of white paper was being gently flattened by an invisible hand, restoring it to its original state. After a few moments of intense resistance, accompanied by the groaning of space under unbearable pressure, all the fissures finally vanished without a trace. All the violence, chaos, and murderous intent in this realm were forcibly suppressed, crudely erased, and ultimately transformed into a deathly stillness of tranquility by the single word suppression. Snap! As the spatial rift vanished, the bronze array disc in Ghost Hand's palm let out a mournful cry of unbearable strain, covered in web-like cracks. Then, with a resounding explosion, it shattered into dust. Ghost Hand stared blankly at his empty, bloodied palm, then raised his head in confusion to gaze at the eerie, tranquil yellow sky that had returned to normal. He looked at the young man who was steadily walking toward him, and all the fear, anger, and unwillingness on his face receded like a tide, replaced by a twisted and frenzied fanaticism. Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Ghost Hand's manic laughter thundered across the deathly silent sea of sand. Suddenly, he discarded the remaining half of his broken blade, spread his arms wide, and trembled with extreme excitement. Kill me! Hurry up and kill me! Do you really think we came here to kill you? No, no, we came to verify, to confirm. His laughter was filled with pathological fervor and an eerie sense of relief. Using all his strength, he screamed hoarsely at Yu Qianxiao, who was approaching step by step. Worth it. All of this was worth it. Congratulations, Yu Qianxiao. You have passed the Tianza Alliance's test. Yu Qianxiao looked at Ghost Hand's face, twisted with a sickly fervor, and the corner of his mouth curved into a cold arc, as if he were gazing at prey about to be hunted. He stepped forward slowly, each step seeming to tread on Ghost Hand's heart, stirring waves of unease within him. Is that so? He spoke softly, his voice low yet instantly overpowering all the wailing cries in the wind, like thunder shaking the ears. Your test is over. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. Now, it's my turn to interview you. As soon as the words fell, Yu Qianxiao's 5 fingers clenched in the air, and a powerful aura erupted suddenly. Gravity soul suppression. An invisible yet indescribably heavy force descended with a thunderous impact. This force did not act on the physical body but struck directly at the depths of the soul, as if it intended to tear Ghost Hand's soul apart. Ah! Ghost Hand's maniacal laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by a heart-wrenching scream. He felt his soul being frantically compressed, torn, and ground, with waves of excruciating pain surging over him. His consciousness blurred rapidly, and his thoughts nearly came to a halt. At that moment, the soul restriction planted within him by the higher-ups of the Heaven's Choice Alliance began to flicker faintly, attempting to shatter his soul. Did I allow it? Yu Qianxiao's will, cold as iron clamps, instantly locked down the restless restriction. Under the absolute suppression of soul of time and space, the soul restriction fell completely silent. Here, Yu Qianxiao was the sole ruler. Ghost Hand collapsed onto the sand like a dead dog, his body convulsing violently, with black blood seeping from his 7 orifices. The fervor and faith he once held were crushed into irreparable fragments in an instant. Yu Qianxiao looked down at him, his voice cold as ice. First question, who gave you my location? The extreme pain shattered Ghost Hand's will, squeezing broken syllables from his throat. Divine Envoy. Ember Light Academy. Xiao Yuanshan, it was him who provided the intel. Tianza Alliance, what is it? What do they want? Yu Qinxiao's interrogation was relentless, like a storm. Ghost Hand, like a wrung-out water bag, spilled all his secrets. Tianza Alliance believes in the survival of the strong, the death of the weak, ignorant. Weaklings are a burden to humanity. The young alliance leader has already made a pact with the Celestial clan. The next Celestial baptism will sacrifice Gu City in exchange for breakthrough. Who is the young alliance leader? Yu Qinxiao's voice was like judgment. Young alliance leader, it's Ming Shi Jun. Each word struck Yu Qinxiao's heart like a heavy hammer, piecing together a terrifying conspiracy in his mind that could overturn the entire federation. Yu Qinxiao retrieved a black beacon the size of a fingernail from Ghost Hand's grasp, emitting faint spatial fluctuations. The Celestial Selection Beacon. He extended his finger, a wisp of dark, golden magnetic force coiling around it, and crudely erased the spiritual imprint left by Ghost Hand. Immediately after, a more domineering will of suppression was forcibly inscribed into it by him. The beacon flickered slightly, and a forged message was silently sent. Test passed, target has been shaken, awaiting further observation. After completing everything, Yu Qinxiao withdrew the suppressive force he had placed on Ghost Hand's soul. Ghost Hand collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, gasping violently as if liberated, yet his eyes were filled with endless terror. Yu Qinxiao gave him no chance, suddenly throwing a fierce punch. Bang! Ghost Hand's body, along with his final resentment, was shattered into fragments by the violent force of primordial magnetism, completely dissipating into the wind and sand. Having accomplished this, Yu Qinxiao no longer lingered and followed the guidance of the primordial magnetism divine demon body refining scripture, heading deeper into the sea of sand. At the very center of the Crying Howl Sand Sea, the sound of the wind had ceased. Here lay a massive circular valley, its ground displaying a bizarre dark red hue, as if soaked in the blood of gods and demons. At the center of the valley floor, a fist-sized energy orb, pulsating like a heart, quietly hovered. Heart of the Sand Sea. Only then did Yu Qinxiao realize that the heart of the Sand Sea had never been a tangible entity. As soon as he stepped into the valley, an overwhelming battle intent surged toward him like a tsunami. It was the energy imprint formed by the unyielding will of a fallen Vientiane realm warrior, fused with the magnetic field of this place. Anyone attempting to approach it must first endure the impact of this battle intent. In Yu Qinxiao's sea of consciousness, countless fragmented images flashed instantly. A towering man, drenched in blood, wielding a broken halberd, fought madly against an overwhelming tide of alien races. He slaughtered through the beast horde, tore apart the firmament, but in the moment of exhaustion, a blade from behind, belonging to a human companion, pierced through his heart. Why, betrayal! That furious roar transcended eternity, exploding within Yu Qinxiao's soul sea. Yu Qinxiao's body trembled, and the coldness in his phoenix eyes grew even sharper. It turned out that the ancient defeat was not solely due to external enemies. I accept your will. He did not console, nor did he empathize, but instead used an even more domineering and forceful suppression will to collide fiercely with that overwhelming battle intent. Boom! The two wills clashed in the most primal confrontation on the spiritual level. In the end, that ownerless battle intent was forcibly suppressed, absorbed, and refined by Yu Qinxiao's way of suppression. The energy and blood within Yu Qinxiao surged explosively, as the force of primordial magnetism perfectly fused with the ancient aura of slaughter. First stage of muscle and bone realm. Second stage. Third stage. Breaking through two stages in succession. He slowly opened his eyes, and with every punch and kick, there was already a trace of ancient iron-blooded killing intent. At the same time, in a secret stronghold of the Tianzi Alliance, Xiao Yuanshan looked at the feedback on the communicator. Test passed, target has been shaken, awaiting further observation. His face revealed uncontrollable joy. He immediately activated the backup plan, dispatching another elite team personally trained by him, with even better coordination, to escort Yu Qinxiao. The next second, Yu Qinxiao's communicator vibrated. It was a message from Xiao Yuanshan, written with earnest words full of a mentor's care for his student. Inquiring about his situation in the restricted zone, he kindly reminded him that someone had once seen the heart of the Sand Sea in Zone C of the Sand Sea. Yu Qinxiao looked at the message, a mocking smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Not only did he not avoid it, but he also activated the Tianzi beacon, sending out a false signal of encountering a crisis, requesting support. Then, he swaggered forward, heading toward the so-called path to survival pointed out by Xiao Yuanshan, which was, in fact, a death trap. At the edge of the Sanxi sea zone, 3 figures had long been lying in wait. Seeing Yu Chenxiao indeed panic-stricken and rushing in, cruel smiles appeared on their faces. The moment Yu Chenxiao stepped into the array's influence range, the 3 quickly approached under the guise of fellow disciples coming to the rescue, launching a sudden ambush at the closest distance. The specially crafted array activated instantly, emitting a strange fluctuation that attempted to disrupt Yu Chenxiao's control over gravity. The 3 elites at the condensed intent realm worked in perfect harmony, their 3 poison-killing moves forming a triangular formation that sealed off all of Yu Chenxiao's escape routes. However, a cold glint flashed in Yu Chenxiao's eyes. His will was as unyielding as iron, unmoved by the assault. With a sudden punch, his blood and energy surged, shattering the opponent's attack wave with a fierce blow, instantly neutralizing the crisis. He was no longer the prey passively responding to attacks but the hunter launching a powerful counterattack. Want to surround and kill me? How naive. Yu Chenxiao sneered coldly, the power within him surging like a monstrous wave, instantly counterattacking and pressing toward the 3 elites, causing their expressions to change drastically, leaving them no time to react. Yu Chenxiao sneered coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade, exuding unparalleled confidence and pride. This little interference, trying to shake my gravity? He chuckled disdainfully, flipping his hand to unleash the heaven and earth seal into the void. Instantly, a violent gravitational force swept out, crushing the interference from the formation plate and simultaneously stabilizing all incoming energy. Come on, let me see your strength. Then, he launched his right fist, the power of magnetism and ancient battle intent intertwining, madly like a volcanic eruption, directly shattering the meticulously arranged joint attack formation of the 3 into ruins. Poof! The 3 elites at the condensed intent realm spat out blood and were sent flying, their eyes filled with disbelief and fear. Impossible! The intel is wrong. His strength. The leading captain roared in despair, unable to comprehend how someone at the bone-refining realm could crush 3 condensed intent realm experts with a single punch. Our teacher is Professor Xiao Yuanshan, he bellowed, attempting to intimidate Yu Chenxiao. If you dare kill us, he won't let you go. However, Yu Chenxiao remained completely unmoved and coldly uttered, noisy, gravity collapse. At his command, it was as if the heavens and earth shattered in an instant. The blood-red flames on the captain and the shared fate secret technique were forcibly compressed inward by an irresistible force, ultimately transforming into a tiny singularity and completely vanishing into nothingness. Meanwhile, in the office of the Emberlight Academy, Xiao Yuanshan, who was eagerly awaiting good news from Yu Chenxiao's guidance, suddenly froze, his face a mix of terror and fury. Ugh! A mouthful of black blood, mixed with fragments of his soul, violently splattered onto the lesson plan in front of him. His soul connection was forcibly severed by that domineering force, even causing a backlash that injured his soul, leaving him in excruciating pain. Amid the wailing sands of despair, Yu Chenxiao mercilessly crushed the last assassin. From the captain's remains, a token engraved with eerie patterns fell to the ground. He picked up the token, feeling a trace of warmth. A line of ancient characters flashed in his eyes, the baptism of heaven, the beginning of heaven's selection, the sacrificial site for the baptism of heaven. Yu Chenxiao toyed with the token, his gaze deep and contemplative, thinking to himself, Ming Shijun, Xiao Yuanshan, the Heaven Selection Alliance, and the Celestial Clan. It seems this muddy water is deeper than I imagined. As the storm swept away the wailing sand sea, Yu Chenxiao's figure reappeared on the shaded path of the academy. The entire campus was eerily silent. His combat suit was already in tatters, and his bronze-colored skin was stained with traces of blood and sand. Even more terrifying was the invisible aura of iron-blooded slaughter, as if he had just walked off a battlefield. The atmosphere was so heavy it was suffocating. The students along the way, upon meeting his gaze, felt their souls frantically warning them. They quickly lowered their heads and stiffly stepped aside to clear the path. Yu Chenxiao paid no attention, his gaze sharp as lightning, piercing through the crowd as he walked toward the tiered lecture hall of the Martial Arts Theory Academy. At this moment, the lecture hall was packed to capacity. Professor Xiao Yuanshan of Martial Arts Theory stood at the center of the podium, his face pale. With his hands clasped behind his back, he spoke eloquently in his magnetic voice. What is martial virtue? Martial virtue is the reins of power, the compassion of the strong. His voice was impassioned, inspiring everyone present. However, before he could finish his sentence, suddenly, bang! A loud crash interrupted his speech. The alloy doors of the lecture hall were kicked open with immense force, the panels twisting and deforming as they slammed violently against the walls, producing a deafening roar. Everyone's eyes turned in unison toward the doorway. Yu Chenxiao stood there, backlit, an aura of menace radiating from him, instantly causing the temperature in the lecture hall to plummet. He ignored the shocked, bewildered, and confused gazes of the crowd and strode toward the podium. On the podium, Xiao Yuanshan's gold-rimmed glasses slid halfway down his nose. He stared at the young man who should have been escorted away or even already deceased, a wave of panic surging in his heart. But he quickly regained his composure, his face taking on the sternness and fury of a teacher. "You Qianxiao, trespassing in the classroom and damaging public property. What do you think you're doing?" Yu Qianxiao did not respond. He walked straight to the podium, and under the watchful eyes of Xiao Yuanshan and tens of thousands of students and teachers, he casually raised his hand. Clang! A black token engraved with eerie patterns and stained with blood was thrown onto the lectern in front of Xiao Yuanshan, emitting a crisp and piercing sound. The entire lecture hall fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Yu Qianxiao's voice rang out, not loud but as clear as thunder in everyone's ears. "Professor Xiao, I brought back your Pledge of Allegiance." As soon as the words fell, a wave of shock instantly spread throughout the room. Xiao Yuanshan's pupils contracted to the extreme in that moment, but being a seasoned schemer, after a brief moment of distraction, his fury erupted like a volcano, sweeping across the entire hall in an instant. He slammed the table fiercely, pointing at Yu Qianxiao, his voice sharp and severe, as if he wanted to tear Yu Qianxiao apart. "Nonsense! Yu Qianxiao, you are cruel by nature, wantonly slaughtering your fellow disciples in the crying sand sea, and now you even fabricate evidence to frame your mentor. You have fallen into the demonic path. You deserve to die 1,000 times." He waved his hand, his voice like thunder, pointing to the academy guards stationed around the lecture hall, his command as unyielding as a mountain. "Guards, this boy has gone mad. Seize him. If he dares resist, kill him on the spot." Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of guards at the chi condensation stage instantly drew their weapons, their vitality surging as they surrounded Yu Qianxiao. The tension was suffocating, with swords drawn and bows taut. Faced with such a scene, Yu Qianxiao sneered disdainfully, his eyes flashing with cold mockery. "I never said anything happened, Teacher Xiao. You know it in your heart, don't you?" "Only Principal Xiao knows where I went. Where did you hear about it?" Yu Qianxiao stepped forward, his voice suddenly rising to a deafening roar, as if it were about to tear the entire space apart. "The Flame and Iron Law clearly stipulates that in conflicts among the younger generation, elders and family forces must not interfere or retaliate in any form. Violators will be deemed to have simultaneously declared war on the 7 giants of the military department. You, Xiao Yuanshan, as a professor, secretly instructed 3 condensed intent realm assassins to ambush me, a mere bone refinement realm freshman, within the forbidden zone. This is already a capital offense." His voice paused, his momentum overwhelming, the oppressive aura sweeping over everyone present. Finally, he refocused on Xiao Yuanshan, each word resounding powerfully. "Now, I, Yu Qianxiao, as a freshman, formally challenge Professor Xiao Yuanshan to a life and death duel. Life and death challenge." These 4 words were like a thunderclap, instantly plunging the entire lecture hall into dead silence. Everyone's minds were left with nothing but the echo of shock, their expressions frozen like stone sculptures. A freshman actually wants to challenge a renowned professor? A young man at the bone refinement stage dares to initiate a life and death battle against a powerful domain stage expert? This is simply courting death. Just as everyone was still processing the situation, wild laughter rang out like a booming bell from outside the door. "Ha ha ha, good. What a life and death challenge. This is the kind of spirit my battle academy should produce." A figure as towering as an iron tower strode in, exuding boundless murderous intent, and landed heavily on the podium. The sturdy alloy podium instantly caved in, with cracks spreading like a spider web. The dean of the battle academy, Kojinshan, slammed his fan-like hand heavily on Yu Qianxiao's shoulder, causing the air to buzz with vibration. "This life and death duel, I approve. Anyone who dares to interfere is going against me, Kojinshan." As Kojinshan's words fell, the dean of the auxiliary academy, Su Muchuan, and the academic director, Wen Siyuan, along with other high-ranking officials, appeared one after another, their expressions grave and their stances divided. However, everyone's actions lagged a step behind, as Kojinshan had already nailed this matter to the life and death stage in the most uncompromising manner. Inside the principal's office, Xiao Qingtian quietly watched everything unfold on the light screen. He picked up the cup of tea on the desk, long since cold, and took a gentle sip. His silence was his greatest approval. This was the battlefield his disciple had chosen, and no one would be allowed to interfere. Immersive Academy, Life and Death Platform. On the cold alloy floor, Xiao Yuanshan's face twisted with anger, as if he had been driven to a dead end. Today, between him and Yu Qianxiao, only one could walk away alive. "Since you seek your own death, I will grant it," he roared, unleashing the full power of his first stage domain realm. The space around him began to distort. Light grew viscous, and the air was filled with a rich scent of ink and parchment. Yet beneath this scholarly aura lurked a terrifying killing intent. Literary kill domain. An invisible domain, centered on Xiao Yuanshan, roared as it crushed toward Yu Qianxiao. Yet Yu Qianxiao did not move. He slowly raised his right hand, spread his 5 fingers, and gently pressed downward. This simple motion instantly drained 70% of his vitality and mental energy. His right hand turned crimson in an instant, with capillaries bursting beneath the skin, causing blood to seep out and drip continuously. He uttered a single word: suppress. Boom! The powers of gravity manipulation, the primordial magnetic divine demon force, ancient battle intent, and the soul of time and space fused under Yu Qianxiao's will into the path of suppression that he had personally pioneered. A small yet solid domain, as dense as divine metal, radiating a dark golden glow, began to expand outward savagely with him at its center. It was not resisting but rather erasing. Click, click, click. Xiao Yuanshan's proud literary killing domain was utterly powerless before that dark golden domain. All the forces of law, all the killing intent, all the will, everything was forcibly suppressed and brutally crushed into nothingness under the word suppress. Ugh! Xiao Yuanshan seemed to suffer a heavy blow, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood as his entire body was sent flying backward. The confidence on his face was instantly replaced by confusion and fear. What kind of power is this? This is not a clash of domains, but a higher level, crushing force. Before he could steady himself, that indescribable suppressive power had already descended. He felt the power of the laws being instantly drained, and his entire skeleton emitted a groan of unbearable strain. Thud! Under the horrified gaze of the entire school, this highly respected professor, a domain-level powerhouse of the Emberlight Academy, buckled at the knees and fell to the ground. Utter despair shattered all of Xiao Yuanshan's pretenses. Disheveled and tear-streaked, he let out a venomous roar. Why? Why did my son, with his S-level talent, a future pillar of strength, have to die to protect a bunch of useless trash who can't even touch the threshold of martial arts? Do they deserve it? The weak are meant to be eliminated. That is the truth of the universe. The philosophy of the Heavens Selection Alliance is the only path for humanity. The strong shall live forever. You fools, dragged down by the weak, all deserve to die. You all deserve to die. These shocking and outrageous words quickly spread across the entire Federation network through countless students' communicators, sparking endless controversy and anger. Yu Qianxiao stood high above, looking down at the completely deranged man, sneering inwardly. Your son died for protection, brave and fearless, he said slowly, his voice like thunder. And you, with your betrayal, have tarnished all his glory. Remember, Yu Qianxiao's gaze was as sharp as a sword. Weakness is not the original sin, betrayal is. Before the words had fully landed, he suddenly lifted his foot and then stomped down heavily. Bang! A violent burst of gravity and magnetic force erupted instantly, reducing Xiao Yuanshan, who was kneeling on the ground, along with all his resentment and unwillingness, completely to nothingness in the blink of an eye. The wind blew abruptly, and on the life and death platform, Xiao Yuanshan's figure was no more. At that moment, an aura as deep as an abyss and a majestic figure suddenly descended upon the academy, shaking everyone to their core. The director of the Jin Tian division, Xin Pejuan. He disdainfully ignored the crowd and walked straight to Yu Qianxiao. Under countless astonished gazes, he personally adorned Yu Qianxiao with the epaulet symbolizing the rank of Federal Major and the first-class Ember Medal representing the highest honor. Xin Pejuan's voice was like a great bell, resonating throughout the Ember Academy. By the decision of the military, Yu Qianxiao is hereby granted the rank of Federal Major. From today onwards, the military, in collaboration with my Tianjin division, will establish the highest-level task force to thoroughly investigate the Tianza Alliance. All those involved, regardless of identity or status, will be severely punished without leniency or compromise. This is not just a reward, it is also the strongest and most domineering public endorsement from the military and the highest violent authority of the human race for Yu Qianxiao's iron-blooded actions today. The crowd gradually dispersed, and the clamor subsided. Yu Qianxiao stood alone at the edge of the life and death platform, silently gazing at the blood-red setting sun on the horizon, his heart surging with endless thoughts. At that moment, a faint fragrance wafted over as Yi Qingtang approached him. She said nothing, merely extended her delicate hand, her fingertips glowing softly with a gentle green light as she activated the S-level ability Heart of Life. The warm, healing energy quietly enveloped Yu Qianxiao's right hand, which had just performed the suppression technique. The tiny wounds and the oozing blood quickly healed under the influence of this power. Yu Qianxiao did not look at her, his gaze remained fixed on the distance, on the blood-red sun about to sink below the horizon, as if seeing the predecessors on the battlefield who had burned their lives and upheld the sky of humanity with their spines. In Yi Qingtang's clear eyes, his resolute and cold side profile was reflected. Don't let slaughter erode the true heart you protect. Yu Qianxiao remained silent, slowly withdrawing his gaze and looking at his healed right hand. That very hand had just erased a domain, realm expert, along with his existence, completely. At this moment, however, there was no trace of injury, only a lingering warmth. His gaze fell on the other hand, tightly clutching the black token stained with blood and conspiracy. Healing and rebirth, slaughter and intrigue, two forces intertwined in his heart. He did not answer Yi Qingtang's words, only gave her an almost imperceptible nod as he turned to leave the life and death platform. A trace of surprise flashed in Yi Qingtang's eyes, which quickly turned into a complex sigh. She understood that it was not agreement, but an unspoken acknowledgement. His path would still be paved with blood and fire, destined to differ from hers. But at least, the heart that sought to protect remained pure and untainted. The turmoil on the life and death platform swept through the entire Federation like a raging tide, stirring up massive waves. Yet, all of this seemed unrelated to Yu Qinshao. In the cultivation room, he ignored the clamor of the outside world, his fingertips brushing against the black token he had found among the assassin's remains. This was the object that occupied his thoughts at the moment. With a single thought, the soul of time and space quietly activated, and his spiritual power, like invisible tendrils, delicately penetrated the depths of the token. A faintly glowing, fragmented map slowly unfolded within his soul sea, pointing not to Yendu, but to the outskirts of the nearby major city, Gu City. It marked the coordinates of a cleverly folded and hidden subspace entrance. For ordinary martial artists, such a complex spatial marker would be akin to an incomprehensible tome. But in the presence of Yu Qinxiao's soul of time and space, all the twisted spatial nodes and obscure energy flows were as clear as the lines on his palm. Outside, the thunderous purge of the Sky Monitoring Division was sweeping across the entire Federation. On the military channel, Qin Pujuan's deep, iron-like voice announced the decisive measures of the Sky Monitoring Division, the malignant tumor of the heavens. Choice Alliance must be completely excised from the Federation's body. Several martial arts families associated with Xiao Yuanshan were uprooted, leaving rivers of blood in their wake. Such iron-fisted tactics struck fear into countless petty criminals. But Yu Qinxiao sensed something unusual. No matter how swift the actions of the Sky Monitoring Division, they could only trim the branches and leaves. A core conspiracy like the Heavenly Baptism, which involved dealings with foreign races, could never be uprooted so easily. He neither had the time nor the interest to wait for the Sky Monitoring Division to conduct their step-by-step investigation. With a light tap of his fingertip on the communicator, he left a brief message for Principal Xiao Qingtian: "Your disciple will take the lead and cleanse the sect for humanity." As the message was sent, Yu Qinxiao's figure had already merged silently into the night. Meanwhile, in the principal's office of the Emberlight Academy, Xiao Qingtian stared at the communicator displaying that curt, almost impudent line of text. His calm, unruffled face revealed a mix of helplessness and admiration. "You brat," he muttered, slowly closing his eyes. The terrifying will of a fifth stage. Myriad phenomena realm expert merged with the heavens and earth. Soon, he saw that all too familiar domineering aura appear at the maglev train station heading toward Goose City. "At least the kid knows to take the train," Xiao Qingtian murmured, but his figure had already vanished silently from the principal's office. The maglev train sped like the wind along its enclosed track. Inside the carriage, several warriors with vigorous blood energy patrolled back and forth, ensuring the safety of this vital transportation artery. Yu Qinxiao sat by the window, his eyes closed in meditation, his aura restrained to the extreme, resembling nothing more than an unyielding stone. Upon arriving in Valley City, Yu Qinxiao's figure transformed into a blurred afterimage. Following the guidance of the map, he dashed straight to the outskirts and arrived at an abandoned industrial area far from human habitation. The spatial structure of this place appeared particularly fragile compared to other regions. "This is the spot," Yu Qinxiao said as he stopped, his gaze calm. He raised his right hand, and the SSS-Level ability gravity control erupted with force. Violent gravity gathered and compressed in his palm, forming a visible distorted singularity. "Open!" With a low shout, the distorted singularity smashed fiercely into the void. Sizzle, the space ahead tore open like fragile fabric under an irresistible force, revealing a pitch-black rift. Meanwhile, thousands of meters above Valley City in the high-altitude clouds, Xiao Qingtian stood with his hands behind his back, his powerful aura blending seamlessly with the heavens and earth. He clearly sensed the opening of the spatial rift in the dead zone beyond, corroded by alien laws. As expected, the depths behind the Tianzhou Alliance are far greater than imagined. He murmured, his brows furrowing slightly. Could it be those repulsive Sky Clan birdmen? He watched as Yu Qinxiao stepped forward without hesitation, disappearing instantly into the rift. Xiao Qingtian did not intervene. His task was to shield Yu Qinxiao, this unparalleled weapon of destruction, from prying eyes beyond the chessboard, ensuring that this house-cleaning operation would not be disrupted by any unwelcome ancient entities. Dense spatial turbulence spilled out, yet as it approached within 3 feet of Yu Qinxiao, it was smoothed out by an invisible gravitational field. Beyond the rift was not the heavily guarded secret base of the Tianzi Alliance as expected, but a strange space of desolation and deathly silence. The sky was an oppressive dark purple, and the cracked earth stretched to the horizon, barren and lifeless. The air was filled with faint yet unsettling spatial turbulence, along with an indescribable aura of decay, as if the vitality of this world was being slowly devoured by some invisible force. Yu Qinxiao's soul of time and space keenly sensed that the spatial laws here were extremely unstable, caught in a bizarre state of slow erosion and assimilation. He bent down and quickly picked up a dark-colored plant of peculiar shape, seemingly composed of pure energy. The moment his fingertips touched it, the plant silently disintegrated into fine ash, as if the last trace of life within it had been completely drained. At that moment, 2 faint spatial ripples emerged ahead. 2 members of the Tianzi Alliance, dressed in black combat uniforms and responsible for perimeter vigilance, had detected the anomaly in this area and were swiftly approaching. Both were high-level Qiguan realm cultivators, well-equipped and moving with seamless coordination. Simple spatial interference devices hung from their waists, marking them as rigorously trained elites. "Who goes there?" one of them shouted sharply, his hand already reaching for the interference device at his waist, attempting to sound the alarm. Yu Qinxiao gave them no chance to activate the device. A chilling and fierce prison suppression fist intent suddenly emanated, instantly intimidating the 2 scouts. Boom! The embryonic form of an invisible gravity field erupted violently, centered on Yu Qinxiao. The vigilance and ferocity on the faces of the 2 scouts from the Alliance of Heaven's Choice froze instantly. The space around them became as dense as iron, so heavy that they couldn't even move a single finger. The simple spatial interference device was as fragile as a child's toy in the face of Yu Qinxiao's gravity field, unable to stir even the slightest ripple. Yu Qinxiao's figure flickered and appeared before the 2 men. Without any unnecessary movements, he simply extended 2 fingers, pressing them against the foreheads of the 2 scouts. Gravity soul suppression. A more refined and domineering force of soul suppression than what was used against the ghost hand earlier ruthlessly crushed their soul cores. The restrictions, embedded deep within their souls, designed to self-destruct at any sign of leaking secrets, were forcibly locked and erased by the soul of time and space before they even had a chance to activate. Piercing screams were stifled deep in their throats, turning into desperate whimpers. Moments later, Yu Qinxiao withdrew his fingers. The 2 scouts collapsed to the ground as if their spines had been removed, blood seeping from their 7 orifices, their eyes filled only with emptiness and terror after their wills had been utterly shattered. From their nearly broken souls, Yu Qinxiao extracted vague information about the baptism altar and a few warning codes. After dealing with these 2 guards, Yu Qinxiao followed the information gleaned from their memories and the further guidance of the map, heading toward the central area of this dead zone. He could sense that the spatial blockade in that direction was becoming increasingly tight, and the energy reactions were growing stronger. Clearly, the altar of the heavenly baptism was located there. On his way to the altar, Yu Qinxiao suddenly halted his steps. Not far ahead of him, a massive stone stele had collapsed to the ground, half buried in the cracked soil. The material of the stele was neither metal nor stone, displaying a dark metallic hue, with its surface covered in twisted and grotesque symbols that seemed to harbor endless secrets. These symbols do not belong to the human race's writing system, nor are they any of the universal scripts known to Yu Qinxiao. They emanate an ancient aura, filled with an extreme sense of arrogance and chilling coldness. Next to the base of the stone tablet, Yu Qinxiao discovered some fresh marks. The shape of those marks bore a 70 to 80% resemblance to human handprints, except the fingers were much longer, the joints more pronounced, exuding an eerie non-human quality. Yu Qinxiao frowned slightly. He activated the soul of time and space, attempting to decipher the twisted symbols on the stone tablet. The moment his mental power touched those symbols, despicable blood food, dare to pry into the words of heaven. A cold and arrogant fragment of consciousness, like a poisoned needle, suddenly seeped out from the stone tablet and fiercely stabbed into Yu Qinxiao's soul sea. The intensity of this consciousness far surpassed any enemy he had encountered before, even more refined than Xiao Yuanshan's desperate counterattack before his death. If it were an ordinary martial artist in the condensed intent realm, encountering such a mental assault without any preparation, their soul would likely be torn apart instantly. However, Yu Qinxiao's soul sea was no longer an ordinary sea of consciousness. The bright soul sea scripture had already begun operating at high speed the moment he was attacked. In the depths of his soul sea, that majestic and indistinct shadow, coiled and imposing, suddenly opened its eyes like an ancient beast provoked to fury. A silent roar exploded within Yu Qinxiao's soul sea. That cold and arrogant foreign will, under the force of this roar, melted away like snow under the sun, instantly shattered into pieces. Nevertheless, the unique spiritual imprint belonging to some unknown race contained within the thought was still precisely captured by Yu Qinxiao's soul of time and space. Heavenly script? Celestial race. A cold glint flashed fleetingly in Yu Qinxiao's phoenix-shaped eyes. He did not linger at the stone tablet and continued deeper into the death domain. After passing through a chaotic force field filled with violently twisting spatial energy, Yu Qinxiao's vision suddenly cleared. A massive black altar quietly floated in mid-air at the center of the dead zone. The altar was entirely made of an unknown black rock, its surface engraved with twisted runes similar to those on the stone tablet, exuding a sinister and unsettling aura. Around the altar, Yu Qinxiao sensed dozens of powerful presences lurking. Most of them are in the condensed intent realm. Some of the auras even reached the level of the domain realm, making him feel a faint sense of pressure. At the towering altar's summit, a figure both familiar and unfamiliar stood with its back to him, faintly visible. Ming Shijun. Sure enough, here it is. Just as Yu Qinxiao was preparing to further investigate the specifics of the altar in Ming Shijun's movements, whoosh, 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 several dazzling streaks of light shot across from the other end of the dead zone sky at an astonishing speed. In just the blink of an eye, those streaks of light had already landed in the outer area of the black altar. The light dissipated, revealing 5 bizarrely shaped figures. Their heads resembled ferocious raptors, with sharp beaks glinting with a metallic, icy sheen. A pair of dark vertical pupils exuded a heart-stopping sense of oppression. Their bodies bore some resemblance to humans, with tall and slender builds. Their skin had an unusual pale golden hue, and they were clad in exquisitely crafted silver armor adorned with intricate, luxurious patterns. The most chilling feature was the 2 pairs of massive wings on their backs. It was not made of feathers but was covered with countless densely packed, varying-sized small eyes. Each eye emitted an eerie, ghostly glow, and as they opened and closed, it felt as if countless gazes were silently scanning everything, sending an indescribable chill and nausea from the depths of one's heart. The leading birdman swept its cold gaze around the altar and finally fixed it on Ming Shijun at the top of the altar. It let out a series of sharp and bizarre syllables, unrecognizable as belonging to any human language. It questions why that heavenly baptism has yet to begin. It rebukes why the defensive forces here are so sparse. At that moment, Yumo's cold vertical pupils suddenly contracted, and her gaze pierced through layers of space like a sharp sword, locking firmly onto a figure at the edge of the dead zone. Almost at the same time, Ming Shijun at the top of the altar felt a violent tremor in his heart. Yu Qinxiao. How could he be here? How could he possibly find this place? Countless thoughts flashed through Ming Shijun's mind in an instant, and the most terrifying possibility emerged. Shao Qingtian, that old immortal must be nearby. In a flash, the calm and refined demeanor on Ming Shijun's face vanished, replaced by a perfectly measured expression of utter shock and terror. Lord Yuma, this is bad. He roared thunderously at the leader of the Celestial clan, his voice brimming with an overwhelming sense of urgency. It's you, Shen Shao, the killing god from the Academy of Emberlight. He actually managed to find this place. Our plan has been completely exposed. Pointing in Yu Qinxiao's direction, his voice carried despair and fear. This man is extraordinarily fierce, having slain several intent condensation realm experts from our alliance. You must personally take action to suppress him. Our strength is weak. We must immediately organize personnel to evacuate through the secret passage and preserve our living forces. Otherwise, if we are blocked by the Federation's strongmen, we will be finished. Ming Shijun's performance was simply flawless, exuding decisiveness amidst humility. At the same time, the sinister scheme hidden in his heart was quietly unfolding. Through a unique mental wave, he issued the most desperate order to the Tianza Alliance death warriors lurking around. At all costs, hold off Yu Qinxiao and buy time for Lord Yuma. The true meaning of this order was known only to him, using these people's lives to pave the way for his own escape. Trash! Yuemo sneered at Ming Shijun's cowardice, but upon hearing Yu Qinxiao's name and seeing that he seemed to be only at the muscle and bone realm, her killing intent grew even more intense. You can't even handle a human child. Get lost. I will personally deal with him. Just as well, I can use his meager blood essence to add an insignificant offering to the great heavenly baptism. In Yumo's eyes, Yu Qinxiao was nothing more than an easy achievement within reach. Ming Shijun sneered inwardly, but outwardly, he appeared as respectful as a loyal dog. With his core confidants, he turned without hesitation and swiftly headed toward a hidden spatial passage beneath the altar that had been prepared in advance. Yu Qinxiao's icy gaze had long been fixed on Ming Shijun. He understood in his heart that the true culprit today was this hypocrite. Just as Ming Shijun was about to step into the spatial passage, Yu Qinxiao struck decisively. Across the vast distance, he condensed a black lightning bolt, blending the force of magnetism with his domineering will of suppression, transforming it into a suffocating attack. This attack ignored spatial barriers, tearing through everything as it shot straight toward Ming Shijun's back. Ming Shijun had been prepared. Sensing the deadly and terrifying aura behind him, his expression changed drastically. With a furious roar, he summoned his trusted aides nearby to join forces in defense. A shield of energy light, jointly upheld by several condensed intent realm experts, instantly formed, blocking the impending fatal black lightning. The light shield shattered on impact, with fragments of energy scattering like a torrential downpour. Ming Shijun and his close confidants were shaken by the aftershock of the strike, their blood and energy churning, faces pale as death. The light of the portal completely engulfed their battered and disheveled figures. But Yu Qinxiao's goal had already been achieved. His extremely condensed will of suppression had successfully imprinted itself onto Ming Shijun's soul aura. How dare you! Seeing Yu Qinxiao brazenly attack his so-called subordinate right in front of him, the leader-level expert of the Celestial clan, Yu Mo, was utterly enraged. Despicable blood prey, die! Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Behind Yuma, the 4 pairs of wings composed of eyeballs, 32 eerie eyes of varying sizes, suddenly opened wide at the same moment. A piercing, mental storm, sharp enough to tear through the soul, mixed with countless dark golden beams, rained down like a deadly downpour, engulfing the skies as it shot toward Yu Qinxiao. These beams were not pure energy but carried an overwhelming aura of corruption so dense it seemed impossible to dissipate. Wherever they passed, even the space emitted a polluted sizzling sound, accompanied by a nauseating stench of ozone mixed with rotting flesh. At the same time, 4 other leader-level celestial experts launched their attacks simultaneously. In a bizarre formation, they scattered instantly in 4 directions, unleashing their strongest light-based killing moves. Light spears, light blades, and light nets intertwined into an impenetrable web, completely sealing off all of Yu Qinxiao's escape routes. This was the greatest pressure Yu Qinxiao had ever faced since he began his martial training. In his pitch-black pupils, there was not a trace of fear, only an ignited, soaring battle spirit. Inside him, the primordial magnetic god-demon body refining technique was operating at an unprecedented speed, with every cell roaring in unison. A layer of dark, iron-like primordial magnetic divine light, resembling liquid metal, instantly flowed across his entire body. It lit up his bronze skin, condensing into an indestructible suit of magnetic light battle armor. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Hundreds of corruptive beams struck the primordial magnetic divine light with ferocity, producing a teeth-grinding sound of erosion and exploding into foul black smoke. The sturdy magnetic light battle armor visibly dimmed at an alarming rate, and even his tempered, resilient skin began to show scorched black marks from the burning impact. This power, Yu Qinxiao's heart sank. It is suppressing my energy defenses and even corrupting my vital essence. This corruptive force of the Celestial clan was not merely a simple energy attack but a higher-level contamination of laws. Almost simultaneously, an invisible mental storm surged into his soul sea like a breached flood. However, deep within his soul sea, there resided a vague and majestic shadow, one even he could not fully discern. The Clarity Soul Sea Sutra had already begun operating at high speed. On its own, that shadow, seemingly disturbed by the provocation of ants, trembled slightly. With just that faint movement, an invisible and supreme soul pressure erupted outward, instantly obliterating all invading mental assaults and sinister illusions into the purest void. While his soul remained unharmed, the crisis facing his physical body was imminent. Yu Qinxiao stepped into the Zhou Tian step, his figure transforming into a series of blurred afterimages as he struggled to maneuver within the impenetrable web of attacking light. His body twisted at angles defying physical logic at times, while at others, the space beneath his feet seemed to contract, allowing him to narrowly evade the deadly light spears. Danger loomed at every turn. A 5th-tier Lord-level enemy, along with 4 4th-tier leader-level foes. Such a lineup was enough to annihilate most domain-level practitioners. Yu Qinxiao found himself in the most perilous life-and-death crisis since his transmigration. In the midst of battle, every muscle and nerve in Yu Qinxiao's body was stretched to its absolute limit. Under the extreme pressure of life and death, all his insights and experiences regarding the 3 top-tier martial techniques, prison suppressing, fist, Zhou Tian step, and heaven and earth seal, suddenly converged in perfect harmony. That invisible bottleneck shattered with a thunderous roar. 3 martial techniques, all advanced from the realm of mastery to the realm of perfection in one fell swoop. Now is the moment. Yu Qinxiao's eyes shone with brilliance, and he no longer passively dodged. He stomped his foot fiercely, letting out a declaration not in words, but in sheer willpower. Suppress. Centered on him, a nascent domain of suppression, fused with gravity, geomagnetic force, ancient battle intent, and the soul of time and space, expanded outward with unparalleled ferocity. A pure, dark golden field representing the very concept of suppression itself swept through, causing all laws to retreat and all energies to wail in despair. Holy Corruption Domain. Upon seeing this, Uemo simultaneously unleashed his own domain. Countless eye-like wings spun wildly, and a dark golden domain filled with the aura of decay and downfall descended. With a thunderous roar, within the domain, the power of corruption multiplied geometrically, and the beams of light emitted by the eye wings became even more cunning and bizarre, as if imbued with life. Two entirely different domains collided with a deafening roar. Snap! The entire space of the dead zone emitted groans of unbearable strain. The four leaders of the Celestial clan, whose faces still bore cruel and savage smiles, didn't even have time to let out a scream. In the aftermath of the collision between the two domains, they were crushed into the finest powder along with their physical bodies, souls, and even their prideful power of corruption by Yu Qinxiao's overwhelmingly domineering will of suppression. This is the crushing power of a domain. Witnessing their companions turn to ashes in an instant, Yuma was utterly enraged. All 32 of its eyes were bloodshot, and its attacks became increasingly ruthless and frenzied. Yu Qinxiao relied on the formidable physique forged by the primordial magnetic demon body refining scripture and the absolute dominance of the suppression path to engage in a fierce battle with Yuma. However, Yuma could fly, and its 4 pairs of eye wings provided it with 360-degree seamless offense and defense, granting it absolute control over the skies. Thud! A cunningly aimed corrupted light spear finally grazed Yu Qinxiao's side, tearing away a large patch of charred flesh. At the wound, dense black energy coiled like venomous snakes, continuously eroding his vitality. The surging blood within his body, once flowing like rivers, now became sluggish and obstructed. The wounds kept multiplying. No! If this continues, I'll be completely drained to death. Yu Qinxiao roared inwardly, his attacks growing increasingly fierce, resorting to trading injury for injury in an attempt to find a sliver of opportunity. At that moment, Uemo seized upon a tiny gap in the flow of his strength after one of his strikes, a flaw lasting less than a fraction of a second. It let out a triumphant screech, its claws launching a sudden assault, combining corrosive light spears and mental shrieks into a torrent of destruction that slammed ferociously into Yu Qinxiao's chest. Boom! With a deafening thud, Yu Qinxiao was struck as if by a hammer weighing thousands of pounds. The magnetic light battle armor on his chest shattered instantly, and his entire body was sent flying like a cannonball. A horrifying wound, deep enough to expose bone, was torn across his chest, and blood gushed forth like a spring. Yet, in this critical moment, a resolute light flashed in Yu Qinxiao's eyes. His will, as unyielding as steel, refused to bow to fate. I will never fall here, he roared inwardly, the power within him fully unleashed in an instant, like an enraged beast, counterattacking toward Uemo. In this life-or-death moment, Yu Qinxiao's figure flickered, appearing before Uemo like a ghost, showcasing his unparalleled speed and strength. He threw a punch, carrying boundless fury and despair, aiming straight for Uemo's heart. The Fist of Suppression. This punch seemed to pierce through the entire space, carrying a breath of destruction, striking directly at the depths of the enemy's soul. Could it be? Is this the end? No! I haven't slaughtered through the myriad races. I haven't stopped this sacrifice. I cannot die. A fierce and extreme will to survive roared madly within his collapsing soul sea. The unyielding battle spirit of ancient martyrs dormant within him seemed to be completely ignited by this silent roar, exploding with a thunderous force. It resonated profoundly and mysteriously with the suppression path he had created. Yu Qinxiao let out a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering roar towards the sky. He poured all the remaining magnetic force within his body, the boiling ancient battle intent, and even a portion of his soul power that had been squeezed out, all into his right fist in a desperate gamble. A prison suppression fist intent, more condensed and domineering than ever before, carrying an aura of judgment and destruction, erupted with a thunderous roar. His bloodshot phoenix eyes locked onto the barely perceptible moment of stiffness in Uemo after her full-force attack. Zhou Tian step. Yu Qinxiao's figure instantly vanished from the spot, appearing in front of Uemo at a speed beyond limits. He threw a punch, aiming directly at its relatively weak chest bone in its raptor form. All of Uemo's eye wings spun frantically, countless beams intertwining into a shield in an attempt to block. Too late. The power contained in this punch has completely surpassed its understanding as a lord-level being. Bang! Where the fist struck, the light shield shattered like paper, effortlessly piercing through its iron-hard chest. The raging prison suppression fist intent exploded within its body. This was not an energy blast, but the erasure of a concept. Vitality, laws, dark energy, everything was forcibly crushed into nothingness by the domineering word suppress. Ha! Uemo let out a short, unwilling wail, the light in its 32 eyes extinguished in an instant, and its massive body fell powerlessly from the sky. Yu Qinxiao, covered in blood, gasped heavily like a broken bellows. The entire right arm's bones were shattered, hanging limply, completely numb. He forced himself to support his faltering body, his gaze fixed on the massive altar. He could clearly sense that the core of the altar was gathering a terrifying energy, with spatial fluctuations growing increasingly intense. The Celestial Clan's spatial passage could open at any moment. It must not succeed. Yu Chenxiao channeled the last trace of strength in his body entirely into his barely intact left fist and fiercely struck the altar's core. Boom! This punch triggered the already unstable spatial forces in the area, causing the altar's core to explode on impact. A chain reaction occurred instantly. The entire dead zone shattered. Yu Chenxiao forcibly activated the soul of time and space and, in the final moment before the space completely sealed, tore open a faint crack and staggered out. He emerged from the crack, falling heavily onto the ground of the abandoned industrial zone. Looking up, he saw that towering figure like a mountain. Shao Qingtian. He grinned with a blood-stained mouth, pulling out an ugly smile, but it sharply tugged at his wounds, causing him to cough up a large mouthful of clotted blood mixed with black mist. Master, just a small matter. I'm fine. Before he could finish speaking, Yu Chenxiao's vision went dark, and he could no longer hold on, collapsing straight forward. Shao Qingtian stepped forward and firmly caught his one and only disciple. But the moment his palm rested on Yu Chenxiao's back, the actions of this Vientiane realm expert suddenly froze. An overwhelming killing intent erupted from his body with a roar. Beneath the fatal external injuries, there was also a sinister and eerie corrosive force entrenched firmly in Yu Chenxiao's internal organs, relentlessly devouring his vitality. The vigorous blood energy infused by Shao Qingtian, upon contact with that force, was slowly tainted and dissolved. Celestial Clan. Shao Qingtian uttered two icy words. An indescribable and terrifying killing intent erupted from him like a storm. The surrounding air instantly froze, and a layer of eerie white frost silently formed on the remaining metal frames of the abandoned industrial area. He wasted no time, holding the completely unconscious Yu Chenxiao. His figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, the two appeared in the deepest part of the Emberfire Academy, inside a secret chamber. This was Shao Qingtian's private retreat room, with intricate array patterns engraved on the walls, capable of isolating all forms of surveillance. He laid Yu Chenxiao flat on the jade stone, his expression extremely grave. He extended his finger, pointing like a sword, and touched Yu Chenxiao's forehead. The terrifying will of the fifth stage of the myriad phenomena realm surged unreservedly into the disciple's body, attempting to forcibly expel the entrenched foreign law power through sheer force. Boom! Yu Chenxiao's body instantly became a battlefield for two opposing laws. Shao Qingtian's will, like a blazing sun, carried a domineering force capable of incinerating everything, striving to purify all impurities. In this life and death struggle, Yu Chenxiao's will was as steadfast as a rock, and Shao Qingtian's determination burned as fiercely as fire. The combination of the two seemed to decide the fate of this world. Meanwhile, the corrupting laws of the Celestial Clan were like maggots gnawing at the bone, tenacious and eerie, constantly twisting and assimilating everything around them. Yu Chenxiao's face, already pale, suddenly flushed red. Veins bulged from his neck, and his entire body convulsed uncontrollably. Though his physique was as resilient as divine metal, under the clash of the two opposing laws, it emitted groans of unbearable strain. Tiny beads of blood began to seep from the surface of his skin, each drop carrying a wisp of inky black mist. Ugh! Yu Chenxiao suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood, his aura instantly weakening. Shao Qingtian's expression darkened, as if water could drip from his face. His heart tightened. No, if I forcefully expel it, the first to collapse won't be that corrupting force, it will be Chenxiao's body. This kid's primordial magnetic divine demon body refining technique is indeed domineering. If it were any other bone and muscle realm cultivator, they would have already exploded under such a clash of laws. However, it is precisely because his physical body is strong enough that this corrosive force has found a more resilient breeding ground. It has deeply entangled and fused with Yu Chenxiao's blood, bones, and even the essence of his life. Forcibly removing it would be equivalent to erasing Yu Chenxiao's vitality along with it. What a vicious method! Shao Qingtian clenched his fists tightly, the joints emitting a crisp creak from the excessive force. This was no longer just an injury but a nearly insoluble curse of laws. This is the core and fundamental manifestation of the power of the celestial race. Unless it is overwritten and eradicated by laws of the same level or even higher, particularly those related to life or purification, it is utterly unsolvable. But Shao Qingtian's Tao is one of slaughter and guardianship, not redemption. He could suppress it, he could delay it, but he could not eradicate it. The longer the delay, the deeper this force would erode Yu Chenxiao, until finally, this unparalleled divine demon body, unseen for millennia, would be completely corrupted into a lifeless pile of sludge. Could it be that his only disciple, this peerless genius whom he regarded as the future hope of the human race, was destined to fall in such a humiliating manner? Xiao Qingtian slowly closed his eyes. Within his soul countless secret methods for healing and heavenly treasures flashed by, only to be rejected one by one. Conventional methods were already ineffective. He had to resort to extraordinary measures. In those deep, profound eyes, the previous fury and anxiety had faded away, leaving only a resolute determination to risk everything. A place flashed through his mind, a place that might hold something capable of saving him. Success would not only restore him but might even allow him to advance further. Yet it could also lead to an even swifter death. At this critical moment of life and death, Xiao Qingtian could no longer afford to care about anything else. He silently vowed in his heart, he would never let Qin Xiao perish like this. He would defy the heavens and turn the tide. Within the secret chamber, Xiao Qingtian's aura was like a towering mountain, pressing so heavily that the surrounding space seemed on the verge of collapse. Above the jade stone, Yu Qinxiao's vitality was being devoured bit by that insidious and corrosive force, as if it were mercilessly gnawing at his soul. Despite pouring all his vigorous energy and blood into resisting, he found it impossible to reverse the decline and even felt his strength being gradually tainted. All gentle remedies were ruthlessly dismissed from his mind, and a wild yet courageous idea quietly took shape in his heart. He leaned down and spoke softly to the unconscious disciple in his arms, his voice low and resolute. Kid, the reason the Emberfire Academy can bear the name Emberfire is because beneath this land lies the final essence of the human race, the Sui Yin Pool. That is a sea of energy formed by the indomitable heroic spirits and battle will of countless warriors who perished in battle, supremely pure and overwhelmingly powerful. An ordinary person entering it would have their soul instantly torn apart and their body incinerated. But you practice the divine demon body refinement, and your path is suppression. Others guide, but you smelt. Perhaps, you can use the divine demon as a furnace, refining this majestic battle intent, and with the most domineering power of the human race, wash away the corruption of the celestial clan, seeking a sliver of survival in the realm of death. Xiao Qingtian hesitated no more. The will of the fifth stage of the myriad phenomena realm swept across heaven and earth like an invisible tsunami, quickly reaching the vice principal's office and an advanced cultivation room. Sumuchuan, Yi Qingtang, come to my seclusion chamber immediately. Moments later, two figures arrived almost simultaneously. When Yi Qingtang saw the charged figure, whose breath was so faint it was nearly extinguished, her face instantly turned pale, and she instinctively stepped forward. Yu Qinxiao. A gentle hand was raised, stopping her. Sumuchuan, calm and composed, had a face devoid of panic. His autumn water-like eyes calmly swept over the dark golden corrosive aura writhing on Yu Qinxiao's wound. His voice was soft yet struck directly. At the core, Principal Xiao, this is the primordial corruption force of the celestial clan. It has already invaded the essence of life, and any conventional healing abilities would only be a temporary fix. He looked at Xiao Qingtian, already understanding his plan. Are you planning to use the Sui Yin Pool? Xiao Qingtian nodded solemnly, his tone carrying an unusual gravity. Xiao Su, you've worked hard. The Yi family girl, stay close, and use your heart of life to protect his essence. Everything you see next must be treated as top secret and taken to the grave. He offered no further explanation, picked up Yu Qinxiao, and led the two of them through layers of formations shimmering with ancient runes, arriving at a massive underground space in the deepest part of the academy. As soon as they entered this space, a desolate, ancient, and blood-soaked aura rushed toward them. At the center was an energy pool with a diameter of 100 meters, tightly sealed by 99 enormous chains covered in intricate runes. The pool did not contain liquid but a viscous dark red energy, within which countless specks of golden light flickered. Each flicker emitted a terrifying pressure that made one's heart tremble. This was the Sui Yin Pool, the final resting place of the undying souls of humanity's heroes. Xiao Qingtian gently laid Yu Qinxiao by the edge of the pool. Sumuchuan and Yi Qingtang hesitated not for a moment. Sumuchuan clasped his hands lightly, activating the grade A ability Hymn of Life. A verdant green force field composed of countless life runes instantly unfolded, enveloping Yu Qinxiao like a warm tide, forcibly stabilizing his rapidly dissipating life force. Yi Qingtang followed closely behind, fully unleashing her Grade S ability Heart of Life. Her pale fingertips touched Yu Qinxiao's brow, and an intensely pure emerald green radiance flowed Fourth, transforming into an incredibly resilient thread of life. It precisely entwined Yu Qinxiao's flickering life essence, like a candle in the wind, stubbornly guarding the last spark. Xiao Qingtian's furrowed brows relaxed slightly. Preserve this final thread of vitality for him. If he survives, I, Xiao Qingtian, will owe the Su family and the Yi family an immense favor. As his words fell, a trace of determination flashed in Xiao Qingtian's eyes. With a wave of his arm, he unhesitatingly cast Yu Qinxiao's body into the Sui Yin pool. Boom! It was as if icy water had been violently poured into boiling oil. The pool water instantly boiled and roared. Two extreme opposing forces erupted fiercely within Yu Qinxiao's body. One was the cold and corrosive power from the Celestial clan, like billions of poison ice needles, madly devouring his flesh, muscles, and bones. The other was the blazing battle intent from the Sui Yin pool, like billions of volcanoes erupting simultaneously, attempting to burn him down to the most primitive particles, from his soul to his physical body. His divine and demonic body instantly became the most brutal battlefield. His skin cracked inch by inch, and what oozed out was not blood, but a bizarre energy flow interwoven with dark red battle intent and black gold corrosive power. His bones emitted unbearable crack-crack cries of agony, as if they were about to be completely crushed into powder by the two forces in the next moment. At the brink of physical and spiritual collapse, Yu Qinxiao's soul of time and space was triggered by this extreme pain, instantly breaking free from the constraints of his physical body and entering an absolutely calm, higher-dimensional perspective. He clearly saw two violent forces colliding, annihilating, and devouring each other within his body. The victory of either side would mean his complete demise. However, at that moment, his consciousness flashed with a shocking image. A towering, indistinct figure entrenched in the boundless void, indifferently opening its massive mouth to swallow a black star larger than the sun and countless wailing souls. Its posture was akin to savoring a delicious dessert. So, that's how it's done. Yu Qinxiao instantly understood. He no longer tried to balance or expel the forces but instead sought to emulate that figure, using his unparalleled Tao of suppression to transform himself into a black hole furnace capable of refining all laws. Roar! A soul-deep roar erupted silently. He actively activated the primordial magnetic divine demon body refining scripture, and his divine demon body trembled violently. He no longer resisted but, with unprecedented madness, suppressed the two conflicting forces of law, brutally dragging them into his essence. The corruptive power of the Celestial clan became a spicy seasoning, while the radiant battle intent of humanity turned into the nourishing main course. He intended to sacrifice both forces, along with his divine demon body, to forge an entirely new power. Outside, the Sui Yin pool, dormant for centuries, surged with towering waves. At the center of the pool, Yu Qinxiao resembled a black hole, with dark red battle intent and black gold corruption power wildly intertwining, then devouring and merging with his essence's pale golden suppression power. Ultimately, all colors faded away, transforming into a pure, dark golden divine light representing suppression and obliteration. The bottleneck of the primordial magnetic divine demon body refining technique shattered with a thunderous crash. The second layer achieved. The bottleneck within his body also broke apart. His energy surged through the third stage, fourth stage, fifth stage. At the bottom of the Sui Yin pool, the viscous dark red energy became crystal clear, and the 400 years of accumulation by the Ember Fire Academy was completely depleted. Yu Qinxiao slowly opened his eyes, his double phoenix eyes now transformed into a pure dark golden hue. He stood quietly. The energy exhausted from the Sui Yin pool had transformed within him into a brand new, more condensed and domineering power. This power fused the characteristics of primordial magnetism, ancient killing intent, the supreme battle will of the human race, corruption, gravitational abilities, and even the soul of time and space. Ultimately, it converged under his self-created path of suppression, forming the force of prison suppression. Celestial clan, wait for me, he coldly declared in a voice only he could hear. Beside him, Yi Qingtang, whose face was pale from exhausting her abilities, was being supported by the equally drained Su Muchuan, her eyes revealing a thoughtful expression. On the other side, Xiao Qingtian, who had sensed the newly formed laws within his body, was filled with shock and ecstatic joy. The dark golden gaze swept over Yi Qingtang's pale face and Su Muchuan, pausing for a moment. For the first time, he uttered two words, "Thank you." Then he added firmly, "I owe the Su family and the Yi family a life." His gaze shifted to Xiao Qingtian, sharp as a blade. "Master, I want all the information on the Celestial clan, as detailed as possible." Xiao Qingtian forcibly suppressed the joy and shock in his heart, handing him a pre-prepared information jade slip, his expression turning solemn once again. "The Celestial clan is far stronger than you imagine. Among those of the same realm, their strength is judged by the number of eye wings on their backs, but anyone capable of infiltrating the heart of the human clan would never be an ordinary talent of their race. The Lord Level 1 you killed is merely average in the Celestial clan. Moreover, just now, the Sky Monitoring Division discovered signs of high-profile activity by the Heaven's Choice Alliance in Wang City. Xiao Tian looked at his disciple, who had undergone a complete transformation, and spoke coldly, word by word. It seems they are using their actions to issue a public provocation to the entire Federation, and especially to you. A greater storm is coming. He slowly raised his hand, his dark golden eyes gazing at the information jade slip Xiao Tian had handed over. In his current vision, this ordinary jade slip presented a completely different scene. The information was no longer mere data but was interwoven with countless intricate lines, each representing different laws. One of the spiritual imprints filled with a sense of coldness and mockery was particularly striking. It was a method employed by the one who said it to prevent information leaks. The situation in Wangshu is more complicated than imagined. Xiao Tian's heavy voice was like thunder. With a wave of his hand, a real-time light screen urgently transmitted by Qin Pejuan, the director of the Sky Monitoring Division, unfolded in the air. On the light screen, instead of the expected scenes of covert activities by members of the Tianzel Alliance, there were fervent gatherings in a bustling metropolis. An organization called the New Era Evolution Foundation uses the slogan "Survival of the Fittest, Evolution for All." It is openly recruiting members in Wang City, attracting countless grassroots martial artists yearning for power and young people filled with hope. They claim to provide all joiners with the most advanced techniques and resources, breaking the monopoly of noble families and ushering in a brand new era for commoners. Seeing the young people on the light screen, their faces full of fervent excitement, Yi Qingtong's pale face was filled with reluctance and worry. We should immediately expose their conspiracy and have the Federation take the lead to guide these deceived people. They are also fellow humans of our race. Reasoning with madmen is cruelty to the innocent. Yu Qinxiao's voice was icy, as chilling as a piercing cold wind, devoid of any emotion. This is nothing more than a pen for selecting sacrifices before the slaughter. He bluntly revealed the bloody essence behind this revelry. Sumuchuan, who had been quietly standing aside, gentle and refined like jade, had a fleeting trace of agreement with Yu Qinxiao's judgment in the depths of her autumn water-like eyes, but she did not speak. Xiao Tian nodded, his expression growing increasingly grave. Qin Pejun's analysis is the same. This is an open conspiracy. The Tianzhou Alliance has turned the entire Wang City into a massive chessboard. Everyone drawn there is a pawn they can sacrifice at any time. He paused for a moment and revealed the most critical piece of information. Their true goal is not to create chaos, but to use this unprecedented selection process to identify suitable candidates who meet certain specific criteria. Then, they will sacrifice these so-called chosen ones as a medium to steal the fortune of our human race and offer it to the celestial race. The mastermind behind this conspiracy is a high-ranking official of the Celestial Alliance, codenamed Puppeteer. Fate theft. These 4 words made everyone's heart sink. This was no longer a simple act of vengeance or resource plundering, but a malicious move to shake the very foundation of humanity's future. However, after hearing all this, Yu Qinxiao's dark golden eyes showed not the slightest hint of fear. Instead, they ignited with a chilling and unabashed desire to hunt. They treat me as a pawn, trying to lure you, master, or someone from the military. Then I'll overturn this chessboard and kill the one playing the game first. His words were as concise as ever, yet carried an undeniable madness. He was heading to Wang City. He wanted to personally drag out the puppeteer hidden behind the scenes and then annihilate them. Absurd! Xiao Tian frowned deeply, his expression grave. The other side has laid a trap. Going alone is walking right into it. Yu Qinxiao did not argue. His gaze returned to the jade slip containing the information about the puppet master. He did not reach out to touch it. Only his dark golden eyes flickered with an almost imperceptible glimmer. In the secret room, there was no energy fluctuation. But Xiao Tian, this top-tier expert at the 5th stage of the myriad phenomena realm, had his pupils contract to the extreme in an instant. He clearly sensed that a portion of the solid and enigmatic spiritual imprint, personally placed on the jade slip by the puppeteer, had inexplicably vanished. It was as if an invisible brush had erased part of a painting, cleanly and completely, without leaving a single trace. This is not breaking, not suppressing. It is erasure. It is a power of a higher level than ordinary laws. Xiao Tian's mind was shaken. He looked at his disciple once again and finally understood that the benefits this kid gained in the Suiyan pool were far more terrifying than he had imagined. He had gained the qualification to break the impasse. After a long while, Xiao Tian slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, all his worries and objections transformed into a single decisive statement. All right. Before departing, Yu Qinxiao walked up to Yi Qingtang, who was still weak due to the exhaustion of her supernatural powers. He opened his palm, and a strand of dark golden, prison suppression power, condensed in his hand, transforming into a talisman engraved with intricate patterns. A trace of his original aura flowed on the amulet. He handed the amulet over. Yi Qingtang was slightly stunned. In times of danger, crush it. The words remained concise, yet they carried an undeniable promise, a repayment for the life-saving debt he owed. At this moment, the air was thick with tension, as if an earth-shattering conflict could erupt in the next second. Then, he turned around without another word, leaving behind only that resolute silhouette. Xiao Qingtian handed him a new identity jade slip, his gaze flickering with an incredulous light. Qin Pejun has already arranged everything for you. His voice was deep and resolute, like the brightest star in the dark night. From now on, your name is Xiao Chenyue, the child of a martyr, a prodigy orphan seeking opportunities in Wang City. This piece of identity was like a sharp sword, aimed straight at the enemy's heart. Afterward, the military's most elite covert team, the Night Raven Squad, will infiltrate Wang City. Once you take action, they will be responsible for cleaning up the battlefield and handling all the aftermath. Each of his words struck like a war drum on Xiao Chenyue's heart, instilling in him a profound sense of mission. At this moment, his soul was ignited, and an unyielding courage surged within him. The impending battle was destined to stir up a tempest in Wang City, and he was at the very heart of the storm. Wang City. A massive light screen hung between the skyscrapers, looping promotional footage of the New Era Evolution Foundation. Stirring music and fervent slogans merged into a wave of sound, almost tearing through the heavens. Break the monopoly of noble families. Evolution for all, starting today. Join us, and power will no longer be a luxury. Countless young people were stirred by this grand promise, their faces flushed as they raised their arms and shouted hoarsely, as if they had already grasped the key to the path of the strong. Yu Qianxiao, under the alias Xiao Chenyue, stood quietly at the edge of the crowd, untouched by the surrounding fervor. In his pocket, a military encrypted communicator vibrated. Slightly, it was a suggestion for infiltration and an extraction route sent by the covert Night Raven Squad. He simply replied with 4 words, hold position and wait. Immediately, he slowly closed his phoenix eyes. The entire world transformed in his perception. The world before him instantly lost all its colors and shapes. The bustling metropolis, the fervent crowds, all turned into a massive web woven from countless threads of laws. Every citizen in the city, whether the fervent believers on the streets or the children sleeping peacefully at home, had an almost transparent thread extending from them, some thick, some thin, some bright, some dim. These threads ultimately converged at the very center of the city. It was a collective mark before the sacrificial ritual. Yu Qianxiao's consciousness precisely locked onto the leader on the podium, who was passionately delivering his speech, his energy reaching its peak. He did not move, merely stood at a distance, his thoughts stirring slightly. That dark golden power, fused with all things and ultimately embodying suppression and erasure, descended like an invisible decree crossing dimensions, pinpointing the thread of law connecting the leader to the core of the web. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no dazzling visual effects, just a gentle wipe. Like an eraser brushing over pencil marks, the thread was forcibly erased from the layer of laws, vanishing into thin air, as if it had never existed. On the podium, the leader's passionate voice abruptly stopped. The fervent flames in his eyes were instantly extinguished, replaced by utter bewilderment and a profound, bone-deep terror. He stared blankly at his clenched fist, then looked up at the countless pairs of eyes fixed on him from the audience, as if waking from a long dream. What am I doing here? Who are you? A panicked scream, like a bucket of ice water, doused the boiling atmosphere. The crowd fell into a dead silence, followed by an even greater uproar and commotion. Almost simultaneously, deep within the city, a massive will hidden in the shadows of the laws reacted like a giant spider disturbed in its web, letting out a silent yet furious groan. A critical main thread had been erased. Not severed, not suppressed, but completely obliterated from the very roots of the laws. A soul-deep pain, as if a limb had been erased out of thin air, caused that will to momentarily lose control and fluctuate. Now was the moment. Yu Qianxiao followed the fleeting wave of furious disturbance, and instantly pinpointed the convergence center of all the threads. It wasn't some heavily fortified military stronghold, but the top-floor special care ward of the city's most secure central hospital. In the next instant, his figure faded from where he stood, as if the space beneath his feet folded. When he reappeared, he was like a phantom, silently standing outside the cold window of the hospital room. Inside the room, medical instruments emitted a rhythmic ticking sound. A girl, about 10 years old, lay quietly within the complex life support system. Her face was serene, yet devoid of any vitality belonging to the living. She was the physical core of the entire city's puppet network. Buzz! The alarm suddenly blared. From the shadowy corner of the hospital room, 3 burly figures clad in black heavy armor emerged from the void, surrounding the room completely. Their presence exuded the concentrated aura of those who had achieved a state of unity between spirit and vitality, a hallmark of masters in the condensed intent realm. Yu Qianxiao's dark golden pupils narrowed slightly. He recognized one of their faces, City Guard hero, Zhao Wei. 3 years ago, the Federation's battle report announced that this man had heroically sacrificed himself in the fight against the beast Tai to protect Wang City. The puppet master not only manipulates the living but also desecrates the spirits of the dead. Stop! Who are you? You'll harm the patient. A gentle and refined elderly doctor rushed out from the inner room. Seeing Yu Qinshiao outside the window and the three suddenly appearing armored warriors, he shouted anxiously. In the information, he is Su Mu, a healing-type ability user stationed here by the Su family. Known as Zhao Wei's hero, his hollow eyes turned to the old doctor, and he pushed him away expressionlessly, his voice cold as metal scraping, devoid of any emotion. The masters will must not be defied. Before the words had even faded, the three struck simultaneously. The battle blade in Zhao Wei's hand let out a suppressed wail, as if mourning the fall of its master. From the blade's edge, a tangible blade aura erupted with a roar. Within the blade aura, the illusory image of a towering mountain collapsing manifested. The suffocating spiritual pressure it exuded struck Yu Qinshiao's soul sea even faster than the blade itself. At the same time, the other two were not to be outdone. One wielded twin daggers, striking like a serpent's fangs, transforming into two streaks of dark light shrouded in a ghostly green death aura. They tore through the air with a sharp hiss, aiming directly at Yu Qinshiao's temples, on either side of his ears. The other formed hand seals, summoning countless strands of pale spiritual energy out of thin air. These strands, wove into a massive net filled with wailing human faces, like an invisible cage, intent on dragging Yu Qinshiao's soul into endless torment. The attacks of the three condensed will realm experts operated like the most precise machinery, flawless and sealing off all possible escape angles. In that instant, all the attacks simultaneously reached Yu Qinshiao, as if time had frozen at that moment. Those who tarnish the glory of heroes, die. Yu Qinshiao's voice resounded like thunder, carrying suppressed fury. Facing this destructive assault capable of leveling a small fortress, he decisively took a step forward. 3 feet in front of him, the space suddenly collapsed. All sound, light, energy, along with the 3 deadly attacks, were instantly swallowed by an invisible black hole, returning to absolute silence. A dark golden field expanded silently, as if proclaiming his determination to counterattack. Prison suppression. Time seemed to be slowed down at this moment. The terrifying blade energy, which manifested the shadow of a collapsing mountain, suddenly froze 3 feet in front of Yu Qinshiao. The violent energy composing the blade, along with the mental impact contained within, did not dissipate but instead began to reverse decompose layer by layer from its most fundamental particles, silently vanishing into nothingness. The 2 deadly twin daggers, like venomous snakes, had their eerie green aura extinguished. In an instant, the hard metallic bodies disintegrated inch by inch in the air like weathered sand sculptures, leaving not even a trace of iron filings. The massive mental web that had been rushing forward with a wailing cry had all its pale threads snap in an instant. The countless twisted faces on the web, filled with pain and malice, were completely erased, transforming into the purest mental particles and returning to the heavens and earth. The 3 puppets charging forward, along with the cold and heavy armor on their bodies, were subjected to this unparalleled suppression, maintaining their attacking posture but beginning the most thorough annihilation. The sturdy alloy armor did not shatter or melt but was erased layer by layer, revealing the corrupted flesh beneath. Following that, their muscles, bones, internal organs, everything was crushed into the most fundamental particles under this prison suppression, disappearing without a trace. There was no pain, no struggle, not even a single sound. With the most absolute suppression, they were granted their final rest. Sumu was so terrified by this incomprehensible scene that his legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground, trembling like a leaf. Yet, he still managed to clearly see the special code representing the highest authority on the military token casually displayed by Yu Qinshiao. His lips quivered as he summoned all his strength to point at the girl on the hospital bed and reveal the crucial information. This girl, is the sole survivor rescued by the Yi family from a natural disaster relic over a decade ago. The Yi family issued a death order, demanding that her life be preserved at all costs. Yu Qinshiao's heart stirred slightly as his gaze returned to the girl on the hospital bed. This time, he observed more closely. Through his soul vision, the girl's body was no longer merely flesh and blood but a convergence point of laws. Countless gray, cold threads extended from her, spreading to every corner of the city. This was the control web of the puppeteer. At the core of this vast network, however, was a unique thread, emitting a tenacious and gentle green vitality. Unlike the puppeteer's cold threads of control, this one was resilient and pure, like a vine of hope piercing through a domain of despair. Flowing within it was the warmth of the heart of life, a sensation he had only recently experienced. Yi Qingtang. At that moment, the girl's body on the hospital bed suddenly trembled slightly. A will, neither male nor female, as if composed of countless overlapping voices, spoke through her body in an eerie tone that seemed to scrape against the soul. An interesting little mouse. You're faster than I expected. The voice carried a hint of mockery and the arrogance of someone confident in their victory. But do you dare to touch her? Her life is tied to Yi Qingtang's Dao. If it weren't for that little girl from the Yi family burning her essence back then, using the heart of life to forcibly sustain her life, she would have died long ago. This thread is both her lifeline and Yi Qingtang's shackle. Kill this host of mine, and the backlash from this lifelink will instantly shatter Yi Qingtang's S-class ability. Her heart of life will collapse on the spot, her Dao destroyed, and she will perish. So, Yu Qinxiao, what will you do? Ha 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 ha. The unrestrained laughter echoed through the hospital room, filled with mockery at Yu Qinxiao's dilemma. Yu Qinxiao looked at the girl expressionlessly. In his dark golden eyes, there was no hesitation, no trace of struggle. He slowly raised his hand. The puppeteer's laughter abruptly ceased. A profound sense of danger, originating from the level of laws, caused the will residing in the girl's body to scream frantically, "You dare!" In his palm, a wisp of dark golden light, representing erasure, began to condense. It was deeper than the night, not emitting light but resembling a miniature black hole being born, voraciously devouring all surrounding light, energy, and even space itself. The cold light of the hospital room twisted and vanished an inch from his palm, as if dragged into another dimension. It did not emit light but instead consumed everything around it. This was the pure power of the prison, the ultimate concept of erasure, formed after the fusion of all laws. Madman! You lunatic! The puppeteer finally felt fear and frantically exerted its will. The countless gray threads connecting the girl to the city instantly tightened, and a massive storm of mental energy attempted to erupt from the girl's body, aiming to tear Yu Qinxiao apart completely. At this critical moment, a dark golden light suddenly surged from Yu Qinxiao's palm, like a star on the verge of exploding. His eyes shone with fearless determination, as if declaring, "Everything will change from this moment on." However, it was too late. Yu Qinxiao's target had never been the girl's life, nor the will of the puppeteer. It was the thread of fate connecting the girl to Yi Qingtang, a thread that should not have existed. This action might cause unpredictable backlash to Yi Qingtang, but he knew even more clearly that if the girl did not die, the entire Wang city would become a sacrifice, and the lives of tens of millions, along with the destiny of the human race, would face utter annihilation. His voice did not emerge through his mouth and tongue but transformed into a cold, indifferent thought that pierced directly into the terrified core of the puppeteer's will. You talk too much. As the words fell, the speck of absolute nothingness in his palm was gently pushed forward. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no deafening clash of laws. That speck of dark golden erasure power touched the life thread, connecting the girl and Yi Qingtang with unparalleled precision. It was not severed, nor shattered, but erased from the very root of its concept. Like a stroke on a painting being wiped away into nothingness, the green thread that had sustained the girl's life for 10 years, along with all the causality and connections it carried, vanished in an instant, as if it had never existed in this world. No! The puppeteer let out a piercing, heart-wrenching scream. Without the life thread to sustain it, the perfect vessel it inhabited instantly lost its balance. The countless gray control threads it had laid down, like vines losing their foundation, snapped apart inch by inch in an instant. A terrifying backlash of laws surged along the broken threads, violently striking the puppeteer's true body deep within the city. Thud! The girl on the hospital bed suddenly spat out a mouthful of black, clotted blood, her body convulsing violently. Then, all the invisible threads connecting her to the outside world dissipated entirely. The data on the life support machine, which had been on the brink of death, miraculously began to rise slowly, returning to the levels of a normally sleeping child. At the same time, Yu Qinxiao's consciousness followed the trajectory of the law's backlash and instantly locked onto a hidden, underground space. He saw a blurry figure tumble down from the throne, vomiting black blood mixed with fragments of laws in a frenzy. Found it! Yu Qinxiao's figure solidified at the endpoint of the law's backlash trajectory. He did not appear in the imagined heavily fortified underground fortress or a place filled with the corrupted aura of the Celestial clan. In front of me is a dark, damp, and musty-smelling expansive space. This place feels more like a memorial forgotten by both time and glory. The air is filled with a suffocating stillness. The mottled walls around are covered with solemn black and white portraits, their frames thick with dust, like the abandoned tears of heroes. Every face in the portraits once left a profound mark on humanity's war reports. They are the military soul of the Xinxia Federation. They are the guardians who shed their last drop of blood to resist the beast tide. Yu Qinxiao's gaze passed through the dim corridor and finally settled at the deepest part of the memorial hall. There, a frail old man, seemingly on the verge of falling apart, sat quietly in a wheelchair. Countless tubes were attached to his body, sustaining his pitiful life. Each faint breath triggered the monotonous ticking sound of the nearby machines. On his chest, a medal representing the Federation's highest honor, the Guardian of Shensha, was dim and covered in grime. It shares the same origin of honor as those portraits of heroes on the wall, yet at this moment, it seems incredibly ironic. He is the puppeteer. The old man slowly raised his head. Those murky eyes, almost devoid of visible pupils, turned toward Yu Chenxiao, showing not the slightest surprise, but rather an eerie calmness, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. He admitted his identity. Jinhuan Army, 3rd Battalion, Wang Qinian. His voice was hoarse, each word carrying a bone-chilling coldness. He did not attack but merely struggled to lift a finger, manipulating the surrounding air to project a silent, long-buried memory of the battlefield. In the screen, a well-equipped unit fights to the death amidst the earth-shaking roars of beasts, refusing to retreat. On their military banner, the words "soul suppression" are embroidered, still fluttering fiercely even amidst blood and fire. Then, a cold and ruthless order is issued from the rear. They became pawns to be abandoned. Just to ensure the safe evacuation of the bloodline of a certain prominent figure in the Federation, they were completely overwhelmed by the endless beast tide. Wang Qinian was the sole survivor, but the Federation, citing maintaining overall stability, suppressed all his military achievements, along with the names of the 300 heroic souls under his command, erasing them from history. Child, look. The so-called protection, the so-called glory, is nothing but a colossal joke. Wang Qinian's voice carried a profound sense of sorrow and mockery, and from his murky eyes, 2 streams of blood tears unexpectedly flowed. I did not betray. It was them who betrayed us. I have come to understand, so I chose a more efficient way to protect selection. Rather than letting the blood of heroes be shed in vain for those cowards and parasites, it is better for me to grant them a brand new mission. Let them achieve eternity in another way. His voice suddenly turned sharp and fervent. The moment the words fell, within the memorial hall, the portraits of all the heroes on the walls, those originally hollow eyes, simultaneously lit up with a strange crimson glow. Woo! The eerie wind howled in fury. The temperature of the entire space suddenly dropped to freezing point. A bone-chilling cold accompanied by dense, deathly and ominous energy swept in from all directions. One by one, heroic spirits exuding the terrifying aura they possessed in life broke free from the cold picture frames. They were not physical entities but remnants of laws, forcibly imprisoned and twisted in will by Wang Qinian using the secret techniques of the Celestial Clan. Each remnant retained a terrifying combat strength close to the peak of the condensed intent realm. A burly heroic spirit wielding a broken greatsword, with endless ice and snow from the crying soul pass still frozen on the blade. A heavily armored heroic spirit wielding a tower shield covered in claw marks, with an unyielding battle cry etched onto the shield, as if ready to unleash an earth-shattering roar at any moment. Another heroic spirit, a bare-handed martial artist, whose fists carry a tempest of murderous intent, determined to fight alien races to the bitter end. Dozens of heroes who once protected this city have now become the deadliest puppets, carrying their tainted honor as they charge from all directions toward the younger generation who also fight for humanity. You were once someone to be admired. Yu Chenxiao's voice was icy cold. But now, you have twisted your will and desecrated the heroes. I will eradicate the rot of the Federation. In his dark golden pupils, a chilling flame of anger ignited. Facing the siege of dozens of heroic spirits, he did not choose to confront them head-on, nor did he release even a trace of fighting intent. He simply closed his eyes slowly. The dark golden power of prison suppression within him did not erupt outward with earth-shattering might but instead was restrained inward in an unprecedented manner. His consciousness sank into the sea of awareness. In his perception, those heroic spirits were entangled with countless gray threads composed of resentment, unwillingness, and the corrupting power of the Celestial Clan. These threads were the shackles through which Wang Qinian controlled them, the stains on the glory of heroes. Yu Chenxiao, using himself as the core and the soul of time and space as his perspective, precisely captured the fundamental laws of each thread. At that moment, he softly uttered a single word, disperse. A simple syllable, yet it contained the supreme concept of erasure. There was no energy clash, no collision of laws. An invisible ripple, more void-like than absolute vacuum, spread out from him as the center. Wherever the ripple passed, those malicious gray threads of law, binding the heroic spirits, were silently and completely erased at the conceptual level, like stains on a painting that should not exist, wiped away entirely by an invisible hand, leaving no trace behind. In an instant, the scarlet glow on all the heroic spirits faded completely. The madness and ferocity in their eyes transformed into clarity. They ceased their attacks and quietly gazed at Yu Chenxiao. On the faces of those lingering shadows appeared expressions of relief, gratitude, and ultimate liberation. Swish! Dozens of heroic spirits faced Yu Chenxiao and performed an impeccably standard federal military salute in perfect unison. Then, they transformed into countless pure light particles and completely dissipated. At last, they found true rest. No, impossible. My legion of heroic spirits, my most perfect creation. Wang Qinian watched as his masterpiece was effortlessly neutralized, the last trace of calm on his face replaced by uncontrollable shock and madness. He let out a sinister laugh, using all his strength to smash the armrest of his wheelchair to pieces. "You think this is over?" he roared. "I have long extracted 80% of the fortune of Wang City and bound it to my life core. This is the highest authority granted to me by the Heaven's Choice Alliance." His voice thundered like a storm, sending a chill through the hearts of all who heard it. "If I die, the fortune of this city for the next 100 years will collapse along with me. Spiritual energy will dry up, geniuses will cease to emerge, and it will be reduced to a wasteland." He laughed maniacally, as if he could already see that scene unfolding. At this moment, an immense and overwhelming force of mysterious yellow energy surged from the top of his head, shooting skyward and transforming into a thick pillar of light, radiating terrifying waves of destruction. In that instant, the heavens and earth changed color, and the entire space trembled in response. This was his true trump card. Using the rise and fall of the entire city's future over the next century as the fuse, and the fate of millions of living beings as the fuel, he ignited a grand and fatal scheme of mutual destruction. "I told you." A cold voice suddenly emerged, as piercing as a chilling wind. Wang Qinian's maniacal laughter abruptly stopped, his murky eyes suddenly widened, and extreme astonishment froze on his aging face. Yu Chenxiao's figure, like a phantom, had already appeared right in front of him. "Your nonsense is too much." A slender hand decisively pressed onto the dazzlingly radiant pillar of fortune. Yu Chenxiao did not attempt to suppress it, nor did he think of dispelling it. He was actually going to swallow it whole. The second layer of the primordial magnetic divine demon body refining scripture roared into operation at an unprecedented speed. His body instantly transformed into a black hole furnace that devours everything. Beneath his skin, countless dark golden divine demon runes lit up like a tidal wave, almost piercing through his flesh and emerging from his body. Every rune exudes an endless thirst for energy. The power of the prison suppressor no longer radiates outward but transforms within the body into a rotating millstone, firmly locking in the absorbed fortune. The violent force of fortune is forcibly ground down under the crushing of this millstone, turning into streams of even purer dark yellow torrents. Then, like a starving wolf, he savagely and unreasonably drags it into his own body. Boom! The immense force of destiny burst within him like a river breaking its banks. It was not merely a surge of energy, but the rise and fall, glory and sorrow, life and death accumulated over hundreds of years in Wangshi. A torrent formed by the intertwined fates of countless living beings madly surged through his limbs, bones, and meridians. Every inch of flesh and blood was wailing, every bone is trembling, as if in the next moment, this majestic power, which does not belong to the individual, would shatter the soul entirely. But Yu Chenxiao forcibly suppressed the impulse to break through the shackles of the Qi convergence realm, directing this world-destroying power entirely into the deepest part of his body, using the fortune of an entire city as fuel, with the body of gods and demons as the furnace. What he seeks to forge is an eternal Tao foundation unprecedented in history. More importantly, during the process of devouring, his transcendent soul of time and space for the first time so clearly and intuitively perceived the essence of fortune. It is a profound force that transcends all energy, intricately connected to the world's origin, the rise and fall of civilizations, and the fate of all living beings. A brand new door leading to a higher level of existence slowly opened before him. Wang Qinian's body shriveled at a visibly rapid pace. The madness and venom in his eyes completely faded, replaced by a sense of liberation after profound enlightenment. The fortune he had stolen, along with his last trace of vitality, was utterly devoured by Yu Chenxiao without leaving a shred behind. In the final moment before his consciousness sank completely into darkness, he seemed to suddenly realize something. Using the last ounce of his strength, he forced a few broken syllables out of his withered throat, haltingly. "Maybe you can change everything. The altar is dangerous. Ming, coronation." As the words fell, his body could no longer maintain its form, completely turning into a handful of ashes, scattering on the cold ground. Outside the memorial hall, the air seemed to have solidified. Several dark figures appeared silently like phantoms. They were none other than the military's secret division, Night Ravens. The moment the captain, Night One, saw Yu Chenxiao, those eyes accustomed to life and death contracted sharply into pinpoints. They came to clean up the mess, but instead witnessed a miracle. "Report, sir." Yi Yi's voice carried a trace of trembling, unnoticed by himself, caused by the immense shock. All those controlled in Wang City have regained consciousness, the oppressive deathly aura over the city is dissipating, and the concentration of spiritual energy is rising at an astonishing speed. He paused for a moment and presented an encrypted jade slip. This is the highest classified information sent by the Celestial Monitoring Division regarding the puppeteer's final plan. Yu Chenxiao did not take it. He was processing the fragmented words Wang Qinian uttered before his death. Altar, danger, tomorrow, coronation. With his current soul of time and space, baptized by the fortune of an entire city, he could clearly perceive it. When Wang Qinian uttered the final words, there was no resentment deep in his soul, but rather a sense of relief, and even a faint, heartfelt warning. Upon seeing that Yu Chenxiao did not respond, Yi Yi assumed he was pondering and immediately continued reporting. Wang Qinian's true intention was not to detonate the fortune and perish together. He wanted to use this immense fortune as a coordinate to tear open a permanent spatial rift connecting to the Celestial Clan, transform the entire Wang City into a frontline base for the Celestial Clan. This intelligence made the backs of all the Night Raven squad members present break out in a cold sweat. Yu Chenxiao's actions successfully prevented a catastrophic disaster for humanity that was about to be recorded in history, all without their awareness. At that moment, Yi Yi's military communicator rang urgently. It is a top priority communication request from the Central Hospital, transferred to Sumu. Commander. The voice of the old doctor, Sumu, was so excited that it was somewhat incoherent. That girl, she's awake. Her vital signs are stable, but she seems very wary of everyone and remembers nothing. Only when we mention the name Yi Qingtang does she show any reaction. Yu Chenxiao understood in his heart. What he erased was the shackles set by the puppeteer that connected their fates. But the life-saving grace that Yi Qingtang once performed with the power of origin, that pure cause and effect, still exists. This girl will become the beginning of a new chapter. Yu Chenxiao slowly raised his hand. A strand of extremely pure dark yellow karmic energy separated from his fingertips. This power was intercepted by him from Wang Qinian, belonging to the essence of this city. Without hesitation, he flicked his finger, sending this strand of fortune deep into the earth veins of Wang City. In an instant, the entire city's ground trembled slightly. Everyone in Wang City, regardless of age, felt a warm aura rising from beneath their feet at that moment, dispelling the lingering shadows and fear in their hearts. This is his repayment to the innocence of this city. It is also a fulfillment of his path of protection. Ding! His own communicator also received a top-secret message from Principal Xiao Qingtian. The content is brief, yet every word strikes like thunder. Your actions have preserved the spark of humanity and reversed the fate of an entire city. By temporary resolution of the Federal Supreme Council, this special fortune, intercepted, purified, and returned to humanity by you, is officially named Spark Fortune. From now on, this shall belong exclusively to you. Flame and Fortune. Yu Chenxiao felt the power within him, perfectly fused with his being, and once again immersed himself in the death echoes of Wang Qinian. Under the blessing of Flame and Fortune, his soul of time and space experienced an explosive increase in the ability to analyze laws more than tenfold. The faint trace of aura hidden within the word coronation was instantly captured and magnified by him. That is not the coldness and corruption of the Celestial Clan. It is something more ancient, majestic, and noble, as if it reigns supreme over all laws and gazes down upon all living beings with the aura of an emperor. Target, Ming Shijun. At the very moment he locked onto the aura, the seal imprint deep within Ming Shijun's soul suddenly sent out a violent tremor. Like a slumbering monarch, holding a divine ascension ceremony in a distant and unknown land, erasing and obliterating this mark etched deep into the soul with regal might. Yu Chenxiao's dark golden eyes suddenly opened and closed. An invisible, almost tangible divine light shot out from his eyes, as if severing time and space. It made Yi Yi, standing before him, freeze entirely, his soul trembling as if suffocating. Sir, the movements of the Tianza Alliance members are mysterious. The monitoring division is doing its utmost to investigate. We should. Before Yi Yi could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a cold voice. Yu Chenxiao's gaze fell on him, yet it seemed to pierce through him, looking toward the boundless starry sky. Yi Yi, contact the Sky Monitoring Division and get me the locations of all the forbidden zones and lost worlds within the Federation. He paused, and deep within those dark golden eyes, a flicker of madness and murderous intent ignited. I want to know where would be most suitable to hold a grand ceremony to sacrifice the gods. But just a few minutes. Buzz. Yi Yi's military terminal suddenly lit up, and the highest commander of the Sky Monitoring Division, Qin Pijuan, personally sent an encrypted message. A dynamic holographic map unfolded before everyone. Hundreds of flickering deep red light points, each surrounded by ominous energy, resembling festering wounds on the body of Blue Star. Each light spot represents a lost world where countless strong individuals are buried, an absolute death zone. Among them, in a region far beyond the human territory, a striking blood-red skull symbol is repeatedly marked. Around the symbol, there are even simulated chaotic flows of laws violently tearing through space. Land of Divine Fall. Rating, S-Level Forbidden Zone. Note, no survivors. Yu Chenxiao did not go through those cold data one by one. He slowly closed his eyes. In an instant, the brand new, Ember Fortune, perfectly fused with his divine and demonic body was quietly awakened, like a slumbering giant dragon. His perspective was instantly elevated, entering the viewpoint of the soul of time and space. From the soul of time and space perspective, a holographic map before him instantly disintegrated and reassembled, transforming into an infinite causal web woven from countless threads, some bright, some dim, some thick, some thin. All things existed within the web. He clearly saw that its seal, imprint he had branded deep within Ming Shijun's soul using his primordial power. It had turned into a dim black coordinate, violently trembling at a remote node within the causal web. A newly born, unimaginably high-tier sovereign law was transforming into a dazzling golden sun, furiously washing over and scorching the coordinate from within. It sought to completely erase the imprint representing Yu Chenxiao's existence. The source of this tremor was connected to the Land of Divine Fall, marked by a blood-red skull on the map, through an almost imperceptible thread of fate. Fragile as a spider's silk, yet tenaciously holding them together. Found it. Yu Chenxiao suddenly opened his eyes. In those dark golden pupils, the shattered and desolate scene of Land of Divine Ruin was clearly reflected. Target, Land of Divine Ruin. He issued the order directly, his voice calm yet indisputable. Yi Yi's heart trembled violently. Just as he was about to step forward to accept the command, a high-authority remote communication abruptly cut in, forcibly, taking over the central screen. On the display appeared a high-ranking military official, bearing a dazzling insignia of stars on his shoulder, with an arrogant expression and eyes filled with scrutiny and disdain. Yi Yi's heart sank sharply. He recognized this man, one of the leading figures of the military's conservative faction, the very person whose orders had turned Wang Qinyan's Soul Guard army into abandoned pawns, indirectly leading to Wang Qinyan's tragic fate. Major Yu Chenxiao, your actions have severely overstepped your authority. The general's voice was filled with an imposing sense of superiority, as if reprimanding an unruly subordinate. This matter concerns the strategic security of the Federation and must be deliberated and decided by the Supreme Council. Until you receive formal orders, you and the Night Raven Squad are to remain on standby. Do you understand? Yu Chenxiao calmly stared at the domineering face on the screen without uttering a single word. His gaze merely shifted slightly. In the next instant, something inexplicable and baffling occurred, leaving everyone in shock. All the top-secret files related to Yu Chenxiao's operation, whether the glowing electronic screens displaying data or the encrypted physical documents stacked beside the general's specially alloyed command desk, vanished into thin air in an instant. It was not burning, not turning into ashes, and certainly not energy decomposition. It was just so abrupt, so clean, completely erased from both the physical and data dimensions. Not a single trace of its existence remained. The space it once occupied was now utterly empty. Immediately afterward, the dazzling general star on the general's uniform, symbolizing supreme power and glory, was wiped away from reality in the same manner. It did not fall, nor did it shatter. The spot where it had existed now showed only the smooth fabric of the uniform, as if it had never been bestowed. The general's mouth gaped in horror. But an even more terrifying event unfolded. He realized that all the thoughts he had prepared to hold Yu Chenxiao accountable, to impeach him, those meticulously organized, righteous words and arguments, were rapidly becoming blurred and chaotic. The very concepts related to them were being forcibly stripped from his mind by an incomprehensible, irresistible, terrifying force. It was as if someone was using an invisible eraser to wipe away parts of his memory and logic. A profound fear, stemming from the deepest recesses of his soul and evoked by the presence of an unknown divine or demonic power, choked off all the words he wanted to say. He could only emit hoarse, gasping sounds, like someone drowning, his face turning a deep shade of liver red. At that moment, Yu Chenxiao's icy voice finally rang out. Say one more word, and the next thing to disappear will be your head. As his words fell, he cut off the communication, and the light screen returned to the holographic map display. The entire memorial hall was dead silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Yi Yi and all his team members had cold sweat soaking their foreheads and backs. They stared at Yu Chenxiao's silhouette, their eyes filled not only with reverence but also with an uncontrollable fear. What kind of eerie method was this? What kind of terrifying power was this? Yu Qinshan turned around, his gaze once again falling on the map. His voice was not loud, yet it carried a madness and dominance that made everyone present tremble. Notify the military department to prepare suitable transportation. I am going to the land of divine ruin. He paused slightly. I will prepare a grand enough, divine ascension sacrifice for the Tianzi Alliance, for him. A pitch-black military transport aircraft, codenamed Phantom 7, roared as it tore through the lead-gray sea of clouds for 3 days and nights. Finally, it hovered in an absolute silence capable of devouring everything, as if making the final preparations for the epic battle about to unfold. Ahead lay the land of divine ruin. Looking out through the high-strength alloy porthole, it was a scene of apocalypse capable of shattering the resolve of even the most mentally resilient warrior. Fractured continental plates, like dining plates smashed by immense force, floated quietly in the sky. Each fragment was shrouded in a visible aura of death, exuding endless coldness and solitude, as if foretelling the impending catastrophe. Boom! The heavy hatch slowly opened under the push of hydraulic rods, and an invisible storm of laws instantly transformed into an intangible razor. Slashing forward. Warning, law turbulence erosion detected. Energy shield output power has reached 91%. Warning, structural instability detected in the mental stabilization field. Imminent failure. The members of the Night Raven squad had just taken a step forward when their nightmare combat suits, representing the pinnacle of federal technology, emitted a piercing wail, as if sounding the alarm for their fate. A faint blue energy shield appeared on their bodies, but under the slicing of the invisible storm, it continuously burst into dense ripples of energy, producing a despairing sound like raindrops on banana leaves. Swoosh! A nearly imperceptible pitch-black spatial fissure silently swept across. A team member, codenamed Knight 7, narrowed his pupils sharply and leaned back to the extreme. Even so, his left alloy shoulder armor, along with the flesh beneath it, was silently shaved off in a large chunk. The cut was smooth as a mirror, deep enough to expose bone, as if heralding the arrival of death. In this desperate situation, Yu Qinshan moved as if walking on flat ground. Without activating any energy shields, he calmly stepped into the death zone, as though this terrifying space posed no threat to him. The storms of laws, capable of tearing apart the bodies of condensed intent realm experts, brushed against him but couldn't even lift the hem of his clothing. He had already advanced to the 6th stage of the Qi convergence realm, and the divine demon physique tempered by the primordial magnetic divine demon body refinement scripture, combined with his unheard-of Ember Fortune Dao foundation, had long surpassed the constraints of his realm. His unparalleled physical strength was sufficient to contend with peak 9th stage condensed intent realm experts specializing in body refinement. Beneath his skin, countless dark golden divine demon runes lit up like stars, flowing along mysterious trajectories, to form an invisible yet indestructible absolute barrier. Any fragments of laws or spatial fissures approaching within 3 feet of his body were instantly crushed by his overwhelming aura, reduced to the purest energy dust, impervious to all laws. His soul of time and space clearly perceived that the residual power of laws here was not the coldness and corruption of the Celestials, but a more ancient, grand, and desolate force. It was as if a true god had fallen here, its immortal will already permeating every speck of dust and every inch of space in this ruin. For this reason, the Jezeel imprint he had left deep within Ming Shijun's soul now became exceptionally distinct, like the soul flame in the darkness, guiding his way. Yu Qinshan instantly understood. Ming Shijun had deliberately chosen this place, using the chaotic laws formed after the fall of the ancient god to shield against all external prying eyes. He intended to create an absolutely secluded chamber, free from any disturbance, for his coronation ceremony. Following the increasingly clear sensation, Yu Qinshan took a single step forward, his figure appearing 100 meters away, leaving behind countless astonished gazes. The members of the Night Raven squad followed closely behind, exerting all their strength. Strangely, however, apart from the omnipresent fragments of laws, they encountered no danger. After advancing at full speed for an entire day and passing through a shattered forest composed of massive crystals towering 1,000 meters high, they finally reached the core of the ruin. A majestic altar, so grand it defied description, floated silently above the heavens at the center of the ruin. It was not forged from stone or metal but was forcibly carved from the colossal skeleton of an unknown creature that had died countless millennia ago, its size as vast as a mountain range. range. Every inch of the skeleton radiated a jade-like divine luster, yet it also exuded a profound, bone-deep aura of death and decay. The massive ribs stretched like a celestial dome, carved with depictions of the destruction of stars and reliefs of the wails of myriad beings. Just gazing at it from afar, the members of the Night Raven squad felt their souls tremble, as if the essence of their lives was being scrutinized and appraised. Yu Chinxiu's soul of time and space pierced through the surface, instantly discerning the true nature of the altar. This was not merely a singular altar but a source of boundless potential power, waiting for him to unlock. It was a twin heart structure. Ming Shijun sat cross-legged on the throne formed by the colossal skull of the divine remains. Using himself as a node, he frantically extracted the residual divinity from the ancient god's corpse to crown his own transformation, yet at the same time, he was serving as a living sacrifice, or rather, a unique key. He was using his human bloodline and soul to activate the altar's other, most core function, summoning. At this moment, Yu Qinshiao finally understood the true meaning behind Wang Qinyan's dying words. The altar, dangerous. The real danger was not Ming Shijun's coronation, but the success of his coronation, which would fully activate the ancient god altar and summon some unknown entity, perhaps even more terrifying than the Celestial Clan. At this moment, the mark of suppression that Yu Qinshiao had left in the deepest recesses of Ming Shijun's soul suddenly surged to its peak in energy fluctuation. Then, bang! It was not obliterated but was violently burst apart from within by a newly born, extraordinarily high-tier law, shattering with a thunderous crash. Buzz! A vast, majestic, and utterly indifferent will, like a slumbering monarch, slowly awakened from the core of the altar. Within the entire land of fallen gods, all the frenzied and chaotic fragments of laws and spatial rifts instantly submitted at this moment. Like docile lambs, they fell into complete stillness. Ming Shijun's figure, bathed in a dazzling and blinding golden divine radiance, slowly rose from the throne of bones. His eyes had completely transformed into pure golden, majestic vertical pupils, devoid of any trace of human emotion, leaving only a molten gold-like coldness and arrogance. His aura merged seamlessly with the entire ruin, as if he had become the new ruler of this land of fallen gods. He was no longer human but a newly born god. Yu Qinshiao, you still came. Ming Shijun's voice, like a divine decree descending from the heavens, struck directly at the depths of the soul, shaking hearts to their core. That icy, bone-chilling will seemed capable of piercing through everything, detonating thunderously within the soul of every individual. The god's indifference and absolute arrogance as he gazed down upon the dust left everyone trembling with fear. He rose from the colossal throne of bones, towering like a mountain. This single motion unleashed an invisible yet tangible divine might, surging in from all directions like billions of tons of liquid mercury. The entire Night Raven squad, including their captain Yi, who had reached the pinnacle of the condensed intent realm, was instantly pinned in place, unable to move. Crack, 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 crack. The sound of bones fracturing under unbearable pressure seemed to play a death knell for them. The Night Raven squad's pride, their nightmare combat suits, appeared as fragile as paper under the absolute suppression of higher power. The rune formations flickered for less than half a second before dimming and freezing amidst faint crackling arcs of electricity. At this moment, technology lost all its meaning. They could only watch helplessly as their vitality was mercilessly drained by that divine power. Their souls groaned under the unbearable pressure, and blood gushed from their 7 orifices. Yet, Ming Shijun did not strike immediately. His gaze, as sharp and cold as a blade, swept over the collapsing ants and finally rested on Yu Qinshiao, the only one still standing. A cold and merciless will echoed in Yu Qinshiao's sea of soul. The Celestial Clan is nothing more than a key for me to discard this frail bloodline. And you, still fighting for humanity. A mere draft destined to be eliminated by the tides of history. What a pitiful obsession. Ming Shijun's voice was vast and indifferent, as if proclaiming the truths of the universe. After today, I will use this land of divine ruin as a foundation, this ancient god's remains as a furnace, to sift through the genes of all races and create the truly perfect final humanity. Everything you have been protecting will turn to dust in the new era I shall forge. Ming Shijun slowly extended a finger, at the tip of which gathered a wisp of grayish-white divine light, exuding an eternal aura, like a miniature star. Now, I shall grant you glory. His voice was as sharp and cold as a blade, piercing straight into the heart. I will not kill you, that would be too merciful. I will suppress you here, transforming you into an eternal, living fossil. You will bear witness with your own eyes as the decaying old world you defended is replaced by the rebirth I create with my own hands. For endless ages, you will repent for the folly of this day. Divine words, sharp as a blade, pierced the heart with every sentence, proclaiming an absolute victory. Yet, in the face of this godlike oppression and judgment, Yu Qinshiao's dark, golden pupils remained as calm as still water, no fear, no despair, not even a trace of anger. He ignored the lofty false god and simply took a step forward with serene composure. Thud! This simple step reverberated like a great bell, shaking the deathly silence of the heavens and earth. The intangible divine might unexpectedly vanished into thin air at the spot where Yu Chenxiao set his foot. It wasn't shattered but was completely erased from the concept of existence by an even more domineering force. That area of divine might seemed as though it had never existed, leaving behind an absolute void. The torrent of divine power surged around this void, unable to penetrate even slightly. The members of the Night Raven squad, suddenly relieved of the immense pressure, stared in shock at Yu Chenxiao's figure. Though not physically imposing, his back seemed like a pillar supporting the heavens, stirring up a storm of emotions within their hearts. Yu Chenxiao finally spoke. His voice was not loud, yet it resounded like thunder across the desolate ruins, interrupting Ming Shijun's haughty divine decree. You are afraid. Slowly, he raised his eyes, his dark golden gaze, piercing through layers of divine radiance to meet Ming Shijun's own. Word by word, he declared, a true god never needs to explain their greatness to ants. Your endless prattle is nothing more than an attempt to convince yourself. This sentence, like a sharp blade, pierced straight into Ming Shijun's heart. His molten gold-like vertical pupils suddenly contracted, and the stable, star-like brilliance surrounding him fluctuated uncontrollably. Beneath his lofty divine facade, he couldn't suppress a fleeting moment of being seen through, revealing a trace of agitation and anger. Yu Chenxiao's words exposed the essence beneath his apparent arrogance, like a sword piercing directly into his soul. His eagerness to preach his ideology and judge Yu Chenxiao's sins stemmed from an irrepressible, deep-seated unease about the human identity he had abandoned. Deep within his heart, he still harbored an irrepressible dread toward the old ways represented by Yu Chenxiao. Even more so, he felt a soul-deep fear toward Yu Chenxiao, the one who had defeated him multiple times and left the only blemish on his otherwise perfect record. Ming Shijun, whose most secret pain had been struck, completely abandoned words as anger and fear intertwined, forming an immense pressure. Beneath the divinity, the suppressed ferocity finally erupted. He suddenly clenched his fists and roared in fury. Rumble! The entire land of divine fall seemed to respond to his will, trembling incessantly. The vast and boundless shattered continental plate beneath Yu Chenxiao's feet let out a groan under the unbearable weight. Like a surging ocean, it carried endless dust and thunderous roars, and astonishingly, it overturned with a deafening crash. The earth has become the firmament. 10,000 fathom-high mountains hang upside down, dried-up rivers transform into cracks in the sky, bringing an aura of destruction. At the same time, in the sky, several colossal fragments of divine remains, as immense as stars enshrouded in immortal divinity, are frantically drawn by an invisible force of laws, descending like divine retribution. They ignite with gray-white divine flames, tearing through the pitch-black space, emitting ear-piercing shrieks, and with a terrifying might capable of annihilating everything, they fiercely smash toward Yu Chenxiao, who is being pressed down by the inverted continent. Above, the stars fall from the heavens, destroying all things. Below, the earth merges into a coffin, burying everything. This is a truly inescapable death trap, with no way to ascend to the heavens or descend to the earth. Yu Chenxiao felt a surge of fearless strength in his heart. He absolutely could not yield to this. Come on, I will fight you, shatter the divine realm, and restore glory. He was like a raging sea storm, unstoppable, charging into this battle of destruction. Facing this ultimate death blow that united heaven and earth, Yu Chenxiao's dark golden pupils showed no trace of wavering, instead revealing fearless determination. He did not retreat, instead, he faced the challenge head-on. Dong! His right foot suddenly stomped downward, not stepping on any tangible surface, but directly on the twisted and inverted laws. Infinite and boundless, prison-suppressing power erupted violently from beneath his foot, transforming into an invisible yet absolutely oppressive will, billions of times heavier than the shattered continent. Like an invisible giant nail, it fiercely drove into the inverted shattered continent. Boom! A soul-shaking muffled sound echoed across the heavens and earth, halting the overturning momentum of the vast, boundless continental plates in midair with an unimaginable force. The inverted mountains froze, the swirling dust stood still, and the entire world seemed to have been paused. At the same time, he raised his left hand, forming a mysterious seal that seemed to embody the power of cosmic transformation and the cycle of creation and destruction, Zhenkuan Seal. The right hand clenched into a fist, an infinite dark golden divine light converging at the fist's edge, forming an unparalleled move, prison-suppressing fist. He unhesitatingly launched a punch toward the massive divine remains above, burning with gray-white divine flames and falling like meteors. The dark golden fist imprint tore through the sky. Though it lacked earth-shattering light and shadow, it carried an absolute dominance capable of returning all things to their origin and erasing existence. Boom! The fist imprint collided fiercely with the foremost divine remains, producing a soul-shaking, terrifying roar. Yu Chenxiao, with his sixth-stage chi-infused divine demon body, directly clashed head-on with the terrifying remains imbued with the immortal divinity of an ancient god. Crack! The tiger's mouth of his right fist instantly split open, spilling dark golden blood across the sky. The divine demon runes on his entire arm dimmed, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on his once indestructible body, caused by the backlash of a higher tier power. However, the colossal divine remains, as massive as a star, also had its divine radiance violently flicker under his unparalleled domineering punch, extinguishing a portion of the gray-white flames on its surface. It let out an unwilling wail, forcibly knocked off its original trajectory, brushing past Yu Qinxiao's body with a force capable of annihilating everything, before plunging into the endless abyss of void below. A missed strike caused Ming Shijun's pure golden vertical pupils to grow even colder. He realized that sheer brute force could no longer completely crush this nemesis who had repeatedly made him taste defeat. He slowly raised his right hand, placing it before his chest. Cold, indifferent syllables spilled from his lips, each word transforming into the supreme law of this world. This was the authority unique to a deity that he could wield after merging with divinity in the land of God's fall. Divine decree. Here, space shall solidify, forbidding all forms of teleportation. The moment the words fell, the spatial laws of the entire land of fallen gods changed dramatically. The air seemed to transform into eternal amber at that moment, with light twisting bizarrely within it, becoming incredibly viscous and solid. Yu Qinxiao felt a sudden tightness around him, as if he had been cast into millennia-old profound ice. The mystical connection that originally allowed him to perform the Yi-Zhou Tian step was forcibly severed and frozen. Immediately afterward, the second decree descended once again. Here, vitality wanes, stripping away the power of the mundane. An even more bizarre and invisible force of law, like an unseen giant net, instantly enveloped Yu Qinxiao. The surging vitality of the primordial magnetic divine demon body refinement technique within him suddenly slowed down, as if a roaring river had turned into a frozen glacier. That indestructible divine demon body, for the first time, conveyed a sense of weakness from its very essence. This is no longer suppression on a physical level, but a ruthless deprivation and suppression of the very roots of the concept of power. Space was forbidden, power was draining, and under the inescapable suppression of the dual decrees, Yu Qinxiao fell into a true deadlock. He was like a specimen nailed into amber, passively enduring the omnipresent crushing force of divine might. The cracks on his divine and demonic body grew increasingly numerous and deeper, with dark golden blood continuously seeping out. Even the Ember Fortune, Tao Foundation, which was perfectly integrated with his being, began to show faint signs of instability under the erosion of the dual laws. However, it was precisely under this extreme oppression that Yu Qinxiao's supreme soul of time and space was pushed to unprecedented limits. The soul of time and space suddenly lit up, instantly piercing through Ming Shijun's lofty false god facade. He saw, the essence. The so-called god was nothing more than a humble parasitic remnant of a deity. A privileged dog who, through some kind of ritual, has stolen a portion of the authority from this ancient god's corpse. In an instant, Yu Qinxiao fully grasped the truth of the Twin Hearts altar. Ming Shijun was both the ruler seated on the throne, issuing commands, and at the same time, the sacrificial offering continuously presented to the ancient gods remains. He had to ceaselessly extract the essence of his human origin to feed this massive altar in order to maintain the state of this false god and borrow the laws of this world. His seemingly invincible strength was, in fact, his most fatal and pitiable weakness. An utterly insane plan, one that could even be described as blasphemous, took shape in Yu Qinxiao's mind with a thunderous roar. The target to kill was not Ming Shijun, this false god, but rather, to strike at the root, to sever the connection between him and this divine corpse altar, perhaps even, to transform the essence left behind by this ancient god into the resources for his own divine and demonic metamorphosis. The moment his thoughts cleared, Yu Qinxiao ignored the terrifying injuries on his body that were deepening by the second. He even disregarded Ming Shijun himself, braving the overwhelming divine might that could crush mountains. Enduring the malicious decrees that stripped away his strength, he launched a desperate charge toward the skeletal throne constructed from an unimaginably massive skull. This action completely enraged Ming Shijun. It was an act of disregard, the ultimate provocation and desecration of a god. Foolish ants, you are courting death. Ming Shijun's furious will transformed into thunder, roaring and exploding across the heavens and earth. He suddenly clasped his hands together, and the colossal ancient god skeleton, as massive as a mountain range, emitted a teeth-grinding crackling sound. countless smaller bones seemed to come alive. They detached, flew, and rapidly reassembled in the air in an inconceivable manner. In an instant, they transformed into towering 10-meter-tall divine skeleton guards, wielding enormous bone spears and with gray-white divine flames burning in their eye sockets. Each of their auras rivaled the peak of the condensed wool realm. They filled the sky, endless and overwhelming. They formed a torrent of death, a wall of despair constructed from the remains of gods, brazenly blocking Yu Qinxiao's desperate charge. Battle intent ignited in Yu Qinxiao's eyes, and only one thought remained. In his heart, in this battle, retreat was not an option. He let out a sudden roar, as if activating hidden power, exuding an aura of fearless determination that surged straight toward the divine skeleton guards. "Come on, let me see if your strength can stop my will." Yu Qinxiao's voice reverberated like thunder, striking directly at the enemy's core. His charge was unstoppable, and though the skeletal guards surged around him like a tide, Yu Qinxiao showed no fear. Instead, he grew fiercer with each battle, like a wild lion challenging the gods, plunging into the torrent of despair. Facing the overwhelming torrent of despair constructed from the bones of gods, Yu Qinxiao's dark golden pupils suddenly radiated a dazzling light, as if tearing apart the curtain of despair. Driven by an unyielding will, the primordial magnetic divine demon body refining scripture within him resisted the command to strip away his power, operating with all its might. The divine demon body around him, continuously cracking, showed no sign of defense. Instead, it erupted with an even more blinding dark golden divine light. Without dodging or evading, he transformed into a dark golden comet surging against the current, charging headlong into the pale white sea of bones with the wildest and most primal posture. Boom! Dozens of divine skeleton guards ahead raised their bone spears, burning with ashen divine fire, and thrust them down fiercely. The moment the spear tips made contact with Yu Qinxiao's body, the divine fire at the tips extinguished instantly. The indestructible bones, like sandcastles crushed by an invisible force, disintegrated into insignificant dust without even a sound. The divine flames were extinguished, the immortal bones reduced to nothingness, but this was only the beginning. Plunging into the depths of the torrent of divine skeleton guards, Yu Qinxiao unleashed the second profound meaning of prison: suppression, devour, to its fullest extent. On his divine demon body, riddled with cracks, countless dark golden runes suddenly lit up, as if a gluttonous beast had opened its greedy maw, transforming into an invisible, wildly spinning vortex. Those crushed divine remains of the guardians contained faint yet pure traces of immortal divinity. Before they could dissipate, he forcibly pulled and devoured them. The grayish-white divine essence surged into his nearly shattered body like rivers, converging into the sea, violently flooding him. Agony and ecstasy simultaneously exploded deep within his soul, the agony of the divine essence forcibly transforming his flesh, and the ecstasy of his divine demonic body instinctively craving higher-tier energy. The gruesome wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The newly formed skin and bones, nourished by divinity, shimmered with a divine radiance far surpassing their previous sturdiness, as if coated with an indestructible divine metal. He was fighting to sustain himself, using the power that Ming Shijun prided himself on to repair his body and resist the so-called god. Seated high upon the throne of bones, Ming Shijun's golden, majestic vertical pupils revealed a mix of shock and fury. He finally realized that Yu Qinxiao's actions were far more than a mere attempt to break through the defenses. This was feeding, a blasphemous act of desecrating the divine and stealing godly power. In the name of the divine, I decree your fate end here. Enraged, he unleashed the strongest commandment available to him after seizing the divine seat. A golden chain, formed entirely of pure divine laws and flowing with ancient divine script, materialized out of thin air, aiming to bind Yu Qinxiao's soul origin as it battled against divinity, intending to obliterate him completely from the supreme realm of fate. Facing the inevitable judgment of fate, Yu Qinxiao's lips were stained with blood, yet he revealed a grim smile. He suddenly ignited the human destiny within him that had been suppressed by divine power but never extinguished, Ember Fortune. A strand of profound yellow flame erupted from the depths of his heart, carrying the unyielding will of countless living beings. It transformed into a deadly poison against the gods, actively confronting the golden chains of judgment fate. Boom! The human destiny and the ancient god's divinity, two entirely different yet supremely powerful forces, collided violently. There was no earth-shattering explosion, but it triggered a terrifying rejection reaction. The moment the golden chains of fate touched the profound yellow ember, a sizzling sound emerged, and the flowing golden divine script began to distort and collapse. It was being corroded by the will belonging to humans. The entire divine remains altar trembled violently under the clash of laws, and Ming Shijun, as the connection point, bore the brunt. On his seemingly flawless pseudo-divine body, pitch-black cracks suddenly appeared without warning, as if he were a porcelain piece on the verge of shattering. Two streams of pitch-black divine blood slowly flowed from his pure golden vertical pupils, filled with unwillingness and shock. He had suffered an unprecedented backlash from the laws. The altar was out of control. The activated summoning function, under the stimulation of chaotic laws, had completely gone berserk. Above the altar, the firmament was forcibly torn open by a power far more malevolent, chaotic, and anciently terrifying than divinity itself, creating an irregular pitch-black fissure. An indescribable will, filled with rage and hatred, flashed through the fissure. This will was not directed at Yu Qianxiao but was instead filled with anger and disdain toward Ming Shijun, the sacrificial offering tainted by human destiny. In the next instant, Ming Shijun's chest was pierced. Ming Shijun's perfect pseudo-divine body, along with the skeletal throne behind him, was shattered halfway by this strike. Only then did the two realize that a chaotic beam of light, so fast it was imperceptible, had shot out from the fissure. Wherever the beam passed, all matter and laws were reduced to nothingness. The aftermath of the beam, merely brushing lightly across the ground, caused the vast and boundless land of the fallen gods to disintegrate as if erased by a rubber, dissolving into the most absolute void. Now is the moment. As Ming Shijun suffered severe injuries and the aftermath of the evil god's strike wreaked havoc, Yu Qianxiao finally charged to the shattered throne. With one hand, he forcefully pressed down on the broken throne. Carved from the skull of an ancient god, the Yi power of prison suppression was unleashed in full force. He frantically absorbed the purest, most primordial essence of the ancient god, spilling out due to the altar's loss of control. His divine and demonic body began a frenzied transformation once again amidst the extreme agony of fragmentation and reassembly. This transformation was no less rewarding than the Sui Yin pool. Ah! Ming Shijun let out a piercing scream of agony as his pseudo-god state was completely disrupted, reverting to his original human form. His venomous gaze, filled with utmost hatred, was fixed on Yu Qianxiao, who was frantically devouring divinity. From the pitch-black spatial fissure, a twisted tentacle covered in mucus and eyeballs suddenly extended, grabbing the gravely injured and dying Ming Shijun along with the half-destroyed altar, dragging them both into the depths of an unknown spacetime. Yu Qianxiao, I will return and utterly crush you. The venomous curse echoed despairingly in the collapsing space. With Ming Shijun's disappearance, the terrifying fissure slowly closed, and the entire Godfall land was completely reduced to absolute nothingness. The members of the Night Raven squad lay prostrate on the ground, staring in stunned silence at the lone figure hovering in the void. Yu Qianxiao closed his eyes. The dark golden divine and demonic runes on his body were undergoing a profound fusion with the newly absorbed essence of the ancient god. He exerted all his willpower to suppress the divine essence completely, relentlessly solidifying and forging his eternal foundation. What he sought was not merely invincibility in the present, but supreme dominance in the future. To surpass the current strongest realm of the human race, to become the first human of this era to reach the law realm, the first to attain the abyssal realm. Even so, the residual energy waves that escaped still broke through layer upon layer of barriers with unstoppable force. Qi condensation realm, 9th tier. Yu Qianxiao kept his eyes tightly shut, suspended in absolute nothingness, resembling an immortal ancient statue, silent and motionless. Yet beneath his seemingly calm exterior, a cataclysmic storm was brewing. The torrent of ancient god essence, carrying endless resentment, immortal will, and shattered fragments of laws, sought to tear him apart. This power was overwhelmingly strong, enough to cause any law-intent realm expert to collapse instantly. However, Yu Qianxiao's divine and demonic body was as resilient as steel, engaging in the most ferocious collision and fusion with this force. At that moment, under the drive of his will, the primordial magnetic divine demon body refining technique operated madly at an unprecedented speed. The dark golden divine demon runes deep within his flesh and blood seemed to come alive at this moment. They were ravenous, greedy, transforming into countless miniature black holes that devoured everything in their path, spinning madly. The ancient divine essence, which Ming Shijun regarded as the foundation of ascension to godhood, now became the purest and most majestic nourishment for Yu Qianxiao's eternal Tao foundation. Every trace of immortal divinity that invaded his body was forcibly crushed by the power of suppression. The conceptual suppression obliterated the divine will, reducing fragments of laws back to their most primal energy forms, which were then mercilessly devoured by the ravenous divine demon runes. Crack, 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 crack. The sound of shattering porcelain echoed continuously from within his body. His bones fractured, at a terrifying frequency, turning to powder. Yet, almost the instant they shattered, they were instantly reconstituted under the nourishment of boundless divinity. The newly formed bones displayed a glazed texture where dark gold and gray-white hues intertwined, engraved with even more ancient and intricate rune imprints, as if they were divine bones sculpted by the laws themselves. His blood surged like molten mercury, and with every circulation through his body, it completely purified the impurities within the divinity, leaving only the nearly immortal and indestructible essence deeply imprinted into the core of his life. Pain surged like a tidal wave, far more intense than what he had endured in the Sui-Yin pool, magnified 10,000 times. This was not merely the tearing and reformation of the flesh but an ascension and metamorphosis from the very roots of life. If it were anyone else, the only outcome would be being overwhelmed by the torrent of divinity, reduced to a soulless puppet of energy. But Yu Qinxiao is different. His power of prison suppression inherently devours all paths, transforming external forces into nourishment for his own growth. His divine demonic body is destined to bear the supreme Tao, not to mention he possesses the transcendent soul of the temporal voyager. In this self-destructive metamorphosis, his will remain steadfast, cold, and absolutely rational. He suppresses all upheavals, converting the raging power into precise nourishment, purifying, absorbing, and forging his divine demonic body. No one knows how much time has passed, but when the last trace of ancient god essence is devoured and refined, the roaring within Yu Qinxiao's body abruptly ceases. The third layer of the primordial magnetic divine demonic body refinement scripture is complete. A force far more terrifying than before awakens from the depths of his limbs and bones, surging through his being, reaching the peak of the ninth tier, just one step away from the intent condensation realm that countless martial artists dream of. Yet this is merely the harvest of the physical body. The true transformation lies in the deepest recesses of the soul. With the breakthrough of his divine demonic body, his soul of time and space, capable of perceiving causality, undergoes an unimaginable ascension, nourished by the vast essence of ancient gods. An indescribable sense of fulfillment and clarity rises from the core of his soul, as if an ancient stone door, long sealed, is suddenly pushed open before his will. Beyond the door lies an entirely new world. Yu Qinxiao slowly opened his eyes. The world had changed. In his vision, the colors of the material world were wondrously fading, becoming unreal. In their place were magnificent lines and torrents woven from endless laws and energies. He could clearly see that space was not an immutable canvas but a living realm where laws intertwined. It was like layers of thin gauze folded countless times, overlapping and seemingly hiding countless secrets. Within them were folds and fractures imperceptible to ordinary people. He could clearly see the truth hidden behind it all. Time was not an eternal, forward-moving straight line but a silver river flowing with a faint glow. Around certain invisible points or special regions, the flow of the river would experience subtle distortions and delays, stirring faint ripples. This was a higher dimensional reality, transcending mundane perception and reaching the truth at the very essence of the world. And at the end of this brand new, incomparably clear vision, Yu Qinxiao's gaze turned toward the heartland of humanity. There, he witnessed the most awe-inspiring and magnificent sight of his life, a profound yellow giant river, whose grandeur and brilliance defied any description. This river does not exist in physical space but spirals above the dimensions of the entire blue planet, as if it were the most fundamental and core lifeline of this azure world. The river is composed of the purest dark, yellow radiance, within which countless light and shadows flicker, surge, and roar. These are the unyielding wills of the ancestors of humanity when they ignited the first spark of civilization in the age of ignorance. These are the heroic and tragic songs left in history by countless virtuous individuals striving for the continuation of civilization. Billions of warriors shed their blood and loyal souls at Crying Soul Pass, Blood Mist Pass, Broken Bone Plains, Dragon Spine Defense Line, Mount Buzhou, and the Heavenly Barrier River. On every inch of the frontier, hundreds of billions of ordinary people, in every city being defended, generated countless small yet resilient thoughts for survival and hope, joy at new life, sorrow at parting, anger at oppression, and resistance in the face of despair. This is the grand totality of all history, spirit, faith, and emotion of human civilization from its birth to the present. The destiny of humanity. This is the river of humanity's destiny. It is sacred, solemn, vast, and boundless, filled with vibrant vitality and great will. It is like a divine dragon guarding the world, using its own body to protect humanity's final territory, resisting the endless prying, curses, and erosion from the void of myriad realms. However, in the next moment, Yu Qinxiao's dark golden pupils suddenly contracted. He saw that on this sacred and vast Xianhuang Great River, there were unexpectedly strands and clusters of black energy entwined, like maggots, clinging to bones or malignant tumors. This was the erosion of the human race's destiny, the invasion of evil forces. Instantly, Yu Qinxiao felt an invisible pressure and anger, and a fierce fighting spirit ignited in his heart. That black energy, as dark as ink, viscous and decayed, exuded a nauseating aura of betrayal and corruption. It did not merely cling to the surface but burrowed like living maggots feeding on civilization. formation, viciously drilling into the flesh and blood of the Xianhuang Great River, tightly wrapping around the critical nodes of the River of Destiny, greedily devouring its pure and sacred radiance. The presence of each strand of black energy caused that segment of the River of Destiny to become dim and turbid. The originally surging waters showed visible signs of stagnation and decay. It was as if a vibrant body had grown malignant, festering tumors that oozed pus, weakening the foundation of the human race. They were shaking the future of humanity. They were betraying the entirety of human civilization. An unprecedented killing intent exploded from the deepest part of Yu Qinxiao's soul. He didn't even need to think. The ascended soul of time and space, with an almost instinctive absolute intuition, instantly discerned the essence of this black energy. This was not an attack from the myriad races. The invasions of the myriad races would only provoke a stronger resistance from the human race's destiny, causing the Xianhuang radiance to burn more fiercely, more unyieldingly, transforming into an unbreakable barrier against external enemies. The source of this black energy is internal. It comes from those among the human race who hold high positions, whose every word and action can influence the destiny of the entire race. Their deeds have caused irreparable damage to humanity. It is betrayal. It is treachery. It is the deepest, most despicable malice and corruption hidden beneath the guise of light and glory. Xiao Yuanshan, Wang Qinian, these were merely tumors that he had personally rooted out and severed. But now, Yu Qinxiao could clearly see that on the vast river of humanity's fortune, there were still many similar, even larger black nodes. Many. The density of some clusters of black energy, and the aura of corruption they exuded, was 100 times more terrifying than the pollution caused when Ming Shijun sacrificed humanity's essence to usurp a divine position. Yu Qinxiao's heart sank abruptly. For the first time, his belief in protecting humanity was shrouded in a heavy and filthy shadow. The true enemies were not merely the visible alien races from the myriad worlds. The most terrifying ones were those hidden within, those who shamelessly feasted on the flesh and blood of their kin, selling out the future of their race. They were the fatal poison that truly shook the very foundation of human civilization. Yi. Yu Qinxiao's cold and indifferent voice suddenly broke the deathly silence. In the distance, within the Ghost 7 transport aircraft, the bodies of the Night Raven squad members trembled violently. Captain Yi immediately stood at attention and responded through the communicator, his voice carrying a reverence from the depths of his soul that even he hadn't realized. Major, your orders. Data archiving, maximum encryption. Yu Qinxiao's voice was as sharp as a cold blade. 3 minutes, return to Yendu. Yes. Yi dared not show the slightest hesitation and immediately issued the order. Inside the cabin, the team members stared at the holographic screen, where a figure floated alone in the void. Their eyes were filled with fervor, reverence, and an uncontrollable trace of fear. They had witnessed the birth and fall of a false god and had seen their commander forcibly devour divinity in a near miraculous manner, quelling the disaster. At this moment, Yu Qinxiao, in their eyes, was no different from the legendary deity walking among mortals. As the transport aircraft approached, the cabin door slid open, and Yu Qinxiao stepped inside, his figure instantly appearing within the cabin. He casually sat down on a metal seat and closed his eyes once more. The cabin fell silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. No one dared to make a sound, and even their breathing was deliberately suppressed to the faintest level. An invisible pressure, heavy as a mountain, was not intentionally emitted but naturally overflowed due to the leap in his life level, making the air thick and saturating every inch of space. Yu Qinxiao's consciousness had already plunged into that entirely new realm of reality. Deep within his eyes, a cold killing intent was continuously condensing and refining, ultimately transforming into the most extreme and pure resolve. Yendu, Xinhua Academy. In the principal's office, Xiao Qingtian sat behind the desk, gently rubbing a smooth wooden kite in his hand, his gaze carrying a rare hint of fatigue. It was a moment of tranquility after handling countless complex affairs. The office door was silently pushed open by an invisible force, and Yu Qinxiao's figure quietly appeared. His aura was completely restrained, appearing like an ordinary student, yet those dark golden eyes were deeper than ever before. Xiao Qingtian raised his head and, upon seeing the visitor, a genuine and gentle smile appeared on his weary face. You're back. Yu Qinxiao wasted no words, nor did he mention any details about the land of divine ruin. He simply walked forward calmly, his tone as sharp as a cold blade, without any concealment. Master, I saw the fate of the human race. Before the words had fully landed, the smile on Xiao Qingtian's face froze instantly, like a lake sealed in ice. His fingers, which had been stroking the wooden kite, abruptly stopped, and his gaze turned sharp as an eagle's, as if he had caught sight of something terrifying. Wait! He suddenly waved his hand, and the terrifying power of the myriad phenomena realm's laws erupted. The space in the office twisted violently, and the light and sound from outside were instantly cut off. Visible barriers of laws emerged on the four walls, sealing the entire space into an isolated domain detached from the world. Continue. His voice was as heavy as suppressed thunder. Yu Qianxiao began with the vast, boundless river of profound yellow destiny that safeguarded the human race, describing the decaying black aura entwined around it and his absolute insight that this black aura stemmed from internal betrayal. Each word was like a heavy hammer, striking fiercely at Xiao Qingtian's heart, plunging the office into a deathly silence. Xiao Qingtian's solemnity gradually gave way to shock. His hand, resting on the wooden kite, unknowingly clenched, causing the kite to emit a strained creaking sound under the pressure. This mighty Vientiane realm warrior, who had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood with a will as firm as rock, now revealed a trace of horror and disbelief. He was aware of the legends surrounding destiny, a domain only accessible to those at the 9th tier Guisu realm, but he had never imagined that Yu Qianxiao's talent could directly perceive this ethereal yet tangible foundation of the human race. Xiao Qingtian remained silent for a long time, as if drained of all his strength, before finally squeezing out two words with difficulty, his voice trembling slightly. Is it true? Yu Qianxiao did not answer. He simply raised his eyes and quietly looked at his master with those dark golden pupils. That gaze was as heavy as a mountain, unwavering and certain. The answer was self-evident. Xiao Qingtian took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently as he forcibly suppressed the storm of emotions raging within him. He suddenly stood up and began pacing back and forth in the office, his eyes flashing with shock, doubt, anger, and unwillingness. Ultimately, all these emotions transformed into a piercing coldness and gravity. He stopped in his tracks, the warmth and weariness in his weathered eyes completely replaced by the iron-blooded killing intent honed through countless battles. Xiao Qingtian had long harbored suspicions. Over the past few decades, the Xinxia Federation had experienced far too many bizarre incidents, which on the surface appeared to be coincidences. At certain critical moments that determined the outcome of battles, intelligence was inexplicably leaked. Cutting-edge technologies that could alter the course of war were mysteriously sabotaged at key junctures. Even those peerless geniuses with extraordinary talent met untimely deaths during their growth due to strange accidents and beast tides. All investigations ultimately attributed these events to bad luck or the schemes of the myriad races. But now, with Yu Qianxiao's revelation, those traces once dismissed as coincidences instantly connected into a clear and terrifying black chain. This is no coincidence. It is betrayal that has long been deeply rooted and entrenched within the human race. Thinking of this, Xiao Qingtian suddenly stopped in his tracks, a resolute and fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He walked to an inconspicuous antique shelf in the corner of the office, took down a seemingly ordinary, even somewhat worn, bronze incense burner, and placed it heavily on the table with a muffled thud, causing the documents on the table to jump slightly. Immediately afterward, he retrieved a piece of strange charcoal, pitch black as ink, from his storage space. As soon as the charcoal appeared, the temperature in the office seemed to drop a few degrees, and an aura of ominousness and venomous resentment spread throughout. This is the heart-questioning fuel, Xiao Qingtian said in a low voice, his tone heavy. It is the core of the laws formed from the boundless resentment and unyielding bitterness of an ancient being, a mighty figure who was betrayed and ambushed from behind, ultimately slain by the combined forces of all races after their death. He stared at the piece of charcoal, his gaze complex, with turbulent emotions surging within. By igniting it with the orthodox flame of my human race, it can instantly force a faint resonance with the fate of humanity, briefly glimpsing its rise and fall. This method greatly drains one's spirit, and there is the danger of being backfired by its resentment, causing one's Tao heart to be tainted. Unless absolutely necessary, it must never be used lightly. He raised his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, staring directly at Yu Qianxiao, and said word by word, I believe what you said, but for this matter, I must see it with my own eyes. As the words fell, Xiao Qingtian brought his fingers together like a sword. The skin at his fingertips slightly cracked, and a drop of origin blood, heavy as a mountain and shimmering with pure golden luster, slowly emerged, like a divine blessing, heavily dripping onto the piece of heart-questioning kindling. Buzz! The pitch-black charcoal was instantly activated, emitting a teeth-grating hum, akin to the tolling of an apocalyptic bell, heralding the secrets about to be unveiled. The ominous aura grew increasingly intense. Xiao Qingtian muttered under his breath, reciting a series of ancient and cryptic syllables, as if awakening a slumbering beast. A strand of faint yet unyielding dark yellow flame, symbolizing the human race's rightful lineage, slowly ignited at his fingertips, like the dawn of hope. With a solemn expression, he gently placed the flame onto the piece of heart-questioning kindling. SSS. There were no imagined raging flames, nor the slightest glimmer of light. The piece of heart-questioning kindling quickly dissolved, transforming into a wisp of faint, almost imperceptible blue smoke. The smoke curled upward and directly entered the ancestral aperture at the center of Xiao Qingtian's brow. Xiao Qingtian's body trembled violently, his face turning as pale as paper in an instant. He tightly shut his eyes, his entire aura becoming erratic, as if he could be consumed by the overwhelming resentment. At any moment, Yu Qinshiao stood quietly to the side, refraining from making any noise to disturb him. His dark golden eyes, however, were firmly fixed on every subtle change in his master's condition. 1 minute, 2 minutes, until 5 minutes had passed, Xiao Qingtian's tightly closed eyes suddenly snapped open. Poof! A mouthful of reverse blood, thick with sticky black air, uncontrollably sprayed from his mouth, instantly staining the ancient desk with a shocking filth. The black air fell onto the surface of the desk, emitting a sizzling corrosive sound, like the whispers of death. There was no longer a trace of doubt in his eyes, only endless fury. He saw it, although it was far less clear and vivid than Yu Qinshiao had described, through the power of the heart inquiry flame connected to his own fortune. He indeed glimpsed a faint, blurred shadow of the human race's river of destiny. He also saw the river, which should have been radiant, painfully entangled with the filthy black air that symbolized betrayal and decay. Good, very good. Xiao Qingtian gritted his teeth, forcing these words out one by one through clenched jaws. His usually gentle face was now ashen, twisted, with uncontrollable fury and a murderous intent that was impossible to suppress. Suddenly, he swung his fist and smashed it violently against the wall beside him. Boom! The sturdy wall, forged from a special alloy and inscribed with layers of defensive formations, was shockingly dented by his punch. Countless, terrifying cracks, like a spider's web, spread out wildly from the center of the fist mark, accompanied by the mournful sound of crack, crack. Xiao Qingtian knew exactly what this meant. It meant that among the upper echelons of the human race, even among the familiar faces he trusted, there were traitors lurking, traitors capable of shaking the very foundation of humanity. These traitors, holding high positions of power and influence, were using the future of the human race, the lives of billions of their compatriots, to engage in the dirtiest, most despicable deals with the myriad races, and perhaps even with some unknown, terrifying entities. This was 1,000 times more horrifying than a direct invasion by the myriad races. Chen Xiao. Xiao Qingtian took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the overwhelming killing intent that was about to erupt from his chest. He turned to look at Yu Qinshiao, his gaze incomparably complex. For now, do not mention this to anyone. Remember, it's anyone. Yu Qinshiao nodded. He understood his master's concerns. This matter was too significant. Without absolute certainty, even the slightest disturbance could trigger unpredictable and terrifying consequences, potentially leading to the premature collapse of the entire Federation. Go back and rest first, stabilize your realm. Xiao Qingtian's voice returned to calmness, but beneath that calmness was a suppressed anger, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Leave the rest to me. Before the words had fully landed, Xiao Qingtian's figure became blurred in front of Yu Qinshiao. With his next step, he had already vanished without a trace from the heavily law-sealed office, leaving Yu Qinshiao alone, standing quietly in place, with turbulent waves surging in his heart. At the same time, the Xinxia Federation, Supreme Military Command. In a massive office filled with a futuristic sense of technology, cold and solemn, the atmosphere was unusually tense. Dressed in a marshal's uniform, with dazzling stars on his shoulders and a face chiseled with steely determination, Long Zhan was intently staring at the enormous holographic map covering an entire wall. His brows were tightly furrowed, as if contemplating a major decision. On the map, several red dots representing the border defense lines were flashing urgently, as if foretelling an imminent crisis. Suddenly, the heavy door of the office, crafted from a special material capable of blocking all sound waves and mental probing, was forcibly pushed open by an invisible force, producing a deafening crash. Xiao Qingtian's figure, exuding an uncontrollable and overwhelming killing intent, abruptly appeared at the doorway, like a ferocious beast unleashed from its cage. Long Zhan slowly raised his head. When he saw that the visitor was Xiao Qingtian, and noticed his unprecedented, terrifying gaze that seemed ready to devour anyone, this marshal, who commanded the federal army and would remain unshaken even if Mount Tai collapsed before him, felt his pupils contract slightly, a faint sense of unease rising in his heart. Old Xiao? You? He was just about to ask, but was interrupted by a gesture from Xiao Qingtian, who signaled for silence, as if warning him of something. Xiao Qingtian swung his hand backward, and the office door slammed shut with a loud boom. Immediately afterward, he began setting up layers of restrictions, more intricate and powerful than those in the principal's office, as if constructing an impenetrable protective barrier. Countless mysterious runes flickered across the walls and door for a moment before vanishing, turning the office into an unbreakable fortress. This office, symbolizing the highest authority of the Federation, was completely isolated from the outside world. A top-secret meeting, concerning the fate of humanity and enough to shake the entire upper echelon of the Federation, quietly commenced between the two most formidable human powerhouses. And at the center of the storm was the young man who had just returned and was silently processing everything. A new chess game has been set, and Yu Qinshao will be the only game-breaker. The air in the Dragon Battle office froze into a cold, tangible substance the moment the heavy door forged from ice soul-profound steel closed. Every inch of this space was constructed with the most advanced human laws, restrictions, and technological barriers, making it the safest and most secure place in the entire Xinxia Federation. Yet at this moment, that sense of security was shattered by the almost tangible killing intent emanating from Shaoqing Tian. Dragon Battle, the man who absolutely commands the Federation's military power and forged his marshal's prestige amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, displayed an extremely grave expression on his face. He did not ask Shaoqing Tian why he was so out of control, because he knew that for this former human marshal, principal of the Xinhua Academy, and his childhood idol to bypass protocol and storm into the highest command of the military just to see him, there must have been an earth-shattering upheaval capable of shaking the nation's foundation. Speak. Dragon Battle's voice was deep and powerful, like a massive boulder crashing to the ground. What news could make you, the god of slaughter, truly ignite? Shaoqing Tian did not speak immediately. He raised his hand and heavily placed the wooden kite, still carrying the decayed aura of the heart-questioning ember, onto Long Zhan's desk, which was crafted from star-sinking ironwood. I saw it, Shaoqing Tian said slowly, his voice hoarse. Through Qin Zhao's eyes, I saw it with my own eyes, the river of the human race's destiny. Long Zhan's sharp, hawk-like eyes suddenly narrowed. The destiny of the human race, this term, which existed only in ancient myths and classified texts, carried a weight that made one's heart stop when spoken by Shaoqing Tian. Above the river, there is black mist. Like maggots clinging to bones, a malignant tumor, Shaoqing Tian's voice was as cold as a blade, piercing into Long Zhan's heart. They are gnawing at our foundation, polluting our future. The source is internal. With every word spoken, Long Zhan's gaze grew colder, and the restrained, iron-blooded killing intent around him became increasingly intense. By the time the last word fell, the iron-blooded aura surrounding the federal marshal had grown so dense that the light in the office seemed to distort. Unlike Shaoqing Tian, he did not need to rely on external objects. As the current leader of the Federation, his honor and will were already deeply intertwined with the destiny of the human race. Though he could not see it, he could feel the decline and heaviness in the unseen forces, could sense the faint cries of sorrow emanating from the very roots of the race. Never had he imagined that all of this could stem from the most fatal betrayal, one from within. How dare they? Long Zhan roared suddenly, his voice suppressing thunder on the verge of eruption. He raised his hand, and a golden command streaked through the void, imbued with supreme authority, instantly merging into the wall. The massive holographic screen covering the entire wall of the office instantly shifted from deep blue to glaring blood red. Search, in the past 50 years, all changes to strategic targets above A level, suspected leaks of critical intelligence, and accidental deaths of geniuses above S level. Long Zhan's voice was like a war drum, reverberating in all directions. Authorization, martial order, top level. The command was issued, and the data stream on the screen abruptly froze. Rows of shocking files were clearly listed. File number, year 423 of the Xinxia calendar, Battle of Blood Mist Pass, suspected leak of the 7th Army Group's surprise attack plan. 30,000 elite soldiers were encircled and annihilated by the celestial races. Flame Sun Legion, with the entire army wiped out. Corps Commander Blood Butcher Zhou Lai was killed in action. Investigation result, intelligence transmission channel encountered a rare spatial storm, deemed accidental. File number, Xinxia calendar year 435, an explosion occurred in the core laboratory of the Heavenly Craft Project, destroying the prototype of the source energy. Type 3 engine. Chief Scientist Dr. Feng Beiwang was killed on the spot. Investigation result, energy circuit overload in the laboratory, determined to be accidental. File number, Xinxia calendar year 441, SS-Level elemental genius Thunderchild Li Yao encountered a sudden super-regulation level beast-tide outbreak during his graduation assessment. In that controlled level beast-tide forbidden zone, no remains were found. Investigation result, abnormal energy in the forbidden zone's earth veins, determined to be accidental. File number, Xinxia calendar year 448. One by one, case by case. These files, when viewed individually, each have logical, flawless investigation reports and final conclusions. They are coincidences, misfortunes, unavoidable tragedies of wartime. Yet, now, when they are juxtaposed together, combined with the chilling truth brought by Shaoqing Tian, the entire office seems to be torn apart by an invisible storm, the darkness of the truth surging like a tide. All the coincidences turned out to be a meticulously planned conspiracy. All the misfortunes pointed to the most venomous betrayal lurking lurking in the shadows. Long John's breathing grew incomparably heavy, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixed on the cold words on the light screen, on those once vivid names, on those warriors and geniuses who should have been the backbone of humanity. Their sacrifices were not in glorious battle against the myriad races, but from the most fatal stab in the back by their own people. An indescribable fury, like a blazing volcano, erupted violently in his chest. Crack! The office desk made of millennia-old Starfall ironwood, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a domain-level expert, groaned under the unbearable pressure of his unconsciously clenched fingers, the hardwood between his fingers crushed into fine powder. Wood splinters flew, resembling a torrential storm. Bastard! A roar suppressed to the extreme squeezed out from between the teeth of this federal marshal. The rules and restrictions of the entire office emitted an unbearable hum under his terrifying fury, and even spiderweb-like fine cracks appeared on the walls. He was furious, angry for the trust that has been betrayed, angry for the loyal souls who died unjustly, even more furious for the perilous situation of the human race, beset by internal strife and external threats like never before. Xiao Qingtian looked at Long John, who resembled an enraged lion, with an equally intense killing intent in his eyes. But he was calmer than Long John and said in a deep voice, "Long John, calm down." His voice was like metal and stone, firm and resolute. "You know very well that someone capable of this is no small fry. They must hold high positions of power, wield immense influence, and perhaps even sit at the round table of the highest council. Any slight move to alert the enemy now could trigger the premature collapse of the entire Federation." Long John's chest heaved violently, his heavy breathing like a bellows, each exhale carrying a scorching heat wave. Of course, he understood this was the dilemma of killing a rat while fearing to break the vase. The tumors hidden in the shadows had long intertwined with the flesh and blood of the Federation. Attempting to cut them out in one stroke would inevitably harm the Foundation, possibly causing the giant of the Federation to collapse with a thunderous crash. At that time, the armies of all races will seize the opportunity to invade, and humanity will face utter destruction. This sense of frustration and helplessness made his heart feel as if it were being torn apart. They are the most elite warriors of humanity, wielding immense power, yet even to root out traitors within, they must tread cautiously, considering every step. The office fell into a deathly silence, the oppressive atmosphere almost capable of crushing steel into powder. After an unknown amount of time, the crimson eyes of Long John finally regained a trace of the cold clarity befitting a commander. He looked at Xiao Qingtian and asked hoarsely, "You came to find me, so you must already have an idea." Xiao Qingtian nodded, his gaze turning incredibly complex as it fell upon the wooden kite he had placed on the table. "The only one who can see the problem is Chun Xiao. Then the one who can solve the problem might be only him." Long John's eyebrows suddenly raised, instantly grasping Xiao Qingtian's meaning. "You Chun Xiao, the only SSS-level talent since the revival of spiritual energy among the human race. The young man who single-handedly overturned all human common sense. His mysterious and unpredictable power of suppression, capable of directly erasing from the conceptual level, is undoubtedly the perfect trump card to deal with these traitors hidden in the shadows, beyond the reach of normal judicial procedures, using the sharpest scalpel for the most precise excision, leaving no trace, no ripples stirred, before the enemy even has time to react, erase them completely from this world. A ray of hope suddenly shines amidst the overwhelming oppression." Long John and Xiao Qingtian exchange a glance, their eyes both reflecting an unspoken determination. "I understand." Long John suddenly stood up and walked to the other side of the office. That wall was smooth as a mirror, without any extra decorations. He extended his hand, fingers together, and pressed his palm against the center of the wall. A drop of blood, similar to Xiao Qingtian's but more domineering and filled with murderous intent, seeped from his palm. Like molten gold, it slowly merged into the wall. "In the name of Marshal of the Xinxia Federation, Long John, activate." Dragon Order. Buzz. A barely perceptible rumble emanated from the underground core of the entire office and even the entire military headquarters building. The smooth wall silently split open from the center. This is the wall forged by Xiao Qingtian back then. No one knows whether it can hold, which is why this wall exists. This is a secret known only to the Marshal, and only the Marshal can carve their name onto this wall. Ancient and majestic golden dragon-shaped totems lit up along the edges of the cracks, revealing a dark golden groove engraved with two names, Xiao Qingtian and Long John. A black dragon-shaped token, crafted entirely from an unknown material and exuding an aura of supreme authority, lay quietly within it. This is the highest-level secret authorization of the federal military. The bearer of this order is as if the Marshal himself is present. They may mobilize all forces of the Federation and possess freedom of action beyond all rules. No one shall obstruct. When the Marshal is absent, the bearer of this token shall assume all the Marshal's duties. Do not use it unless it is a matter of civilization's survival. Long John picked up the heavy token and turned to hand it to Xiao Qingtian. "Old Xiao, tell Yu Chenxiao. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, Yu Chenxiao did not leave the Xinhua Academy even once. The Federation remained as calm and stable as before. Teacher Xiao Qingtian only gave him 2 words: wait. So, he turned himself into a sculpture in the deepest part of the gravity training chamber. The vast and boundless ancient divine essence had been completely crushed, devoured, and refined by the countless runes of the primordial magnetic divine demon body refining scripture. His realm remained firmly suppressed at the peak of the 9th stage of the Qi convergence realm. But Yu Chenxiao knew that his combat power had long surpassed the so-called realms. If a domain realm expert were present at this moment, they would be shocked to discover that the aura emanating from Yu Chenxiao's every move faintly caused their own domain to tremble. At this moment, his eyes were not closed but, through the layers of barriers in the cultivation chamber, disregarded physical distance and gazed upon the entire territory of the Xinxia Federation. In the perspective of the soul of time and space, the vast river of profound yellow human destiny hovering above the blue star dimension remained as striking as ever. And those pitch-black tumors, like maggots clinging to bones, were the images he couldn't forget with every breath over the past month. Yen Capital, Federal First Central Hospital, Special Care Ward. Yu Chenxiao pushed the door open and entered, greeted by a rich vitality emanating from the S-class ability heart of life, mixed with a faint scent of antiseptic. On the hospital bed, Yi Qingtang was already able to sit up. She was dressed in a clean, pure white hospital gown. Her long, silky black hair cascaded over her shoulders, adding an extra touch of purity to her already delicate and beautiful face. Upon seeing Yu Chenxiao, her clear, water-like eyes instantly lit up, radiating a heartfelt smile. "You're here." Her voice was soft, like a spring breeze brushing past. Yu Chenxiao nodded slightly, pulled over a chair, and sat by her bedside without saying a word. He simply looked at her quietly, his gaze profound. "Director Su said I'm recovering well, and in a few days, I'll be able to leave the hospital." Yi Qingtang spoke softly, her tone carrying a hint of joy. But just as she spoke, Yu Chenxiao's dark golden pupils suddenly tightened. In his soul of time and space vision, Yi Qingtang's soul was pure and warm, like a bright and clear moon. Yet just now, in the deepest part of the moonlight, there was a faint, almost imperceptible, extremely subtle ripple that flickered and vanished. The fluctuation was not malicious, yet it carried a mark of a higher dimension, incompatible with this world. It bore a 70% resemblance to the soul threads left behind by the puppet master Wang Qinian, but in essence, it was far more advanced, akin to the difference between a craftsman's crude carvings and a divine imprint. Could it be the puppet master's methods still lingering? Or, is it that unknown evil god behind Ming Shijun, the one who dragged him into the endless abyss, who had long silently placed its pawn? What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Yi Qingtang noticed the sharp change in his gaze and instinctively touched her own face. "I'm fine." Yu Chenxiao withdrew his gaze, the sharpness disappearing in an instant, but a trace of cold vigilance had already risen in his heart. At that moment, the door to the ward was gently pushed open. Dean Sumu entered with a nurse, and behind the nurse, a little girl in a small-sized hospital gown timidly followed. It was the girl who had been rescued in Wang City and had lost all her memories. "Major Yu." Dr. Sumu greeted Yu Chenxiao respectfully upon seeing him. The girl glanced at Yu Chenxiao with her pair of dark, large eyes, filled with both fear and curiosity, as if she were looking at a human-shaped beast. She hid behind the nurse, but her gaze instinctively turned toward Yi Qingtang on the hospital bed. "She still can't remember anything?" Yu Chenxiao spoke indifferently, his voice not loud, yet it seemed to lower the temperature of the entire ward. Dr. Sumu looked helpless, sighed, and shook his head, saying, "Yes, Major Yu. We have employed the Federation's top psychic ability users and medical equipment, but still couldn't detect any brain or soul damage. Her memory seems to be locked by an unbreakable seal, and all attempts to probe it lead to nothingness. But she is very quiet, neither crying nor fussing, and every day when she wakes up, she only does one thing." Dean Sumu pointed to the stack of drawing paper tightly held in the girl's arms. "Drawing, constantly drawing these things that none of us can understand." Yu Chenxiao's gaze fell on those sheets of drawing paper. On the paper were eerie symbols drawn with black crayon, filled with distortion, grotesqueness, depravity, and an ominous aura. At first glance, those symbols bore some resemblance to the script he had seen on the Celestials, yet they were far more chaotic and fragmented, like shattered stars, or like a weeping eye, more like a broken crown stained with blood. Yu Chenxiao reached out and gently drew a sheet of drawing paper from the girl's hand. At the moment his fingertips touched the paper, his soul of time and space trembled violently. An extremely faint yet incomparably familiar cold malice seeped through the drawing paper, reaching deep into his soul. This aura, it was the terrifying will of that unknown evil god, which had leaked from the dark rift when Ming Shijun was dragged away by the tentacle covered in eyeballs. Though it was faint to the extreme, its essence of corruption, chaos, and hatred for all things was exactly the same. Yu Chenxiao's pupils suddenly contracted into the most dangerous needle-like shape. As expected, All of this is related to the existence hidden behind the scenes. At that moment, the military communicator on his wrist silently vibrated. A roaring golden dragon silhouette lit up on the screen. Dragon Order, highest authorization. It was a communication from Xiao Qingtian. A cold glint flashed in Yu Qinxiao's eyes as he connected the call. Without any unnecessary greetings, the teacher's grave, iron-like voice, filled with overwhelming killing intent, exploded directly in his mind. Chen Xiao, it's time to move. In 1 month, Long Zhan and I have already paved the way for you. Your first target. A scarlet mission briefing encrypted with the highest authority of Dragon Order appeared on his retina. Mission code, Purify Air. Mission objective, Xihua City. Investigate the truth behind 3 incidents: that accidental entry of Tianqian River aquatic creatures into the city, that accidental disappearance of an S-level genius, and the accidental self-destruction of the energy station at the Tianqian River Military District Hospital. Identify and eliminate the source of pollution behind them. Special instructions: assume a new identity, act at your discretion, no need to report, leave no survivors. At the end of the briefing is an official promotional image of Xihua City. High-rise buildings stand tall, the sky is blue, and the water is clear, with citizens' faces radiating happy smiles. This city, known as the Reservoir of the Federation, is the model city with the best public security and the highest happiness index in all of Xinxia. However, in Yu Qinxiao's vision, which penetrates the essence, what he saw, however, was a completely different and chilling scene. Above this flawless model city, on that brilliant tributary belonging to the fortune of humanity, at this moment, it is tightly occupied by a massive, heart-stopping, ink-black viscous substance. It is no longer merely black mist, but a slowly beating, black heart. With each beat, countless black threads, imperceptible to the naked eye, spread out from that heart. They pierce deep into the lifeblood of the city, greedily siphoning away all the vitality, hope, and future that belonged to it. Yu Qinxiao's heart tightened as he realized the gravity of the situation. He knew he had to act quickly and could not allow this evil force to continue spreading. Clenching the drawing paper in his hand, he resolved to turn his anger into strength and face the impending challenge head-on. At this moment, his eyes shone with unwavering determination, like a bright flame in the darkness, illuminating the path of no return ahead.